Chapter 1. Encountering a Hungry Dog. Hey buddy, I crossed over. In the early morning, as I swung open the door to the main room, I was met with the sight of empty dog cages scattered across my yard. My eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into my mind, clarifying my current predicament. I found myself in Blue Star, a parallel universe strikingly similar to Earth. The original owner of this body also bore the name Pan Hong, the proprietor of a dog breeding facility in a rural town in the Northeast. However, due to poor management, the facility was on the brink of collapse. Just last night, after bidding farewell to the last dog in the establishment, Pan Hong, who was passionate about dog training, succumbed to despair and drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Tragically, he drank too much and perished. Thus, the worker from Earth, Pan Hong, found himself in Blue Star. Hold on, I can't train dogs either. Upon realizing my situation, my face fell. People who cross over usually become CEOs, marry wealthy beauties, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. You give me a failing dog breeding facility? I'd rather return to my old job. What am I, a young man in my 20s, supposed to do? As I lamented inwardly, a sharp chime echoed in my mind. Ding! Host detected, binding conditions met. The live dog training system has been activated. Would you like to bind? What? A system has arrived? Upon hearing the system's prompt, I instantly transformed my despair into joy, exclaiming bind. Ding! Live dog training system, binding successful. System reward 1. Comprehensive dog training knowledge system reward 2. Eavesdrop on dog's thoughts. System task. Launch a live streaming career. Achieve a popularity of 10,000. Reward. Muscle building and bone strengthening formula dog food. With the system notifications fading, an immense reservoir of dog training knowledge flooded into my brain. Ah, I've got it. So this is how you train dogs. If the dog is hot, fan it. If the dog is hungry, feed it a dragon fruit or heartwarming dumplings. If the dog is bored, take it out to fly a kite or engage in some cardio. Such methods can even reverse aging. Oh my goodness, saving dogs from peril. I truly have a heart of gold. With the influx of dog training knowledge, I felt a surge of confidence in my abilities. Moreover, with the second system, reward eavesdropping on dogs' thoughts. Understanding their feelings and thoughts would surely make training a breeze. The reason the breeding facility was on the verge of bankruptcy wasn't due to the original Pan Hong's lack of training skills, but rather the economic downturn in the Northeast, which led many to seek work elsewhere. With people gone, pet dogs naturally followed suit. Thus, the facility deteriorated day by day. However, the emergence of the system sparked a novel idea in my mind. Live stream dog training. Through the internet, I could connect with dog owners nationwide. Although dog ownership had dwindled in the Northeast, in major cities like Magic City and Capital City, pet ownership had become a trend. With the rapid increase in pet dogs, the demand for trainers was at an all-time high. While I lacked the capital to venture into these bustling cities, the internet had already woven the nation into a cohesive community. Without hesitation, I immediately set out to acquire live streaming equipment. Subsequently, I downloaded the most popular app on Blue Star, which integrated live streaming, short videos, and web literature. Dia app. After creating an account, I toiled away until nightfall. Finally, at 7 in the evening, after multiple rounds of equipment adjustments, I officially opened my live streaming room. Room number 66. Room name, Pan Hong Loves Dogs. I donned a leopard print suit, sunglasses, and a faded gold chain, eagerly awaiting visitors to my live stream. After waiting in vain, a realization struck me. With a sweeping gesture, I charged the remaining 3,000 yuan in my bank account to promote my stream. In less than 2 minutes, the popularity of my live stream skyrocketed to 1,500. How did I end up in this live stream? What the heck is this? I just watched a cute pet video, and now I'm here? I just saw a leopard print lady, and now I'm being shown. A leopard print uncle? Whoa, that gold chain is the host into abstract art. This host seems amusing, come on. Say something. As the unsuspecting viewers were drawn into the live stream, they began chatting amongst themselves. Seeing the audience fill up, I cleared my throat, intending to speak, but in my eagerness, I ended up coughing up phlegm. Hiftoy. After clearing my throat, I announced to him, folks, and the rookie broadcaster Pan Hong, lover of dogs. As you can see, I am a dog trainer. Today, I will embark on my live streaming career, training dogs live. To all the wonderful viewers in the room, regardless of any issues your pet dogs may have, Feel free to connect with me live, and I will assist you online. After my self-introduction, I fell silent. But the viewers' comments exploded. Training dogs? Can that even be live streamed? Live streaming dog training. Isn't that like giving dogs online classes? Haha, I'm dying. Haha, I've seen live lectures, but this is my first time seeing live dog training. Is there anyone here who has a pet dog? I really want to see how dogs attend online classes. Host, my buddy's dog has been baring its teeth lately. Can you help train it? Amidst the playful banter, I remained unfazed, merely wearing a mysterious smile. This only piqued the curiosity of viewers further. Brothers, if anyone has a dog, hurry and bring it to the host. Exactly. I've waited in this live stream for so long just to see live dog training. Host, can you train a clingy dog? My roommate is about to get turned into a pouting dog. Are we training dogs or not? If not, I'm out of here. Just as impatience began to brew among the viewers, suddenly, a connection request appeared on my live stream screen. All right, everyone, let's welcome our first lucky viewer. Xiaomei is always hungry. With that, I accepted the connection request. The live stream screen split in two, with me on the left and a worried-looking young woman on the right. Whoa, I can smell the aroma. I was wondering why I was pushed to a dog training live stream. Turns out I was meant to be here. Sister, do you have a dog? I can be quite dog-like myself. The young woman, clearly aware of the viewer's comments, smiled brightly and said, Host, how do I flip the screen? I'm not sure. I wiped my mouth for the sake of the show and gazed at her with intent. Double-tapped the screen. What? I didn't hear you clearly? No rush, little sister. Take your time. Haha. After the viewers had their fill of entertainment, I gradually guided the young woman on how to flip the screen. Oh, it flipped. After she double-tapped the screen, a black and white border collie appeared in the frame. The dog looked well-bred, but was inexplicably thin. At that moment, the border collie lay snoozing in its bed. What's wrong, beautiful? What issue does your border collie have? It just sleeps all the time, and I want to know why. As she spoke, the young woman nudged the border collie, which merely grunted in its sleep, unresponsive. See, I can't even wake it up with a nudge. Why does it sleep all day? Quite simply, I pointed at the screen because it's tired. Upon hearing this, not only was the young woman baffled, but over 1,000 viewers were also left speechless. Shockingly, the reason the dog sleeps all day is because it's tired. This absurd yet entirely logical answer caught everyone off guard, and once they processed it, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this streamer mentally unstable? But I like it. What mental instability? Clearly, this is genius. You up there, get out of the hospital. No way, it's so silly it sleeps just because it's tired. Ha ha ha. Hey buddy, can you really train dogs? You must be a comedic streamer, right? The young woman, though sensing something amiss, found herself momentarily speechless, asking blankly. Then, how can I wake it up? Upon hearing the question, Pan Hong grinned. Simple, bring its dog bowl, pour in some dog food, and it will wake up immediately. Oh, the woman obediently followed suit, and as she fetched the dog bowl and poured a spoonful of dog food into it, the border collie suddenly opened its eyes wide, leaping up with a start and diving headfirst into the bowl, devouring the food with fervor. This spectacle left everyone in the live chat utterly astonished. My goodness, what a gluttonous dog. It scared me to death. I thought this dog was dead. Couldn't wake it up at all. The streamer is a miracle worker. Miracle worker. Miracle worker. Amidst the chorus of miracle worker from the netizens, Pan Hong noticed something was off with the dog. For at that moment, as the border collie opened its eyes, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Hungry, hungry, hungry. I just want to eat. Chapter 2, The Challenge and Bet. By the way, streamer, my dog has another issue, the woman said with a helpless expression, watching her border collie scarf down the food. Not only does it sleep too soundly, but it's also very possessive over its food. Just watch. With that, she leaned closer to the dog bowl. Upon sensing her approach, the border collie immediately exhibited a fierce demeanor, baring its teeth and growling. The woman was so frightened that she stumbled back several steps. Seeing this, the netizens erupted. Whoa, this dog is so fierce. That look seems like it's about to devour the lady. I hurriedly gave my dog a slap. Be cautious when raising dogs. Some are naturally food possessive. Single ladies should avoid owning large dogs alone. If not, just give me your address and much more obedient than a dog. You up there, your logic is all over the place. Miss, this dog is hopeless. You should give up on it. This dog is too fierce. It dares to intimidate its owner. Better serve it on the dinner table. Pan Hong. witnessing the commotion, felt speechless. After eavesdropping on the dog's thoughts and observing its frail body, he immediately understood the situation. This wasn't food possessiveness, it was clearly hunger. Just as he intended to offer a warning, a netizen with the ID dog trainer Yu Chun sent a message. Ahem, I'm a professional dog trainer. This dog's food possessiveness is quite severe and requires offline treatment. Don't listen to these half-baked online trainers. Miss, please contact me if you see this. This person sent a paid message, keeping it visible, which attracted considerable attention. Immediately, someone clicked on dog trainer Yu Chun's profile and was shocked. Wow, this trainer Yu Chun has over 300,000 followers. His top video has over 600,000 likes. An expert has arrived. Now this is a legitimate dog trainer. My follow list? How'd you get here, dude? The real big shot has arrived. I wonder if the streamer is nervous. At that moment, in a pet hospital in the Magic City, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat smiled as he read the compliments from the live chat. His name was Yu Chun, a dog trainer at a pet hospital in the Magic City, who had amassed over 300,000 followers online at a young age. Live streaming dog training is quite innovative. Adjusting his glasses, Yu Chun keenly sensed that live streaming dog training was a fresh avenue. As a well-known trainer in the Magic City with a significant following, perhaps he could give it a try. At this moment, Pan Hong also noticed Yu Chun's paid message and responded with a smile. First of all, I thank Yu Chun for the paid message, but secondly, please refrain from advertising in my live stream. If this happens again, no matter how much you spent, you'll be kicked out. Lastly, Pan Hong pushed up his sunglasses. Who did you just call a half-baked trainer? Say it again if you dare. In the Magic City, upon hearing Pan Hong's rough voice, Yu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, an unnamed fury surged within him. As a prominent influencer with a handsome appearance and a respectable job, he was someone who valued his reputation immensely. Now, he was being publicly insulted by a rookie streamer. This Pan Hong, with his leopard print suit and flashy gold chain, clearly a clown of the internet, dared to challenge him. He felt his dignity was insulted. Meanwhile, the netizens in the live chat sensed the tension and began to fan the flames. Streamer, someone is challenging you. Yu Chun called you a half-baked trainer. Come on, let's see you fight. What challenge? Brother Yu Chun is here to guide him. My brother Yu Chun is a big influencer with 300,000 followers. 300,000 followers makes you a big influencer? How naive. Ha ha ha. Why not have you two fight it out? While the netizens were stirring the pot, Yu Chun sent another message. My fellow trainer, I mean no offense, but right is right and wrong is wrong. This border collie clearly needs professional correction at a pet hospital. If you disagree, let's make a bet. If you can train online, I will apologize for calling you a half-baked trainer. If not, you should exit the internet and stop deceiving pet owners. Do you dare to accept? Upon hearing this, the netizens' opinions turned sharply. Wow, Yu Chun is so polite. I'm following him. His logic is so clear. This is a true professional. Streamer, hurry and apologize. Kneel and sing a song of submission. Don't get slapped in the face. I knew it from the start. No one could possibly fix a dog's issues online. I always knew he was a fraud. Observing the comments swaying in his favor, Yu Chun reclined in his chair, sipping tea, looking utterly content. Pan Hong mirrored this satisfaction. All right, my friend, I accept. Pan Hong waved his hand decisively, accepting Yu Chun's wager. Upon hearing this, Yu Chun spat out his tea. The netizens erupted. I can't believe he really accepted it. Yu Chun is a professionally certified dog trainer. Good streamer, you've got guts. I'm eagerly awaiting your embarrassed exit from the internet. Let me chime in. I'm also a dog trainer. This type of food possessiveness takes at least a month to correct. As a veteran dog owner for 10 years, I must say, the streamer is being reckless. Accepting the bet shows the streamer has some skill. I'm quite curious to see how he plans to train the dog live. Seeing the comments swaying in his favor and several peers supporting him, Yu Chun resumed his relaxed demeanor. He felt this was quite beneficial. Although he was slightly offended by a mere internet clown, this incident would surely elevate his fame. Once this passed, he could return to live streaming dog training, gaining even more attention. With this thought, he quickly contacted some familiar editing accounts, sending them the live stream link and instructing them to capture the moment when he would turn the tables. He had already thought of the titles. Live streaming pet consumption? Watch professional veterinarian Yu Chun uphold justice. Trainer Yu Chun unveils dog training scams. All pet owners, take note. Master Yu Chun in the dog training world is here to expose fraud. Just as Yu Chun immersed himself in his delightful fantasies, the young woman in the live stream asked, her face filled with skepticism, "Streamer, can you really cure my dog's food possessiveness? If it truly cannot be helped, then so be it. I'm also a resident of the Magic City, and I might as well take my dog to Dr. Yu Chun's veterinary clinic for a look." Upon hearing this, Pan Hong disdainfully curled her lip and remarked, "Sister, heed my advice, let us not squander our money on unnecessary expenses. Come on, your dog is almost finished, let's serve it another bowl." Chapter 3. The Frenzied Dog and the New System Task. The young woman clearly hesitated to take her dog to the pet hospital. With the burgeoning trend of pet ownership, pet hospitals are still quite scarce. With many seeking limited resources, the prices naturally soar. A minor ailment could cost several thousand, and if the dog belonged to a more prestigious breed, a single visit might even exceed tens of thousands. This is hardly affordable for the average working-class individual. Thus, with a mix of skepticism and desperation, she reluctantly agreed to follow Pan Hong's instructions. She poured a spoonful of dog food into the bowl. The border collie paused momentarily, then resumed eating with vigor. Meanwhile, Pan Hong could hear the dog's thoughts. "It's New Year's. It's New Year's." Pan Hong felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. And then, she asked anxiously. "Add another spoonful," Pan Hong replied. As the border collie devoured the food, the bowl was nearly empty, prompting Pan Hong to urge the woman to add more. "Oh, okay," she complied, quickly pouring in another spoonful. "Add more. Keep adding." "All right, just one more spoonful." "Huh? More?" "Yes, but still not enough. Add one more spoonful." In just a minute, under Pan Hong's guidance, the woman had added 8 spoonfuls of dog food to the bowl, much to the delight of the dog. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were left in disbelief, igniting a wave of mockery. What kind of therapy is this? Dietary treatment? The host has given up on treatment. Don't let the dog overeat. Indeed, the host's approach seemed misguided, and the pet owners in the live stream were cautioned against emulating her methods. Bon, Leking a Sodit Funbaz was met with ridicule for her unconventional tactics. In the bustling city, witnessing Pan Hong's absurd actions, the dog trainer Yu Chun smirked, sending a message to his editing and marketing team. "Are you all set? Remember to exaggerate this incident. We need to ramp up the hype." With that, Yu Chun relaxed with a cup of freshly brewed Westlake Longjing tea. Ignoring the jeers in the comments, Pan Hong closely observed the border collie's eating behavior and remarked, It seems the eating speed has slowed down. It appears to be full now. All right, miss, go ahead and touch your dog's head." Hesitating, the woman nervously replied, "But, is that okay? I'm scared." "It's all right, dear. Just gently stroke its fur," Pan Hong reassured her. After a moment of internal debate, the woman swallowed hard, summoning her courage to step forward. To her astonishment, she discovered that the dog, which had previously shown aggression when she approached during feeding, merely glanced at her without displaying any threatening behavior. Delighted, she took a few more steps until she stood beside the dog, reaching out to pet its fur. Remarkably, the border collie exhibited no signs of aggression, appearing completely transformed. "Wow, host, it seems like it really isn't guarding its food anymore," the woman exclaimed with joy. Pan Hong chuckled. "This is nothing. Come on, dear, just take away its food bowl." "What?" The woman's face shifted to one of concern. Clearly, she was still rattled from the dog's previous behavior. "Don't worry, dear. Just go for it," Pan Hong encouraged. "Get a good kick and send the bowl flying." Emboldened by Pan Hong's unwavering confidence, the woman stepped forward and kicked the bowl aside. The dog lifted its head and looked at her with wide, innocent eyes, devoid of any signs of aggression. The live stream erupted with excitement. What just happened? Why is the dog suddenly so docile? Did it change breeds? This must be magic. Others chimed in, expressing disbelief. "My dog has been protective over its food, and I spent over 30,000 at the pet hospital for training. How is this possible? What brand of dog food are you using? Please share the link." The host is truly impressive. Yu Chun, witnessing the border collie's clear, innocent gaze, spat out his tea in shock. "No way. This can't be right. Something must be amiss. This person must be using sorcery." He racked his brain for any training knowledge, utterly baffled by the transformation. The thought of having to apologize publicly to a flamboyantly dressed clown loomed over him, especially with the marketing teams he had summoned as witnesses. Panic set in as he exited the live stream, collapsing onto a lounge chair in despair. Host, what caused this sudden obedience in the dog? Please explain. The viewer's curiosity piqued, prompting a flurry of questions. The woman, eyes wide with confusion, echoed the inquiries. Pan Hong, observing the young woman's bewilderment, felt a surge of frustration. Listen, your dog has no issues. The problem lies with you. Huh? Me? The woman looked utterly perplexed. How much food do you give your dog daily? Twice a day. 1 spoon each time. Pan Hong burst into laughter, and the entire live stream fell silent. Wait, you're only feeding it 100 grams a day? That's barely enough for an adult border collie. My dog, Mao Do, consumes at least 400 grams daily. Goodness, my larger border collie, Meteor, needs at least 500 grams to feel satisfied. Realization dawned on the viewers, recognizing the true plight of the border collie. It wasn't he being protective, it was simply starving. Initially sympathetic towards the young woman, they now felt immense pity for the dog, trapped in a life of hunger and suffering. The comments are spot on. This border collie is so unfortunate. I finally understand why it always seems tired, being starved like that. Who would want to move? The truth emerged. There are no untrainable dogs, only those who lack proper care. Faced with the backlash from the comments, the young woman protested defiantly. But the dog dealer told me to feed it just 2 spoonfuls a day. Pan Hong rolled her eyes in disbelief. When you bought this border collie, it was just 2 or 3 months old, right? Even when it was a tiny pup, it needed at least 100 grams daily. Now, they have grown into fine young adults, yet you still feed them 200 grams? What were you thinking, dear sister? But that was their previous portion. The young woman attempted to defend her stance, but was promptly interrupted by Pan Hong. With both hands outstretched and fingers pointed towards the screen, she asserted, "Sister for vegetables. Practice makes perfect. If you cannot care for a dog, then perhaps you should not have one. The past is the past, and the present is the present. If you continuously compare the present to the past, why not compare it to when you were just born? Can an adult dog possibly be the same as a 3-month-old puppy?" After this poignant remark, the young woman fell silent, sheepishly acknowledging her mistake. Let's take a group photo. A new internet scripture. The host is so entertaining, and their words are delightful. I absolutely adore being here. I'm a fan now. The host's eloquence is remarkable. Practice makes perfect. This phrase will undoubtedly become the new online scripture. Let me snap a picture first. Do you have any other questions, dear sister? Pan Hong inquired. The young woman hesitated for a moment before whispering, "What should I do moving forward?" Pan Hong was at a loss for words this time. "Sister, I truly wonder if you can manage your own life. Just now, I, along with the viewers in the live stream, clearly stated that your dog, whether drowsy or guarding its food, is simply starving due to your negligence. So what do you propose to do in the future?" After a brief pause, Pan Hong continued, "Get your dog a larger bowl and feed it regularly, at least 400 grams per day. Do you understand?" The young woman nodded vigorously, acknowledging her comprehension. "Good. Now pick up the spoon and feed it a couple more scoops." As her words fell, the dog seemed to comprehend Pan Hong's instructions, shaking its body and gazing at the screen with glistening eyes. Oh my, I think I see gratitude in the dog's expression. It seems the dog is asking, "Is it true, my adoptive parent? How amusing. Is there a recording of this? Please send it to me. I want to relive that moment in its eyes." The host is truly extraordinary. Wait, what about the one who bet with the host, Yu Chun? Didn't he say he would apologize if he lost? Yes, I almost forgot about that. Where's Yu Chun? Come out and offer your apology. A viewer suddenly remembered the pet blogger Yu Chun who had barked at the host. Pan Hong scoffed, "Brothers, no need to search. He has already fled. Forget it. I have no desire to engage with such individuals. Let them be." Upon hearing this, the righteous viewers in the live stream became indignant. What nonsense! A so-called prominent blogger and dog trainer from the metropolis, yet he can't handle the heat? Indeed, practice makes perfect. If you can't play the game, then don't play at all. The scripture is already in use. Maintaining a healthy online environment is everyone's responsibility. Dishonest bloggers like him deserve to be called out. The person above is right. Let us take action against you, Chun. Count me in. I've always had my reservations about those pet hospitals. Just as the righteous viewers rallied in fervor, Pan Hong heard the crisp sound of the system in her mind. Ding! The live stream's popularity has reached 10,000. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the popularity task. Reward: muscle building and bone strengthening formula. System task updated. The live stream's popularity has reached 20,000. Reward: a dog food processing plant. Chapter 4. The second task. Huan Yu Guild. During the inaugural live broadcast of the Huan Yu Guild, Pan Hong found himself somewhat inexperienced. He was solely focused on training dogs, inadvertently neglecting his system tasks. In an unexpected turn of events, he ascended from an obscure novice streamer to one with a popularity of 10,000. It appeared that the online pet market was indeed substantial, presenting an untouched blue ocean of opportunity. Pan Hong keenly recognized the vastness of this market. At that moment, the formula for muscle building and bone strengthening had already ingrained itself in his mind. However, possessing merely the formula was futile, as producing dog food necessitated a factory. Acquiring a factory would require at least several 100,000, a sum far beyond his current means. Fortunately, the system updated with a new task. Reaching a popularity of 30,000 would reward him with a dog food factory. This prospect invigorated Pan Hong immensely. He proclaimed in his live stream, "Brothers and sisters, those with means, support me financially. Those without, lend me your presence. Let us boost the popularity and give a stream a thumbs up. If anyone needs dog training, feel free to connect. I'll assist you online." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the live stream instantly became lively. The audience found the host amusing, sending him a few free hearts. Viewers laughed, momentarily forgetting to like the stream, prompting one to insist, "We must elevate him." Wait a moment, I'll go leave a few comments on Yuchen's page, then return to support the host. Pan Hong observed his popularity surge from 10,000 to 15,000, nodding in satisfaction. The popularity score of the live stream is calculated based on the number of online viewers, the volume of comments, the quantity of gifts, and the number of likes, with online viewers and gift counts bearing the greatest weight. Currently, Pan Hong's stream lacked a major contributor, resulting in fewer gifts. However, given the momentum, achieving a popularity of 30,000 that evening seemed entirely feasible. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at Huan Yu Media Company Limited, a social media manager named Wang Zhen was intently fixated on a colossal screen, his expression a mixture of tension and anticipation. The screen displayed a dazzling array of line graphs and bar charts, showcasing the real-time popularity and gift rankings of various live streams on Douya. In addition to the major streamer rankings, there were also lists for emerging stars and skyrocketing popularity. Wang Zhen's responsibility was to monitor the emerging stars and soaring popularity lists to identify potential new talents for his guild. Wow, it's exploding. Absolutely incredible. As the data updated, Wang Zhen, having seen something remarkable, leapt up and dashed toward the supervisor's office. "Supervisor, it's exploding. I think I've discovered a new avenue. What has got you so worked up?" In the office, the live streaming supervisor, Han Xiangyo, scolded his rushing subordinate. Huan Yu Guild, as a renowned 5-star guild on Douya, operated 6 live streaming studios, each with the authority to independently sign streamers. Han Xiangyo was the head of the right studio, although they were colleagues within the same company. The main studios were both collaborators and competitors. He had previously signed several major streamers, but recently, for reasons unknown, they had all terminated their contracts with him to join his colleagues' teams. Additionally, due to financial difficulties, the headquarters decided to eliminate 2 live streaming studios, with Han's right studio being the first on the chopping block. This predicament had left him preoccupied, even leading to significant hair loss. "Supervisor, a new streamer has just gone live." Wang Zhen, breathless from his sprint, struggled to catch his breath. "A new streamer? Do I need to be informed about that?" Han Xiangyo, already in a foul mood, felt a surge of irritation. No. This newcomer has no fan base, but today, having just started streaming, their popularity has already reached 15,000. I directed 3,000 viewers to them, and their attention rate is an astonishing 80%. Upon hearing this, Han Xiangyo raised an eyebrow. It is well known that, In today's digital landscape, traffic can be purchased. However, securing 3,000 viewers is easy. The true challenge lies in retaining them. Typically, even established streamers struggle to maintain a 50% retention rate. Indeed, this is a promising talent that warrants nurturing. Han Xiangyo acknowledged. Yet, Wang Zhen shook his head vigorously. Not just that, supervisor. Guess which division the streamer belongs to. Han Xiangyo frowned. Quit teasing and just tell me. While he outwardly feigned indifference, he was already forming a hypothesis. The most popular divisions currently were gaming and singing dancing. Given the impressive retention rate, he suspected that the streamer must be a strikingly attractive female, likely offering some enticing content. After all, everyone has their weaknesses. Wang Zhen, wearing a mysterious smile, divulged, supervisor. They are from the pet division. Still nid. Hanxian Hu bling shied in disbelief. What? The pet division? Do ya even have such a division? Actually, I only discovered it today. Wang Zhen scratched his head with a chuckle. However, supervisor, while the pet division may seem inconspicuous in the streaming realm, it certainly does not lack an online market. Numerous influencers in the short video sector have emerged from the pet division, and their popularity is quite remarkable. Yet animals, being unpredictable, often do not cooperate with scripted performances, making live streaming with them quite challenging and prone to mishaps, which has historically hindered the rise of major pet influencers. What type of content does this newcomer deliver? Han Xiangyo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Is he not worried about his pet misbehaving during the stream? Wang Zhen shook his head vigorously in response. Not at all. He is a dog trainer, and his live content revolved around online dog training. Han Xiangyo was taken aback once more. Online dog training? He found it hard to believe. His daughter had recently been clamoring for a dog, and they now owned a 4-month-old corgi. The child's whims were fleeting, but the responsibility of training the dog had fallen squarely on his shoulders. Who would have guessed that a 5-star guild supervisor would come home each day to be tormented by a puppy? Had his daughter not been so adamant, he would have long ago sent the corgi to a professional trainer. Thus, upon learning that this promising newcomer was a dog trainer, Han Xiangyo's interest was suddenly piqued. What is his ID? Pan Honklav's dogs. All right, continue to push traffic to him. I want his performance data in half an hour. Understood, supervisor. Wang Zhen received the order and promptly returned to the data room. In the office, Han Xiangyo opened the Duya app and searched for Pan Hong Loves Dogs. He entered the live stream. Hey there, welcome to my live stream. Han Xiangyo's expression faltered once again. A man clad in a leopard print suit, adorned with a massive gold chain and sporting sunglasses, abruptly filled his screen. Han Xiangyo couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth? Is this guy a dog trainer?" Chapter 5. The hockey people, Who bought me Dojia? In a live broadcast room, Pan Hong was perplexed as he noticed the online audience had surged to 5,000, with a heat level reaching 23,000. Just as he pondered this anomaly, viewers, inexplicably drawn into the live stream, began to query, what on earth is happening? I was just browsing on Pinduoduo and clicked on an ad. How did I end up here? What kind of live stream is this? And how much Dojia was purchased? A live dog training session? Can this really be streamed? The concept of online dog training seemed innovative, yet many questioned if it was truly effective to train a dog remotely. As new viewers expressed their doubts, the veteran fans of the live stream chimed in. You've stumbled upon a treasure. This host is undoubtedly a professional dog trainer. In just a few minutes, he resolved a food guarding issue with a border collie. Right. The host has a pleasant voice and impressive training skills. Is that true? It sounds like a scam. As a 3-year veteran dog owner, I can assure you that no one can fix a dog-ass food guarding in mere minutes. I don't believe it. Hey, you still don't believe? Just wait for someone to join the call. Then you will see the host's prowess. Exactly. Just now, a pet blogger named Yuchan was thoroughly schooled by the host. Is this just mindless hype? All these fake accounts must be paid. There are so many shills in the live stream. The newcomers were precisely targeted viewers, daily frequenting the pet section online. This crowd included professional dog trainers as well as seasoned dog owners. While they remained skeptical about the effectiveness of online dog training, the novelty of the format kept them engaged. In response to the viewers' skepticism, the veteran fans defended the host. Pan Hong, however, remained unfazed, even closing his eyes behind his sunglasses for a brief nap. For him, Only tangible results could provide true persuasion. No amount of debate could compare to first-hand experience. The more one argues, the more it appears they are merely evading the truth. As the saying goes, explanation is often a cover, and covering is a distortion of facts. At that moment, someone else joined the live stream. Pan Hong finally opened his eyes and agreed to the connection. Let us welcome our second guest for today, Xiao Mei, who does not eat cilantro. As the announcement was made, the screen split in two, revealing an adorably naive girl on the right. Wow, do pet-keeping girls really look this good? She is so beautiful. She resembles my first love. I can't take it anymore. I also want a dog. I want to be a dog owner. Calm down, everyone. Just enjoy watching others raise dogs. Don't rush into it. I don't care. Seeing the excitement of the viewers, Pan Hong shook his head in disbelief and urged, "Sister, let us focus on the dog." Okay, host. Xiao Mei turned her camera, revealing a small corgi. The corgi, approximately 3 to 4 months old, was plump and had a beautiful appearance. It bounced around, immediately melting the hearts of the audience. This corgi is so adorable. Miss, can I come visit you? Miss, I also have a corgi. I think they could be friends. Miss, I also want a corgi. Can we discuss our experiences in depth? Don't listen to them. They're just after you. I'm different. I truly love corgis. Ignoring the corgi's cuteness, Pan Hong cut straight to the point. Sister, let us get to the issue. Okay, host. Xiao Mei furrowed her brow and said, his name is Ro Bao, and he is now 4 months old. I heard online that 3 months is the best time to train a dog. So I've been trying. However, after a month, he still doesn't understand commands like shake hands or sit, and he often destroys things around the house. Upon hearing her description, Han Xiangyo in the Huanyu Guild's office straightened his posture. The situation she described mirrored his own. His corgi, also 4 months old, was equally untrained and prone to destructive behavior, causing him considerable frustration. Therefore, he was keen to observe how the dog trainer would resolve such issues. In a live stream, confident in his knowledge of dog training, Pan Hong chose to take his time and asked, Sister, how do you usually educate him when he destroys things? Educate? Well, I just scold him verbally. I can't bear to hit him. Verbal scolding? Pan Hong squinted, realizing why the corgi was not responding well to training. Come on, show me how you educate him. All right, Ro Bao, come here. Xiao Mei called out, but the dog ignored her and wandered off. Ro Bao, come. Listen to me, she exclaimed, feigning authority. Finally, the corgi approached the camera. Ro Bao, good boy, listen, mama. Did you tear things apart again this afternoon? Did you chew up the tissue by my bedside? That is not acceptable behavior. You must listen next time, understood? Seeing the corgi lower its head, Xiao Mei nodded in satisfaction, saying, if you behave, Mama will give you treats. Upon hearing the word treat, the corgi leaped into Xiao Mei's arms, wriggling with excitement. Good boy, Ro Bao. Here, a treat for you. She then turned to the camera. Host, did you see that? This is how I usually train him. I've said everything that needed to be said, yet he still continues to misbehave. What should I do? With an innocent expression, she awaited a response. However, after watching her entire training process, Pan Hong was left speechless. He removed his glasses and looked directly into her innocent eyes, enunciating carefully, Sister, do you think it's possible that he is a dog and not a person? Xiao Mei appeared bewildered, nodding slowly. I know, he is a dog. Great. Then let me ask you this. Is it possible that dogs do not understand human language? At this revelation, Xiao Mei was taken aback. She was a compassionate person. Ever since bringing Ro Bao home, she had treated him like family. Gradually, she had come to see the dog as a person, a realization she hadn't even noticed herself. Furthermore, Pan Hong continued, do you give him treats every time after you scold him? Oh, yes. Why do you give him treats? Because he insists. He insists that you give him treats? Well, he insists. What can I do? At this, Pan Hong felt a surge of warmth. He took a deep breath and patiently explained, Sister, let me tell you, a dog is a dog. They do not understand human language. They only comprehend 2 things, food and punishment. You may emotionally treat them as family, but rationally, they're simply dogs. Viewing a dog as a person does not equate to loving it. Rather, it can harm it. The essence of dog training lies in instilling a clear understanding of right and wrong within the canine mind. When the dog exhibits commendable behavior, we reward it, affirming that such actions are correct. Conversely, when it misbehaves, such as causing havoc at home, appropriate disciplinary measures must be enforced to convey the notion of wrongdoing. Over time, this process cultivates a habit, and by nurturing our bond through daily interactions, the dog can be effectively trained. However, let me pause for a moment, as my throat feels a bit parched. Continuing on, with regard to the dog training method you just described, it is crucial to acknowledge that, regardless of the correctness of your instruction, dogs do not comprehend human language. Moreover, the subsequent rewards you provided inadvertently validated its destructive behavior. Are you aware of what your dog perceives? In its mind, destruction equates to reprimand, and reprimand translates to reward. Thus, in its reasoning, destruction becomes synonymous with reward. Do you grasp the applause of understanding? Now you comprehend why it remains obstinate despite repeated corrections, do you not? Chapter 6. The Divine Healer. As Pan Hong concluded her remarks, the livestream room erupted with applause. Give the host a round of applause. The sound of clapping filled the air. Wow, it feels so satisfying to hear the host scold, although no foul language was uttered. Each word pierced through the incompetence of the pet owners. The host spoke brilliantly. My wife has a teddy, and despite daily training, she could never get it right. At last, I understand the reason behind it. I must jot this down. Wait, isn't what the host is saying just common sense? As pet owners, how could you not know these basics? It's quite normal. The pet market has only recently become vibrant, drawing in a plethora of novices who know nothing yet dive headfirst into pet ownership. They harm both themselves and their pets. New pet owners truly lack understanding, and I am grateful to the host for sharing this knowledge. In the bustling metropolis, after listening to Pan Hong's lengthy admonishment, Han Xiangyo suddenly slapped his thigh. Goodness, in my daily interactions, I've completely forgotten that a dog is still a dog. In the office, when my subordinates make mistakes, I berate them without hesitation. At home, when training my dog, if it disobeys, I reflexively scold it as well. How embarrassing this is in retrospect. This also significantly altered his perception of Pan Hong. That chain-wearing dog trainer is rather intriguing. In the livestream room, Xiaomei was left feeling despondent after being scolded. Her eyes were red-rimmed. As netizens commented, she had recently been captivated by countless adorable pet videos, which led her to impulsively adopt a dog. She had never conducted thorough research nor learned any dog training techniques beforehand. The dog's disobedience was, in fact, her own fault. The realization filled her with guilt. Ban Hunk, noticing her distress, immediately offered comfort. All right, little sister, your willingness to listen means there's still hope for you. It's perfectly fine to struggle with your first dog. Xiaomei's big, watery eyes brightened. Really? Is there still hope? Of course. I come from 3 generations of dog trainers. I can definitely help you. Pan Hong declared emphatically, slamming her hand on the table. Your dog is only 4 months old. Its personality is still developing, and there's plenty of time to train it. Now, bring over the leather leash. Xiaomei obediently fetched a leather leash for her little corgi. Pan Hong instructed, now issue the command to sit. Meat bun. Sit. Xiaomei called out several times, but the little corgi remained indifferent. Pan Hong chuckled, observing that the corgi clearly regarded Xiaomei as its servant. It had been spoiled. Sister, if it doesn't listen, tug on the leash. Wait, won't that hurt it? I can't bear to. Xiaomei hesitated. Pan Hong could only shake her head in disbelief. The viewers in the livestream room were also incensed. Is this woman for real? Does she treat her pet like a child? I can't take this anymore. Someone hand me a stress relief pill. Now I understand why there are so many dog trainers in the neighborhood. It's all because of spoiled pets. In the headquarters of the Universal Guild, Han Xiangyo was infuriated upon seeing Xiaomei defend her dog. He wasn't angry. Rather, he empathized. These past few days, whenever his corgi misbehaved and he felt the urge to scold it, his daughter would rush over to intervene, making him feel like the villain. The corgi would hide behind his daughter, provoking him with a mischievous look. Each instance left him seething. Thus, witnessing this moment in the live stream activated those painful memories, while also igniting his anticipation to see how a professional dog trainer would tackle such issues. In the live stream room, Pan Hong took a deep breath, silently reciting, "Let go of the desire to help, respect others' destinies." Struggling to maintain a smile, she suggested, "Here's what you do. Find an empty plastic water bottle." Why? An empty bottle creates a loud noise when shaken, and a gentle tap 1T heard it. You can't feel sorry for it now. After giving the sit command, you can also gently press on its backside to guide it into the correct position. All right, host, Xiaomei exclaimed, excited at the prospect of using the empty bottle. She quickly retrieved one from the kitchen. Now, when I give the command to sit and it doesn't comply, I'll give it a little tap on the head with the bottle. Following the instructions, Xiaomei began. Initially, the corgi still refused to listen. After a couple of gentle taps with the bottle, it finally settled down. Being a young pup, it was still timid. Each time, Xiaomei waved the empty bottle. It ducked its head in fear. Finally, she had found something it was afraid of. Meats bun, seat. After tapping its head 4 times, Xiaomei issued the command again. This time, the little corgi finally sat down. Wow, it understands me. Xiaomei cheered, exhilarated. It can understand something. Pan Hong laughed. It only understands the threat of the bottle. Now, when it does well, reward it immediately with a treat and give it a gentle pat. Okay, Xiaomei quickly produced a treat for the corgi. However, the corgi, still hungry, kept its eyes glued to the remaining treats, circling around Xiaomei. Meat bun sit. Xiaomei repeated the command, but the corgi continued to beg for food, its eyes full of innocence. Seeing Xiaomei on the verge of giving in again, Pan Hong quickly intervened. Don't give it anything. You must resist. If it doesn't follow your command, give it a tap with the bottle. Hearing Pan Hong's words, Xiaomei snapped back to reality and promptly gave the corgi a gentle tap with the bottle. Only then did the corgi finally sit down. All right, now you can reward it, Pan Hong reminded her. After this entire process, Xiaomei had taken her first steps into dog training. After repeating the command several times, the little corgi had essentially learned to sit. The livestream room exploded with comments. Divine healer. Divine healer. I can't believe it's actually working. It seems like training a dog is truly about training people as well. The host is truly remarkable. Using a bottle instead of a stick is brilliant. I've learned something new today. So this is how dogs are trained. I must try this at home immediately. Oh wow, I just realized. My goddess seems to train me like this too. The host indeed possesses tremendous skill. I apologize for my earlier doubts. I will follow her closely. In the bustling metropolis, at the Universal Guild, Han Xianyo struck his thigh with enthusiasm. This host is truly talented. As a 33-year-old manager with remarkable learning and action abilities, he was eager to apply what he had just witnessed in Pan Hong's exemplary dog training demonstration. He felt an urge to rush home and redeem himself. After sending a gift, Han Xianyo exited his office and pushed open the door to the data room. Xiao Wang, how are Pan Hong's statistics looking? Oh, manager. Agent Wang Zhen immediately turned around. The data is excellent. I've pushed an additional 5,000 followers with a retention rate of 65%, and his account has gained 6,000 followers. Very well, Han Xianyo nodded. You will represent our guild and extend a contract invitation to him. Hearing that he would be responsible for this, Wang Zhen was elated. As Han Xianyo turned to leave, he hurriedly inquired, what level should we offer him? A level. Chapter 7. The Pet Food Processing Plant. 66 Carnivals Ding. Congratulations, host. The livestream's popularity has exceeded 30,000, and you have obtained a pet food processing plant. Ding. A new system task has been updated. System task. Achieve a live stream popularity of over 60,000 while the account's follower count exceeds 100,000. Reward. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a deposit of 1 million into your bank account. As the system's notification faded, a WeChat message popped up on Pan Hong's phone screen. Boss Zhang. Mr. Pan, I have received the payment. You can come to collect the factory tomorrow. Oh, the system is so efficient? Pan Hong exclaimed in delight, replying with a simple acknowledgement. He understood that live streaming primarily served as a means of attracting traffic. The ultimate goal of streaming is to drive sales. However, while selling products can be lucrative, it also carries significant risks. In his previous life, countless online influencers faced disastrous outcomes from their sales endeavors. The reason is simple. Even if one can resist the temptation to sell inferior goods, they do not have complete control over the quality of products produced by others. Furthermore, there are individuals who profit from exposing counterfeit goods. The larger the traffic, the more scrutiny one faces. Thus, selling others' products inevitably leads to trouble. Once issues arise, The influencer at the forefront bears the brunt of the backlash. Yet, Pan Hong's situation was different. Firstly, he would only promote products related to pet dogs. He was knowledgeable in this field. Secondly, he would exclusively sell items produced in his own factory, thus maintaining stringent quality control and eliminating worries about potential pitfalls. The timing for the muscle-building dog food formula and the processing plant could not be more perfect. At that moment, a user with the ID Fireworks Easily Cold sent a carnival to the live stream. This marked the second carnival Pan Hong had received that day. He clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Fireworks Easily Cold, for the carnival. Much appreciated. All right, I'm feeling a bit tired from starting early today, so I'll end the stream here." Having just traversed into this new life and absorbed a plethora of the original owner's memories, Pan Hong had been busy with the stream all day. Consequently, he felt somewhat dazed. Viewers in the live stream began to plead, "Don't go, host. It's only 8 o'clock. The night is still young. Yes, I haven't even finished work yet. I'm at the office sneaking a peek at your stream. I finally found a stream related to pets. Please don't leave us hanging. Sorry, brothers, but I'm exhausted. Let's continue tomorrow." Despite it being only 8 in the evening, fatigue was already overwhelming him. Just as Pan Hong was about to shut down the stream, a call request came through. The ID displayed was none other than the generous user who had just sent the carnival, Fireworks Easily Cold. "I mentioned that I'm too tired today. If you really want to connect, let us wait until tomorrow," Pan Hong said, reaching for the button to end the stream. Just as he was about to press it, a dazzling display lit up the stream with another carnival worth 3,000. Reluctantly, Pan Hong withdrew his finger and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Fireworks Easily Cold, for the carnival. However, it's time to wrap up for today. It's not that I don't want to connect with you." He again reached for the button to end the broadcast. Shortly afterward, another carnival appeared in the stream. "Ah, it seems I've encountered a wealthy patron. One should never let the opportunity to profit from the affluent pass by," Pan Hong thought, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Come on, my friend, don't tease me. No more sending." He feigned annoyance, putting on a serious face. After saying this, he pretended to close the stream. Fireworks Easily Cold fell for his act and sent another 3 carnivals in quick succession. "Brother, all I want is to sleep. You must stop sending. Don't think that just because you're sending a lot, I won't scold you. No more. Stop. Please. Stop." However, despite Pan Hong's playful admonitions, the carnivals continued to pour in, leaving the viewers in awe. This host is incredible, managing to keep a big shot hanging on. Don't be fooled, big shot. This host pretends to disdain money, but deep down, he must be ecstatic. One carnival costs 3,000, and he has sent at least 20. My heavens, I earned that amount in a year, and he just gave it away in 2 minutes? Is this the world of the wealthy? Do their fortunes fall from the sky? Oh no, the internet is my only window to witness the affluent. I'm so envious. Wait a moment. Fireworks Easily Cold. That ID in black avatar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall. ISNT this the top donor from Sister Day's stream? She didn't stream today. Why is he here? Turns out it's Mr. Yen. I heard he is a coal magnate from Jinzhou, a true tycoon. What tycoon? He is a real-life god of wealth. In Jinzhou, within a grand and ostentatious office, coal baron and real estate mogul Yen Fu, with a cigar in one hand, was enthusiastically sending out carnivals. As a billionaire coal owner, Pan Hong was the first host who had ever rejected his request to connect. However, Yen Fu, with his generous nature, took it in stride and continued with his usual approach. Throw money. Finally, after sending 66 carnivals amidst the adoration of the viewers, the live stream's popularity soared to 80,000. Pan Hong, resigned, accepted the connection request. "Oh my brother, what are you doing? Pan Hong Wor Aslai Smile. We could have just connected tomorrow. Why go to such lengths?" Yen Fu replied using voice chat, his image not visible in the stream. His hearty voice resonated. "Time is money, and efficiency is life. I happen to be in the mood today." Upon hearing Fireworks Easily Cold's response, Pan Hong paused momentarily, then understood. Time is money. Efficiency is life, a slogan dating back to the reform era of the late 80s and 90s. He had gleaned from the viewers' comments that this was indeed a coal magnate, suggesting that he must have risen to prominence during that era. "That is quite profound, brother. Pan Hong acknowledged, knowing that such individuals despised superfluous chatter. He then got straight to the point. Since you've spent so generously, are you facing issues with your dog at home? Feel free to share. I'll help you resolve it. Well, not exactly, but somewhat related. Yin Fu's voice came through. I've been thinking about getting a dog lately, but I'm not from this industry and don't quite understand the market. Additionally, I'm often busy and lack the time to train a dog. Then why would you want to get a dog? Pan Hong yawned. If you have no time to train it, then perhaps you shouldn't adopt one. Don't end up like the last guest who didn't like coriander, turning the dog into a pampered pet. All right, brother, I advise against it. I'm hanging up now. Wait. Yin Fu, accustomed to flattering remarks from streamers over the years, was taken aback by Pan Hong's directness. However, this frankness appealed to him, prompting him to send another 3 carnivals. I may lack time, but I have money. My dear brother, let us proceed in this manner. As a dog trainer, why not procure a dog for me from the market? Once you have trained it at your facility, you can send it over. Simple as that. Upon hearing this, Pan Hong was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, I see now. So you intend to leave all the work to me. Is that it? How comfortable you are, my friend." "Not at all, my dear brother, Mr. Yin hastily clarified. "Here's the deal. No matter the price you pay for the dog, as long as you train it well, I shall buy it back from you at 10 times the amount." Upon hearing this, Pan Hong raised an eyebrow, his lips curling in a barely contained smile. 10 times the price, regardless of the initial cost? Are wealthy individuals truly this naive? Some rare breeds can cost tens of thousands. This venture was certainly worthwhile, a splendid opportunity. Pan Hong clasped his fists in gratitude, stating, "I shall take on this task. Do you have any further specifications for the dog?" Mr. Yin pondered for a moment before responding. "I require a dog that appears fierce, one that exudes authority. For now, that will suffice." "Understood, my esteemed brother," Pan Hong replied with a grin. Coincidentally, he had plans to revive his dog breeding business and intended to visit the market the following day to acquire several dogs for training. Now, he had the chance to earn some extra profit while also forging a connection with a prominent figure. Truly a double boon. No, wait, it was akin to a trifecta. Suddenly, Pan Hong conceived a brilliant idea and declared, "Brothers, since we are heading to the dog market tomorrow to procure dogs for Mr. Yin, why not do this? At 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, let us host an outdoor live broadcast. The theme will be live dog evaluations." Chapter 8, The Internet Sensation. "All right, brother, I'm hanging up now." With that, Pan Hong ended the call with Yin Hua Ilong. Ignoring the rapidly rising excitement in the live stream and the fervent discussions among netizens, he decisively shut down the broadcast. There was no other choice. He was utterly exhausted today, his mind clouded with fatigue. Once he closed the live stream, silence enveloped the room, only to be complemented by the rich darkness outside. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. He turned off his phone and collapsed onto the bed, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. At this moment, in the bustling metropolis, upon noticing that Pan Hong had ended the stream, Wang Jun hurriedly dialed Pan Hong's number. For a large company, acquiring a streamer's personal information was a trivial endeavor. However, the line was met with a disheartening tone. "The number you have dialed is switched off, sorry." Wang Jun, the internet celebrity's agent, holding an A-list contract in hand, fell into a contemplative silence. It was now 8 in the evening. Although Pan Hong was fast asleep for the majority, the nightlife was just beginning. Therefore, at this hour, many people picked up their phones, opened the Dia app, and began scrolling through short videos. Among them was Ms. Wang, who, after a long day of work, found solace only in the late hours of the night. As she opened the Dia app, she noticed that her high school friend and confidant had shared a video. A marketing account? Ms. Wang furrowed her brows and messaged back, "What is this?" Her friend quickly replied, "Didn't you just order a golden retriever a few days ago?" "Haha, I just stumbled upon a dog trainer's video that's too funny. You have to see it." "Funny?" "My sense of humor has been trained to the ceiling by Dia. It's rare for a video to make me laugh." Ms. Wang scoffed, then reclined on her rental apartment's sofa, adjusting herself into a comfortable position before clicking on the video. A typical marketing voice resonated. "The case is cracked. The dog sleeps all day, and no amount of calling from the owner can wake it. Desperate, the owner consults a professional dog trainer, and the reason is The screen shifted to a man in a leopard print suit, pointing at the camera. Because it's tired. Haha, caught off guard by the twist, Ms. Wong couldn't help but laugh. What kind of dog trainer is this? They must be crazy. She continued watching. The marketing voice continued. However, things are far from simple. As the trainer advised the owner to feed the dog, the reason for its constant drowsiness was finally uncovered. Upon discovering the truth, a multitude of netizens expressed their disbelief. This is truly outrageous. Next, the scene shifted to Pan Hong's live stream, where Ms. Wong chuckled at the sight of the border collie, Cuckoo, enjoying its meal, beginning to envision her future life with the dog. Yet, when she witnessed how fiercely the collie protected its food, she was taken aback. Oh my, is raising a dog this dangerous? Not all dogs are like this, right? With a heart full of trepidation, Ms. Wong continued to watch. When she saw Pan Hong directing the owner to add more dog food, she wondered why. However, upon gazing into the crystal-clear eyes of the satisfied collie after its meal, everything clicked into place. Haha, this dog owner must be a fool. With such a large dog, feeding it just 2 spoonfuls a day? No wonder the poor thing is always drowsy. It's starving. After watching the video, she opened the comment section and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Salute to the legendary king of hunger. The second comment read, "This is not the dog protecting its food. It's the owner protecting the food." Someone replied below. So the question is, which dog's food protection was cured? There was a highly praised comment. Perhaps this is true. In a mother's eyes, you will always be a child. What is the Douyin account of this border collie? I want to send it some food. Ha ha. Ms. Wong was laughing so hard in the comments that her face became skewed. She quickly liked the video, followed Pan Hong, and shared it with her friends and colleagues. At that moment, she realized that the marketing account's video had already amassed 600,000 likes and over 80,000 comments, all within just half an hour of posting. The heat surged dramatically. Meanwhile, in her rental apartment, a similar scene unfolded across the Chinese internet. People from all walks of life, united by their phones, laughed together. Countless marketing accounts sprang into action. They initially believed that a live stream lasting less than an hour would only yield a single highlight. Yet, after watching the entire recording of the broadcast, they went into a frenzy. Apart from the starving border collie, there was the fierce wager dispute between Pan Hong and Yu Chun, with Yu Chun making a hasty exit. The outrageous antics of the exceptional poop-scooping assistant, Xiao Mei, also caught attention. The mysterious wealthy benefactor, Mr. Yin, rewarded the stream with $66 during the carnival. Thus, the headlines exploded. Shocking. The dog sleeps all day. The reason is that it's underfed. Border Collie, oh my heavens. Border Collie's headless meal. Pet doctor versus rural dog trainer. Slap in the face. Unveiling the pet influencer Yu Chun. Yu Chun, if you can't play, don't play. Celebrity dog trainer delivers a savage blow. The scene is bloody. A single gesture, the beauty of nature, the phenomenal hockey person. In an instant, marketing accounts across the internet mobilized, churning out a plethora of clickbait videos, each quickly garnering tens of thousands of likes. The media companies behind these marketing accounts ramped up their promotional efforts. Pan Hong's love for dogs had truly ignited. Although the account had been established only today, and there were no videos uploaded yet, the follower count skyrocketed from 0 to 50,000 in just an hour. With no signs of slowing down, it was on track to become the fastest account to reach 100,000 followers across the web. Simultaneously, in the metropolis, witnessing the frenzied reposts from marketing accounts, Yu Chun was utterly flabbergasted. The wager he had with Pan Hong had turned into the most trending video on Douyin, surpassing even the views of the mysterious benefactor, Mr. Yin. Moreover, none of the marketing accounts covering him were on his side. Due to his shameful act of sneaking away after losing the bet, the comment section was overwhelmingly critical. He now dared not even open the comments of his own videos. His inbox was flooded with messages, but he couldn't bring himself to check. Instead, he resorted to making his account private. Then, he noticed a familiar profile picture in his following list. It belonged to his authorized marketing account, which typically handled the editing of his videos and earned its livelihood from him. Upon seeing that it had uploaded a new video, Yu Chun clicked on it with a glimmer of hope. The title read, "Incredible Pet Influencer Yu Chun. You're not a man." Likes, 420,000. Comments 67,000. Yuchen spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Was this really his own authorized marketing account? In a fit of rage, he quickly grabbed his phone and dialed a number. The call connected promptly. Hello, this is Yuchen. I want to inquire about the meaning of the video. Yuchen's face was ashen. Oh, it's you, Yuchen. I really must thank you. If it weren't for you sending me the link to Pan Hong's live stream, I would never have encountered such explosive content. Now, I find myself in possession of a meticulously edited video of Pan Hong, which has swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of popularity on Dia, garnering an overwhelming influx of views. I'm immensely grateful to you, Yuchen. Upon hearing this, Yuchen was instantly incensed. Typically, he is obsequious and excessively flattering, addressing the other as big brother with every utterance. Yet now, he is referred to as little brother, and he is thanked for notifying him? He erupted in a tirade. Who instructed you to edit the video in such a manner? Tell me, who permitted you to craft such a title? Or have I overstepped? How am I not a man? You are basking in the limelight. Yet have you considered how disheveled I am at this moment? Have you forgotten how subservient you were when you beseeched me for editing authorization? Everything you possess now is courtesy of my efforts. Yuchen's chest heaved with fury, his voice cracking with emotion. After a moment, he commanded, delete the video immediately. Furthermore, issue a public apology across all platforms, or else I shall send you a lawyer's letter. Just wait. With that, he abruptly terminated the call, denying the other party any opportunity for contrition. Such is the temperament of our esteemed influencer. A few minutes later, the marketing account indeed posted another video, specifically tagging him. Now you seek to apologize? It's too late. Upon seeing this new post, Yuchen's ire began to dissipate. He then opened the video, titled, Brothers. I have received a lawyer's letter from the extraordinary pet influencer Yuchen. Yuchen was utterly flabbergasted. This time, he was genuinely at a loss. He attempted to call the marketing account once more, only to discover he had been blocked. Yuchen stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Han Xiangyo, the supervisor of the Huanyu Guild, was playfully training his little corgi with a mineral water bottle in one hand and dog treats in the other. After months of torment from this little creature, he finally felt a sense of triumph. Utilizing techniques learned from Pan Hong's live stream, he managed to teach the dog to sit and shake hands in just half an hour. The more he observed this little fellow, the cuter he appeared to him. After rewarding the dog with a treat, Han Xiangyo picked up his phone and opened the Douya app. The first video that appeared was from a marketing account that edited Pan Hong's live stream, astonishingly racking up hundreds of thousands of likes. He was taken aback, pondering how Pan Hong, a novice streamer, could suddenly achieve such remarkable viewership. He hurriedly searched for keywords and discovered that the marketing account had amassed a substantial following, including several accounts boasting millions of fans. This marketing prowess made him suspect that there was likely a team behind it. Unease settled in his heart, and he quickly dialed a number. The phone connected. Hello, Wang Zhen. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you? The supervisor on the other end hesitated. His phone is switched off. I cannot reach him. I also messaged him on Douya, but he hasn't replied. Do you think he might be sleeping? Get out of here. Han Xiangyo roared in anger. You don't watch Douya, do you? His popularity has skyrocketed. Do you truly believe that a fledgling streamer, suddenly inundated with views, could possibly be sleeping? The moment he began streaming, the marketing account edited his video. It is evident that he has a team backing him. You must investigate his information and ensure he is subdued. Understood, supervisor. Wang Zhen nodded vigorously. Give me his number. I will contact him personally. Han Xiangyo added with finality. Chapter 9, Mission accomplished. Off to the dog market. Ah, what a refreshing slumber. The next day, as the sunlight illuminated the bedroom, Pan Hong rubbed his eyes and rose from his bed. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he exclaimed in disbelief, Goodness, it's already 10 o'clock? That was quite the nap. After savoring the moment, he noticed a bell icon in the upper right corner of his vision. Is this the system? Pan Hong pondered. Then tapped the void. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: 1 Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a deposit of 1 million into your bank account. Ding! A new system task has been updated. Achieve a live stream popularity of over 100,000 Garner 300,000 followers on your account. Task reward. Recipe for fresh meat buns. And a deposit of 2 million into your bank account. What? Pan Hong was momentarily bewildered. I distinctly recall that my mission was incomplete when I logged off last night. How could it be that after a mere slumber, my follower count has surpassed 100,000? Did someone purchase followers for me? He promptly powered on his phone, having deliberately turned it off the previous night for a good night's rest. As soon as the phone powered up, the screen flooded with notifications. Dozens of missed calls, notifications from his Douyin account, and messages from a former owner of the dog food processing factory, Mr. Zhang. Why are there so many missed calls? As the soon-to-be bankrupt owner of a dog breeding business, his friends and family had long severed ties with him. Just as Pan Hong pondered this, another call came in, the same number as the missed calls from last night. Hello, you finally answered. This is Huanyu Media Corporation. Pan Hong, utterly speechless, hung up immediately. What kind of company is this? A pyramid scheme? A scam? Within 2 seconds, the same call rang again. Not done yet, are they? Pan Hong promptly blocked the number, finally relishing a moment of peace. He opened the Douyin app and was instantly taken aback. The message bar displayed 999. Simultaneously, his follower count had skyrocketed to 130,000. Wow, I really surpassed 100,000 followers. Could it be that my true golden finger is that I gained followers even in my sleep? I didn't have anywhere near 100,000 viewers during last night's stream. Curious, he opened the message bar to find not only notifications of being followed and private messages, but also numerous mentions of him. Pan Hong clicked on one of the mentions. A strong scent of marketing wafted from the screen. 3 generations of dog training. Unheard of until one live stream made it known. Pan Hong immediately understood that a marketing account had edited and posted a video of his live stream from last night. The comment section was flooded with inquiries about the identity of the dog training host, resulting in his mentions. Glancing at the video S-like count, he was astonished. No way. The video isn't even of high quality. How did it garner 200,000 likes? Staring at the 200,000 little red hearts, Pan Hong felt as if he had yet to fully awaken. He dazedly watched a few more videos that mentioned him, all low-quality marketing accounts, yet their traffic was astonishingly high. Pan Hong experienced 2 overwhelming feelings. First, he had truly become famous, achieving genuine overnight success. Second, the pet market on this blue star was unfathomably vast. The pet craze had just begun, and major capital was still in a wait-and-see mode. No one had anticipated that a previously niche hobby had evolved into a colossal industry. As a result, this market had remained largely untapped. Furthermore, the dog training industry, dog food sector, and dog accessory manufacturing had failed to keep pace with the burgeoning dog population. He was, in essence, standing at the forefront of an era. At that moment, a WeChat message popped up. It was from Mr. Zhang. Mr. Pan, when do you have time today to discuss the handover of the factory matters? 3. Pan Hong glanced at the clock and replied, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The contract was signed, and the factory was not going anywhere. For now, he planned to visit the dog market and deal with the top-rank user, Liulium. Moreover, he had promised his fans that he would live-stream the dog market to find dogs this morning. After all, as a prominent streamer, one must honor their word. With a grin, Pan Hong stepped out of the main house. Indeed, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked squarely in the courtyard, complete with license plates and insurance. Pan Hong swung open the door, revved the engine, and drove off. The G-Class attracted numerous gazes as it sped through the town. Pan Hong recognized a few familiar faces, but chose not to greet them, as they had not offered him any assistance when he was down on his luck. Borrowing money from others. As he neared the edge of town, Pan Hong suddenly spotted a tall, thin figure grinning foolishly at his car. Liuzi? Recognizing the goofy grinner, Pan Hong quickly hit the brakes and rolled down the window, calling out, Liuzi, over here. Liuzi, still wearing a silly grin, glanced around before tilting his head and pointing at himself. Yes, you. Come over. Zhang Lu, tall and robust, wore a childlike expression, but he wasn't truly simple-minded. He had suffered a severe illness in childhood, leaving his intellect forever at the age of 8. Orphaned at a young age, He grew up relying on the kindness of others, often helping out in the town, and had previously lent a hand at Pan Hong's dog breeding business. Liuzi, what are you doing here? Honggu, it really is you. Zhang Yu instantly recognized Pan Hong, his face lighting up with a radiant smile akin to that of an 8-year-old child. Honggu, your car is beautiful. Take me for a spin. Hop in. Pan Hong waved his hand. You don't have anything to do right now, do you? Come back to the dog breeding business with me. I'll make sure you have food to eat. Zhang Lu, grinning foolishly, climbed into the passenger seat, puzzled. But they said your dog breeding business went bankrupt. Ignore their nonsense. Pan Hong revved the engine. Your Honggu is now doing live streams and making good money. From now on, you'll be my original shareholder. If I, Pan Hong, have a morsel of meat to eat, you'll have a bowl of soup as well. The dog market is located in Haiyuan County. Pan Hong departed from Sanlipa town, racing swiftly and arriving by 11 o'clock in the morning. He parked the G-Class by the roadside. After stepping out of the vehicle, Pan Hong retrieved his phone and opened the live stream. Subsequently, he invested 3,000 yuan into Douyin to enhance his stream. Having received 1 million from the system, Pan Hong spent the money without a hint of hesitation. Before long, the number of viewers in the live stream reached 5,000 and was rapidly climbing. The comments section buzzed with activity. First, is this the host training an insatiable border collie? Host, I've been waiting for you for so long. Why are you streaming so early? Aren't you supposed to train dogs in the evening? Clearly, you're a new fan. Last night, I announced that today at noon, I would be live streaming at the dog market to find dogs for Mr. Yen. What old fan? You're just one night ahead of us. At that moment, a viewer commented, it's already 11 o'clock. Isn't the dog market about to close? Why only just arriving? Yeah, I went there early this morning. Will there still be good dogs left? Pan Hong noticed this comment and, with a wink, explained, folks, there's a reason I'm arriving at this hour. This dog market is the largest in our city. Even if I arrive a bit late, there will still be plenty of good dogs available. Besides, at this hour, the market is about to close, so those unsold dogs will make the sellers anxious. Bargaining is all about who maintains a steadier mindset. Thus, this moment is the most opportune time to seize a bargain. I have learned. I feel like waking up at 6 in the morning to visit the dog market makes me a bit foolish. Why do I always end up spending so much money when I go to buy dogs? The host has something up her sleeve. However, let us not rush. Liuzi, follow me. Pan Hong waved her hand, not heading directly to the dog market. Instead, she turned and went to a bun shop adjacent to the market. Boss, I'll have 10 meat buns. A mix of lamb and pork, please. All right. The bun shop owner quickly handed over 10 steaming buns. Pan Hong accepted the piping hot buns, took one out, and bit into it with vigor. Juices flowed abundantly, and the aroma was intoxicating, leaving her mouth greasy with delight. Pan Hong savored the moment. Ah, this is the taste authentic. In a live stream, what is this? Is the host transitioning to a food broadcasting format? Wow, you're eating buns at this hour, and it's making me hungry. Hurry to the dog market. Why are you teasing us with food? In response to her fan skepticism, Pan Hong grinned mischievously and said, you will understand shortly. Chapter 10. Bargaining halfway upon entering the dog market, a fee of 4 yuan was required. The one collecting the entrance fee was an elderly man. Upon seeing Pan Hong, revealed a set of large, yellowed teeth. Oh, if it isn't Pan, long time no see. Where have you been making your fortune lately? The original owner, being the proprietor of a dog breeding business, was a regular visitor here, thus familiar with the gatekeeper, Old Sue. You wouldn't come anyway, Pan Hong retorted with a dismissive glance. According to the original owner's memory, Old Sue was notoriously sharp-tongued, often speaking with a sarcastic air, and had a penchant for the wealthy while looking down on the less fortunate. When the original owner first arrived, upon learning of his status as a dog kennel owner, Old Sue had called the manager Pan as if he were his long-lost father, even waiving the entrance fee. However, as the kennel neared bankruptcy, the once flattering address morphed into a mere Pan, and the entrance fee had risen from 3 to 4 yuan. The original owner could only swallow his anger in silence. But the current Pan Hong was not inclined to tolerate such treatment. She shot him a glare and walked straight past. Old Sue's expression darkened, and he spat towards her. The kennel's on the verge of collapse, and you still act so high and mighty. Although the dog market was winding down, A myriad of dog breeds remained on display. The scene shifted to a charming golden retriever, a pure white Samoyed, and a rather scruffy Shiba Inu, among others. In addition to selecting dogs for her own kennel, Pan Hong had the intention of purchasing a few to enrich her stock. After wandering around, she arrived at a middle-aged woman's stall. It was past 11 o'clock, and the woman was already preparing to pack up. Only one cage containing 3 golden retrievers remained. "Oh, these goldens are quite nice," Pan Hong remarked, lifting one up. "Their fur is golden and lustrous, their eyes bright, and their frames are sturdy. They are excellent specimens." Then, addressing the audience in her live stream, she declared, "Brothers, this golden retriever is splendid. Next, I will demonstrate how to bargain with dog traders. Pay attention when bargaining. Be ruthless. So, I'll start by having the price." With that, she set the first golden retriever down and picked up another with slightly lesser quality, asking the vendor, "Sister, how much for this golden retriever?" Upon hearing this, the woman paused her actions and smiled. 1,800. 1,800, you say? How about 18? Pan Hong suggested. The woman was momentarily taken aback, her smile freezing on her face. However, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. What shock! That's what you mean by having the price. She have the price from a 4-digit number to a 2-digit one, from 1,800 to 18. This is truly a masterclass in bargaining. One word, incredible. Host, I recommend wearing a helmet next time you bargain. Little brother, are you joking? The woman finally responded, regaining her composure. 18 yuan? You might as well rob me. Pan Hong chuckled lightly. Just a jest, just a jest. Let us settle on 800 for this golden retriever. That's not feasible. The woman quickly retorted, though her tone lacked conviction. This is a purebred golden retriever, fully vaccinated. It can't possibly go for less than 1,000. The woman stated her price firmly. Sister, I run a dog kennel, Pan Hong replied earnestly. Look at this dog. First of all, the skeletal structure of the head isn't ideal, which affects its overall appearance. Then, while it may seem like it has a lot of fur, it's quite coarse and lacks luster, indicating insufficient nutrition. The tear stains are quite severe, which could signify inflammation or dietary issues. And look at its liveliness. It clearly falls short. Its demeanor is rather dull. It wouldn't fetch 1,000 in the market. Listening to Pan Hong's well-reasoned arguments, the woman, seasoned in her trade, stubbornly clung to her minimum price of 1,000. Pan Hong, unperturbed, began to nibble on a meat bun while continuing to haggle with her. The market had opened early, and the woman had arrived at 6 in the morning. So she was quite hungry by now. Observing Pan Hong devouring his bun with gusto, her stomach began to groan in protest, weakening her resolve. Conceding that selling a dog of average quality for 800 was still a profit, she reluctantly said, "All right, 800 it is." Seeing her relent, Pan Hong hesitated. Doesn't it still feel a bit pricey? Brother, this is not expensive at all. If it weren't for the fact that you seem knowledgeable, this dog would undoubtedly be worth over 1,000. How about this, sister? Pan Hong waved his hand grandly. The market is about to close, and having so many dogs left unsold is not beneficial for you. Let us make it 1,009, and I'll take all 3 from this cage. What do you say? The woman was momentarily stunned and couldn't process his offer. All right, I'll go check elsewhere, Pan Hong said, turning to leave without giving her a chance to respond. Hey, don't go, the woman exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. She was worried about being unable to sell the 3 remaining dogs, and now that someone was willing to buy all 3, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. While the profit was slim, having 3 dogs left unsold would be even worse. Fine, I'll give you your price, she conceded. Pan Hong turned around, revealing a broad smile. Sister, since I'm buying 3 dogs from you, can you throw in an extra cage? All right, the woman shot him a glare, but chuckled. I must be quite unfortunate to have met you today. In the live stream, viewers reacted. Wow, the host is impressive. He timed his visit to the dog market just before closing, chose a dog of lesser quality, pointed out its flaws to bargain. But his true intention was to seize the moment when the vendor softened, ultimately securing 3 dogs. And let us not forget, it's mealtime. Can you really deny a customer with a mouth full of food? I've learned a lot. I'm going to confront dog traders myself. Is the host studying military strategy? Wait, you mean to say he got 3 golden retrievers for 1,009, and one of them is of excellent quality? How is that possible? To the person above, please share your story. I bought my golden retriever for 3,800. Ha ha ha. 3,800? You must be a fool. Zhang Lu was tall and strong, an excellent worker who, due to certain circumstances, was extremely honest and dependable. Moreover, he never demanded a salary, only seeking shelter and a hearty meal. This is why Pan Hong had always held a fondness for him. When the dog kennel went bankrupt and Zhang Lu was dismissed, Pan Hong had felt a lingering guilt. However, it was evident that Pan Hong was overthinking things. Zhang Lu appeared to have forgotten the past, cheerfully placing the dog cages into the trunk of the large vehicle and then scampering back to Pan Hong's side. Here, Liuzi, have a bun. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from a distance. Oh, if it isn't my dear Hongdi. Isn't your dog kennel closed? What are you doing at the dog market? And with a fool in tow. Chapter 11. The Caucasian Shepherd as the voice reached her ears. Pan Hong had yet to grasp who it was when a wave of profound disdain surged within her. Following the sound, she beheld a rather disreputable young man clad in a leather jacket, a cigarette dangling from his lips, who was sneering at her. It was none other than him. Memories of the original owner surged forth like ripples. This individual was named Li Quan, a former classmate from elementary school, whose family operated the largest dog breeding facility in the vicinity, while also managing several dog meat restaurants. Not long ago, when the original owner's kennel had collapsed, Li Quan had seized the opportunity to purchase numerous dogs from Pan Hong at a bargain price. She had anticipated that Li Quan would find good homes for the dogs, only to discover that they were all sent to his family's dog meat restaurant. Nonsense. Hong Ji's kennel hasn't closed. It's about to reopen. Liu Zai interjected, unable to contain himself at Li Quan's mockery. Though not particularly bright, he could sense Li Quan's malice. Ha ha, you really are a fool if you don't believe it. The man laughed heartily. If it hasn't closed, why would you say reopen? Liu Zai was momentarily speechless, his face turning crimson as he looked to Pan Hong for help. Pan Hong smiled faintly, patting his shoulder to calm him, then turned to Li Quan with a slight smirk. Enough of this, Li Quan. You didn't even finish middle school, yet you're trying to play word games? You're only good at sparring with the simple-minded Liu Zai. At her words, Li Quan's face darkened. He despised it most when others brought up his education. Being publicly ridiculed struck a nerve, and he spat back angrily. Well, Pan Hong, you may have studied better than me back then, but so what? Your kennel went bankrupt. Unlike me, who can easily inherit my father's kennel. Education? What good is it? Pan Hong chuckled softly. Perhaps education isn't of utmost importance, but ability certainly is. I heard your father entrusted you with 2 dog meat restaurants, yet within half a year, they both went under. I understand your parents are actively preparing for another child. It seems they are utterly disappointed in you, the prodigal son. What did you say? Each of Pan Hong's words struck deep, igniting Li Quan's fury. He clenched his fists, ready to fight. However, comparing their physiques and noting that he faced 2 individuals, he silently lowered his fists and glared at her with malice. Very well, Pan Hong. It appears you've gained some courage in these few days. You're here at the dog market to scout for dogs for your newly opened kennel, right? Surveying the surroundings, he scoffed. Let me tell you, as long as I'm here today, you won't be able to buy a single dog. At that moment, witnessing Li Quan's arrogant demeanor, the viewers in the live stream were already incensed. What a pompous individual. Is he a rich second generation? Rich second generation? Didn't he just say his father runs a dog kennel? He may be someone in the dog industry of a small county, but calling him a rich second generation. That is laughable. Host, go up and slap him twice. I'll give you 10 carnivals to show him what a real rich second generation is. Host, go on, bite him. Pan Hong and Li Quan had been adversaries since elementary school, as they had never gotten along. However, due to Li Quan's considerable family wealth, Pan Hong often felt a sense of inferiority in his presence. Yet now, within Pan Hong's body resided an entirely new soul, rendering Li Quan's threats utterly insignificant. Disregarding Li Quan, she calmly stated, "This dog market isn't your family's. I can buy if I wish. And if others want to sell, who are you to interfere?" With that, she brushed past him. Li Quan's irritation escalated to fury, his gaze turning increasingly venomous as he followed closely behind her. Just then, A new carnival was posted in Pan Hong's livestream, accompanied by a paid message worth 5,000. Yinhua Yiling. I'm here, little brother. Have you chosen the dog for me? Pan Hong recognized it as the affluent patron from the previous night, instantly casting Liquan aside as her spirits lifted. Brothers, welcome Yinzong to the live stream. She cheerfully called out. Yinzong, I've selected the dog you wanted. Come this way. As Pan Hong turned the camera, a plump gray puppy with a black face came into view. The puppy seemed aware of the many eyes upon it, playfully sticking out its tongue at the camera, appearing utterly adorable. What? ISNT, that just a local mutt? Host, you're not joking, right? Yinzong wanted a powerful dog, and what is this? This chubby one is so cute. If Yinzong doesn't want it, I'll take it. Cute? What do you know? This is a Caucasian shepherd, and it looks to be only about 2 months old, still just a puppy. When it matures, it could easily overpower you. What? You mean this little chub is a Caucasian shepherd? No way. Ahem. Pan Hong cleared her throat. It appears there are some discerning eyes in the live stream. Indeed, this dog is a representative of large and formidable breeds. The puppy form of the Caucasian guard dog. With that, she approached the cage, lifting the little Caucasian by the nape of its neck. The puppy, unbothered by the stranger's grasp, remained remarkably calm. Wow, I didn't notice from afar. This dog is actually quite large. Yes, at just 2 months. It's already the size of a medium dog, comparable to my corgi. Don't be deceived by the puppy's adorable appearance. Caucasian shepherds are large dogs, weighing over 200 pounds as adults, towering over humans when standing. This definitely meets Yinzong's requirements. It exudes power and majesty. Ignoring the ongoing discussions in the live stream, Pan Hong petted the dog's head, introducing it to Yinzong. Yinzong, look at this dog's head structure, broad and wide mouth, with excellent conformation. Furthermore, it has substantial bone mass, suggesting it will grow into a formidable canine commander. Its coat is thick and shiny, indicating it is healthy and full of vitality. Pausing for a moment, she continued, especially regarding its temperament. As a guard dog, it cannot be timid. Yet, as a large breed, it must not be overly aggressive. Since I picked it up, its movements have been calm, showing no signs of stress or aggression. It is undoubtedly a gentle and good dog. After completing her introduction, Pan Hong inquired, Yinzong, what do you think of this dog? Quickly, Yinhua Yiling responded with a paid comment. Looks good. I trust your judgment. Nearby, the dog vendor, sensing the opportunity, chimed in. Hey, young man, you really know your stuff? This dog has top-notch quality. He gave a thumbs up and added with a grin. Just now, someone offered 5,000 to take it away, but I didn't accept. Pan Hong was well aware of the vendor's intentions, yet she was not the one purchasing the dog. She was buying on behalf of another. However, the higher the price, the greater her profit. 5,000 was still too little in her view. Just as she pondered how to elevate the price, Li Quan's voice reemerged. Uncle Chun, long time no see. I see this dog is quite good, a purebred Caucasian. My father's kennel is in need of a formidable guard dog. How about this? I'll offer 4,000 for it. Chapter 12. A sure profit. Having said that, Li Quan abruptly snatched the little Caucasian from Pan Hong's grasp. Subsequently, he cast a provocative glance at Pan Hong, as if to say, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. However, that glance he cast towards Pan Hong also inadvertently directed itself at the audience in the live stream, particularly at the esteemed Yinhua Yiling. Yan's expression darkened immediately. His hand holding the cigar froze in midair. What on earth? Why is this brat here again? Look at that smug face of his, utterly repulsive. What is this nonsense? Does he really think he is some rich second generation? He wouldn't even be worthy to carry my shoes in Shanghai. What does he intend to do? Is he trying to snatch Yan's dog? Does he have a death wish? Ha ha! This kid probably doesn't even realize that the streamer is selecting dogs for the big shots. Ha! Now, this is going to be entertaining. The streamer can play the fool and slap this brat in the face. While the viewers in the live stream fervently debated, a high-tier paid comment appeared. Yinhua Yiling. Little brother, no matter the cost, teach this brat a lesson. Upon seeing Yan's paid comment, Pan Hong couldn't help but smile. Now, things were getting interesting. Oh, isn't this young masterly? What brings you here in person? Upun spotting Li Quan. The dog dealer's face brightened like a blooming chrysanthemum. He hurried a few steps forward, bowed slightly, and rubbed his hands together, asking, "Young Masterly, how is your father's health lately? Is business still good?" "Uncle Zhang, there's no need to be so humble. After all, you are also a friend of my father's," Li Quan replied, appreciating the compliment with a nod. "My father often says you are our most important business partner. The dogs you breed are all top-notch. In the future, we will certainly take good care of your business." The dog dealer chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Hee, you flatter me, young Masterly. This Caucasian is worth at least 5,000, but since you've taken a liking to it, just take it for 4,000. Please send my regards to your father." "Not a problem." Li Quan hoisted the little Caucasian, which squirmed uncomfortably in his grasp, its 4 legs flailing in the air. Just then, Pan Hong interjected, "Li Quan, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? I was the first to set my eyes on this dog." At his words, Li Quan paused, seemingly taken aback. It was unexpected that, after he had reached an agreement with the dog dealer, Pan Hong dared to insert himself into the transaction. He then scoffed at Pan Hong. "Are you trying to teach me how to conduct business? You should consider your own weight before speaking." First come, first served? Why not ask Uncle Chun if he would sell this dog to you?" Under normal circumstances, anyone would have rushed to confront Li Quan after such ridicule. However, Pan Hong remained calm, turning to the dog dealer. "Boss, we are both in the business. You seem familiar. You've been operating in this dog market for quite some time. Haven't you? Is this how you treat your customers?" Upon hearing this, the dog dealer's face turned crimson. He was well known in the area as a dog dealer, often referred to as Old Chin. His breeding skills were exceptional, and although his kennel was small, he prioritized quality. However, in recent years, the dog market had been sluggish, and despite having excellent dogs, they were increasingly difficult to sell. To survive, especially to cover his elderly mother's hospital expenses, he had to sell his prized dogs at low prices to large dog farms. This was the reason for his extreme humility towards Li Quan. Yet, deep down, he remained a kind-hearted person with principles. Thus, when Pan Hong spoke to him, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Sensing the dog dealer's predicament, Pan Hong waved his hand and declared, "I truly like this dog. How about this? I'll offer 10,000 to buy it. What do you say?" With that, Pan Hong snatched the little Caucasian from Li Quan's hands. Cradling it gently, the dog immediately became docile in his embrace. "This customer, I know you genuinely want to buy it, but..." Old Chin instinctively began to refuse. Yet before he could finish, he suddenly froze, staring incredulously at Pan Hong. "Wait, did you just say 10,000? Pan Hong's words not only astonished Old Chun, but also drew the attention of nearby vendors who gathered around. Intrigued by the prospect of someone willing to pay 10,000 for a puppy, Pan Hong chuckled, wiggling a finger, 1W. For this dog. Once the words settled, Old Chun became animated. He was in dire need of money. He still required 50,000 to cover his mother's medical bills, and he grasped Pan Hong's hand, asking, "Is this true?" "Old Chun, don't be fooled by him." Li Quan interjecta, interrupting tair transaction. "You don't know him, but I certainly do. This person is Pan Hong. His dog farm went bankrupt not long ago, and he's a penniless wretch. He must have found some stolen money recently and wants to reopen his dog farm. He has no spare cash to spend 10,000 on a dog." Upon hearing Li Quan's words, Old Chun hesitated. However, Pan Hong remained unfazed. "Uncle Chun, what are you worried about? We can exchange cash for the dog right here. How could I possibly deceive you? Besides, with so many people watching, would I dare trick you? What do you say, young Masterly?" Pan Hong shot a glance at Li Quan, as if to suggest, "Didn't you say I wouldn't be able to take a single dog today? Well, I'll take this one right in front of you. Let us see what you can do about it." The surrounding vendors began to murmur. This person is really going to spend 10,000 on a dog? This seems to be escalating. What's going on? Why do I sense tension in the air? Hey, you don't know? This guy somehow offended Li Quan earlier, and Li Quan declared that he wouldn't let him take a single dog today. Oh, it seems young Masterly is about to be thoroughly embarrassed today. Among the vendors, some had witnessed the earlier conflict between Pan Hong and Li Quan and quickly spread the word through the crowd. Hearing the chatter around him, Li Quan felt the pressure mount. To preserve his dignity, he could only grit his teeth and declare, "Old Chun, I'll offer 11,000 for this dog. I must take it home today." With that, he glared furiously at Pan Hong and reached out to snatch the dog. Yet Pan Hong deftly pushed his hand away. A smirk on his lips, I'll bid 15,000. Li Quan clenched his jaw. I'll offer 15,500. Very well, I'll bid 20,000. Pan Hong grinned widely. Regardless of how much Li Quan offered, there was a benefactor willing to pay 10 times that amount for the dog. Moreover, Yin had just issued a statement to ensure that this brat would be taught a lesson, regardless of the cost. Thus, Pan Hong boldly raised the price to 20,000. He was guaranteed a sure profit. Chapter 13. A resounding slap in the face. The bidding continues. Wait, did I hear that correctly? 20,000. As soon as Pan Hong's words fell, the onlookers gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is the highest record for transactions at this dog market? I remember it being 18,000, right? Indeed, it was 18,000, and that was during the peak of Tibetan Mastiff trading, when a purebred could fetch such a price. Has Pan Hong lost his mind? Spending such an exorbitant sum on a minor Caucasian shepherd? The quality is decent, but it should be no more than 5,000 at most. This is a terrible loss. The owner is confused. Amidst the murmurs of discontent and bewilderment from the crowd regarding Pan Hong's actions, the viewers in the live stream were quite aware of his cunning intentions. Ha ha! Look at the host show. Last night, Mr. Yin promised to buy the dog selected by the host at 10 times the price. The host stands to profit immensely. Wow. Mr. Yin, are you there? You've been played by the host. Come on. Mr. Yin is a big shot. Would he care about such a trivial amount? If he lets this slide, how will he maintain his reputation online? The host has skill. That foolish rich kid from the dog market has been used as a pawn, and doesn't he even realize it? Counting money after being sold. How ironic. Ha ha. Look at that fool's face turning green with anger, thinking he's a rich heir. Delightful. He can't even scrape together 20,000 but calls himself a rich heir. What a slap in the face. At this moment, Pan Hong noticed that Li Quan's face had turned a shade of green. With a broad smile, he looked at Li Quan and raised an eyebrow. So Li Quan, do you dare to raise your bid any further? Everyone's gaze shifted towards Li Quan. Who dares not? I. Li Quan gritted his teeth, ready to increase his offer. However, a sudden realization struck him as he exclaimed, Aha, I see now. You're trying to pull a ruse on me. Turning to the crowd, he warned, everyone, don't be fooled by this man. His name is Pan Hong. He previously ran a dog breeding business but went bankrupt due to his poor character. Now, he is nothing but a penniless wretch. How could he possibly afford 20,000 for a dog? He is merely trying to provoke me into raising the bid, and once the price escalates, he'll just walk away, leaving me to bear the cost. With a smug expression, Li Quan felt he had unveiled the truth. Am I right, Pan Hong? Pan Hong couldn't help but applaud Li Quan's impressive deduction. Such a tightly woven logic would be wasted if he didn't write novels. Yet, Pan Hong's rebuttal was quite simple. He remarked coolly, So, you're saying you want to raise your bid anymore? Of course not. Am I that easy to fool? Li Quan scufa confidentely. I don't believe you can actually muster 20,000 today. At his proclamation, the onlookers suddenly seemed to understand. That's why anyone would spend 20,000 on a puppy. It's a tactic to bait Li Xiao into increasing the bid. So Li Xiao was indeed clever. Pan Hong's recent downfall was well known. He had just bankrupted his dog breeding business. Now he was here pretending to be wealthy. Old Chun, keep an eye on Pan Hong. We can't let him escape. He promised to put down 20,000, and we are all witnesses. Exactly, no cash, no exit. The crowd turned their ire toward Pan Hong, encircling him, fearing he might flee. Seeing this, Li Quan smirked. Pan Hong, hurry up and bring out the money. Otherwise, you won't be leaving this dog market today. The viewers in a live stream erupted in laughter at the sight of Pan Hong, surrounded by the crowd. In Li Quan's triumphant expression, they were utterly unconcerned for Pan Hong's safety, given that he was backed by the formidable coal tycoon, Mr. Yin. Haha, these fools have no idea who they're really dealing with. Host, quickly bring out the cash and wake them up. Show them what it means to be extravagant. I can't wait to see that foolish rich kid's face after he's been slapped with reality. Host, say something. Go ahead and fan his face with money. Unfazed by the crowd's pressure, Pan Hong remained composed. Boss, please bring me your online banking payment code. He wasted no words, directing his gaze toward Old Chun. In Blue Star, there was no VX or ZFB. The government managed digital currency uniformly, and all online transactions were conducted through bank transfers. Old Chun, still in shock, raised the payment code before his chest, as the thought of a dog selling for 20,000 was beyond his imagination. With the crowd as witnesses, Pan Hong swiftly scanned the QR code with his phone. Moments later, a crisp notification rang out. Bank transfer received, 20,000. Salt. Silence. Stupefaction. As Pan Hong made the payment with such nonchalance, the crowd momentarily fell into a daze. They exchanged glances, swallowing hard and gasping. Then suddenly, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonished exclamations. No way, no way, no way. He really paid 20,000. Wait, Old Chun, show me the transaction record. I can't believe he actually transferred it. Wow, it's real. Foolish people with money. Truly foolish. 20,000 could buy all the dogs at my stall. How can your dog S quality compare with Old Chun S? It shouldn't he be worth this much? Was it just to slap Liulium in the face? It dawned on them that the reason for the 2-1 price tag on the minor Caucasian shepherd was indeed the rivalry between these two. All eyes turned toward Liulium. At that moment, Liulium appeared utterly petrified. He could not fathom that Pan Hong had truly produced 20,000 to buy the dog. Reflecting on his earlier brilliant deductions in front of everyone, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. Ha ha, that fool. I can't stop laughing. Brothers, this guy just analyzed the host and thought he was a con artist, yet he turned out to be the purest fool. Just a frog in a well. He likely never comprehended what a $20,000 dog truly represented. What is wrong with that fool? Is he frozen in shock? Turning his gaze toward Old Chun, he finally realized the gravity of the situation. Today, he had just made a single sale worth 20,000. This amount was indeed the life-saving money for his mother's hospital bills. Tears of joy streamed down his face. He looked at Pan Hong, his lips trembling as he uttered, "Brother, I can't express how grateful I am. You've truly alleviated my pressing need. I've heard your dog breeding business is reopening. If you wish to sell dogs in the future, come directly to me, Old Chun. I'll give you a discount." Pan Hong, unaware of the depth of Old Chun's emotions, assumed the man was simply in need of money, and his 20,000 had come at the perfect moment. Thinking along those lines, Pan Hong continued, "By the way, I'm looking for a dog with a more appealing appearance. Do you have any available?" Old Chun paused for a moment before eagerly replying, Yes indeed. I have here a red meteorite border collie, merely 2 months old, and I shall present it to you." Upon hearing red meteorite, Pan Hong's eyes glimmered with excitement. The red meteorite is indeed a rare hue among border collies. Moreover, with their exceptional intelligence and striking appearance, they perfectly meet the standards set by Mr. Yin. At that moment, Old Chun approached, cradling a red meteorite border collie. Pan Hong received it, inspecting it thoroughly and finding no issues. Its temperament was remarkably stable. Pan Hong then glanced at her phone, seeking confirmation in the live stream, where she saw Mr. Yan's comment. "All right, good boss, I have my eye on this one. Please advise on a suitable price." Pan Hong smiled broadly. "Well, it should be 3,000, Old Chun replied while rubbing his hands together. "That price?" Pan Hong appeared reluctant. "Never mind, it's about right." Although the asking price was somewhat steep, was Mr. Yin short on such funds? Clearly not. Purchasing a pet for a big shot in front of so many viewers, it would be unbecoming to haggle excessively. Pan Hong could never allow herself to act in such a manner. Resolute in acquiring the red meteorite border collie, she prepared to make the payment. However, at that moment, Liulium stood nearby, his teeth clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. Just after Pan Hong settled the payment for the little Caucasian, the onlookers, aside from their astonishment at Pan Hong, began to mock him. Li Xiaoyi. "Huh, Liulium, didn't you just say that as long as you're present today, Pan Hong wouldn't be able to take a dog? Huh. People call him Li Xiao out of respect for his father, but he truly believes he is a young master, as if the dog market were his family's establishment. And now, someone is about to walk away with 2 dogs, while he stands there, not daring to utter a word. What a disgrace. He's practically embarrassed himself to his grandmother's house. I've captured his purple-faced expression and shall share it as a meme." Infuriated by the chatter surrounding him, and the thought of his image being used for ridicule, Liulium's fists clenched tightly. He felt acutely the mocking glances and whispers from fellow competitors. He was baffled by Pan Hong's sudden stroke of fortune, wondering how she had become affluent. All he knew was that he had made a grand fool of himself today. Nevertheless, even in disgrace, I shall not allow you to enjoy yourself. You have money, do you? Very well. I shall make you pay more. Li Quan's gaze turned venomous as he fixed his eyes on Pan Hong, smirking. Wait. Old Chun, do not let him pay just yet. I bid 30,000 for this red, meteorite border collie. At his words, a hush fell over the crowd. Seeing the astonished expressions around him, Li Quan turned to Pan Hong, smirking. What's the matter, Pan Hong? Aren't you impressive? Go ahead and raise your bid. You think a few petty coins make you formidable? Keep bidding. I shall raise it to 40,000. Pan Hong's voice followed closely behind. Chapter 14. The clever fall prey to their own cleverness. Pan Hong could hardly anticipate that after having taught Li Quan a lesson, he would remain unrepentant and intent on continuing to challenge him. You're not just some guy. The influential figure behind me has assets that could easily surpass dozens of minor targets. How dare you? As Li Quan raised the bid to 30,000, Pan Hong glanced at the avatar of Yin, the prominent figure in the live streaming room. Everyone in the live chat turned their gaze towards Yan's profile. As a long-standing powerhouse in the Douya streaming community and the top supporter of several major streamers, would Yan allow a brash young man to compete with him? He authorized Pan Hong to deliver a resounding blow to this audacious youth, making him understand why the flower blooms so vibrantly. Without hesitation, Pan Hong escalated the price to 40,000. What the? 40,000? Are you out of your mind? Even if you have money, this is insane. The crowd erupted in disbelief. You're impressive, I must admit, but I too have a red meteor border collie, which I just sold for 2,000. Is the market really this wild now? Wild. This is not extravagance. This is clearly the work of the god of wealth. Come visit my stall when you have the time, came the response as the crowd buzzed with excitement. Upon hearing Pan Hong call for a bid of 40,000 for a border collie, the onlookers who had previously mocked him now gazed on with envy and awe, their expressions towards Li Quan shifting to mockery and derision. While Pan Hong basked in the limelight, Li Quan's anger simmered beneath the surface. He had been thoroughly humiliated today, but he had no intention of letting Pan Hong off easily. I'll raise it to 50,000. Li Quan gritted his teeth. What? 50,000? Is this for real? Are they truly at odds now? This is going to be entertaining. The crowd erupted in cheers at Li Quan's audacious bid. Naturally, Pan Hong would not let him have the last word. With a confident grin, he replied, 60,000. The murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 70,000. I bid 70,000. Li Quan blurta out impulsively. The room fell silent, everyone taken aback that a mere dog could fetch such a staggering sum. Even the viewers were shocked. 70,000. That's an outrageous price. UNTC that even in first-tier city dog markets. Li Quan seems to have some backing. Some speculated. Nonsense. His streamer is backed by Yin. How can he compete? He is just a second-generation dog buyer, others countered. Indeed, Yin is far more formidable. Besides, I doubt he can even produce 70,000. He's south just try and drive up the price. They continued to speculate. As the discussion circulated, Pan Hong, being a local, was acutely aware of Li Quan's family's financial capabilities. 70,000 was indeed within their means, but whether Li Quan could afford it was another matter entirely. So, you truly wish to challenge me? Pan Hong narrowed his eyes. With a provocative remark, he anticipated Li Quan to counter with an even higher bid, but instead, he smiled wickedly and bowed slightly, saying, very well, you have proven your strength, Li Xiao. I shall concede the red meteor border collie to you. A collective gasp filled the air. Pan Hong had admitted defeat. Meanwhile, Li Quan, seemingly intoxicated by his perceived victory, wore a dazed expression. Congratulations, Li Xiao. You've successfully acquired the red meteor border collie for 70,000. The crowd chattered in disbelief. Wow, 70,000 for a dog? Li Xiao is indeed impressive. I had heard tales of Li Quan being a spendthrift, but witnessing it firsthand is another level. Just the other day, he allegedly bankrupted his father's dog meat restaurants. And now he is spending 70,000 out of spite. Forget the spendthrift label. This is the god of wealth we're talking about. We as dog traders should treat him with utmost respect. Right, such a unique character is a once-in-a-lifetime find. Congratulations, Li Xiao. Would you like to see my dogs? They're of high quality too. Surrounded by adulation, Li Quan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The plot had twisted too rapidly. His intention had been to raise the price deliberately and bring Pan Hong to his knees, yet he had impulsively called out 70,000. Now, Pan Hong had stepped back. Inside, a tempest surged. What have I done? I just spent 70,000 on a dog? He had only recently caused his father's businesses to collapse and was on the verge of being cast out. Rumors even suggested his father was considering having another child. If word got out that he had spent 70,000 on a dog out of spite, there would be no returning home. This cannot happen. He turned to Pan Hong, who wore a calm smile. Pan Hong, weren't you quite bold? Why not continue bidding? If you have the guts, raise it again. Li Quan's voice dripped with sarcasm, his expression twisted in a grimace. Yet, his bravado only revealed his inner turmoil. Pan Hong, having seen through his facade, ignored the taunt and turned to Boschin. What are you waiting for? Li Xiao is offering 70,000 for your dog. You should present your payment code immediately. Yes. Thank you, Li Xiao. Boschin finally snapped back to reality, having been in a daze throughout the bidding war. In his elation, he swiftly produced the payment code, presenting it to Li Quan. Li Xiao, just scan here. As Li Quan stared at the payment code and the beaming faces of Chun and Pan Hong, despair washed over him. Just then, old Su, the gatekeeper, sauntered over, whistling and shouting. The gate is closing. What are you all doing here? Disperse. He was ready to end his shift, but the crowd lingered, causing his irritation to mount. Old Su, why the rush? You want to believe what just happened. What happened? Nothing should delay my departure. Li Xiao just spent 70,000 on a dog from Old Chun. Old Su paused, momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, he grasped the man's collar. What? 70,000? 7. The man gestured. Don't fool me. Why would I deceive you? The dog is right over there. Go see for yourself. Old Su stood dumbfounded. He truly spent 70,000 on a dog. Then, joy erupted within him. Such a sensational news piece would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the dog market. More visitors would translate into higher gate fees for him. With this thought, he pushed through the crowd, approached Li Quan, and beamed like a sunflower. Li Xiao, I've heard you spent 70,000 on a dog. Upon hearing this, Li Quan felt the world around him darken, nearly collapsing under the weight of his embarrassment. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were instantly amused. Haha, I can guarantee, he definitely has no money. This fool has been completely outsmarted by the host. Now he's in a bind. We're in for a good show? Not necessarily. After all, he is a minor heir. In front of so many people, especially peers, how could he afford to lose face? The previous comment holds some truth. 70,000 ISNT, a huge sum. Stop pretending. If you have guts, show me 50. But if it really goes awry, how will the host explain to Mr. Yen? I bet this fool won't actually part with any money. Cool me. Host, let's have a poll. I wager this fool will pay. I'm in. In response to the enthusiastic demands of the viewers, Pan Hong activated the polling feature in the live stream. Option 1. The fool will pay to buy the dog. Option 2. The fool will not pay. With 30,000 viewers online, they eagerly cast their votes. Naturally, Pan Hong, brimming with confidence, chose option 1. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the captivating performance by Li Quan. Chapter 15, Once He Was a King. Li Xiao, please scan the code. Chen Laohan brought the payment code even closer. Li Xiao, hurry up and scan. The gatekeeper, Old Su, had a face full of flattery. Please, Li Xiao, scan the code. At this moment, nearly all the dog traders in the market had gathered around. Some even took out their phones, ready to document this historic moment. Surrounded like a star among admirers, Li Quan was utterly bewildered. He found himself in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat, standing there like a fool. Just then, a middle-aged man in the crowd took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Lao Wang, what's up? A slightly weary voice came from the other end. Laoli, I just saw your son at the dog market. Upon hearing this, there was a brief silence before a sigh followed. That spendthrift. Just a few days ago, he wrecked several of my dog meat restaurants. I gave him a good beating. I told him to reflect at home, and what does he do? He wanders off to the county? You don't know? Lao Wang hesitated, then continued. He just bought a red meteor border collie from Old Su. Well, so what? As long as he doesn't act recklessly, buying a dog isn't a big deal. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Hey, don't hang up. Lao Wang quickly interjected. Your son Li Quan spent 70,000 yuan to buy a dog at the market. Everyone here knows about it now. Lao Wang finished in one breath, and on the other end, Li Quan's father fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lao Wang. Are you kidding me? My useless son may be a bit of disappointment, but he is not that foolish. 70,000 for a dog. He is not worth that much. Really? You can call someone else to verify. Everyone is watching. Besides, we've known each other for years. Do you think I'm joking? At the Li family dog farm, Li Jianjun's face darkened, and his right eyelid twitched violently. Put the phone on Li Quan. Li Quan, your dad is calling. Lao Wang pushed through the crowd and squeezed next to Li Quan. I thought your dad knew about this. Turns out you've been hiding it from him. Spending 70,000 on a dog. You're a pure spendthrift. Li Quan's expression was blank until Lao Wang held the phone up to his eyes, and he suddenly jolted. My dad? Yes, pick up quickly. Lao Wang kindly pressed the speakerphone. Soon, a deep, hoarse voice echoed from the phone. Li Quan, you spent 70,000 yuan on a dog. Upon hearing his father's tone, Li Quan's face instantly paled. Li Jianjun's voice resembled a low growl before a volcanic eruption. I'm asking you, did you spend 70,000 yuan on a dog? At the Li family dog farm, Li Jianjun's furious roar shook the room, slamming the table with a loud bang. The sound reverberated like an eruption, causing Lao Wang's phone to buzz in his hand. The entire scene fell silent, everyone quietly observing the unfolding drama. Under the pressure of bloodline authority, Li Quan's back was drenched in cold sweat. I. Answer me. Yes or no? Yes. Li Quan gritted his teeth and forced the word out from his throat. Hearing his son's affirmative response, Li Jianjun tightly shut his eyes and took a deep breath. You right now immediately get back home. If you're not here in 10 minutes, I'll break your legs. The three shouts escalated from a low growl to an explosive fury. Li Quan was so frightened that he almost dropped the phone. In a panic, he tossed the phone back to Lao Wang and pushed through the crowd, dashing away. Just like that, he fled in haste. Witnessing this scene, the live stream chat exploded with excitement, filling the virtual room with a jubilant atmosphere. Ha ha ha. I knew this kid was just pretending to be rich. Once he was a king, now his dad is here. This is too entertaining. I can hardly contain my laughter. This kid could definitely win an Oscar for the role of the fool. Host is amazing, haha. Just thinking about that fool's arrogant demeanor earlier makes my heart feel so light. Yin Zong. Likes Yin Zong's brevity, showcases his dominant presence. So Yin Zong can also use cute emoticons. What a charming big shot. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to Yin Zong for successfully acquiring the Red Meteor Border Collie. By the way, why do I feel like the host is playing tricks on Yin Zong? You don't know Yin Zong's strength. He casually tips over $1 million a day. Spending a few tens of thousands on a trained dog is nothing. I admire you. I was disrespectful. Unbeknownst to them, the heat of the live stream quietly reached 100,000, with online viewers surpassing 50,000. The system task was halfway completed. Pan Hong was quite pleased with this, even feeling a bit grateful to Li Quan for being such a fool. Meanwhile, watching the dust rise as Li Quan sprinted away, Chen Laohan and gatekeeper Old Su were nearly in tears. Li Xiao, you haven't paid yet. Li Xiao, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Li Xiu. The two chased after him to the entrance of the dog market. However, faced with Li Quan's mad dash, they could only watch helplessly as he disappeared from view. It's over, it's over. I wanted to collect more entrance fees, and now it's all gone. Old Su sighed, then looked at Chen Laohan. Lao Chun, don't be too sad. I know your elderly mother has been hospitalized recently, and money is tight. It will all pass. However, Chen Laohan didn't seem too sorrowful. He merely sighed with slight regret. Ah, what a pity. I thought I could sell it for 70,000, but now it seems I can only sell it for 60,000. Old Su, what did you just say? Tian Luhang. Not joking, explained, yes, just now Li Quan was bidding against a boss named Pan Hong, and Pan offered 60,000. He only went up to 70,000. If he is not buying, then it's gonna Pan. Wait, who did you say? Which Pan? Boss Pan Hong. The one with the fool beside him? What fool? Though there is indeed a little follower behind Boss Pan. I think his name is Lu Zi. Old Su clapped his hands. That's him. Lao Jian. Don't be fooled by him. There is no way he LL pay. You don't know him. He used to run a dog farm too. But just a few days ago, his farm went bankrupt, and he is reportedly in massive debt. How could he possibly afford 60,000 for a dog? Where did you hear that rumor? Boss Pan just bought a Caucasian shepherd for me for 2,000. Chen Laohan naturally didn't believe old Sue's words. He took out the transaction record and smiled broadly. Look, this is the money Boss Pan just transferred to me. 20,000 for a Caucasian puppy. Seeing the transaction record, old Sue's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind going blank. Huh. No. What? Chapter 16. Sales channels withdraw. Oh, Boss Pan. My dear Boss Pan. Before long, Pan Hong spotted the ever-smiling gatekeeper, old Sue, who came rushing over with an eager gait. Boss Pan, you seem a bit distant lately. Why didn't you inform me about the reopening of the dog market? Had I known, I would have sent a few pups to support you. Pan Hong merely smiled without engaging. Haha, the juxtaposition is amusing, he thought to himself. But wait, weren't you just skeptical about Hong Ji's reopening of the market? Lu Zi, standing nearby, pondered the sudden shift in old Sue's demeanor. Oh, I was just joking around. Old Sue chuckled awkwardly and waved his hands dismissively. The moment I laid eyes on Boss Pan today, I sensed an aura of prosperity. You must have struck it rich recently. That's all right, Pan Hong replied graciously. If you wish to express your sentiments, my dog market hasn't officially opened yet. I will definitely notify you when it does. Huh? Is there a problem? No problem at all, of course not. Old Sue's face turned sheepish as he realized he had been caught in a bit of a trap. He then asked Boss Pan, did you really just spend 20,000 on a dog? Pan Hong nodded affirmatively. Yes, what's the matter? Old Sue rubbed his hands together. That red meteor border collie you just bid on was said to be priced at 60,000. Li Quan, attempting to save face, had already left. But did you still want that dog? Absolutely. If I set my sights on a dog, I will certainly acquire it. Pan Hong turned to the newly arrived Chen Laohan. Boss Chen, please provide me with your payment code. I will take that dog for 60,000. Ah yes, right away. Chen Laohan hurriedly retrieved his phone and handed it to Pan Hong. With a quick tap, the payment was confirmed with a pleasant beep. 60,000 just like that? The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief at Pan Hong's nonchalant manner. While they took their time comparing prices for mere hundreds, Pan Hong had effortlessly spent 60,000. Their imaginations, limited by poverty, betrayed their envy. However, whispers circulated among them. Did Boss Pan win a lottery? I don't know. But I heard his dog market has struggled for years and just recently closed down. Where did he get the money? A nouveau riche. I've seen plenty like him. They flaunt their wealth as soon as they come into it. Let's see how long he lasts. Right? Who spends 60,000 on a dog? If he isn't a fool, who is? Pan Hong, of course, overheard their murmurs but remained unfazed. He felt no need to explain himself to anyone or prove anything. Boss Pan, I truly don't know what to say, Chen Laohan said, his eyes glistening as he stared at his online bank balance. The recent downturn in the pet industry, paired with his elderly mother as illness, weighed heavily on his heart. Though she had lived a long life at over 80, witnessing her suffer in bed was unbearable. Now, with newfound funds, he could afford her treatment. Boss Chen, your breeding skills are exceptional, Pan Hong remarked cheerfully. The quality of the dogs at your stall is impressive. Hearing this, Chen Laohan straightened his hunched back. Of course, my family has been breeding dogs for generations. I've been in this business since I was 6. There are few in the nation who can match my skill. No one can outdo old Chen. Pan Hong felt a surge of excitement. His dog market was about to reopen, and he needed puppies desperately. Chen Laohan had provided a timely solution. However, Chen Laohan's enthusiasm soon waned. Alas, the market is sluggish. Even the finest skills may fade under such circumstances. Don't fret, Pan Hong smiled. In a small county like ours, young people have left for bigger cities, naturally affecting the pet market. But if you consider the national landscape, nation, Chen Laohan looked bewildered. Forget about the specifics for now. Pan Hong decided not to delve deeper. It was indeed challenging for an elderly man to grasp the nuances of internet thinking. Just know this. As long as you maintain quality, I will purchase as many dogs as you can breed, and we can negotiate the price. You needn't worry about sales channels. Wow, what? Chen Laohan was taken aback. Are you saying you will buy every dog I breed? Absolutely, Pan Hong affirmed confidently. Now, let us exchange contact information. We will be long-term partners. All right, let us do it. Chen Laohan, filled with excitement, expressed his gratitude profusely, and insisted on treating Pan Hong to a drink to show his appreciation. "Oh no, let us skip the drinks," Pan Hong quickly declined. "I drove here and have matters to attend to this afternoon." Liu Zi? Upon calling, Liu Zi understood and hoisted the dog crate to follow Pan Hong. As Pan Hong walked a short distance, a crowd of dog sellers approached. They had overheard the exchange between Pan Hong and Chun Laoan and were eager to curry favor, believing he held the key to a lucrative pet sales channel. "Boss Pan, you must take us along for the profits." Yes, yes, my dogs are good quality too. Take a look." "All right, everyone, no pushing." Pan Hong waved his hand to calm the throng. "As long as the dogs meet quality standards, I will buy from you once the channels are stable. But I truly have other matters to attend to today. We can discuss this another time. Moreover, there is one last thing." Hearing this, the crowd perked up, all ears in anticipation. Hespit, with a deep breath, Pan Hong summoned his inner strength and declared, "Withdraw." He then strode towards his gleaming Mercedes G-Class parked at the edge of the dog market. "Wow, a G-Class. Boss Pan is incredible. Indeed, it's impressive to see him use such a vehicle for transporting dogs. Take care, Boss Pan. Do visit us often." The gatekeeper, Old Sue, waved enthusiastically as the crowd parted to make way for the departing Pan Hong. At that moment, someone in the crowd pointed at their phone and exclaimed, "Hey, this person looks just like Boss Pan." The crowd gathered around, intrigued. The phone screen displayed a clip from Pan Hong's livestream from the previous day, garnering over 300,000 likes and views. Wow, so Boss Pan is a major internet celebrity. So that's why he was talking to himself earlier. He was addressing his livestream audience. What? He received nearly 100,000 in gifts overnight? Wait, a mysterious wealthy benefactor asked him to buy dogs, offering 10 times the price for anything he chose? Could that be the 2,000 for the Caucasian Shepherd and the 60,000 for the Red Meteor Border Collie? In other words, Pan Hong had profited an astonishing 720,000 from those two dogs. Realizing this, the crowd fell silent, especially those who had previously mocked Pan Hong for being foolishly wealthy. They now stood in stunned silence, as though petrified. Chapter 17. The Dog Food Processing Plant. On the brink of deception, Brother Hong. "Are we heading back to the dog farm now?" Liuzi asked with a naive grin. "No, we're going to Tally Town to check on the dog food processing plant I've just acquired," Pan Hong replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Liuzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, Brother Hong, you've become a boss." Indeed, Pan Hong beamed with pride. However, his aspirations extended far beyond merely being an internet celebrity. Online streaming was but one facet of his career. The virtual realm, after all, lacked the solidity of tangible business ventures. Just as he began to revel in his triumph, an urgent beeping interrupted him. The phone rang. Pan Hong furrowed his brow upon noticing that it was Boss Zhang, the seller of the processing plant. "Hello, Boss Zhang. What's going on?" Pan Boss, are you still coming to take over the plant today?" The voice on the other end hesitated. "Of course, why?" "Well, there's a slight issue. Would you mind coming another day?" Zhang's voice was cautious. Meanwhile, Pan Hong could hear a cacophony of voices in the background, indicating a disturbance. His eyes narrowed, and he accelerated the car. "I'll be there shortly. Keep things steady until I arrive." "Wait, no, Pan Boss, Pan." Zhang attempted to dissuade him, but Pan Hong had already disconnected the call. As he observed the protesting workers outside, holding banners, a frown marred his face. He was at a loss for how to proceed. Unbeknownst to him, a troubling situation was unfolding. He feared that Boss Zhang had incurred substantial debts and that creditors had come to collect. If that were the case, the persistent creditors occupying the plant could indeed create a significant headache. Before long, fueled by urgency, Pan Hong and Liuzi reached the entrance of the dog food processing plant. The gates stood wide open, revealing a scene of around 20 workers, clad in uniforms, protesting within the factory grounds. What's happening here? Pan Hong wondered aloud. Stepping out of the vehicle, is Boss Zhang behind on wages? Confusion washed over him as he approached the workers, instructing Liuzi to remain in the car. "Excuse me, what's going on?" Pan Hong inquired, addressing the elderly workers. "We're protesting. This boss is heartless." One elder responded. "Is he withholding your wages?" "No." "Has he demanded overtime without compensation?" "No." "Is he embezzling funds or mistreating workers?" "How dare he?" Then what are you protesting about? Pan Hong asked, bewildered. You young people don't understand. He plans to shut down the factory. Is that what a boss should do? The elder retorted. Pan Hong was momentarily taken aback. But it's his factory. Doesn't he have the right to decide its fate? You young man, do you even hear yourself? If he closes the factory, we'll all be out of work. How will we support ourselves then? Pan Hong rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of their concerns. This seemed unreasonable. The factory had been operating at a loss for years. It was commendable that Boss Zhang had managed to pay any wages at all. If he didn't T-sell the factory, he himself would face bankruptcy, leaving the workers in the same predicament. Just as he prepared to chastise the elder for his short-sightedness, a bespectacled man stepped forward to clarify. Young man, you don't know the whole story. This dog food processing plant is a government-funded poverty alleviation project. Boss Zhang initially assured both the villagers and the government that he would lift the local impoverished families out of poverty. That's how he secured funding to establish the factory. He continued. But over the years, business has dwindled, resulting in layoffs. Now, he wants to sell the factory and abandon us. How can we accept that? Realization dawned on Pan Hong as he pieced together the narrative. Boss Zhang had initially borrowed funds from the government to start the factory, taking on the task of poverty alleviation. However, he had failed to fulfill his commitments, and the factory was now in disarray, prompting his desperate search for a buyer. Had Pan Hong not come to inspect the facility today, he would have been duped. Fuming, he approached the office and knocked vigorously. Boss Zhang, open the door. It's Pan Hong. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a hand pulled him inside, slamming the door shut behind him. The protesting workers gathered outside, frustrated yet unable to enter. Did you see that? The young man just walked right in. They must be in cahoots. One worker exclaimed. That name sounds familiar. Pan Hong? Isn't he the buyer of the factory? Another chimed in. So that unscrupulous Boss Zhang has brought in reinforcements. Someone cried. Stay calm, everyone. Listen to me. As long as we stand united, we have nothing to fear. The bespectacled man declared, attempting to maintain order. We'll block the door. If he won't come out, he can't leave. Meanwhile, inside the office, Boss Zhang, a portly middle-aged man, wore a look of distress. Pan boss, you really should have listened. Those people outside are unreasonable. They demand jobs. With the current economic climate, I'm on the verge of bankruptcy. How can I care for them? If you don't care for them, who will? Pan Hong shot him a piercing glance. Fortunately, I came today. Otherwise, I do remain unaware that this factory was a government project aimed at alleviating poverty. Boss Zhang's face drained of color, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Pan boss you know? And how much longer did you plan to keep that from me? Pan Hong pressed. No. I intended to inform you today. I didn't mean for it to come to this. I have my own difficulties, Zhang stammered, tears welling in his eyes. When I built this factory, while I sought profit, I also aimed to provide for the impoverished families around here. Am I truly a villain? Yet the pet market has plummeted. Factories are closing left and right. What options do I have? Is the failure of the factory my fault? I have children to support. I can't afford to go bankrupt. Who can I turn to for understanding? He sobbed. Pan Hong glanced outside at the protesting workers, then back at the weeping Boss Zhang, and let out a heavy sigh. It's tough for everyone. It truly is. At that moment, Mr. Zhang lifted his tear-streaked face and gazed at Ms. Pan. Ms. Pan, being in the same industry as you were well aware of the current economic downturn. Why would you still choose to acquire this factory? As soon as he uttered these words, he realized his mistake. If Ms. Pan were to reconsider and ultimately decide against purchasing the pet food processing plant, he would truly face ruin here. Hearing his words, Ms. Pan offered a faint smile. Do you think I am a fool? She replied. No. Mr. Zhang shook his head vigorously, like a bobblehead. Rest assured, I have my own strategies. Chapter 18. Marvelous. We are saved. Boss Zhang. Initially, we agreed on a sum of 500,000 to take over this factory, Pan Hong stated, promptly addressing the matter at hand. But given the current circumstances, does that still seem appropriate? Boss Zhang's expression darkened immediately. His reluctance to disclose the situation to Pan Hong stemmed from the fear that the previously negotiated acquisition price would be diminished. However, the cat was out of the bag, and he was left with no recourse. After all, each day the factory remained in his possession equated to a day of losses. Very well. I will reduce it to 400,000, but I need 100,000, Boss Zhang said, his face reflecting utter unwillingness. No, no, no. Bon Hong replied, calmly leaning back on the sofa, shaking his fingers 3 times. 300,000, the factory stays, and you walk away. Boss Zhang was taken aback, his voice trembling. Brother, I am still in debt. 300,000 is not even enough to cover my obligations. Let us do this, Pan Hong squinted. Let us meet halfway at 350,000. How does that sound? Boss Zhang hesitated, his face filled with uncertainty. All right, if you refuse, then return all the money. Pan Hong stood up decisively. Perhaps we can collaborate next time. Wait. Boss Zhang hurriedly interjected, letting out a heavy sigh. Fine, I'll accept 350,000. It seems today is just my unlucky day. Pan Hong grinned, agreed. Now, Boss Zhang, it's time for you to face the workers outside and give them an explanation. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhang's expression froze, and he shook his head vigorously. No, I cannot go out there. That crowd would tear me apart. Fear not. Pan Hong chuckled as he observed Boss Zhang's shrinking demeanor. I will handle the explanation. You need only stand by. With that, he swung open the door and stepped out to face the protesting workers. Boss Zhang, albeit hesitantly, followed him to the office door. Pan Hong had his own plans for the crowd of protesting workers. After all, he was embarking on a path to internet fame, bolstered by a system and the vast potential of the online pet market. It was evident that his rise would be swift, and with fame came controversy. With controversy, one required support. Did Pan Hong possess that support? Not at present. However, if his venture could create numerous employment opportunities for the local populace and contribute towards poverty alleviation. In the future, should anyone attempt to undermine him online, he would at least have a fallback, a foundation of assurance. At that moment, the crowd noticed Pan Hong and Boss Zhang emerging from the office. Ah, Boss Zhang, you finally decided to show yourself. What about the promises you made to us? We heard you wanted to abandon us. We absolutely will not permit that. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, we will not leave. Exactly. Without a satisfactory response, you shall not escape. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of accusations directed at Boss Zhang, who found himself unable to defend against the barrage of criticism. All right, everyone, enough of the commotion. Fellow villagers, allow me a moment to speak. Pan Hong called out with commanding authority. Gradually, the noise subsided. A bespectacled middle-aged man recognized Pan Hong's unique status, but was still uncertain, signaling for silence while approaching Pan Hong. Young man, who might you be? I am Pan Hong, he replied with sincerity and openness, the individual intending to acquire this factory. At this revelation, silence enveloped the crowd. So, it is you who wishes to buy our factory. How shameful. I was just explaining things to you. It turns out you are in cahoots with Boss Zhang. You are even more despicable. Indeed, our factory is thriving. Why should we sell it to you? We refuse. The crowd swiftly shifted their ire towards Pan Hong. Yet, he remained unfazed. Their accusations lacked merit. After all, they were mostly impoverished individuals in their 50s and 60s with little education. Expecting them to possess high standards of conduct was unrealistic. Thus, Pan Hong addressed the bespectacled man. Brother, you appear to be their leader. May I have a moment to speak? Lu Gong, what is there to discuss with him? Yes, if it comes to that, we will directly contact the government. Boss Zhang made promises to them. All right, everyone hold on. Amidst the crowd's fervent agitation, the man named Lu Gong adjusted his glasses and retained his composure. We have been gathered here for several hours. What is a few more moments? Let's hear what this young man has to say. With that, Lu Gong produced a smartphone, activated the recording function, and said, Speak your mind. If you do not wish to fulfill the government's poverty alleviation objectives, I shall record this video and report you to the authorities. I may even share it online. Oh, so you understand how to utilize online public opinion? Pan Hong grinned. Very well, as long as I'm allowed to speak. Looking at the crowd, he continued, Dear villagers, I understand your hardships. Life is indeed challenging. Losing this job could make it difficult for you to make ends meet. But who said that if I acquire this factory, you will lose your jobs? Was it Boss Zhang? At this, Pan Hong cast a piercing glance at Boss Zhang. I never said that. Boss Zhang quickly interjected, shaking his head fervently. Then who spread such rumors? Pan Hong's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the crowd. The villagers exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. It was Lu Gong who first regained his composure. Boss Pan, do you mean to say that although the factory may change ownership, it will continue to operate and still employ us? Precisely, Pan Hong nodded. The factory that Boss Zhang could not manage, I will take over. The wages he failed to distribute, I will ensure are paid. The poverty alleviation tasks he could not fulfill, I will complete. Once I acquire the factory, it will continue operations, and wages will be disbursed as usual. In short, I guarantee that as long as I, Pan Hong, have a morsel to eat, you shall have a bowl of soup. Pan Hong's fervent declarations stirred ambition, yet the workers remained hesitant. After all, a few years prior, Boss Zhang had similarly lured them with sweet promises. Pan Hong discerned their doubts and turned to Lu Gong. Lu Gong, how long has the factory been idle? 1.5 months. Very well, let us count it as 2 months, Pan Hong generously proclaimed. During these 2 months, all employees will continue to receive their wages. At this proclamation, the crowd was rendered speechless. Even Boss Zhang stood agape. Goodness, not only does he not intend to lay anyone off, but he will also compensate them for their lost wages? Has Boss Pan lost his mind? Where does he think his money comes from? No, this must be Boss Pan's strategy. He is using flowery words to placate the workers. Then he will scheme later. Yes, it must be so. Boss Zhang's eyes were filled with cunning as he regarded Pan Hong. Is what you say true? Lu Gong's eyes sparkled with hope. The workers, too, looked on with glimmers of anticipation. While sweet words could not deceive them, the allure of tangible benefits was difficult to resist. Of course, Pan Hong offered an affirmative response, then turned to Boss Zhang. There's no need to return the 150,000. Instead, let it serve as compensation for the workers. What? Boss Zhang was truly taken aback. Are you serious? Absolutely. Right now, disperse the funds. Pan Hong's words were indisputable. Boss Zhang had no choice but to comply. In this world of advanced online banking, it was not long before Boss Zhang completed the payroll transaction on his phone. The sound of notifications resonated throughout the factory compound. After all, the 500,000 used to purchase the factory was provided by the system, and Pan Hong spent it without a flicker of hesitation. It was real. The funds had indeed been transferred. Brothers, Boss Pan's words are true. We haven't worked for 2 months, and we are actually receiving 2 months' wages. This is wonderful. We have our salaries. We are saved. As Pan Hong observed the jubilant expressions of the crowd, her demeanor suddenly shifted. However, I must lay down some ground rules. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their attention fully focused on Pan Hong. First and foremost, our processing plant must resume operations promptly, within a week at the latest. Secondly, each of you must sign a new employment contract with me. If anyone is found to be slacking or cutting corners in their work, they will be dismissed without exception. With the protection of a contract, even if these individuals later attempt to invoke policies, they would have recourse. After all, contracts are safeguarded by law. Thirdly, Pan Hong proceeded to establish several additional regulations. In response to her stipulations, none of the workers voiced dissent. At their age, they could easily rely on pensions and social welfare policies to avoid starvation. However, in pursuit of a better life, they had heeded the government's poverty alleviation initiatives and come to work here. Essentially, they were not the idle layabouts one might presume. Thus, under Pan Hong's firm yet guiding approach, they all nodded in agreement, signaling their compliance with Boss Pan's directives. Observing the workers, who moments ago had been fierce as wolves, now transformed into docile lambs, Boss Zhang stood in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a duck egg. Chapter 19. Muscle growth and bone strengthening upon confirming the arrival of their wages. Tears glistened in the eyes of Engineer Liu as he expressed gratitude on behalf of all the workers. Thank you so much, Boss Pan. You cannot imagine how arduous our lives have been over the past month and a half. His words resonated with the other workers, who also felt a pang of emotion. Most of them were elderly individuals living alone, many without children, and some suffering from health issues, enduring a solitary and challenging existence. Thanks to government poverty alleviation policies, they managed to secure a place to live, yet now faced impending closure due to mismanagement. Their anxiety was palpable. However, witnessing the tangible wages deposited into their accounts, a profound sense of security enveloped them. Boss Pan, thank you once again. You're truly a good person. I believe you when you say our factory will not close. As he spoke, someone attempted to bow in gratitude. Pan Hong quickly interjected, there is no need for such formality. Since I have taken over this factory, I will not abandon any of you. Moreover, our immediate priority is to restore production, so I would never dismiss skilled workers like you. Now, let's get down to business. Who can guide me through the factory to provide an overview of its actual conditions? The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Engineer Liu, who was responsible for the operation and maintenance of the machinery, making him the most knowledgeable about the factory situation. Naturally, the task fell upon his shoulders. Boss Pan, allow me, Liu volunteered, ready to lead Pan Hong through the premises. Not so fast. Pan Hong raised a hand in refusal. First, let us retrieve some of your dog food products. There should still be some in stock. Yes, we have plenty that hasn't teased sold, Liu replied with a wry smile. Soon, 2 workers brought over a bag of dog food, composed of coarse black pellets that emitted a strong, fishy odor. This is the dog food you produce? Pan Hong wrinkled her brow at the tainted air. Where did this recipe come from? It's from an online recipe, Liu answered, somewhat sheepishly. No wonder, Pan Hong muttered, shaking her head. She then called out, Liu Z, bring over the dogs we just bought. Outside the factory, Liu Z responded promptly, leading several dogs recently purchased from the market into the yard. The hungry dogs rushed towards the dog food, eager to eat. The largest Caucasian puppy dashed ahead, but abruptly froze upon taking a large bite, gagging and spitting out the food. The other dogs, seeing this, hesitated, with a few golden retrievers licking the food only to show disdain. The clever border collie kept its distance, sniffing the air twice before lying down, unwilling to approach. Observing this, Liu felt embarrassed, scratching his nose. Perhaps the food has been stored too long and has gone stale, he suggested. Pan Hong chuckled. Stop making excuses. This is clearly a problem with the recipe. Regardless of how much stock we have in the warehouse, toss it all out. None should be spared. Here, I'll provide you with a new recipe called muscle growth and bone strengthening. Follow the instructions to procure the raw materials and adjust the machinery. We will officially commence production in a week. Muscle growth and bone strengthening? Liu scratched his head, examining the recipe. It was evident to him that this formulation was far more scientific than their previous one. Yet, he still had reservations. Boss Pan, while this recipe is indeed excellent, balancing nutrition and flavor, doesn't it seem that the raw material costs and production process are rather high? We might have to price it at double our previous dog food just to deter profit. However, Liu paused, continuing, the market is currently sluggish. Will anyone buy such expensive dog food? Oh, are you concerned about sales channels? Pan Hong smiled. You need not worry. While the pet market in our small county is indeed tough, in large cities across the nation, pet ownership has become a trend. There is ample market potential. We can certainly sell our dog food there. Huh? Sell to big cities? Liu was momentarily taken aback. But how could our small processing plant compete with those in larger cities? Would they even value products made in a small place like ours? That is not for you to worry about, Pan Hong cryptically assured him. Your sole task now is to source the raw materials and calibrate the machinery. After a week, ensure production is ready. I guarantee that whatever you produce will find a buyer. All right, Liu, lead me to explore the other areas of the factory. I wish to familiarize myself with the environment. Liu, smiling, remarked, Boss Pan, with such a grand gathering of these impoverished workers today, I reckon the higher-ups will take notice. After inspecting the factory, Pan Hong looked at Liu with a glimmer in her eyes. Oh, that is inevitable, Liu chuckled. But rest assured, if they inquire, I will speak candidly. After all, you have already solved our problem. Yes, honesty is the best policy, but do refrain from embellishing. My intentions in all of this not only serve my interests, but also aim to contribute modestly to my hometown. Nothing more, nothing less. Liu pondered the depth of her words, then respectfully regarded Pan Hong. Boss Pan, your sentiment is profound. I did not anticipate such magnanimity from you. You may rely on me to convey your intentions accurately. After concluding the factory inspection and reassuring the workers, Pan Hong departed the dog food processing plant in her luxury SUV. This day had been filled with unexpected twists. First, she had been provoked at the dog market by Liulium, which inadvertently aided her significantly. She had also outmaneuvered a prominent figure in the live streaming community, achieving remarkable viewer engagement. Furthermore, the workers' protest had provided her the opportunity to confront Zhang, extracting a substantial sum of 15,000. Using this amount as wages, she garnered the goodwill of the workers without spending a dime herself. After all, the funds to purchase the factory came directly from the system and not through her bank account. More importantly, through the processing plant, she could potentially forge a connection with the government, essential for future expansions and developments in various industries. Reflecting on her cleverness, Pan Hong felt a surge of satisfaction and began to hum a cheerful tune as she drove home. Soon, she sped back, the clock nearing 4 o'clock, with 3 hours remaining before the live broadcast at 7. After a long day, Pan Hong began to feel a bit fatigued, overwhelmed by drowsiness. I set an alarm for 6:50 and instructed Liuzi to confine the puppies in the front yard's enclosure. I then plunged into the bedroom, sinking into the bed and drifting into a deep slumber, replenishing my energy for the forthcoming third live broadcast. Chapter 20. He deserves an A sign. A door-to-door apology as Pan Hong fell into a deep slumber. Those lurking in her live broadcast room on Dia app were consumed by frenzy. In a skyscraper in Deep City, dozens of computers clicked and clacked, all editing videos of Pan Hong's live stream from that afternoon. They were merely a small marketing company, on the brink of bankruptcy. However, thanks to the previous day's video edits of Pan Hong, they had miraculously revived their fortunes. Now, the company's owner was utterly exhilarated, directing all his employees to watch Pan Hong's live stream while swiftly overseeing the editing process. Before the stream even concluded, they had already released over a dozen edited videos, all garnering decent viewership. Similar scenes unfolded in marketing firms across the country. While Pan Hong luxuriated in her bed after a tiring afternoon, she remained blissfully unaware that dozens of videos had emerged online, each amassing over 300,000 likes and millions of views. What? Bargaining means cutting the price in half. Is that what it really means? Just chop off 2 zeros, right? The boss turned pale, exclaimed one commentator. This host truly has no shame, flaunting dumplings to tempt viewers. Wow, clearly, this streamer knows dogs well. Who knew there were so many techniques to buying dogs? I've learned so much. The comment section was rife with messages, the most numerous being about the rivalry between Pan Hong and the bumbling Liulium. What? This guy comes off so arrogant. I thought he was some top-tier rich second generation. But it turns out his family runs a dog-breeding business. Another chimed in, haha, strong brother, lacking in capability, yet pretending to be powerful. He has certainly been slapped in the face now. He thought he could compete with the host without knowing who stands behind her. That's the extravagant Chairman Yen. 70,000 yuan, and he can't even come up with that? Claiming to be a rich second generation? If I were him, I do want to find a hole to hide in and never show my face again. What a clown. Ha ha ha. This guy is purely here for laughs. Just look at his expression when he answered his dadass call, his lips quivering and his cheeks twitching. If this were a script, I would truly admire the actor named Liulium for his performance, perfectly portraying the face of a petty man. Amidst the ridicule directed at Liulium, there were even some who crafted humorous videos featuring him, juxtaposing his varied expressions for maximum comedic effect. Meanwhile, a Huanyu guild, Han Xiangyo was hurriedly dressing, preparing to head out. His expression was one of urgency. Has Pan Hong still not answered the phone? He inquired while donning his suit jacket. No, Guang Thin, now promoted to assistant, chuckled awkwardly while shaking his head. It seems he thinks we're a fraud. Boss, could it be that our offer was too generous? At this, Han Xiangyo could only chuckle helplessly. Perhaps. However, you saw the live stream just now. His commercial value undeniably warrants an A sign. Wang Zhen nodded in agreement, but advised, Boss, is it really necessary for you to go in person? I could handle this matter. Han Xiangyo shot Wang Zhen a sidelong glance, shaking his head. You? I'm afraid Pan Hong might mistake you for an insurance salesperson. What? Wang Zhen paused, glancing at Han Xiangyo's suit and then at his own. The disparity between people is indeed vast. Have the tickets been booked? Yes. The boarding information has been sent to your phone. However, the county where Pan Hong resides lacks an airport, so you'll need to take a 6-hour long-distance bus. At this, Han Xiangyo's eyes twitched slightly, suddenly feeling discomfort in his rear. What did you just say? He asked Wang Zhen. Huh? I said the tickets are booked, Wang Zhen replied. Not that. The previous statement. The previous statement? Wang Zhen tilted his head in thought. Oh, I said you didn't need to go in person. I could take care of this. All right, then you go, Han Xiangyo replied, shedding his suit jacket and draping it over Wang Zhen's shoulders. Good luck. I've got faith in you. Wang Zhen. At that moment, within the Li family dog breeding business, Li Quan was kneeling in his living room, facing the wrath of his father, Li Jianjun. Wastrel, you are such a wastrel. How could I, Li Jianjun, have given birth to such a spendthrift? Tell me, why on earth would you spend 70,000 yuan on a dog? Have you lost your mind? Li Quan had already endured a beating and was now subjected to his father's scolding. Yet, summoning some misplaced courage, he shook his head and retorted, Dad, you can't say that. I never intended to spend so much on a dog. It was just that Pan Hong was flaunting some money she got from who knows where. So I thought to raise the price and make her bleed a little. I didn't expect her to be so cunning and turn the tables on me. And you still have the face to speak. Li Jianjun slammed the table in frustration. Today, the Li family's reputation has been utterly tarnished because of you. Not necessarily, Li Quan muttered under his breath. What did you say? Hearing Li Quan's defiance, Li Jianjun's anger flared, and he grabbed a feather duster to strike his son again. Wait, Dad, hold on. Let me finish. Li Quan quickly raised his hand. Dad, rest assured, the one who lost face today is definitely not me, but Pan Hong. I just received news that after I left, Pan Hong spent 60,000 yuan to buy that dog. 60,000 for a single dog. ISNT that pure foolishness? And I managed to withdraw just in time. That essay's sign of intelligence. So, Dad, I'm not the one to be embarrassed. It's Pan Hong who should be ashamed. Moreover, no matter how she made that money with her reckless spending habits, she'll be back to square one in no time. As Li Quan reveled in his own cleverness, Li Jianjun face-palmed, utterly speechless. Perhaps it's time to consider a second child while still young. I can no longer rely on Li Quan. What's wrong, Dad? Am I not making sense? Li Quan asked, noticing his father's unusual expression, his heart racing. You see for yourself. Li Jianjun tossed a phone at him and lit a cigarette, retreating into silence. What is this? Li Quan queried, perplexed, as he took the phone. Upon looking at the screen, he saw a lavishly dressed internet celebrity live streaming. But as he focused, he realized, wait, this ISNT, just any internet celebrity. This is Pan Hong. Pan Hong has become an internet celebrity? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Li Quan dismissed the notion, viewing internet celebrities as mere online beggars, and scoffed at his father's concerns. However, as the live stream erupted with a carnival atmosphere, the expression on Li Quan's face suddenly vanished, replaced by shock, numbness, and disbelief. What? She made over 100,000 just from gifts for a live stream? This is absurd. Yet, as he scrolled further, he was met with the ultimate blow. What? A person named Yanhua Yileng is willing to pay 10 times the price for 2 dogs from Pan Hong. 2 dogs, one must be tall and formidable, and the other must be intelligent and beautiful. Isn't that? A majestic Caucasian shepherd worth 20,000 yuan, and a stunning red merle border collie priced at 60,000 yuan? Goodness gracious. Li Quan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly toppling him. This meant that Pan Hong, having spent 80,000 yuan on these 2 dogs, had not only avoided a loss, but had profited a staggering 720,000. Selling 2 dogs yielded a profit of 720,000. Why not just rob a bank instead? Just moments ago, he had mocked Pan Hong for being foolish and spending 80,000 on dogs, only to realize that the true fool was none other than himself. What stung even more was the realization that he had inadvertently aided Pan Hong immensely. Were it not for his cooperation, these 2 dogs would not have commanded such exorbitant prices. The higher the price, the greater Pan Hong's profit. Pan Hong! Pan Hong! Li Quan couldn't help but roar. At that moment, his resentment towards Pan Hong had reached its zenith. Continuing to peruse, he stumbled upon the clips from today's livestream. After watching a few, he spat blood 3 times in sheer disbelief. The entire internet was mocking his petty actions, and not a single reasonable person came to his defense. Even his photos were unedited, appearing in their full glory online, subject to relentless ridicule. He was shattered. I heard you purchased a few dogs from Pan Hong not long ago. Li Jianjun extinguished his cigarette and gazed at Li Quan. Are they still around? Li Quan hesitated before responding. There are still 2 left. Humph, consider them fortunate. Had the dog meat restaurant business not been poor lately, I would have cooked them already. Well, as long as they're still here, Li Jianjun nodded. You need to return those dogs immediately and buy some gifts to personally apologize to her. Do you understand? Huh? Li Quan was taken aback. Why, Dad? You bully me like that, and you still want me to apologize? I won't go. I'd rather die. You wasteful child. What do you understand? Hearing Li Quan's defiance, Li Jianjun felt a surge of anger, wishing he could grab a stick and beat him again. The traditional dog trading industry is struggling. I intended to transition into the dog meat business, but you've already jeopardized half of that. Pan Hong has managed to carve out a new niche online. This is an opportunity, and if you can mend ties with Pan Hong, perhaps the past grievances can be forgiven with a smile, allowing you to regain some dignity today and continue in this industry. Do you understand? Enough, it's settled. Hurry up and do it. If you cause any more trouble, I'll break your legs. Oh, Li Quan hesitated for a moment, lowering his head, verbally acquiescing. Yet, the mere thought of having to apologize to Pan Hong filled him with resentment, his teeth grinding together. However, faced with his father's unyielding gaze and considering his need to survive in the dog training industry, he could only swallow his pride and prepare to buy gifts for an apology. Chapter 21 Bien Mu felt a twinge of anxiety as he prepared to expose the unfaithful man. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the phone ringing stirred Pan Hong from her slumber. After a brief nap, she awoke feeling refreshed. It was 6:50, time to tidy up and prepare for her live broadcast. Pan Hong donned a leopard print suit and adorned herself with a large gold chain before settling into the live streaming room. She glanced at her phone. What? Her follower count had surged to 200,000? Had she inadvertently gone viral? Curious, Pan Hong searched for herself on Douya and couldn't help but chuckle. Clips from her midday broadcast, which featured particularly engaging segments, had been expertly edited into snippets that were now garnering impressive views. Remarkably, she had done almost nothing but take a nap. Fate had smiled upon her with an unexpected wave of popularity. Upon entering the live streaming room, it was still shrouded in darkness. Yet the comment section was already alive with diverse messages. Open the door. Old dang, hurry up. Running late. Is this the dog training streamer named Pan Hong? The legendary king of hunger has arrived. Open the broadcast. I can't wait any longer. My takeout is about to arrive. One day apart feels like 3 years. Hurry up and start. I can't take it anymore. I need in. The live stream had yet to commence. Yet the online viewer count had already surpassed 20,000. 20,000 eager souls awaited Pan Hong's broadcast, a feat seldom achieved even by major streamers, let alone by someone as new to the industry as she was. At last, the clock struck 7, and the anticipation in the live stream reached its zenith. Pan Hong finally activated the broadcast. Good evening, everyone. I am immensely grateful for your support, allowing this novice streamer to enjoy such remarkable traffic. To express my gratitude to all the enthusiastic viewers, I have decided to distribute a lucky bag. As she spoke, Pan Hong couldn't suppress a mischievous smile before boldly clicking the button to send out the lucky bag. Instantly, all 20,000 viewers received the message. Streamer has distributed a lucky bag. Number of lucky bags, 1. Prize, a total of 10 dough coins. Countdown to draw, 9:56. Upon seeing the limited number of lucky bags and the meager prize, the viewers erupted. What? After earning hundreds of thousands last night, you only offer 1 lucky bag? 10 dough coins? Are you kidding me? This is obviously the largest lucky bag on the internet. I bet the streamer will create a fake account to snatch it. Streamer, it's a package. With just 1 lucky bag for 20,000 people, is the winner lucky or unlucky? LOL. The only stroke of luck amidst a crowd of thousands to grab a tiny lucky bag? The comments section buzzed with lively discussions, some criticizing Pan Hong for being stingy, but she remained unfazed. Clearing her throat, Pan Hong shifted directly to the task at hand. All right, dear viewers, we are dog trainers here, so let's get down to business. If anyone feels their pet dog has an issue and doesn't know how to resolve it, feel free to join the call for consultation. It's all free. Yes, training dogs is much more entertaining. Anyone with a problematic pup, hop on. Haha, just don't let the king of hunger make an appearance again. Streamer. My border collie has been acting strange lately. Can you help me figure it out? Pan Hong keenly noted the useful comments and guided the viewer. Click the plus sign in the upper right corner and select the call button. Before long, a user named B Strong Girl initiated a call. Hello, streamer, I'm a longtime fan. A youthful girl with braided hair greeted her warmly, her bright smile showcasing two charming dimples. As soon as the innocent girl appeared on screen, the comments exploded. Wow, what a pure girl. How old are you? And do you have a boyfriend? She looks just like my first love. Smitten. Wow, I actually have longtime fans. Although Pan Hong recognized the girl was teasing, she chuckled softly, choosing to play along. However, at that moment, a male voice interjected, "She only followed you yesterday. Where's the longtime fan status?" Hey, don't speak. The girl playfully punched her boyfriend, then turned back to Pan Hong with a smile. Anyway, the key issue is my dog. It's been acting up lately. What seems to be the problem? The boyfriend chimed in. Our dog is perfectly fine. You're just worrying unnecessarily. If there's a real issue, we should take it to a proper veterinary clinic. This online dog trainer, flaunting a big gold chain. Clearly ISNT professional. His tone dripped with condescension, as if looking down upon her. Pan Hong felt unfazed, but the viewers were incensed. What nonsense! How is the streamer unprofessional? How dare you speak to such a beautiful girl with such arrogance? Girl, how did you end up with this guy? He has a major superiority complex. If you're being held hostage, just blink and I'll come rescue you. I'm on a call with the streamer. Can you please be quiet? The girl shot her boyfriend a disapproving glance, visibly annoyed. Ignoring her, he continued chatting on his phone. Don't worry. Just explain the issue in detail. I'm listening, Pan Hong encouraged, signaling for her to continue. Sure, the girl said with a gentle smile, calling her black and white border collie over. This is it. A few days ago, I returned from a business trip and noticed it had developed a peculiar habit. Oh, this border collie seems lively. What seems to be the issue? The girl explained, whenever we're out and encounter a man, it ignores him completely, but if it sees a young, pretty girl, it rushes towards them. Why is that? Oh, I see. The girl's boyfriend interrupted impatiently. It's just a dog. Why would it be interested in girls? Yet, in a live stream, Pan Hong detected an underlying truth in the boy's words. A glimmer of mischief lit up her eyes as she grinned. Dear girl, I believe I may have figured out why your border collie seems to favor younger, attractive women. Why? The girl blinked her curious eyes. Quite simply, Pan Hong smirked. During the days you were away on your business trip, your partner took it out and may have indulged in some questionable activities, treating it with treats. Thus, it now shows a preference for women. Do you understand? As soon as Pan Hong finished speaking, a hush fell over the room. The viewers, who had just been curious about why the border collie favored young girls, suddenly found clarity in Pan Hong's explanation. The comments erupted. Genius. The case is solved. What? How could you tell? The laughter was infectious as the speaker exclaimed, how could a border collie, a mere dog, prioritize looks over companionship? It seems it has been fed by some unscrupulous woman. The host's unconventional thought process was amusing, provoking further laughter. The observer had long harbored disdain for the man, and the evidence of his infidelity seemed apparent. Quickly check his phone, she urged. It makes sense now why he kept preventing the host from interacting with the dog. He must be feeling guilty. Came the hearty laughter. Let us support the pursuit of justice. Hold on. Another chimed in. The host is merely speculating. Perhaps the dog has some peculiar preferences? Indeed. Host, do not be the instigator of a breakup between the young couple, someone cautioned. Suddenly, upon hearing Pan Hong's analysis, the girl was left bewildered. Yet before she could gather her thoughts, the border collie appeared to comprehend the conversation, blinking twice before lowering its head. Unable to meet Pan Hong's or its owner's gaze. What is happening? Why the sudden change? The girl inquired, sensing the dog's unease. The border collie, akin to a chastised child, hung its head and scampered away. This scene elicited uncontrollable laughter from Pan Hong. Look at that. Not only the dog, but even your boyfriend has fallen silent. Are you still oblivious? At this, the girl abruptly turned her attention to her boyfriend. Is what the host said true? Did you take the dog out for an affair? What affair? The man stuttered, then, puffing up his chest, began to accuse her. Have you lost your mind? The dog cannot speak. What does a dog trainer know? He is merely slandering me for the sake of entertainment. The girl's expression darkened. You will hand over your phone right now. I want to see your chat and spending record from the days I was away on business. Chapter 22. The two-dimensional dog. Please welcome the next canine evaluator. Is it really necessary? Upon hearing that his phone would be checked, the man visibly panicked. Just because of a few words from that trivial internet celebrity, you suspect me? I don't care. The girl, clearly noticing her boyfriend's unease, reached out to snatch the phone away, her voice tinged with tears. If you're not guilty, why won't you let me see your phone? Hand it over now. You are being unreasonable. The man angrily swatted her hand away and strode out of the room, his face darkened. Come back. Don't run away. The girl cried as she chased after him, only to be met with a cacophony of clattering sounds outside. Inside the room, a bewildered border collie sat by the bed, looking utterly lost. To respect the privacy of others, Pan Hong politely ended the live connection. Ahem, this is just a minor incident, so please do not mind it, he chuckled. Meanwhile, the comment section of the live stream had erupted. Case cracked. Wow, this man definitely has issues. The host is a detective. How do they figure that out? Haha, I could bet this man is absolutely cheating. Even if he isn't cheating, he surely has problems. He probably flirts with many girls on WeChat. As a scumbag, I declare that if this man has no issues, I will eat my toilet. Don't deceive others upstairs. Haha, it's true that dogs understand human nature best. Just look at that guilty little gaze from the border collie. It's simply priceless. This man never expected to be betrayed by a dog in the end. Oh wow, now that you mention it, my dog has been very close to a handsome guy outside lately. Could it be? Congratulations to the one above. Your wife is having an affair behind your back. This is getting more and more exciting. I shall call the host the king of entertainment. This wave of infidelity drama propelled Pan Hong's live stream to a staggering popularity of 100,000 viewers, with online numbers steadily climbing. Gifts poured in ceaselessly, and Pan Hong expressed gratitude to the generous contributors. He then inquired, is there anyone else who wishes to join? At that moment, another request to connect appeared on the screen. Pan Hong accepted it. The newcomer was another girl, her voice soft and sweet as she greeted, hello, host. Hello there, dear. Pan Hong beamed. Do you have a boyfriend? Huh? The girl paused, then chuckled. I don't have a boyfriend, but I do have a husband. Oh. Pan Hong's smile vanished instantly, and he adopted a serious demeanor. Then let us not waste time. Quickly bring your dog over, and let us see what issues it has. Seeing Pan Hong's rapid change in expression, the viewers in the live stream began to tease. Lecherous host. Huh? Has the host studied Peking opera? The face changes so swiftly. The host has personality. What? A husband? Then that is even better. What remnants of Wei Wu? Do you enjoy this kind of thing upstairs? What dog evaluator? You are the real dog here. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. Pan Hong waved his hand and turned to the girl. Now, tell me, what issues does your dog have? The girl turned the camera to reveal a teddy dog nestled in its bed. Host, it's this one. It has a significant issue. It doesn't like to play with other dogs when we go out. Oh, Pan Hong nodded. That is not a problem. It's just socially anxious and prefers not to socialize. The girl was taken aback. Huh? Dogs can be socially anxious? Of course, Pan Hong explained. This little creature is just like a person. It has its own personality. There's nothing wrong with being emotionally stable, so care for it well. Okay, the girl nodded, but suddenly seemed to remember something. It usually doesn't play with other dogs. It prefers to play with its toy. Pan Hong frowned. Then his expression brightened with realization. Ah, now I understand why your dog is reluctant to socialize. Why? Because your dog is a two-dimensional creature. Pan Hong dramatically played the background music from Detective Conan. Think about it. It doesn't want to play with real dogs. It prefers to stay at home with its imaginary toys. Isn't that the essence of being two-dimensional? This remark sent the girl into a fit of laughter, and the viewers in the live stream were equally amused by his explanation. Haha, a two-dimensional dog? This is a homebody dog, right? Incredible, incredible. A socially anxious dog that's also two-dimensional. This is hilarious. Don't say that. If it stays home, dislikes socializing, and enjoys virtual characters. Isn't that just two-dimensional? The host is indeed a master detective. Not only did they uncover a cheating man, but they also identified a two-dimensional dog. I'm about to spit out my food from laughter. Now, host, what should I do to help it overcome its social anxiety? The girl inquired. How old is your dog? Almost 4. Then there's no need to think further. Its personality is basically set. Pan Hong concluded. Moreover, there's no need for change. As I mentioned earlier, while this dog may not enjoy socializing, its stable personality is quite affectionate. Isn't that a good dog? Why would you want to change it? Well, but the girl hesitated. Every time I take it out to play, and I see other dogs having fun together, it's always all alone, and I feel so heartbroken. Hearing this, Pan Hong couldn't help but chuckle. Dear, that's just your perspective. It's not how your dog feels. Don't impose your thoughts onto another dog. You may think it's lonely, but what if it enjoys that solitude? It might just prefer to play alone. Forcing it to socialize will only lead to adverse outcomes. Isn't it fine to live happily, simply accompanying you at home? Just take care of it. Upon hearing this, the girl seemed to ponder and nodded thoughtfully. Okay then. All right, goodbye. Seeing the girl gain insight, Pan Hong ended the connection. Within the live stream, Pan Hong's words sparked considerable discussion. I feel the host's words are quite reasonable. The host is absolutely right. I'm just like that. I've grown used to being alone and prefer quietly engaging in my hobbies rather than socializing. Exactly. I feel that people and dogs are sometimes quite similar. It's no wonder my friends always liken me to a dog. Upstairs, when your friend calls you a dog, they mean you're not human. Get lost. You're ruining the atmosphere. The host truly speaks to my heart. I used to think being introverted was bad, but now that I think about it, it seems fine to live happily and quietly on my own. After all, I can provide for myself, even if my salary isn't high. As the comments turned increasingly philosophical, Pan Hong quickly interjected. Wait a minute, everyone, let's not digress. What I just said pertains to dogs. Remember, they're different from humans. I'm not a psychologist and can't solve psychological issues, all right? Now, without further ado, let's welcome the next canine evaluator. Chapter 23, My Dog Refuses to Eat, a Stubborn Breed. Greetings, host. The live broadcast commenced, and a melodic female voice resonated. Wow, another girl? Do women nowadays have an affinity for pets? Of course. We, the fairies, embody the most compassionate group in the world. Then why does my goddess only adore lapdogs? Throw the upstairs comment out. It tarnishes the reputation of us men. Upon hearing the female voice, Pan Hong understood why the pet economy thrived online. Compared to men, the majority of pet owners were women, who indeed spent more liberally. They genuinely regarded their pets as family. Yet, treating dogs like humans often led to poor care. Hello, beautiful. What seems to be the issue with your dog? Pan Hong inquired directly. Well, host, this is my dog. The girl summoned a shiny-coated border collie. There's a problem. It refuses to eat. Upon hearing her description and observing the healthy dog, Pan Hong's expression faltered. Generally, dogs that refuse to eat are emaciated and frail. Yet, this border collie appeared robust. Refuses to eat? What does it consume, then? Yes, it only drinks water and doesn't eat. The girl pointed at the dog bowl. Not a single morsel. Air. Did you hear my question? I asked what it eats if it doesn't consume food. Pan Hong stroked his chin, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Dear girl, let us use our brains. Can you articulate clearly? What do you mean it doesn't eat? It's been alive without food, surviving on air? As soon as these words were uttered, viewers in the live chat erupted. Is this girl out of her mind? A dog that only drinks water can't be this plump. Only drinks water? And still grows so big? Please, give me a dozen of these economical dogs. This cracks me up. Is this dog surviving on the wind? Border Collie. Mom, no need to cook for me. I'm off to drink the wind. After hearing Pan Hong's probing questions, the girl paused for a few seconds to organize her thoughts. Well, it hardly eats this year, perhaps only once a week. She ceased speaking, gazing at Pan Hong, anticipating a solution. Meanwhile, Pan Hong was utterly exasperated by her linguistic skills and basic logical reasoning. Rubbing his eyes, he chuckled in disbelief. Young lady, as a reasonably intelligent adult male, I must inform you that what you just said is utterly impossible. If you don't believe me, send it over. I'll only let it drink water and refrain from feeding it. Let us see how long it survives. If it doesn't starve, I'll give you my head. Not only was Pan Hong rendered speechless by the girl's description, but the viewers also chimed in with their critiques. Only eating once a week? Remarkable. What brand of dog food do you buy? Please share with us. This girl is quite stubborn. Her problem description implies a week without food. How could that be? A person with even a modicum of logic wouldn't utter such nonsense. Many individuals actually have cognitive issues. They just manage to live independently. Seeing the viewers ridicule her, the girl became flustered and retorted, "No, it truly doesn't eat. Look, I've prepared dog food and opened a can. It won't touch either, really. I'm not lying." Still obstinate, Pan Hong wiped his face and raised a hand to interrupt her rambling. "Listen, young lady, first, this border collie is alive, right? If it's alive, it must eat. Otherwise, it will starve, correct? So, claiming it only eats once a week is absolutely impossible. It must have snuck some food somewhere." "Absolutely not, host," the girl insisted, raising 3 fingers to the sky. "I swear, if I'm lying, I'll never have a house." Pan Hong sighed. All right, calm down. There's no need to make such an intense vow." He discerned that this woman lacked basic logical reasoning and was just being obstinate. Engaging her further was futile, so he decided to inquire about the dog instead. "Here's the plan," Pan Hong proposed. "Bring the dog food to the dog, and I'll observe its behavior. It won't eat." The girl picked up the can and approached the dog, which sniffed the food and promptly turned away. The girl seemed to find undeniable evidence, gesturing to the live chat. "See? I told you, it really doesn't eat for a week. I'm not lying. It must have some rare, special constitution." Special constitution? Pan Hong thought, rolling his eyes. Did she believe this was some fantasy? Just as the girl began to argue again, Pan Hong suddenly heard the dog's thoughts. At that moment, when the girl offered the dog food, the border collie thought, "Not tasty. Not as good as Fatty's food. Not eating." Fatty? Pan Hong's eyes lit up. It appeared that this border collie wasn't refusing food. Rather, it had been consuming Fatty's meals. He casually asked, "Young lady, is your nickname Fatty?" "What Fatty?" The girl was taken aback. "I'm quite slender. How could I be called Fatty? Fatty is my cat's name." "Ah, cat." Pan Hong raised an eyebrow, feeling a revelation dawning upon him. "Where's your cat? Bring it to me." "Huh?" The girl hesitated. "Aren't you a dog expert? Can you also assess cats?" Not only was the girl baffled by Pan Hong's sudden interest in her cat, but the viewers in the live chat were equally perplexed. Why are we talking about cats now? Isn't he a dog trainer? Has the host switched professions? The topic changed so quickly, I can barely keep up. Let me catch my thoughts. The dog won eat, so bring the cat? What does the cat have to do with the border collie not eating? I can't comprehend the host's thought process. Enough chit-chat. Bring the cat over. Pan Hong dismissed the viewers' comments and refrained from further debate with the girl. He simply stated, "Bring the cat, and the truth will reveal itself." Upon hearing this, the girl finally entered her bedroom and emerged with a scrawny orange cat. The moment Pan Hong laid eyes on the emaciated feline, both he and the viewers widened their eyes. "Wait, I see that Fatty. You're quite the creative namer. Calling such a thin cat Fatty is amusing. Honestly, I believe this cat is the one that hasn't eaten for a week. So pitiful. This cat clearly suffers from malnutrition." Noticing the viewers disparaging her cat's name, the girl quickly chuckled and clarified. Fatty, doesn't he mean he is fat? Host, don't be deceived by his thinness. He probably eats 5 meals a day, which is why I named him Fatty. He just has a naturally slender physique like mine. She wore a look of fondness and pride. Naturally slender physique. Pan Hong rolled his eyes. Your Fatty's cat food was all devoured by the dog. It's no wonder he is starving. Pan Hong, suppressing her desire to complain, slowly explained, "Dear girl, consider this. Your dog has grown to this size, and it is impossible for it to eat only 1 meal a week. This cat, on the other hand, appears frail and listless, clearly suffering from malnutrition. It undoubtedly does not get enough to eat. So, is there a possibility that the dog has been consuming the cat food?" Upon hearing Pan Hong's words, the woman seemed taken aback, as if something in Pan Hong's statement had surpassed her comprehension. "Host, don't joke around. Can dogs really eat cat food? She responded, "Oh, now I understand." Realizing the implication of her words, Pan Hong continued, "In your perception, a dog cannot possibly eat cat food, correct?" Of course, the woman nodded, her expression suggesting what else could it be. It appeared necessary for Pan Hong to enlighten her. Take a look at the ingredient list on the cat food and tell me which item is something a dog cannot consume. Cat food is high in protein, containing plenty of meat, which is precisely what dogs adore. Furthermore, you mentioned your dog only drinks water. Given how salty cat food is, it would be odd for it not to drink water. As soon as she uttered this, the viewers in the live stream suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Wow, the host is a detective. She could deduce this. Haha, isn't this more entertaining than a mystery drama? Oh, I get it now. I wonder how the cat could eat 5 times a day and still be so thin. It turns out the dog has been sneaking its food. Cat food is saltier than dog food, so the dog would naturally drink more water. It all makes sense. The host is brilliant. Yet, upon hearing Pan Hong's explanation, the woman stubbornly replied, "No way. My dog is very well behaved. How could it possibly steal cat food?" Pan Hong, unwilling to engage in further debate, stated directly, "You have surveillance at home, right? Do you ever check it?" "No, I haven't lost anything, so why would I check?" "Very well," Pan Hong replied. "Go check the surveillance now and see if your dog has been stealing the cat food." To this point, the woman still refused to believe her dog would pilfer cat food. She insisted that her dog could grow so large without eating much, attributing it to some special constitution. As for her cat, which seemed unable to gain weight despite its voracious appetite, she reasoned it must also have a naturally lean physique. How could it be that the dog was stealing cat food? With a sense of trepidation, she opened the surveillance display and rewound the footage. What she saw was astonishing. Earlier that morning, she had poured cat food into the bowl and turned to leave. In the next moment, a ginger cat dashed in like a ravenous ghost, devouring the food as if it had not eaten in days. However, within 10 seconds, a border collie came bounding in, kicked the chubby feline away, and began feasting on the cat food. Due to the significant size difference, the chubby cat dared not confront the border collie and could only lie aside, waiting for any scraps. Upon witnessing this, the woman finally accepted that her dog had indeed been stealing the cat food. Glancing at the emaciated cat, she felt a sudden wave of sympathy. "What should I do now?" she asked the host. Pan Hong scratched her head. "What to do? Let the cat eat cat food and the dog eat dog food, and feed them at regular times and portions. If they don't finish within 5 minutes, take it away. They need to learn the value of their food, understand? But if it keeps stealing the cat food, won't it still not eat its own food?" Pan Hong, unable to contain herself, brandished a figurative sword. "Sister, don't force me to take drastic measures. Why must you insist on your dog eating cat food? Can't you think of a way to prevent this? When you feed the cat, can you not watch it eat? Place the cat food somewhere higher where the dog can't reach it. Do you understand my point?" "Oh, I see. The woman finally seemed enlightened. "You mean to say the dog isn't eating its food because it has been eating the cat food? Okay, next." Pan Hong sighed in exasperation. Indeed, earning money is difficult, and dealing with this is no easy task. Chapter 24. He only eats human food. Fat Bo is here with a sigh. Pan Hong closed the voice chat. To mask his emotions, he donned a pair of sunglasses. He then addressed the viewers in the live stream, saying, "Brothers and sisters, if you're going to join the chat, could you please organize your thoughts before coming on? I truly cannot endure this mental torment any longer." His words immediately resonated with the audience. Support the host. Such individuals are simply stubborn. Just like my mother-in-law, she says whatever comes to her mind. This is indeed mental torture. Conversing with certain people feels like playing music to a cow. How can she state such absurdities with such conviction? Even a normal person would find it alarming that her dog eats only once a week. Fortunately, the host is a canine detective. Otherwise, Fat Girl would be in real trouble. Haha, indeed. I wondered why the dog only drank water. Turns out the cat food was too salty. Poor thing. My heart aches for the cat for a moment. I'm both angry and intrigued. With advancements in medicine, any fetus can be saved. Once again, someone joined the chat. Pan Hong attempted to calm himself upon seeing the new voice request, then clicked to accept it. A young woman appeared in the live stream. "Hello, host," she greeted with a cheerful voice. "Hello, beautiful. Please share the issue with your dog. Depleted of energy from the previous interaction, Pan Hong had no time for pleasantries and jumped straight to the point. Okay, host. The woman turned her camera, revealing a pure white Samoyed. The dog was stunning, grinning widely, and Pan Hong instantly fell in love. However, the woman's next words caused Pan Hong to cover his face in disbelief, feeling as though his sanity was on the verge of collapse. It's this dog. It refuses to eat dog food. Why is that, host? She asked, her tone laced with concern. As her words echoed, Pan Hong's face-palming expression sent the live chat into fits of laughter. Huh, here we go again. What? This Samoyed is even fatter than the previous border collie. Could it also be surviving on air? Uffed. I nearly spat out my food. This can't be scripted, right? Just got rid of one. And look, another one has appeared. Could it be another dog that sneaked cat food? This is unbelievable. How can someone be so outrageous? As the host said, dogs are alive. How could they not eat? My heart aches for the host for a moment. Listen, madam, pan chakeld. Did you not see the previous live stream? Dogs are alive. They cannot possibly abstain from food. They must have eaten something else. I know that, but I haven't finished yet. The woman quickly interjected. It doesn't refuse food. It just won't eat dog food. It only consumes human food. Upon hearing this, Pan Hong furrowed his brow and replied, of course, because you only feed a human food. Naturally, it would reject dog food. I do feed it dog food, she retorted immediately, but it won't eat it. Yes, you feed it dog food, and it refuses. Then you resort to human food. I haven't fed it. You haven't fed it. Just dealt with a stubborn one. I've reached my limit. Pan Hong could no longer contain himself, slamming down his sunglasses and brandishing a figurative sword towards the screen. You haven't fed it. Did your dog cook its own meal? Did it order takeout on its own? Pan Hong unleashed his frustration, wielding his figurative sword with one hand while gesturing dramatically with the other, much to the amusement of the viewers. Ha ha ha. So the dog is the one cooking its own meals now. Here we go again with another stubborn case. Upon reflection, the dog has never claimed it can't cook. I might just laugh myself to death in this live stream. Indeed. Listen, host. The woman chuckled at her own predicament. All right, madam, Pan Hong interrupted, continuing his tirade. Tell me honestly, did you join this chat to seek help or to irritate me? If you don't feed it, can it whip up a meal on its own? Surely it wouldn't just grab a spatula and start cooking, would it? Is this reasonable? How would it know what rice or noodles taste like if you don't feed it? I understand. Host, I understand, she hastily interrupted, attempting to mask her embarrassment with laughter. But what if it refuses to eat dog food? What if it starves? You just need to feed it at regular times and quantities. If it refuses to eat for 5 minutes, take it away. Let it go hungry and see if it eats. It will definitely eat. If it doesn't eat for 2 days, send it to me. I will personally train it for free. You spoiled your child, and now you come here wondering why it's unmanageable. Isn't that entirely you're doing? As Pan Hong continued to vent his frustrations, the viewers chimed in with their own commentary. Those who are half-heartedly involved are the most pitiful. They can't communicate normally like those who are fully committed. The host has become so riled up from training dogs. Look at those teeth. I've discovered that an abnormal dog often has an equally abnormal owner. Indeed, isn't raising a dog akin to raising a child? Some parents indulge their children so much that they fulfill every desire. How can they not be obstinate? This woman seems to have a rebuttal personality. Just like a colleague of mine, when I say it's cold, he insists it's not cold, just not as hot. Support the host's righteous judgment. Though no foul language was used, the host truly vented my frustrations. They spoiled the dog and now come here to complain. Where were they when it all began? All right. Host, I understand, the woman said, covering her face, clearly struck by Pan Hong's words. What do you think of my Samoyed? I spent over 6,000 on it. Over 6,000? Pan Hong smirked. I don't know if it's purebred, but you certainly are. All right, have I solved your problem? From now on, don't spoil it. Just feed it at regular times and quantities. If it doesn't eat, take it away. Got it? Wait, what if I don't feed it? But my mom sneaks it food? She suddenly asked. Pan Hong felt a pang of frustration, running his hand through his hair and growling. Then send your mom to me. I will personally teach her. Is that all right, madam? Ha ha, no need for that. The woman chuckled nervously and promptly disconnected the chat. Just as the connection ended, Another voice request appeared on the screen. The profile picture showed a white Alaskan Malamute with the username Fat Bo. Chapter 25. The painful neck of the toothy Fat Bo. Your mother has sent it over. A playful remark echoed. Ha ha ha, that was hilarious. The situation was addressed at its core. Goodness, I suddenly feel that raising a dog is quite similar to raising a child, sometimes despite our reluctance to indulge. The elders in the household always find ways to spoil them. The unexpected twist was quite delightful. As expected of a streamer, these witty retorts come effortlessly. I declare this the funniest gag of today's livestream. With a single jest about one's mother, the chat room erupted into a sea of laughter, alleviating the viewers' escalating frustration. All right, gentlemen, let us welcome the next caretaker. Having vented her frustrations, Pan Hong donned her sunglasses and approved Fat Bo's video call. On the other end of the stream, a couple appeared on screen. Which of you is Fat Bo? Pan Hong teased with a smile. What do you mean? The man chuckled, clarifying, Fat Bo is our dog, an Alaskan Malamute. Pan Hong nodded. All right, what seems to be the issue? Oh, it has quite a few problems. Let me show you, the woman interjected, her expression filled with worry as she positioned her finger in front of the camera. Her finger was wrapped in gauze, stained with dried blood, revealing a gruesome wound underneath. Pan Hong squinted, licking her lips. After a lengthy live stream, was it finally time to encounter a truly ferocious dog? Her heart raced with anticipation. The viewers, upon witnessing the woman's injured finger, were filled with indignation. Goodness, it's so fierce it even attacked its owner? I always thought my temperamental poodle was bad, but it only bites strangers, not me. Seriously, if it dares to bite its owner, is there even a reason to keep it? Such a creature deserves a one-way trip to the butcher. Oh dear, that does seem quite serious, Pan Hong remarked, pursing her lips. What happened? Is it food guarding? Yes, it guards its food, but it's not that simple, the woman lamented. I feel like it's just a complete lunatic, like a wild wolf cub. We treat it well, feeding and clothing it, even buying it numerous toys. Yet, it looks at us as if we are its enemies. Just the other day, it bit my husband's arm. Here, let me show you the picture. As she complained, the woman pulled out her phone, displaying an image of her husband's injury inflicted by Fat Bo. The man's arm was bandaged, blood seeping through the fabric. It looked utterly pitiful. The viewers were unable to contain themselves upon witnessing such a gruesome sight. This is no pet. This is a criminal. If it can bite its owner like that, it must not be allowed to remain. This is a curse. This dog must be insane. I suggest we put it down. This is clearly a case of a vicious dog. Not only were the viewers outraged, but Pan Hong felt a surge of excitement within. After a multitude of calls with caretakers discussing trivial issues, she was finally presented with a dog that had genuine problems, allowing her to showcase her dog training skills. Bring forth the culprit. Fat Bo. Pan Hong shook her neck to warm up. I've been raising dogs for 3 generations. There isn't a vicious dog I cannot tame. Let me see what we're dealing with. Well, we keep a cage because we dare not let it out, the woman replied, entering a storage room with the phone for the live stream. When the lights flickered on, a hefty white Alaskan Malamute lay languidly within a white cage. Sensing someone's presence, Fat Bo shot a fierce glare at the woman before collapsing onto the ground, panting lethargically. See, this is how it usually behaves, the woman scoffed. It's undoubtedly a lunatic. It prefers lying around, devoid of energy, yet it has such a volatile temperament, and won't allow anyone to touch it. If anyone dares to lay a hand on it, especially my husband or me, it retaliates without hesitation. All right, I think I understand now, Pan Hong nodded thoughtfully. Let us do this. It's not particularly enlightening just listening to you. Grab a stick or something to prod it, so I can observe its reaction. What? I'm not very brave, the woman replied timidly. What are you afraid of, Mayam? It's in a cage while you're outside. Besides, I'm not asking you to touch it directly. Just use a stick or something, Pan Hong encouraged her. If you're really hesitant, why not have your husband do it, right? The woman turned to her husband. Quick, get a stick and give it a try. Moments later, the man returned with a rolling pin. Yes, that will do. Approach it slowly and cautiously, Pan Hong instructed from afar. The man cautiously approached Fat Bo, who appeared to sense his proximity. Upon noticing the rolling pin in the man's hand, its sharp teeth suddenly bared, transforming its previously pudgy face into a menacing visage. The man stumbled back, swallowing nervously. The viewers were equally startled by Fat Bo's sudden transformation. Goodness, that scared me. It looked so sickly just now, then suddenly bared its teeth, making me nearly drop my chopsticks. I thought this dog seemed docile. I assumed it was the owner's fault, but now it's clear this is a pure vicious dog. I was planning to adopt a pure white Alaskan, but now I'm reconsidering. When Fat Bo bared its teeth, my own Alaskan happened to walk past, and I nearly kicked it. This dog should be sent to the butcher. Don't be afraid. It's still in the cage. Gradually approach it, Pan Hong urged as the man hesitated. Reassured by the cage, he cautiously drew nearer to Fat Bo, extending the rolling pin to touch its neck. Just as the rolling pin was about to brush against Fat Bo's fur, the dog's coat bristled, and with a fierce snap, it clamped down on the rolling pin, growling ominously. Startled, the man stumbled back, dropping the rolling pin, which now bore distinct teeth marks. Pan Hong was taken aback. Wow, that's fierce. If it had bitten a person's arm, it could have easily shattered it. What do we do now, host? Is there any hope for it? The woman's tone was tinged with reluctance. This purebred Alaskan cost us nearly $10,000. If it comes to that, we'll have to consider euthanasia. Don't rush into that, Pan Hong interjected, her compassionate nature unable to accept such a fate. Extend the rolling pin again and bring the camera closer. I need to see what's truly going on. With her extensive dog training knowledge, Pan Hong could immediately discern that this dog was merely stressed. However, the true cause of the dog's distress remains uncertain. Thus, he urged the male owner to tease the dog once more while he prepared to eavesdrop on the Alaskan's innermost thoughts. At that moment, just as the rolling pin was about to make contact with Fat Bo, Pan Hong heard the jumbled echoes of Fat Bo's mind. Pain. Pain. I am in so much pain. My neck hurts terribly. It feels as though I'm suffocating. Please do not touch my neck. Is there anyone who can save me? Chapter 26. Success. In the interview, Fat Bo sent a message. Pain in the neck. Upon hearing Fat Bo's heartfelt lament, Pan Hong's face displayed a look of confusion. Beyond the sorrowful cries, he perceived a profound sense of anguish and despair, as if Fat Bo had endured some form of torment. A moment's reflection brought clarity. The root of Fat Bo's troubles lay in his irritable temperament. However, it is well known that beings, when subjected to suffering, often display heightened irritability. Clearly, Fat Bo belonged to the latter category. These two dog owners surely wouldn't be mistreating their pet, would they? They hardly appeared to be the type. With this thought in mind, Pan Hong resolved to extract more beneficial information and inquired, Sister, how long has this symptom persisted? The woman pondered briefly before responding. He was quite obedient when he was younger. We even hired a professional dog trainer at considerable expense. However, ever since he matured, his temperament has become increasingly volatile, and it seems to worsen with age. I truly don't know what to do. Seeing the woman's troubled expression, netizens erupted in indignation. What do you mean you don't know what to do? Just euthanize it. Exactly. With such a troublesome creature, why keep it around? Send it my way. I've been craving dog meat hot pot. A gentle reminder. Girls should avoid large breeds. If they encounter an unstable temperament, it could lead to serious trouble. Indeed, most girls weigh just over 100 pounds, and without martial arts training, they stand no chance against a large dog. Nonsense. Why can't girls have large dogs? My girlfriend weighs over 200 pounds. Ha! Feeling sorry for that guy upstairs for a moment. The Hangzhou city government recently announced a citywide vote on whether to ban large dogs. I was planning to vote against it, but now, right? When I walk around, I always avoid large breeds like Alaskans and German Shepherds. If one goes berserk, I doubt its owner can restrain it. Look at this Fat Bo. It appears so innocent and plump. Yet who knows it harbors such a vicious nature. Just let it go. It's kinder to euthanize. Euthanizing would be a kindness. It ought to be sold to a dog meat restaurant. Observing the uproar in the comments, Pan Hong shook his head. However, he did not blame the netizens. After all, they were unaware of the complete picture, only relying on the owner's accounts, which made it easy to label Fat Bo as a vicious dog. Such is the nature of online discourse. After all, the dog cannot articulate its defense. Clearing his throat, Pan Hong spoke. So, sister, this dog was initially quite well behaved, with its temperament deteriorating over time. We must identify the cause of its irritability. I notice Fat Bo's neck seems somewhat unusual. Could you check for any wounds or injuries? Huh? You want me to check? The woman was taken aback and quickly waved her hands in refusal. Honey, it's your turn to step up. Go check Fat Bo's neck. I wouldn't dare. The man wore a similar expression of trepidation. He might poke it with a stick from behind a cage, but the dense fur of the Alaskan made it necessary to make direct contact for a proper examination. Recalling his previous biting experience and the fierce glare Fat Bo directed at him, he shivered and felt utterly unprepared to approach. Forget it, host. Let us not prolong this. Euthanize it already. The male owner shook his head vehemently, attempting to disconnect the live stream. Wait. Stop. Hold on. Pan Hong quickly interjected, Brother, you spent nearly 10,000 on this dog. To be frank, if you were to buy it from me, it would cost merely a couple of thousand. After investing so much, can you really bear to euthanize it? Don't you feel it would be a waste? The man hesitated, his face revealing a mix of uncertainty. Indeed, he had invested a considerable amount in this purebred Alaskan, and the thought of losing it pained him deeply. Setting aside temperament, just Fat Bo's appearance, structure, and coat, who could deny it was a striking specimen among dogs? After pouring so much money, effort, and expectation into it, he found it hard to accept the prospect of losing it entirely. As he noticed both owners wavering, the viewers in the live stream expressed their impatience. What is there to hesitate about? Cut your losses now. Exactly. Why you've invested so much. Continuing to keep it will only incur more expenses. The participants are blind to the observer's clarity. Don't be foolish. Heed the viewer's advice. The audience sees clearly. Support the just cause of euthanasia. And what is host? The dog has bitten people, and now you're advising them to keep it? Truly, this host lacks professionalism. If they get bitten again, will the host be liable for damages? Moreover, they plan to have children. What if this vicious dog harms a child? Stop it. This reminds me of a news story from years ago where 3 vicious dogs attacked an infant. That brings back some unpleasant memories. This host is far too naive. In a crisis, eliminate the naive. Within Pan Hong's livestream, witnessing the sudden influx of criticism labeling him as naive, he nearly burst into laughter. Was it not a compassionate heart? Pan Hong often delighted in sharing dragon fruit and blueberry juice with dogs. The more aggressive the dog, the more he lavished it with treats, and he would engage them in games like kite-flying and merry-go-rounds. Such was the purest form of compassion. Yet, observing the comments veering increasingly off course, Pan Hong felt compelled to clarify. Brothers, hold on. I admit, I possess a heart that embraces all. However, sparing Fat Bo is not solely out of compassion. Pausing, he continued, every dog's issues stem from underlying causes. As trainers, our role is to identify these causes and provide solutions. Fat Bo's situation is somewhat complex. From this distance, I cannot discern the specifics, but I suspect the issue lies predominantly with his neck, and it may not even originate from him. I am quite meticulous. With 3 generations of dog ownership, I have yet to encounter a problem I could not resolve. If I fail to address Fat Bo's issues and instead opt for euthanasia, would I not be tarnishing my own reputation? Thus, I urge the owners to refrain from rushing into euthanasia, not to continue keeping him, but to bring Fat Bo to me for a proper assessment. Chapter 27. The Conscientious Streamer and Market Rectification. So this is what the streamer truly thinks. I misjudged the streamer, believing them to possess a purely benevolent heart. It turns out they're concerned about tarnishing their reputation, which is quite understandable. I, too, am a dog trainer, and this dog, named Fat Bo, presents a complex challenge. It is likely due to its inherent temperament, making the task exceedingly difficult. Is the streamer certain they wish to take it on? Indeed, it would be unfortunate if the dog were sent to you and you were unable to resolve the issue, for that would surely damage your reputation. With 3 generations of dog training experience, is there truly a problem you cannot solve? Such bravado. Our esteemed trainers here do not boast with such confidence. My friend, do not doubt. I possess a truly pure heart. Pan Hong chuckled, adjusting her sunglasses, and upon noticing someone questioning her abilities, she grinned widely. Oh, is there yet another peer doubting my dog training skills? The credibility of my 3 generations of experience is not mere talk. Are you daring enough to wager against me? Upon hearing Pan Hong's declaration, those in the comments, claiming to be dog trainers, fell silent. Although they internally harbored skepticism regarding Pan Hong's ability to resolve Fat Bo's issues entirely, they were too apprehensive to bet. After all, just yesterday, a prominent pet influencer had gambled against Pan Hong and lost everything. That individual, named Yu Chun, experienced a rapid downfall, becoming a target of ridicule across the internet. They certainly did not wish to follow in such footsteps. However, the female owner decided to politely decline Pan Hong's proposal. "We have already invested so much time and money into Fat Bo. If we send him to you, considering the costs of transport and training, it would be quite a significant expense. I feel perhaps it is best to consider euthanasia." After speaking, the woman glanced at her husband, who silently nodded in agreement, tacitly endorsing her suggestion. Observing their predicament, Pan Hong waved her hand with grandeur. "No need. My intention in training Fat Bo is not for profit. I merely wish to uphold my reputation. Here's my offer. I will cover the transport costs, and within a week, I assure you that I will train him well. If I succeed, we can discuss the training fees, which will certainly be lower than the rates at your local veterinary clinics. Fair and honest, without deceit. If I fail to train Fat Bo, I will not charge you a single penny. Furthermore, I will gift you a well-trained Alaskan puppy. What do you think?" Upon hearing Pan Hong's assurances, the couple exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with hope. After all, prior to this call, they had almost resigned themselves to losing Fat Bo, with a euthanasia appointment already scheduled at the veterinary clinic in 3 days. However, now, sending Fat Bo to Pan Hong for training seemed like a golden opportunity. If she succeeded, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Even if her training fees were somewhat steep, they would not mind. Compared to the expenses incurred over the past 2 years for Fat Bo, any training fee would be trivial. If she failed, they would bear no loss, as Pan Hong would cover the transport costs, leaving them without any financial burden. Moreover, even in failure, they would still receive a young Alaskan puppy from the streamer, a second chance for Fat Bo, almost as if he were rejuvenated. The couple nodded vigorously in agreement. "Absolutely. You are truly generous. Where shall we send Fat Bo? How can we contact you privately? I will arrange for his transport immediately." Pan Hong sent them a message on Douyin. "This is my work WeChat. Please add me with a note, and we can discuss privately." All right. The couple's faces lit up with satisfaction. Upon hearing Pan Hong's proposal, not only did they feel a surge of hope, but the viewers in the live stream also erupted in excitement. "Streamer, you're incredible. What? The streamer will cover the transport costs? If the training fails, there's no charge, plus a free, well-trained Alaskan puppy? Wait, is the streamer this benevolent? I rescind all my previous criticisms of the streamer and sincerely apologize. Streamer, you're bold. How can you operate this way and still allow others in the industry to profit? Is the streamer attempting to rectify the entire pet industry single-handedly? Peers, the sky is falling. A streamer with such integrity deserves our support. Good job. Sending you rockets to show my appreciation. Yenju, let's go." The viewers showered the stream with gifts, creating a dazzling display. Particularly, Yenju continuously sent dozens of festive gifts, leaving the audience in awe. Without uttering a word, Yenju simply showered money upon the stream. Soon, Pan Hong's gift totals and follower count soared. The total gifts received reached 200,000. Although, as a novice streamer, Pan Hong had to forfeit 50% of her earnings to the platform. That still amounted to a substantial 100,000 yuan, an amount that previously would have taken her a year to earn. Truly, she was reaping the benefits of the digital age. Pan Hong felt quite content with her earnings from gifts. However, when she glanced at her follower count, a frown creased her brow. The system required her to reach 100,000 followers. Currently, her follower count stood at a mere 60,000. While 60,000 followers after just 2 days is indeed impressive, Douyin is primarily a video-centric app, and the quickest way to gain followers is through video content. This challenge posed no difficulty for Pan Hong, who had already devised a plan for her videos: offline dog training. Thus, after the owners of Fat Bo concluded the call, Pan Hong announced in her live stream, "Dear viewers, I believe most of you tuning in are pet owners. While I am confident in my dog training abilities, I am not omniscient and cannot remedy every issue through the screen. Therefore, I announce that if your dog has significant behavioral problems, or if it's inconvenient for you to connect via call, feel free to message me directly. And you can send your dog to my training facility. I will personally train them offline. Moreover, the training process will be recorded and uploaded to Douyin for everyone to view. But who will cover the transport costs? And how will the training fees be handled if the training fails? Some viewers raised their concerns, and many echoed similar queries. Of course, the arrangement would mirror that of Fat Bo. Pan Hong understood the viewers' apprehensions and replied graciously, I will cover the transport costs for you. If the training is successful, you will pay both the transport and training fees together. If I fail, I will not charge a single cent, and I will gift you a similarly bred puppy. What do you think? Sounds fantastic. Truly generous. Wow. Is the streamer this considerate toward everyone? I'm in love. An industry leader with integrity. I must follow. Absolutely incredible. From now on, I'm a steadfast supporter of the streamer. The pet market has long needed rectification. I support the streamer. Chapter 28. Live streaming collaboration. As Pan Hong announced her acceptance of the viewers' offers to send in their mischievous dogs, her account back-end suddenly flooded with private messages. However, Pan Hong frowned slightly. Alas, the dogs sent from various places, filmed for training videos, would likely take 2 or 3 days to arrive. There was no swift way to increase her follower count. Though Pan Hong's live stream boasted a high level of engagement, with numerous comments and gifs, she still felt a pang of anxiety as her follower count stubbornly lingered below 100,000. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, within a brightly lit and cozily decorated rental apartment, the popular female streamer Chung Dai from Weiyo Media was energetically broadcasting her live session. All right, everyone, I finished my yoga practice and danced the routine I promised you. That's all for today. Chung Dai flashed a sweet smile, preparing to conclude her broadcast. Don't go yet, my dear. I haven't had enough. Please do one more. One more. Dear host, I didn't quite grasp the second yoga move. The one where you lay on the ground, mimicking a leopard. Could you demonstrate it again? Yes. I also loved it. Oh wait, I couldn't master that move either. I always feel like my posture is off. Could you break down the technique for us? Please? Dear host, I'm nearsighted. Next time you teach yoga, could you zoom in a bit for me? Dear host, I'm nearsighted too. Could I sit in the front row? You lot, go home and practice properly. All you do is bully me. Chung Dai quickly saw through the intentions of the lecherous viewers in her live stream. All right, I'm signing off now. Don't. Stay a little longer. Yeah. Wine's so early. You aren't sneaking off to meet a boy, are you? Seeing her fans' playful teasing and pleas, Chung Dai quickly clarified, Don't say that. I'm just exhausted tonight. It's not a secret rendezvous with a boyfriend. I prefer older men. Please, have mercy on me tonight and let me off the hook. However, at that moment, the top viewer chimed in, Why in so soon? Let us chat a little longer. After which, he sent several gifts. The other viewers followed suit, showering her with gifts. Out of gratitude for their generosity, Chung Dai reluctantly gathered herself to continue the live stream, engaging in casual conversation with her fans. Nonetheless, the atmosphere felt somewhat lackluster. Sensing the stagnant engagement, she glanced at her friend list and discovered that her close friend Mosey was also live streaming. Mosey was a beautiful gaming streamer known for her vivacious style and witty banter. Recently, she had made headlines due to her rumored romantic relationship with a professional gamer, which had sparked considerable discussion. An idea sparked in her mind. Everyone, this idle chatting is a bit dull. Why don't we invite Mosey to join our live stream? As soon as she voiced this suggestion, it energized her viewers. Great idea. I've heard Mosey is quite the charmer. I've been wanting to see her in action. Mosey is live? Why didn't you say so? I would have gone over sooner. Quick, let us connect. I want to see two stunning beauties streaming together. Recently, Mosey's romance has been all the buzz. Chung Dai, tease her a little. Darling, please don't take a page out of Mosey's book and suddenly reveal your boyfriend. Observing her fans' excitement, she hastily entered Mosey's live stream and requested to connect. On the other end, Mosey, upon seeing her friend Chung Dai's request, agreed without hesitation. Hello, Mosey, it's been ages. Chung Dai greeted with a beaming smile. Indeed, has it been 3 years since we last met? Mosey raised an eyebrow. Really? It can't have been that long. Of course it has. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. After all, Mosey squinted playfully, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Wow, you really are the queen of charm, diving right into it. Whoa, ISNT that the school bus. Wait, I haven't even boarded yet. Goodness. The wheels ran right over my face. Mosey, you cheeky woman, what nonsense are you talking about? And you didn't even tell me about your relationship. I thought we were best friends. Chung died. I felt a bit flustered, quickly bringing up Mosey's romantic news to regain some ground. But Mosey promptly retorted, "What's wrong? Are you suggesting a three-way?" The live chat erupted. What audacious words. Permanent. Not entirely out of the question. Permanent. Happiness comes so unexpectedly? Is this even appropriate to say? Can one truly say such things? Wait, ISNT this a forbidden topic. How casually it was thrown around. What forbidden topic? That S meant to limit hosts with decorum and boundaries. Mosey, what is decorum? What even are boundaries? You made our little die blush. Oomph. I can't outsmart you, can I? Fine, I surrender, Chung die conceded, raising a white flag. Initially, she intended to tease Mosey about her newfound romance, but it backfired, and she found herself the subject of playful banter instead. I am a woman of decorum and principles, Chung die consoled herself inwardly. Shifting the subject, she inquired. Now that you have a boyfriend, life must be treating you well. I can see your complexion is glowing. Absolutely. Permanent treats me quite well, Mosey replied, her eyebrows lifting. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. But recently, my dog has been acting strangely. Your dog? Is it that Samoyed you just got named Tongdo? Yes, that's the one. It seems to be in heat. Wait, what? Chung die exclaimed, bewildered. I have a dog too. Don't pull my leg. ISNT your Tongdo, only 3 months old? It's still a puppy. How can it be in heat? Really? It's true. Mosey insisted earnestly. Perhaps it's following its owner. But it has been quite funny lately. Watching Mosey laugh heartily, Chung die cautioned, Mosey, as a seasoned dog owner, I must advise you, if the dog might not be normal. It's too early for it to be in heat. Perhaps you should take it to a vet. Is it really that serious? Mosey scratched her head, as if just recalling something. Oh, by the way, I heard there's a popular dog training streamer on Dia recently. Live training dogs. Should we invite him to join us? Oh, I know. It's that streamer named Pan Hong Loves Dogs, right? His popularity has skyrocketed these past few days. He has been trending. Chung I immediately recognized the dog trainer Mosey mentioned. I watched his live clips all day today. That underfed border collie had me in stitches. The streamer is incredibly lively. I even followed him. Let me check it out. Chung I had spent the entire morning laughing at Pan Hong's live clips. So when Mosey mentioned him, she instantly remembered. Coincidentally, she had a Yorkshire Terrier named Xia and had been pondering some questions regarding its behavior, wanting to ask, but hesitating. Why not connect with Pan Hong? It would not only help her and Mosey resolve their issues, but also enhance the entertainment value. A win-win situation. Thus, Chung Dai opened her follow list and found Pan Hong's avatar indicating he was currently live streaming. At this moment, the host is live streaming. With the title, Live Dog Evaluation, Chung Dai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Let's go connect with him and inquire about the issues concerning your beloved Tongdo." Coincidentally, I have a question that has been troubling me regarding my Xia for quite some time. We should ask together. Meanwhile, Pan Hong, in her streaming room, was grappling with how to augment her follower count. Suddenly, she noticed a remarkable surge in the number of viewers in her stream. It had exceeded 100,000. She was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Did someone purchase Doja for me? She then glanced at the comments section. Little Dai has arrived. Everyone make way. The driving queen, Wong Mosey, is coming front row selling peanuts, melon seeds, and bottled water. Little streamer, your fortune has arrived. 2 renowned female streamers are about to join you for an interactive session. Hurry, agree to the connection. Here they come, here they come. Chapter 29. The woman in her 30s. Meanwhile, Pan Hong was delighted to see 2 requests for a live connection in the streaming room. Upon opening the homepage, she discovered that both were female streamers, exceptionally beautiful, boasting millions of followers. The presence of these 2 stunning women instantly filled Pan Hong's live stream, causing the online viewer count to surge to over 300,000 in an instant. A spark of inspiration ignited within Pan Hong. This was indeed a golden opportunity to gain followers. Although the majority of the viewers were drawn in by Chung Dai and Mosey, She was confident that attracting a few thousand followers for herself wouldn't be too challenging. Thus, she readily accepted their request for a live connection. Hello, Brother Pan. Chung Dai greeted as she joined. I've seen snippets of your streams. I heard you're quite skilled at training dogs. Is that true? Of course. Pan Hong replied with a grin, pointing her finger and commanding, now, pick up the cola on your table. Chung Dai, bewildered by the sudden demand, instinctively lifted the cola bottle. Pan Hong nodded in satisfaction. Good, now, put it down. Chung Dai complied, still confused. See, I'm quite adept at training, Pan Hong chuckled. Realizing the trick, Chung Dai's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, You tricked me? Indeed, Pan Hong admitted earnestly. It's all part of my profession. Just check my DIA ID. Chung Dai glanced at Pan Hong's DIA ID, which read, Pan Hong loves playing with dogs. Goodness, Chung Dai exclaimed, her frustration evident. Why are you so mischievous? What did I ever do to you? On the other side, witnessing her best friend being teased, Mosey erupted into laughter, her amusement causing her to tremble with glee. The atmosphere in the live stream reached a crescendo. Wow, this streamer is quite cheeky. ISNT he a dog trainer? Now, even trainers need to be witty? Haha, Chung Dai is so innocent. She just does whatever he says. Don't bully our Dai. She's a sweet, beautiful girl. Haha, even Chung Dai is cursing now. This streamer is even more entertaining than Mosey. Look at my ID, calling her Dai a dog, huh? Well, haha, you're killing me. This streamer is amusing. I'll follow him. Mosey, why are you still laughing? Whose side are you on? Chung Dai fumed, having been teased twice in quick succession. At that moment, Pan Hong turned his attention to Mosey, saying, I must say, dear lady, stop laughing. Your wrinkles are showing. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mosey's laughter froze on her face. Who has wrinkles? And who are you calling dear lady? You're older than I am. Hearing Mosey's retort, Pan Hong chuckled. You're upset that I called you dear lady? I'm merely aging quickly. I'm only 23, a youthful lad. Sure, you're 23, Mosey shot back, unable to suppress her laughter. Look in the mirror. You look like an old man. I'm 17, so you must be older. Dear lady, you don't believe me? Pan Hong challenged. Let us pull out our IDs and see who is older. How about that? The live stream viewers perked up, intrigued by the prospect. Mosey's true age had always been shrouded in mystery. With her adept makeup skills and the beauty filters of live streaming, her appearance often seemed much younger. Recently, however, someone had leaked a candid photo of her, revealing a stark contrast to her polished online persona, earning her the nickname the woman in her 30s. Consequently, the fans began to rally. Come on, Mosey, don't be scared with that face. He must be in his 30s. Exactly, he mocked our Mosey for her wrinkles. How many does he have? Mosey, don't back down. Let us see who wins. I just want to see Pan Hong get slapped in the face, not necessarily know Mosey's real age. Unfazed by the comments about his looks, Pan Hong remained undeterred. After all, as a man, achieving success was the best form of self-improvement. An interesting soul is truly one in a million. Turning to Mosey, he said with a smile, So, dear lady, do you dare to take the challenge? Mosey, however, was reluctant to participate, while she suspected Pan Hong was indeed older. Revealing her own age for the sake of pride seemed unworthy. A woman's age is a closely guarded secret. I won't let you trick me so easily, she declared. If you want to compete, you must reveal your ID first. And if you lose, you must accept the penalty of withdrawing from the internet. Mosey raised the stakes. If she conceded, it would mean admitting to being called dear lady by Pan Hong. Thus, she compelled him to yield instead. A man just starting his career would never risk his future for such a trivial wager. Mosey was confident that the penalty would make Pan Hong retreat. Yet, Pan Hong remained calm and collected. All right, I accept. If I am older, I will withdraw from the internet. Without waiting for Mosey's reaction, he revealed his ID, carefully concealing sensitive information. The viewers, along with Mosey and Chung Dai, leaned in with curiosity. What? The streamer was born in 2001? He really is 23. Wait, PSA post 2000? He is 2 years younger than me? I just called him uncle, and now we're the same age, with him being younger by 2 months? Seriously, how desperate you look. I thought you were from my dad's generation. This can't be true. This ID must be fake. I'm over 30, and I can't help but call you brother. Ha! Now it's Mosey's turn to reveal her age. Pan Hong is 23. Could Mosey really be 17? Pan Hong is an anomaly. As Mosey's 10-year fan, I assure you it's impossible. Pan Hong's reveal is such a contrast. I'm following him now. As the information flashed across the screen, not only the viewers but also Mosey was left agape, utterly astonished. She could never have imagined that the man who resembled her uncle was, in fact, a member of Generation Z, nearly a decade her junior. Dear lady, what now? Pan Hong raised an eyebrow. It's your turn. I concede. Mosey raised her hands in surrender. I'm truly intimidated. How can someone for Generation Z look so mature? With a bittersweet smile, Pan Hong replied, a poor childhood, a disheartened youth, a lost young adult. It's just a matter of having endured a few trials. He concluded by playing a somewhat melancholic song in the live stream. The melancholic prelude instantly enveloped the audience in the live stream with a wave of emotion. Pan Hong, could you share your story with us? Chung Dai and Mosey inquired with palpable curiosity, just as the viewers were intrigued by the mysteries of Pan Hong's past. And as Mosey and Chung Dai speculated about her unfortunate early life, a deep male voice resonated, commencing the first line of the song. She is a 30-year-old woman, still unmarried. Beside her smiling visage, ripples had already formed. Damn it, Pan Hong, I swear I will kill you, echoed a blood-curdling scream from Mosey's live stream. Chapter 30. Witnessing what should not be seen. Who is slaughtering the year pig? Ha! Momo is breaking down. Momo is breaking down. It's the first time I've seen someone manage to break Momo down. Pan Hong is impressive. I adore it and will follow. Ha ha ha. I initially thought the host was playing that music to lament her tragic fate, but when the lyrics came out, I simply couldn't hold it in. A 30-year-old woman. Ha. So the question arises, who in the live stream is the 30-year-old woman? I don't know. Who exactly is the 30-year-old woman? I'm anxiously waiting online. Mute the world and listen to the sound of Momo breaking down. Momo, don't be angry. At this age, one should learn to control their temper. Ha. I knew she was just an old cow grazing on young grass. Is this host really a dog trainer? It seems she was born to thrive in the internet realm. You truly are remarkable, Pan Hong. As the song 30-Year-Old Woman played, accompanied by Momo's furious exclamations, the atmosphere in the 3 live streams reached a fever pitch. Of course, Momo was not genuinely enraged. After all, having navigated the online world for many years, she could take such jests in stride. It was all for the sake of entertainment. Taking a deep breath, inhaling and exhaling, she reassured herself that she was not in a hurry. Not at all. It's merely a matter of age. Who among us does not grow old? Just as Momo's mood began to calm, a loud, honking laugh akin to that of a goose erupted beside her. Momo, this is it. I've truly broken down now. Being teased by the newcomer Pan Hong was one thing, but now even her good friend was joining in the mockery. You damn it. Chung Didi, we are done. If you laugh again, our friendship is over. No, I won't laugh. You are clearly still laughing. I won't laugh this time, I promise. Your shoulders are nearly touching the ceiling. Honk, honk, honk. I'm sorry. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. We are done. After a brief bout of laughter, they finally settled down. During this time, Pan Hong glanced at her follower count. In just a few short minutes, she had gained tens of thousands of followers, bringing her total to 260,000. With just 40,000 more, she would meet the system's task requirement. With a little more effort tonight, completing the system's task would be a breeze. As the 2 ladies' mood settled, Pan Hong finally got to the point. Ladies, you didn't come to join me for banter, did you? Of course not. Who would willingly listen to you talk nonsense? Momo shot Pan Hong a glare. Let me tell you, Pan Hong, today is incident isn't over. Sooner or later, I will reclaim my dignity. However, let's put that aside for now and discuss serious matters. Pan Hong clasped her hands together. Thank you, sister, for sparing my life today. Momo, aren't you a dog trainer? Recently, my dog Tangdo has been having some issues and I wanted you to take a look. That's my specialty. Pan Hong waved her hand. Bring Tangdo over so I can see what the problem is. With a mischievous smile, Momo removed the live stream camera and stepped out into the living room. Beside a disheveled sofa lay a dog bed, atop which rested a pure white Samoyed. This Samoyed was exceptionally well bred, with lustrous fur and a petite frame, likely just a few months old and not yet fully developed. However, it appeared utterly listless, resembling a drained nobleman, as if its vitality had been sapped. Pan Hong quickly assessed. Your Tang Do is sick, right? If it's unwell, it should see a doctor. Why consult me, the dog trainer? Actually, I took it to the vet, and the doctor said it was perfectly healthy. Momo's face suddenly turned a shade of embarrassment. What? No issues at all? Then why does it look so weak? It's like this. Momo approached and picked up the Samoyed, then pointed to the dog bed. Pan Hong, did you see? It's filthy, completely covered in its mess. Momo's words were somewhat veiled, yet Pan Hong grasped the implication immediately. The viewers in the live stream understood it just as fast. Wow, this Samoyed looks quite docile. Who knew it was such a rascal behind the scenes? Impressive. I thought there was something wrong with the Samoyed, but it turns out it was just indulging too much. No wonder it's the dog of the infamous Momo. It certainly carries its owner's flair. Haha, you might be right. After watching these past few days of streams, I genuinely feel that a dog reflects its owner. Could it be that the dog has caught Momo's bad habits? No. Did you not notice a crucial point? Judging by the Samoyed's size, it should only be about 3 months old. Wow, the person above is correct. At 3 months, it shouldn't be maturing this quickly. There is definitely an issue. Pan Hong, I suspect it might be in heat, but it's only 3 months old. That seems too early, Momo voiced her concerns. Pan Hong, uncertain about the reasons for the dog going into heat, decided to listen to the Samoyed's thoughts, then wore a knowing expression. Pan Hong, what kind of look is that? So lewd. Seeing Pan Hong squint at her, Momo tightened her clothes. Have you figured out what the issue with my Tang Do is? Pan Hong nodded, still squinting, of course. Has it experienced this before? No, this has only been happening for about half a month. Oh, Pan Hong nodded knowingly. Sister, have you started dating? Huh? The topic changed too quickly. Momo was taken aback. What does my relationship status have to do with you? That essay a bit abrupt. ISNT it? You don't have any thoughts about me, do you? Don't worry. I prefer the young. Pan Hong shot back, then continued. If I'm not mistaken, your relationship with your boyfriend must have progressed further around half a month ago. As soon as Pan Hong spoke, even Momo, known as the filthy demon king, visibly blushed. W, what are you talking about? Momo stammered, but the viewers quickly provided the answer. Half a month ago? That was precisely when Momo's relationship was exposed. To clarify, it wasn't just exposed, it was confirmed. Exactly. Momo's relationship with Yongjio was revealed 2 months ago, but both of them stubbornly denied it. Until half a month ago, when paparazzi caught Yongjio staying overnight at Momo's luxurious residence, solidifying the relationship. When Pan Hong mentioned that their relationship progressed further half a month ago, could she be referring to an isolated man and woman in a room together? Of course, their relationship would deepen. Oh, so that's what it means. No. Pan Hong, are you deliberately seeking attention? Momo was flustered, slamming the table. What does my Tang Do being in heat have to do with my relationship? If you want to garner attention, you shouldn't do it so blatantly. Exactly. Chung Didi chimed in. Pan Hong, do you even have the capability? In the face of their skepticism, Pan Hong grinned mischievously. Well, I'm not afraid to tell you. This Samoyed has seen what it shouldn't have. Chapter 31. What a delightful scene. Have you come to alleviate the dog's fatigue? What? What do you mean by that? Chung Dai appeared somewhat perplexed, her face adorned with a myriad of question marks. Is it looking where it shouldn't? Yes, and not only has it looked, but it has also learned. Pan Hong wore a sly expression. What do you mean, Pan Hong? Are you speaking in riddles? Can't you be a bit clearer? Chung Dai's face was filled with frustration, akin to a student struggling to grasp a lesson and relentlessly pursuing the teacher for clarity. Oh, Chung Dai. Beside her, Mosey interjected, her cheeks slightly flushed, interrupting Chung Dai's eager quest for knowledge. Stop asking. Are you truly ignorant or just pretending not to understand? What? Noticing her friend's unusual demeanor, Chung Dai was even more bewildered. Why can't I continue asking? What on earth does Pan Hong mean, and what is it that shouldn't be seen? At this moment, Pan Hong wore a mischievous grin, while Mosey appeared embarrassed, leaving Chung Dai utterly confused. The three of them resembled a masterpiece from a bygone era. The viewers in the 3 live streaming rooms erupted in laughter. Ha ha, the amorous little Samoyed saw something it shouldn't have. What could it be? What did Tang Do see that led to its nocturnal excitement? Shocking. The male dog's nocturnal escapade, and the reason is, the host is truly a detective of the canine realm. Who could have predicted this? So, does that mean while Mosey and Youngjio were together, Tang Do was watching? This dog can learn just by looking. It's quite the scholarly pup. Look at the mess on Mosey's living room sofa. Could it possibly be their battleground? Isn't this a form of amusement? Tang Do, boo-hoo, I'm not a little lascivious dog. I'm just learning from my mother. If only Tang Do could speak, I'd love to discuss the details with it. I wish I could be Tang Do. Mosey, in the future, when we engage in such activities, remember to do it away from the dog. Oh no, rather, away from Tang Do. Pan Hong offered a good-natured reminder. Upon seeing the comment from the live-streaming audience and hearing Pan Hong's kind suggestion, Chung Dai suddenly realized, Mosey, in front of your dog Tang Do, you were with Youngjio. Shut up. Mosey quickly silenced Chung Dai before she could finish her sentence. Though she was known as the Queen of Filth and the Driving King, casual jokes were acceptable since everyone knew the internet was a virtual space, and playful banter would pass. However, what Pan Hong referred to was a genuine incident, which made things a tad awkward. Even the seasoned Mosey felt her cheeks heat up, her expression flustered. Oh my, look, Mosey is blushing. She really is. A 30-year-old woman can still blush. It has always been Mosey making others shy. Today, we truly witness something remarkable, the Queen of Filth blushing. The illustrious reputation of the Queen of Filth is now in ruins. I declare from now on, Pan Hong is the new Queen of Filth. Pan Hong. But I've only just begun my relationship with my boyfriend. Mosey blushed as she questioned. Yes, the time is short, but the frequency is high, Pan Hong chuckled. You've probably witnessed it several times. Practice makes perfect. Mosey fell silent. However, Tang Do is still so young. It shouldn't have that capability yet, she inquired further. Well, at this stage, it's not yet truly in heat. Pan Hong clarified. Right now, it's in a prime learning phase. Various commands and habits are developed during this time, and naturally, its learning model is its owner. Hence, I advise you to keep things discreet around the dog. All right, I understand now, Mosey interjected hastily. So, what should I do next to correct this habit? After all, it's still so young. Too much play isn't good for its health. Mosey chuckled at her own words. Pan Hong gasped. Removing her sunglasses, you're not serious, are you? You're going to drive the dog too? Your title as the Driving King is truly well-deserved. Mosey smiled charmingly. What driving? I'm merely asking you a serious question. Ahem. Fine. I admit my thoughts were impure. I apologize. Pan Hong cleared her throat and put her sunglasses back on. Resolving this is quite simple. First, refrain from displaying affection in front of it, and second, just have it neutered. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream was clearly taken aback. They had not anticipated Pan Hong's solution to be so straightforward and drastic. The unexpected twist sent the live streaming room into a frenzy. A solution through surgical means? I see. What way to tackle the root of the problem? Tang Do, who understands? I lost my little pride. Tang Do, I sense a murderous aura in the air. Just moments ago, wasn't there a guy wanting to be Tang Do? Do you still wish to? Not anymore, it's too brutal. I want to find my mom. Upon hearing about the neutering, Mosey was momentarily stunned. Neutered right away? Yes, Pan Hong nodded. You live in a big city, not the countryside. It can be quite troublesome if pets aren't neutered. Neutering sounds pleasant, but in reality, it's castration. Unfortunately, in an urban environment, neutering is generally the better option. After all, animals in heat can be quite difficult to manage. If they happen to breed, the owner would be overwhelmed. But Mosey hesitated for a moment before jokingly saying, but my Tang Do hasn't experienced that pleasure yet. Wouldn't it be a pity to neuter it right away? This statement caught everyone off guard once more, leaving the audience in the live stream astounded. No way, Mosey. Are you seriously advocating for the dog? I declare, from now on, Mosey is the queen of dog advocacy. But honestly, Mosey is quite kind to her dog at this moment. She is still thinking about giving her dog some joy. Upstairs, then you should become Mosey's dog. I've always been. Unbelievable. 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 100 not at all, dear. Pan Hong was equally baffled by Mosey's antics. I didn't mean for you to rush off and have your dog neutered immediately. Generally, it's best to wait until about 3 months after the dog has first heat. That timing is ideal. Oh, Mosey's eyes brightened. So, that means Tangdo will still have a chance to enjoy pleasure in its canine life? Pan Hong was unsure how to respond, but nodded. I suppose so. Then, can I send it to your dog facility when the time comes? You must have plenty of female dogs there, right? What on earth do you intend to do? Pan Hong's expression changed slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Ha, it's nothing much. I just thought you could arrange for a few female dogs so my Tangdo can have some fun. No, you. What are you thinking? Pan Hong's demeanor shifted dramatically, launching into a playful banter. Are you here to relieve the dog's fatigue? This is a park, not a romantic getaway. Chapter 32. The dog's peculiar eating habit. Laughter erupted as the hosts exchanged humorous banter. Pan Hong, concerned about the potential chaos that could ensue in her live stream, quickly interjected, "Let us halt this topic. Do you have any other questions?" "No, just this one," replied Chung Dadai, who suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Dadai, didn't you mention that your dog has been acting a bit strangely lately?" "Oh, right." Chung Dadai, lost in the hilarity of the earlier exchanges, was jolted back to reality. I was almost forgetting. The comedic chemistry between Pan Hong and Mosey was so captivating that she had nearly lost sight of her purpose for joining the live stream. "Come on, Dadai," Pan Hong urged. "Please share the issue with your dog." "All right, it's Chung Dadai hesitated. At that moment, Mosey chimed in. "Dadai, your Xia hasn't gone in a heat, has it? We're seeing something it shouldn't have." "Of course not. How could I be like you? My Xia has been spayed long ago," Chung Dadai quickly retorted before continuing hesitantly. "It's just that sometimes it behaves quite oddly." Pan Hong's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, odd behavior? In what way?" "Yes, Dadai, do enlighten us," Mosey urged. "I'm not shy about demonstrating with Yongji, so why should you be?" The viewers in the live stream were equally intrigued, speculating wildly. Could it be that another prodigious dog has emerged? Impossible. My wife is single. Wake up, love-struck fan. Take a good look at what you're saying. Oh dear, don't guess any further. Chung Dadai interrupted, seeing the comments spiraling out of control. The truth is, I have a Yorkshire Terrier, and it has had this peculiar habit since it was a puppy. Then take it to a vet, Pan Hong suggested. No. Chung Dadai quickly shook her head. It's not exactly a problem. Rather, it's a rather unusual quirk. Oh, do elaborate on this quirk. Pan Hong raised an eyebrow, and the audience leaned in, eager to hear what Chung Dadai found so difficult to articulate. Well, Chung Dadai covered her face, shyly confessing, "It has a penchant for eating my socks, particularly the ones I've worn." Pan Hong. Mosey, viewers? What? Did I just hear that a dog loves to eat socks? Ha, a sock-loving dog? Is it a canine prodigy? I also love socks. Could Xia be the reincarnation of a fellow sock enthusiast? It's common knowledge that dogs are supposed to love feces. So what does that say about the scent of Chung Dadai's socks? Ha, you can't be a detective in the canine world, can you? Case solved. Chung Dadai's socks must taste like chocolate. No wonder it was hard for Chung Dadai to admit it. A sock-loving habit is truly peculiar. Pan Hong, do you think it has a problem? Chung Dadai couldn't help but press on. The last time I visited the vet, the doctor was baffled, claiming he had never encountered such a dog in his decades of practice. Why does it crave socks? Well, Pan Hong pondered for a moment, then replied, "This isn't all that unusual. If you tossed a sock to your viewers, I'm sure many would want to eat it." Ha, exactly. Mosey teased. Chung Dadai has a plethora of devoted fans. I've told her before that if she ever tires of being an influencer, she could earn money selling her intimate apparel. Oh dear, stop saying such things. Chung Dadai's face flushed. My fans aren't that twisted. Worn socks are filthy. Why would they want them? She then glanced at the comments. Would you all like my worn socks? The comments section exploded. Wife, throw them here. Oh, my mouth is ready. Wife, over here. Make sure to throw accurately. Good heavens. Could Xia be the reincarnation of some gentleman? So many perverts among Chung Dadai's fans. But I like it. No, you all. Chung Dadai was left speechless, observing the outrageous comments flooding in. Never mind you all. Pan Hong, please just tell me what's wrong with Xia. Well, you know humans can have pica, right? Pan Hong began to explain. I know, Chung Dadai nodded. I have a few in my fan base. Haha, right? Pan hunk chakod. If humans can have pica, dogs can too. Your Xia is simply enamored with the scent of your socks. Oh. Chung Dadai nodded, as if beginning to understand. Then she suddenly recalled, wait, it not only eats my worn socks. Sometimes it eats freshly laundered ones, and even new ones I just bought. Indeed, Pan Hong affirmed. Sweetheart, you must understand that a dog's judgment isn't as refined as a human's. I assure you. The first sock it devoured was definitely unwashed. Over time, it grew fond of the scent, and thus, it started to crave the experience of eating socks. Do you comprehend? Oh. Chung Dadai seemed to grasp the concept. Then, is this something that can't be treated? No treatment is necessary. It's just a quirk, not a disease. But eating socks, isn't that unhealthy? Of course it's unhealthy. Can the stomach even digest such things? Exactly. So how can I stop it from eating socks? How can I correct this peculiar habit? Chung Dadai inquired, puzzled. Mosey and the viewers felt equally stumped. Awitin bong ong is insight. After all, pica is notoriously difficult to treat in humans. No doctor would dare claim they could change a pica sufferer's habits. Altering such an ingrained quirk is quite a formidable challenge. Give it up, Chung Dadai. I know a pica sufferer, and such habits can't be changed, right? Pica is untreatable. Chung Dadai should just abandon hope. I sense that Pan Hong's implication of Xia having pica is a subtle cue for Chung Dadai to retreat. If it's pica, other habits might be manageable, but eating socks jeopardizes health. The stomach can't digest them, and this dog won't live long. Chung Dadai grew anxious upon reading the comments. Pan Hong, please say something. Is there any way to save my Xia? Pan Hong waved her hand dismissively and said, it's actually quite simple. Just place the socks out of reach, and that's all there is to it. Her lighthearted remark instantly silenced the live stream. The viewers who had previously urged Chung Dadai to abandon her efforts were now hushed. Chung Dadai suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Oh, right. I can simply put the socks on the top shelf of the cabinet. That way, Xia won't be able to reach them. It was astonishingly straightforward. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by this revelation. Wait, is that really all it takes? Indeed, we were overthinking how to address the dog's pica, when in fact, there was no need for a solution at all. We merely had to remove the socks. Dogs aren't human. As long as we place the inappropriate items where they cannot find them, it's a valid approach to problem solving. How does the host always come up with such unconventional ideas? Defying the norm? The host is incredible. I will follow. The host possesses real talent. I have followed. Chapter 33. The Peculiar Chung Dadai. Li Jianjun's call Pan Hong. Extending a friendly invitation, suggested, let's be friends. Do come to Hangzhou when you have time. The program had received favorable reviews, prompting Mosey to reach out to Pan Hong. Chung Dadai nodded enthusiastically, finding Pan Hong, despite his somewhat uncle-like appearance and boisterous demeanor, to possess an intriguing spirit and a wealth of canine training knowledge. This juxtaposition captivated her. She felt an unexpected allure towards this seemingly older young man. I've heard much about Hangzhou, the city of live streaming. I shall definitely visit when I can, she replied. Pan Hong clasped his fists in acknowledgement, only to be interrupted by a chime. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Reward: fresh meat bun recipe. 2 million deposited in your bank account. Ding. New system task updated. Achieve a live stream popularity of over 300,000 and surpass 500,000 followers. Reward: copper skin iron bones peak human combat skills. Were these task rewards? Pan Hong pondered, momentarily dazed, as if he had been transported to a martial arts realm. Copper skin iron bones? Peak human combat skills? Was the system suggesting he dominate the martial world? Confused, he wondered why the system bestowed such rewards upon him, contemplating whether it would be more practical to receive dog food recipes or direct monetary deposits instead. However, being the system's gift, he reasoned that having diverse skills could only be beneficial. Moreover, these two abilities were not entirely without merit. As a dog trainer dealing with aggressive breeds, getting bitten was a common occurrence. With copper skin iron bones, he would be less susceptible to bites. Possessing peak combat skills could mean he could handle fierce dogs barehanded, a thrilling image that could lead to explosive entertainment during live broadcasts. With these thoughts in mind, Pan Hong turned to the two women still connected in the live stream. Do you two lovely ladies have any further questions? No, Dai, do you? Mosey inquired, glancing at Chung Dai. Ah, I have none either. Very well, then we shall reconvene another day. It's getting late, and I must conclude the stream. I won't keep you any longer, Pan Hong said, smiling as he gently ushered them out. All right, we shall take our leave then. Goodbye. Mosey waved cheerfully, her screen fading to black. However, Chung Dai lingered in the live stream, not disconnecting. Why are you still here? Pan Hong quitted, perplexed. He was ready to sign off. Yet she remained. Pan Hong. I spit it out. Well, Chung Dai lowered her gaze, stealing a glance at Pan Hong, hesitantly confessing. If my dog Xiaxia encounters any issues in the future, may I reach out to you again? Ask away if you have questions now, Pan Hong urged, frowning, unsure of her hesitation. Did her pet have some embarrassing quirks? No, I mean later, if any problems arise. Please, no. Pan Hong quickly waved his hand. I hope everyone is free of ailments. Why let medicine gather dust on a shelf? You've heard that saying, right? It's best we don't connect again. Let's just hope your dog stays healthy. Her response left Chung Dai flabbergasted. You. Seeing bon on is dismissive attitude. Chung Dai's face flushed with indignation, and she abruptly disconnected the call. In the live stream, viewers erupted in speculation. Wow, what was that about Chung Dai? Is she crushing on Pan Hong? I think so. Her face was flushed. LOL, the hints couldn't be more blatant. The host is completely oblivious. Pan Hong's definitely a Sigma male. Only has eyes for dogs, haha. Unfazed by the audience's wild interpretations, Pan Hong scoffed. This group of viewers was merely relishing the drama, fabricating romantic pairings and stoking the flames. He refused to fall for their traps. All right, everyone, it's getting late. I have one last announcement to make. Hitoe, withdraw. Before Pan Hong could execute his dramatic sign-off, the viewers flooded the comments with requests to withdraw, clearly accustomed to his routine. As he shouted withdraw, the chat erupted in relief. Then, Pan Hong promptly ended the live stream. Meanwhile, in Chung Dai's live stream, having ended her connection, she wore a conflicted expression. With her innocent looks and alluring figure, she had achieved fame through streaming several years ago. Recently, her viral short video featuring her dog had propelled her to 1 million followers. Until now, she had always been the one to reject others. But today marked the first time a man had rejected her, and in front of so many viewers. She felt a strange sensation within her, akin to a gentle prick, a discomforting yet intriguing feeling. Dai, what's wrong? You look different after leaving Pan Hong's stream. Is Chung Dai developing a crush? She looks smitten. Could she possibly like that older man? What older man? How could I possibly like him? Chung Dai interjected, flustered by the comments. I am merely an ardent dog lover. I sought Pan Hong's expertise because he seems knowledgeable, and I asked if I could consult him again if my dog Xiaxia had issues. I meant no other intention. Please don't slander me. What do you mean by that? So you understood my insinuation? Wow, why the blush? You look radiant. Stop playing around. You bunch of smelly men. My Dai could never fall for that wrinkled old man. Exactly. Dai just has an adorable expression. Don't overanalyze it. The husband fans are back. She is getting flustered, haha. Dai's two factions of fans began to clash. This was not the outcome Chung Dai wished for, prompting her to find an excuse to end the live stream for the day. In Dongbei province, within Pan Hong's live stream, he reflected on the successful completion of today's tasks. Time to wash up and rest. Stretching, he relished the satisfaction of a fruitful day. After visiting the dog market and inspecting a dog food processing factory, he had dealt with a few stubborn breeds. Fortunately, he had completed the system task, not only acquiring the fresh meat bun recipe, but also receiving a direct deposit of $2 million into his bank account. Overall, it had been a bountiful day. As he prepared to tidy up his live stream equipment, a sudden ring from his phone interrupted him. Picking up the phone, he noticed an unfamiliar number. With nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to answer. Hello, who is this? A warm, jovial voice responded. Is this Xiao Pan? Hehe, I am Li Jianjun, the father of Li Quan. Li Quan's fata. Pan Hong narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Chapter 34. The handsome Tyrannosaurus is alive. Let's fight. Oh, uncle, do you need me for something? Pan Hong had a history with Li Quan, but none with his father, Li Jianjun. Moreover, Li Jianjun's tone was quite amiable, devoid of the typical confrontational narrative often seen in fantastical tales. Thus, Pan Hong could not afford to be impolite. Hearing Pan Hong refer to him as uncle, Li Jianjun felt a sense of reassurance, thinking that Pan Hong was not the petty type. He smiled and began, "Little Pan, I am aware of today's events. My disappointing son only knows how to create trouble for me. I've just given him a good lecture, and he will never dare to provoke you again. Spending 60,000 on a dog is indeed extravagant. Li Quan mentioned he wanted to spend 70,000 on that border collie, right? Well, I will send you 70,000 now. Just give me the dog. I shall repay my son's boastful claims." Li Jianjun spoke with remarkable generosity. "Ah, I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it." "It's no big deal," Pan Hong replied graciously. "Youthful exuberance is part of being young. It's not a significant issue. Besides, I genuinely like that border collie and don't think 60,000 is excessive." Pan Hong spoke the truth. He had indeed almost forgotten about Li Quan's incident. After all, someone like Li Quan, who feigned strength without possessing any, was hardly worth his attention, a mere tool to inflate the price of dogs. Pan Hong was indifferent to the situation. As for returning the dog, that was utterly out of the question. That was Master Yan's dog, Pan Hong's source of income. He would never relinquish it to another. "Ha ha, that's good to hear." Li Jianjun laughed heartily. "Boss Pan, I also came across your videos on Douya. Although you are young, I truly admire your dog training skills." Pan Hong humbly replied, "You flatter me. You are the real expert." "Actually, Uncle came to discuss another matter." Li Jianjun continued, shifting the topic. "The economic situation in Dongbei province is not thriving, and the pet market has been in decline for many years. Colleagues are struggling. As the saying goes, when one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. They say colleagues are rivals, but you are still young and may not grasp this yet. Sometimes colleagues need to band together for warmth. Little Pan, you have discovered a new path in the pet market, which is indeed impressive. You could be considered a young talent. My disappointing son is no match for you. However, you currently lack the capacity to dominate such a vast market." Upon hearing this, Pan Hong became more serious. "What do you mean? I propose we join forces." Li Jianjun asarta. "I have been in this pet market for many years and have built a considerable network. You provide the channels, and I will consolidate the local pet market. Together we can grow stronger and achieve greatness. What do you think?" Pan Hong nodded yes. "That sounds quite promising." To be honest, Li Jianjun's words struck a chord with Pan Hong. His insight was sharp. It was no wonder he was a leading figure in the Haixian County pet market. Through recent live streams, Pan Hong had keenly realized that the online pet economy was an untapped blue ocean. However, such a vast market could not possibly be discovered solely by him. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the competition was minimal became his primary goal. Yet, as Li Jianjun had pointed out, Pan Hong's current capacity was insufficient to claim a market. Hence, collaborating with him seemed an excellent choice. However, Pan Hong desired more than merely being a sales host. Listening to Li Jianjun's tone, it appeared that after their collaboration, Pan Hong would merely need to use his internet celebrity status to promote pet sales, while Li Jianjun would handle the other aspects. If so, then the leadership of this collaboration would belong to Li Jianjun, not Pan Hong. He would still be relegated to the role of a mere sales host, which was something he could not accept. Thus, Pan Hong inquired cautiously, "Are you suggesting that I utilize my internet celebrity status to promote, while you manage the other aspects behind the scenes?" "Youthful minds are indeed agile," Li Jianjun replied promptly. "Just a few shouts online can yield substantial earnings. Wouldn't you want to engage in such a lucrative venture?" Indeed, it was as he suspected. Pan Hong chuckled at this. Li Jianjun, from the outset, had positioned himself as a seasoned elder, extolling Pan Hong's youth and talent, but in reality, he held him in disdain. He was fundamentally no different from his son. Only one had honed the art of deception through years of societal navigation. As Pan Hong was about to decline, Li Jianjun seized the moment, saying, "Little Pan, you are still young. Sometimes you must heed the wisdom of us elders. Moreover, I heard you recently sold a few dogs to Li Quan, correct?" Upon hearing this, Pan Hong froze momentarily as the memories of the original owner surged back. At that time, Pan Hong's dog kennel had gone bankrupt, and Liulium had opportunistically purchased the Rottweiler named Handsome, which Pan Hong had raised since childhood, at a low price. Now, Handsome was likely sent to a dog meat restaurant, destined to become someone else's meal. Contemplating this, Pan Hong's expression darkened. The emotions belonging to the original owner surged within him. "What do you mean by that?" he asked coldly. "Oh, it's nothing. There are still two dogs alive, a Rottweiler named Handsome and a Spanish Mastiff named Tyrannosaurus, right? I have already instructed Liulium to deliver them to you as a token of our collaboration," Li Jianjun replied with a smile. Upon hearing that Tyrannosaurus and Handsome were still alive, Pan Hong initially sighed in relief. But then he held his breath. Tyrannosaurus? It was a name of a Spanish Mastiff that Pan Hong had raised since childhood. Yet, he distinctly remembered that Tyrannosaurus had been stolen. Only Handsome was sold to Liulium. How could both dogs be with Liulium now? Suddenly, he recalled that Handsome had also been stolen once, but had not been taken away. Could it be that the dog thief was Liulium? Perhaps he had coerced the original owner into selling the dog at a low price because his theft had failed? Pan Hong's gaze turned icy. "You said you had Liulium send them to me?" "Yes, it's been quite some time. He should have arrived by now," Li Jianjun remarked, puzzled. "It's been 2 or 3 hours. Hasn't he shown up yet?" 2 or 3 hours, Pan Hong narrowed his eyes, a sense of foreboding washing over him. As someone who had navigated the world for decades, Li Jianjun certainly would not jeopardize his relationship with Pan Hong over a few dogs. Yet, Liulium was a different story. Pan Hong knew him all too well, extremely arrogant, narcissistic, and possessed of a fierce jealousy. He had been humiliated today. There was no way he would dutifully deliver the dogs. "My dogs are not dead yet, but now they could be in grave danger." Realizing this, Pan Hong disregarded any notions of collaboration. He abruptly hung up the phone, rushed outside, and shouted, "Liuzi, grab your gear. We're going." Moments later, Liuzi came running with a shovel in hand, asking, "What's up, Honga? Get in the car. We're going to settle the score." With that, he started the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and sped off towards Liulium's dog meat restaurant. 3 hours earlier, having just received a scolding from his father, having left the dog breeding grounds of the Li family, Liulium paused beneath a towering willow tree. The wounds inflicted by his father throbbed with increasing intensity, and his heart simmered with mounting fury. He was a man of considerable pride, one who valued his reputation immensely. Yet today, he had been humiliated by someone he had once deemed beneath him, utterly disgraced in a manner that felt like social death. It was unbearable to him that he now found himself in a position even lower than that of the feeble Pan Hong, and to add insult to injury, his own father had taken Pan Hong's side, offering him support. The thought alone ignited a tempest of rage within him. Driven by this tumultuous emotion, he could not restrain himself and struck the nearby willow with a clenched fist. A sharp pang shot through him, causing him to grimace in pain. His resentment towards Pan Hong deepened with every moment. Thus, consumed by such feelings, Liulium drove to the dog meat restaurant. Before he even stepped inside, he noticed a small French bulldog, paralyzed in its hind legs, squatting at the entrance of his establishment. This unfortunate creature had originally been sold to his dog meat restaurant by a trader. However, with the closure of the restaurant, all but the most robust and valuable of dogs had been discarded by Liulium. This French bulldog was among those cast aside. It had somehow dragged itself back to this place. While its spirit was commendable, Liulium was in no mood for sentimentality. Enraged at the sight of this bothersome creature obstructing his path, he bellowed, "Get out of my way," and delivered a swift kick that sent the crippled dog tumbling aside, eliciting a pained yelp. With a disdainful snort, Liulium opened the roll-up door and entered the dog meat restaurant. Chapter 35. Liulium's mood erupted once again. The dog meat restaurant had just closed down. Its interior remained remarkably intact, yet it appeared exceedingly desolate due to the utter lack of patrons. As he opened the rolling door and stepped inside, Liulium retrieved a bottle of erguotu from the counter and settled at a table, indulging in solitary drinking. His heart was already troubled, and as the alcohol took effect, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and resentment washed over him. He suddenly let out a long, mournful howl. Why? Why am I suddenly in such a dire situation? Just yesterday I was so carefree. How has it come to this today? At this moment, The image of Pan Hong's beaming face from earlier at the dog market flashed through his mind, along with the recent scolding he received from his father, Li Jianjun, who praised Pan Hong. Clarity struck him like lightning. Pan Hong, it is all you're doing. You have brought me to this miserable state. You, a bankrupt waste. How did you suddenly acquire wealth? Why am I not the one who has become affluent? What fueled Li Quan's animosity towards Pan Hong? It was not merely today's incident at the dog market, where Pan Hong had humiliated him. In truth, as a fellow competitor, Li Quan had long coveted the two dogs Pan Hong raised, a Rottweiler named Handsome and a Spanish Mastiff called Tyrant. However, when he approached Pan Hong to purchase them, he was met with refusal. From that moment, resentment began to fester in his heart. Fortunately, the market had been unkind over the past 2 years, leading to the collapse of Pan Hong's dog kennel, and Li Quan had once again set his sights on those two dogs. Yet, to avenge Pan Hong's previous rejection, he had no intention of paying for them. Thus, he gathered a group of young men and, under the cover of night, stealthily infiltrated the dog kennel with the intent to steal the dogs. Unfortunately, their endeavor did not go as planned. While they managed to subdue the larger Tyrant, the smaller Rottweiler, Handsome, proved to be fiercely aggressive. They were caught off guard and 2 of them were bitten. In desperation, Li Quan took advantage of Pan Hong's financial troubles to coerce him into selling the Rottweiler. Though he succeeded in acquiring both dogs, he found himself utterly incapable of taming them. Days had passed, and despite employing every trick in the book, even beating the dogs to the brink of exhaustion, neither would acknowledge him as their master. They snarled and barked ferociously upon seeing him, causing him endless frustration. Thus, the animosity between him and Pan Hong was not merely a product of today's incident. Their rivalry ran deep, and Li Quan harbored a profound disdain for Pan Hong. However, the tides had turned. Pan Hong had not only made a remarkable comeback through the internet, but had also become the object of admiration among all his peers. Even his own father was pressuring him to apologize to Pan Hong. The man he once ridiculed was now someone he was expected to ingratiate himself with. Li Quan could hardly fathom this twist of fate. At that moment, his phone buzzed insistently. Upon checking, he found a discussion in a dog-raising group centered around Pan Hong. Li Quan's pupils dilated, and his hand holding the wine glass froze in midair. Hey, have you heard? Our Liulium County has produced an internet celebrity, and he's one of us. Of course I heard. He splurged 80,000 yuan on 2 dogs at the market today. Isn't that foolish? I think you're the fool. Did you not see Pan Hong's live stream? A big spender in his chat room bought a dog for 10 times the price. He's raking in tens of thousands, which is equivalent to our income for several years. Right, I saw his videos. I didn't expect he was from our Liulium County. I heard that Pan Hong's dog kennel went bankrupt, yet he became an overnight sensation through live streaming. What incredible luck. The internet is a powerful platform. I never understood how dog raising and the internet could be connected. It seems he truly has a sharp mind. As the group continued their chatter, they shared snippets of Pan Hong's live stream. Li Quan clicked to watch, only to be met with the sight of his own parody video. Shortly thereafter, someone shared a live stream link. Pan Hong is live now. Come and watch. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Li Quan clicked on Pan Hong's stream. The moment he entered, his eyes widened in disbelief. The broadcast had just begun, and the viewer count had already soared to tens of thousands. As a regular viewer himself, he understood the significance of such numbers. For instance, his idol Chung Dai, a major internet celebrity with over 4 million followers, only managed to attract 2,000 or 3,000 viewers during her streams. Yet this Pan Hong, whom he had once dismissed, had reached this level in just 2 days. Then came the moment Pan Hong began distributing red envelopes, giving away a mere 10 Douyin coins. Li Quan anticipated the viewers would chastise him for being stingy. But to his astonishment, they immediately started joking, and the excitement in the chat only intensified. Continuing to watch, he saw the livestream transition to dog training, which was met with explosive engagement. The gifts kept pouring in, igniting a flame of jealousy within Li Quan. Grinding his teeth, he abruptly shut off Pan Hong's stream and downed a hefty gulp of alcohol. Damn it, Pan Hong is truly riding a wave of good fortune. Why? Why is Pan Hong the one gaining fame, and not me? Determined to escape his discontent, He turned to watch his beloved Chung Dai-Dai's livestream. Wife, can we chat a little longer? Wife, you look so beautiful today. Mosey is bullying my wife again. Wife, I've sent you gifts. My contribution score will soon allow me to join your exclusive fan group. In the chat room, Liquan sent numerous messages and comments. Gazing at Chung Dai-Dai's innocent face, he temporarily forgot the troubles of the day. However, the moment came when Mosey mentioned Pan Hong, and to Liquan's shock, Chung Dai-Dai acknowledged knowing Pan Hong. She even confessed to spending the afternoon watching his videos and expressed a desire to collaborate with him. Liquan's expression froze. Then, he watched in disbelief as his long-admired internet goddess appeared in Pan Hong's livestream through a collaboration. She was immediately teased by Pan Hong, and even after their segment ended, she lingered in the chat room, proactively exchanging contact information for future collaborations. Liquan felt a piercing anguish. No, this is impossible. How could my wife take a liking to Pan Hong? How could this be? He thought of how he had showered Chung Dai-Dai with gifts, yet had not even managed to exchange a word with her, let alone gain entry into her fan group. Meanwhile, Pan Hong, who had contributed nothing, had not only received Chung Dai-Dai's attention, but had also been the one to initiate contact. Liquan's mental state shattered, feeling like a mere clown compared to Pan Hong. Chapter 36. The Loyal Dog and Handsome Guy. Pan Hong is about to arrive. Liquan seethed in impotent rage for a while, ultimately resigning himself to reality. He traversed the desolate kitchen and entered the backyard, preparing to take the handsome dog and the Tyrannosaurus back to Pan Hong. Despite his inner reluctance, he had no choice but to fulfill his father's instructions. The backyard was in disarray, with several dog cages piled against the wall. A few dogs of various breeds lay sickly within, bearing wounds of varying severity, their fates uncertain. Among them, the most striking was a robust Rottweiler with glossy fur. Even after 2 days without food, it bore scabbed injuries on its legs. Yet, upon catching sight of Liquan, the Rottweiler sprang to its feet, glaring fiercely at him, baring its fangs and growling ominously. Liquan, irritated by the Rottweiler's malevolent gaze, retorted, "So you're the handsome one, are you? Truly Pan Hong's loyal dog. After all this time, you're still disobedient." He raised a stick, ready to strike, but then remembered the task his father had given him. He could only suppress his anger and brought the stick down forcefully on the cage instead. Bang! 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 As Liquan struck the cage in an attempt to intimidate the handsome dog, it seized the opportunity, lunging forward to bite the stick and shaking it violently. Caught off guard by the Rottweiler's unexpected ferocity after 2 days of hunger, Liquan felt the stick slip from his grasp, nearly stumbling to the ground. Seeing Liquan's predicament, the handsome dog puffed up its chest like a victor, barking triumphantly. Its raucous barking roused the Tyrannosaurus, which, nearly famished, rushed to the edge of its cage. Its massive form rattled the cage as it barked aggressively, lending its voice to its companion. "This is insurrection. You have truly gone too far." Liquan was infuriated. Earlier that day, he had faced humiliation at the dog market, mocked by the very Pan Hong he had previously dismissed. Returning home, he had also endured a scolding from his father. Now even 2 dogs were ganging up on him. The worst part was that these 2 dogs had once belonged to Pan Hong. Overwhelmed by malice, Liquan picked up the stick again and swung it menacingly at the wounded leg of the handsome dog. The dog dodged to the side, but its weakened state and injuries meant that although the stick did not strike the wound directly, it connected with its neck instead, causing it to grimace in pain. Yet, despite the discomfort, the loyal Rottweiler remained defiant, glaring at Liquan with an unwavering spirit, even issuing a silent challenge. If Pan Hong had been present, he would surely have heard the Rottweiler's mournful roar. "Come on, go ahead, strike me down. My master has abandoned me. I no longer wish to live. You despicable dog dealer. If you dare, kill me." Having been raised by Pan Hong, the dog had already accepted death the day it left the dog farm. The handsome dog recognized only one master throughout its life. Even when abandoned or resold, it would never pledge loyalty to another. Such was its character, its pride. However, Liquan, unlike before, did not continue his assault on the handsome dog. Instead, he forcefully hurled the stick to the ground. Faced with the Rottweiler's unwavering gaze, he felt utterly defeated. "Damn it, even 2 dogs are bullying me. What is this madness? Li Quan not only refrained from further violence, but also, in a dejected state, retreated to the supply room and retrieved a large bag of dog food. The moment the bag appeared, all the dogs in the yard stirred with excitement, barking eagerly. Only the handsome dog and the Tyrannosaurus regarded it with disdain. They had long since learned the game. Those who obeyed received food, while those who did not were left to starve in silence. Were they, the proud brothers, the types to bow for mere morsels of low-quality dog food? Absolutely not. Yet, to the astonishment of all the dogs present, Li Quan poured the dog food into the cages of the handsome dog and the Tyrannosaurus. The handsome dog was taken aback. The Tyrannosaurus looked bewildered. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't it supposed to be that those who obey get rewarded? Has the rule changed? Go on, eat. Stuff yourselves. Li Quan's reluctance was palpable. He dared not defy his father's wishes, even as his frustration reached a boiling point. If he were to return them, he had to ensure they were well fed. Otherwise, the handsome dog might not survive the day. However, the handsome dog and the Tyrannosaurus could not comprehend the intricacies of human emotions. They were left in a state of confusion. After a moment, the Tyrannosaurus looked at the handsome dog, as if asking, "Brother, you are the smarter one. Can you explain this to me?" The handsome dog shook its head, equally perplexed by Li Quan's sudden kindness. Then a realization struck, and it raised its head, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. It recalled the last time before being sold, when its master had treated it to a feast. It had felt joy then, only to be sold the next day to this dog meat restaurant, enduring Li Quan's cruelty and torment every day. Thus, it dawned on the handsome dog. The sudden generosity of humans could only signify one thing. Its end was near. Eat up. It may be our last meal. It cast a sorrowful glance at the Tyrannosaurus before swallowing its food hungrily, tears streaming down its face. Seeing this, the Tyrannosaurus also devoured its meal with fervor. Meanwhile, Li Quan sat on a chair, downing a drink while waiting for the two to finish eating. Just then, his phone rang. It was his father, Li Jianjun, calling. "Hello, Dad, what is it?" Li Quan mumbled grudgingly. On the other end, he heard his father scolding. "You little brat, do you think my words fall on deaf ears? I just spoke with Pan Hong, and he is far more sensible than you. Our dog farm may very well collaborate with Pan Hong. He is our golden goose, do you understand? You must immediately apologize to Pan Hong, do you hear me? And stop the dog meat business from now on. Don't think I'm unaware of what you've been doing on the side. Now, return Pan Hong's dogs at once. Do you comprehend?" At this point, Li Quan's temper flared. Fueled by the alcohol, he shouted into the phone, "What have I been doing on the side? What do you mean? Just because I bought dogs from a thief? Wasn't that your tacit approval? If I hadn't taken in those stolen dogs, your dog meat restaurant would have collapsed long ago. Now it's all my fault, is it? Fine. You want me to return Pan Hong's dogs? Well, today I refuse to do so." Having spoken, he hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Subsequently, with eyes ablaze, he glared at the handsome man and the ferocious beast. "You two shall not live to see Pan Hong today," he exclaimed furiously. "Damn it. Heat the oil." At this moment, the engine of the big G roared as Pan Hong was less than 10 kilometers away from the dog meat restaurant. Chapter 37. A composed response as Li Quan's animosity towards Pan Hong reached its zenith. Just as he was preparing to ignite the oil for his nefarious intentions against the handsome dog and the fierce Tyrannosaurus, Pan Hong was racing in his Mercedes G-Class. He was less than 10 kilometers away from the dog meat restaurant. Despite the journey being under 10 minutes, Pan Hong showed no inclination to slow down. Although he was merely a transient from another world, he had inherited all the memories of the original Pan Hong. Now, those two memories had seamlessly amalgamated, leaving him occasionally unable to discern whether he was a traveler from a foreign realm or the indigenous Pan Hong. Nonetheless, none of that mattered at this moment. Upon learning that his beloved Rottweiler and Spanish Mastiff were still alive, but in potential peril, the surge of joy and anxiety erupting from within was unmistakable. He was Pan Hong of the alternate world, as well as Pan Hong of Blue Star. "Handsome Tyrannosaurus, please stay safe." Pan Hong gritted his teeth, pressing down hard on the accelerator, urging the vehicle to gain speed. At that moment, Lu Zi interjected, "Brother Hong, what if Li Quan refuses to let us in? Then we shall crash through." Pan Hong's eyes glinted with ferocity, his muscles tensed. Then, as if recalling something, he relaxed slightly. Lu Zi's seemingly foolish inquiry managed to steady Pan Hong's anxious heart, prompting him to contemplate further. Yes, what if Li Quan refuses to open the door? We must crash the door. While crashing the door was indeed an option, it could result in damage to property, and if Li Quan reported it to the authorities, that would lead to trouble. How could he legally crash the door? Unless the entrance to his dog meat restaurant was illicit. Yes, his dog meat restaurant was illegal. Suddenly, Pan Hong's mind sparkled with insight. He recalled that his beloved Tyrannosaurus had been stolen by dog thieves. Why then did Li Jianjun claim that the Tyrannosaurus was at Li Quan's dog meat restaurant? Either the Tyrannosaurus was stolen by this scoundrel, or Li Quan was in collusion with the dog thieves. Thus, how many canines in his establishment were procured at a low price from these thieves? Where there is no transaction, there is no harm. Privately purchasing stolen goods is tantamount to aiding and abetting crime. Pan Hong immediately retrieved his phone, preparing to call the Animal Protection Bureau. However, before dialing, he hesitated, then opened the Douya app to resume his live stream. At that moment, countless bored netizens received a notification. Your followed account Pan Hong, a dog enthusiast, has begun a live stream. Come and watch. Upon seeing this message, a multitude rushed to click on Pan Hong's live stream, and the viewer count rapidly surged into the thousands, quickly surpassing 10,000. Wow, I thought I was being scammed. It really is Pan Hong. Wait, didn't he just end the stream? Why is he live again? The camera is so shaky. Is the host in a car? Is this an outdoor stream? Could it be that he's off to evaluate dogs at the market again? Chung Dai, who had just finished her own stream, noticed the notification and instinctively clicked into Pan Hong's live stream. Upon entering, she immediately sensed something was amiss. The camera was extremely unsteady, the lighting dim, and there were muffled sound from outside. As a seasoned female streamer, she had attempted outdoor streams herself, so she was acutely aware that even outdoor broadcasts required meticulous preparation. The poor camera quality and lighting were clearly indicative of an impromptu stream. The speeding car, the thick darkness of night, the swaying camera, the sudden commencement of a live stream, and Pan Hong's silent demeanor all felt unsettling. Pan Hong, couldn't he possibly be in trouble? Could he? A pang of anxiety coursed through her, and without a second thought, she posted a paid comment. Pan Hong, you're not just streaming, are you? Where are you? You're not in trouble, are you? Instantly, the comment section erupted. Oh, Chung Dai is here too. Wait, dear, why are you here? Didn't you say you were tired and going to sleep early? Dai might really have a crush on Pan Hong. Dai, you're pulling my leg. Seeing the comments, Chung Dai suddenly realized that she had forgotten to switch to her alternate account. However, it was too late to retract her comment. Her heart raced, and a blush crept onto her innocent cheeks. Meanwhile, Pan Hong finally spoke. Brothers, there's an urgent matter. To be brief, a dog I've raised since childhood was stolen by dog thieves. Just now, I received news that my dog has been sold to a dog meat restaurant. I only know that it is still alive, but its specific condition is unclear, so I'm driving to rescue it. During this process, I may encounter conflict with the individuals at the restaurant. Hence, I started this live stream late at night, asking you all to be my witnesses. After Pan Hong's revelation, the previously lighthearted atmosphere shifted to one of gravity. Wow, are dog thieves now so audacious that they dare to steal from dog farms? Recently stolen dogs are being sold to meat restaurants? I advise the host to prepare for the worst. Damn it. Dog thieves and human traffickers are undoubtedly the most despicable types of people. Exactly. And that dog meat restaurant is certainly not legitimate. We support the host's righteous retribution. No wonder he suddenly went live at this hour. It's a dog rescue. Don't worry, host, with over 10,000 witnesses in the live stream. We can all vouch for you. The influential figure Yanhua Yiling was also watching the live stream. Upon understanding the situation, he, known for his decisive nature, immediately showered Pan Hong's live stream with a massive influx of virtual gifts. The stream's popularity soared dramatically. At the same time, Chung Dai, having learned of Pan Hong's urgent live stream, felt a surge of indignation. The dog that Pan Hong had lost was one he had raised since childhood. Chung Dai empathized with Pan Hong. If her own cherished dog, Xia, had been stolen and sold to a dog meat restaurant, leaving its fate unknown, she would be utterly frantic and devastated. Without considering which account she was using, she sent another paid comment. Pan Hong, I support you. Stay safe. Then, she opened her WeChat and rallied her fans in her group to watch Pan Hong's live stream. Thank you all, thank you. Seeing the overwhelming support from everyone, Pan Hong felt a wave of gratitude. Within just 3 minutes of the stream, the viewer count soared beyond 50,000. He then proceeded to implement his next plan, to call the Animal Protection Bureau. The Animal Protection Bureau is responsible for a myriad of cases involving wildlife protection and animal cruelty. The illegal operations of dog thieves and dog meat restaurants naturally fell within their purview. Soon, the call connected. Hello, this is the Liulium County Animal Protection Bureau. How may I assist you? Chapter 38. The Animal Protection Bureau takes action. Yes, I would like to file a report. Pan Hong spoke calmly. All right, please describe the details of the case. Is it related to the hunting of wild animals? No. Pan Hong shook his head, then continued. I am the owner of a dog breeding facility. Recently, a dog was stolen by thieves, and now I have discovered that my dog is in a dog meat restaurant. That establishment is suspected of illegally selling meat from unknown sources. My dog is in imminent danger, so I am currently driving to that restaurant. Furthermore, I am certain that they have purchased dogs from thieves more than once. There are only 2 of us, and physical altercations may occur during this process. So I hope the Animal Protection Bureau can send someone as well. Pan Hong explained the situation clearly. The operator from the Animal Protection Bureau, after hearing Pan Hong's account, merely replied, "Oh, dog theft. This matter, let me register it for you." Pan Hong had anticipated this response, as the primary responsibility of the Bureau is to protect wild animals and prevent poaching. Although domesticated pets fall under their jurisdiction, such domestic issues, involving relatively small amounts, naturally elicit a lukewarm response. Pan Hong remained composed. I am a streamer with over 300,000 followers. My Douyin ID is Pan Hong Loves Dogs, and I'm currently live streaming with tens of thousands of viewers online. I hope you can take this case seriously. This is not merely a simple dog theft incident. I suspect that restaurant is the main hub for the thieves to sell their stolen goods. Upon hearing Pan Hong's status as a prominent internet celebrity and that she was live streaming, the operator became serious, realizing that her words were being broadcast to tens of thousands of listeners. Considering the implications, the operator cleared her throat and said, "Please hold on. I understand the situation. Please send me the location of that dog meat restaurant, and I will immediately notify my superiors to dispatch personnel." Thank you. Pan Hong hung up the phone. Establishing a good rapport with the Bureau was prudent. This way, even if conflicts arose resulting in injuries or property damage, it could be justified. With this thought in mind, Pan Hong accelerated towards the dog meat restaurant. Meanwhile, in the office of the Animal Protection Bureau in Liulium County, a middle-aged man with a balding head and well-defined facial features was sitting in his office chair, smoking one cigarette after another. His name was Guo Haisheng, the newly appointed director of the Bureau. However, despite his promotion, he was far from pleased. A graduate of a police academy, he had previously been the captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, with numerous accolades to his name. Due to his meticulous and uncompromising work style, he had been elevated to the position of director of the Animal Protection Bureau. Nonetheless, he understood well that this was a demotion in disguise. Among all departments in the police force, the Bureau held the lowest status, even below that of traffic police. He felt deeply frustrated. Having been in office for 3 days, he had yet to encounter a single case. In this position, he possessed a wealth of criminal investigation talent, yet found no outlet for it. This was undoubtedly the greatest torment for a capable and ambitious individual. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. Guo Haisheng answered. "Hello, what is the matter?" "Director, someone just reported that their stolen dog has been spotted in a dog meat restaurant, and they suspect that place is a hub for dog thieves." "Oh." Upon hearing there was a case, Guo Haisheng immediately sat up, discarding his cigarette but onto the floor. "What are we waiting for? Gather the team, and let us take action." Director, the operator hesitated. "This is just a dog theft issue. It doesn't even qualify as a case. Normally, I wouldn't need to consult you. However, the person reporting is quite a prominent internet celebrity, and they are currently live streaming on their way to the restaurant. Given the circumstances, should we ask them to turn off the stream?" Upon hearing this, Guo Haisheng became furious, exclaiming, "What does it matter if they're an internet celebrity or what they're streaming? Just tell me, is this a report from a citizen in our jurisdiction? Yes. Then that settles it. Cases don't discriminate by size. What do you mean dog theft doesn't count as a case? Now I understand why our bureau hasn't had a single case in 3 days. You've been glossing over everything." The operator panicked. "No, Director, I was just following protocol." Guo Haixing was acutely aware of the Bureau's long-standing issues. As the most leisurely department in the police station, the staff were indeed rather laid back. He saw this as an opportunity to rectify the internal misconduct. "Enough, don't say anything further. Hang up." Guo Haixing ended the call and returned to his role as a seasoned investigator, stepping out of his office into the main hall, taking a deep breath. "Everyone, put down your work and come with me on call." Meanwhile, at the Li family dog breeding facility, Li Jianjun suddenly had a foreboding feeling after his son. Li Quan abruptly hung up on him. He understood his son well. Although Li Quan feared him, he was inherently willful and extremely self-assured. Li Jianjun had long been aware that Li Quan was involved with dog thieves, a matter he had even tacitly encouraged due to the industry's downturn. His breeding facility had gradually shifted from breeding pets to raising meat dogs, opening several dog meat restaurants. However, the restaurant business was challenging. To alleviate financial pressure, he had privately allowed Li Quan to buy dogs at low prices from thieves. Evidently, his previous remark had provoked Li Quan. Now, Li Jianjun felt a wave of anxiety, fearing his son might do something reckless in his anger. Just then, his phone rang insistently. "Hello, Lao Wang. Why are you calling again?" Li Jianjun answered the phone. On the other end, Lao Wang, who had previously alerted him about the incident at the dog market, spoke urgently. "Lao Li, you don't know yet? What are you talking about?" Li Jianjun sensed something was amiss. "You really don't know? Pan Hong just went live, claiming her dog was sold to a dog meat restaurant by thieves. She has reported it to the Animal Protection Bureau and is on her way to the restaurant. But that route, it looks like it leads to your restaurant." Upon hearing this, Li Jianjun felt as if lightning had struck him, his scalp tingling. "What did you say? Li Quan didn't go to apologize to Pan Hong? What is that fool doing? What does he intend to accomplish? Apologize? I don't know what happened between them, but I just tried calling Quan and couldn't reach him, so I called you." Li Jianjun raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. "All right, I understand now. I'll hang up, Lao Wang. We'll talk later." After hanging up, Li Jianjun frantically dialed Li Quan's number, but Li Quan, in a fit of rage, had smashed his phone, resulting in no answer. "Damn it, unfilial son. Waste of space. It's over. The Animal Protection Bureau is heading to the dog meat restaurant. No, they must not be allowed to go there." Li Jianjun cursed vehemently a few times before dialing Pan Hong's number. The line was met with an automated response. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." "Sorry." Pan Hong did not answer the call either. This wretched situation, Li Jianjun was acutely aware that his dog meat restaurant was far from pristine. Normally, it posed no significant issues. However, if the Animal Protection Bureau were to intervene and uncover something, after muttering a few more curses, Li Jianjun seized his car keys and sped towards his dog meat establishment. Chapter 39, Collision. What a thrill. Beside a large pot, Li Quan took a swig of Erguo 2, watching as the bubbles in the simmering water grew increasingly dense, causing him to drool. "Ha ha ha, the water is about to boil. Time for you two little treasures to take a bath." Li Quan, already intoxicated, appeared somewhat deranged as he gazed at the handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus bound nearby. At that moment, the handsome man met Li Quan's gaze with fierce eyes, his mouth spitting out dragon fruit juice, but he could only emit pitiful whimpers. The Tyrannosaurus, larger in stature, yet lacking the handsome man's resolve, understood that Li Quan intended to boil them alive. The hearty meal they had just consumed was now a last supper. Its legs trembled, fear evident in its eyes. Though it would not yield to Li Quan, the imminent threat of death rendered it uncontrollably shivering. "Tyrannosaurus, we emerge from the dog arena. We must not disgrace ourselves. Stay alert." The handsome man shot the Tyrannosaurus a steely look, conveying a sense of fatalism. The Tyrannosaurus comprehended that their demise was inevitable. After the hope of survival faded, an inexplicable courage surged from within. Mimicking the handsome man, it bared its teeth and barked wildly at the drunken, deranged Li Quan. At that moment, Li Quan merely cast a glance at them, unaffected by their provocation. In his eyes, these two dogs were no different from delectable dog meat. The thought of consuming the dog he had cherished since childhood, the one most dear to him, sent a thrill coursing through him, akin to a victory over Pan Hong. He vividly recalled the first time he offered Pan Hong a handsome sum for these two dogs, only to be met with an unyielding refusal. He remembered the moment he had taken advantage of the situation, forcing Pan Hong to sell the handsome man. The image of Pan Hong's reluctant tears and her repeated admonitions haunted him. Reflecting on these lofty moments filled him with a secret satisfaction. Yet this pitiful little figure, someone he had previously disregarded, now effortlessly stood above him, defecating on his neck. Even his father, whose approval he had long sought, sided with Pan Hong to berate him. Why? Pan Hong, such a worthless individual, should have been begging for his favor, subjected to his scorn. How dare he rise above? An overwhelming jealousy, fueled by alcohol, radiated from Li Quan, darkening his gaze with malice. At that moment, the pot began to boil vigorously. The spices infused the broth with a dark brown hue, and as steam rose, the entire kitchen was enveloped in a mouth-watering aroma. Li Quan inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy washing over his face. He then retrieved a knife and approached the handsome man. "Let the water simmer a bit longer. Let me undress you first," With Li Quan's lewd laughter growing nearer, the Tyrannosaurus could not suppress a shudder, while the handsome man silently closed his eyes. A tear escaped his eyes, as memories of his life with Pan Hong played vividly in his mind. In his puppyhood, he had been lovingly cared for, with Pan Hong as a father figure. During his adolescence, he was trained in various commands and actions, gradually gaining independence under Pan Hong's guidance. In his prime, he had become the king of the dog arena, managing the establishment alongside Pan Hong, filled with happiness and fulfillment. Yet, recently, the number of companions at the dog arena had dwindled, and Pan Hong's face had grown increasingly troubled, until one day he was stolen by dog thieves and confined in a cage, transported in an unfamiliar vehicle. He had been sold. Upon regaining his freedom, he encountered the Tyrannosaurus, only to discover that the owner of the strange vehicle was none other than Li Quan, the dog thief. He could not fathom why he had been sold to a dog thief. He had hoped his owner would rescue him from this nightmare. But now, such thoughts were futile. His demise was imminent. He recalled the night before he was sold when his owner had prepared a feast of his favorite foods, holding him close as they slept warmly through the night. How he longed to be held by his owner once more. As the sharp blade drew closer to his throat, the handsome man despairingly lowered his unyielding head. However, in that moment, as his ear touched the ground, he suddenly jolted, feeling a tremor throughout his body. He heard a deafening roar. A Mercedes G-Class had crashed through the rolling shutter of the dog meat restaurant, scattering furniture and shaking the light fixtures. Then, Pan Hong emerged from the vehicle with a leap. Wow, what a rush. It feels like a blockbuster. Did he just crash in? Is this for real? A triumphant return? I'm still processing what just happened. It scared me to death when he suddenly crashed in. What's going on inside? The streamer is incredible. He didn't even knock, just crashed right in. This is how you deal with dog thieves. Let's give a thumbs up to the streamer. With the official live stream in full swing, the number of viewers in the broadcast room had surpassed 100,000. In less than 10 minutes since the unexpected start, this new streamer had shattered records. The audience had just witnessed Pan Hong's audacious entrance into the dog meat restaurant. Those privy to the underlying events were thrilled. Chung Dai could hardly believe Pan Hong's boldness in crashing into the dog meat restaurant. However, she couldn't help but think that if her own Xia Xia were in danger of being sold to a dog meat restaurant, she too would floor the accelerator without hesitation. Ban Hunk, you're amazing. Meanwhile, 8 kilometers away, 2 animal protection vehicles sped toward the scene. They had also seen Pan Hong's dramatic entrance through the live stream. Damn it, exclaimed Gua Haisheng, an experienced criminal investigator. This kid is even more reckless than I was when I first started in this line of work. A true character. Beside him, a subordinate chimed in. But isn't this a bit impulsive? For a dog? What if the dog meat restaurant owner didn't even know the dog was stolen? He could face charges for property damage. Gua Haisheng shook his head. I just listened to this person's report. His thought process is clear. He must have absolute evidence to act so boldly. Speed up. I want to reach this dog meat restaurant within 5 minutes. Simultaneously, in another direction, 10 kilometers from the dog meat restaurant, Li Jianjun's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he watched Pan Hong crash into the establishment without mercy. He had never imagined that Pan Hong would care so deeply for two dogs, recklessly driving into his dog meat restaurant. He had assumed Pan Hong wouldn't take such a risk. As long as he didn't enter, he could arrive in time to salvage the situation, avoiding the exposure of the dog meat restaurant's hidden secrets. But now his impression of Pan Hong had entirely transformed. Pan Hong, you truly have guts. I initially thought you were a promising junior and wanted to help you, but I never expected you to reject my goodwill. You've brought the police into my dog meat restaurant. You better watch out. A fierce glint flickered in Li Jianjun's eyes. Chapter 40. The Silken Combos. Defeating Li Quan Master? Upon witnessing the grand vehicle crash into the dog meat restaurant, a familiar figure appeared before him. The handsome man felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. The entire canine stood frozen, its mind blank, as if turned to stone. Only 2 streams of tears involuntarily rolled down its cheeks. Woof. Master. It's Master. Woof, woof, woof. The Tyrannosaurus was not as astute as the handsome man, nor did it engage in such mental gymnastics. Upon spotting Pan Hong and catching the familiar scent emanating from her, it harbored no doubts. Ignoring its pain, it broke free from its leash and joyously barked towards Pan Hong. Aside from the handsome man, Li Quan, who was stirring soup, also felt as though he were dreaming. At that moment, he held half a bottle of erguo in his left hand and a large spoon in his right, his mouth agape as he watched Pan Hong leap from the vehicle, seemingly capable of swallowing 3 eggs whole. Pan. Pan Hong? You. Are you a human or a ghost? Am I drinking counterfeit liquor? Slap. Li Quan struck himself fiercely, rubbing his eyes to ascertain that the scene before him was neither a dream nor an illusion. Soon after, his consciousness faded, leaving him standing there, dumbfounded, gazing at Pan Hong with incredulity, as if he had seen a ghost. On the other side, though Pan Hong believed himself to be quite impressive, he had not come merely to flaunt his coolness. Upon exiting the car, he swiftly scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted the man and the 2 dogs. Li Quan looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. The large pot beside him was emitting a terrifying steam, and near it, a black Rottweiler and a white Spanish Mastiff were bound and covered in wounds. They appeared emaciated, their forms barely recognizable from the memories Pan Hong had inherited. Emotions surged within Pan Hong. Damn it, Li Quan, I curse your ancestors. Perhaps emboldened by alcohol, Li Quan suddenly found himself fearless, cursing back at Pan Hong. Pan Hong. Fan Hong. How dare you appear before me? I shall make you watch as I deal with your 2 beloved dogs. At that moment, Pan Hong's eyes turned crimson. He had no desire to engage in pointless banter. With swift movements, he closed the distance, his left knee bending while his right leg swung with fury. I'll teach you a lesson. This maneuver is called dumpling wrapping. With a resounding thud, Pan Hong struck Li Quan's abdomen with a powerful blow. A sharp pain shot through Li Quan, causing him to double over and collapse. Only then did the effects of the alcohol begin to wear off. As he saw Pan Hong clenching his fist and preparing to advance, terror spread across his face. Fan Hong, you wouldn't dare strike me. You know hitting someone is against the law. You cannot hit me. Help! As he cried out, he frantically pushed against the ground, attempting to distance himself from Pan Hong. Pan Hong sneered coldly. Am I breaking the law? I am preventing you from committing a crime. Here, enjoy this dragon fruit. Clenching his fist, he forcefully shoved a dragon fruit into Li Quan's face. Now tell me, why was the Tyrannosaurus in your dog meat restaurant? Did you purchase it from dog thieves? Or perhaps you were the dog thief? As he vehemently interrogated Li Quan, he swung his right leg again, delivering a strike. Don't, cough cough, please stop. Pan Hong, it's all my fault, all my fault. I deserve this. Please don't hit me anymore. Looking at Li Quan's pitiful pleas, Pan Hong felt no compassion, coldly retorting, you do not acknowledge your wrongdoing. You are simply aware of your pain. Savor this war tread. With that, Pan Hong leapt into the air, his legs bent before delivering a forceful kick downward. Li Quan felt as if his very organs were being shattered. He genuinely feared that if this continued, Pan Hong might just kill him. Meanwhile, the audience watching this raw spectacle of physical confrontation exploded with excitement. Wow, this is exhilarating. This is how one should deal with dog thieves. Beating up dog thieves. Rainbow Brother is amazing. Streamer, that aerial kick. What is it called? I want to learn. But, is it really okay to hit this hard? Why are there still bleeding hearts? Didn't you just see how those two dogs were tortured? Exactly. Those two dogs were so emaciated and dirty, covered in blood. They clearly endured tremendous suffering. Look at that boiling pot. Had it not been for the streamer's timely arrival, those two dogs would have ended up on the dinner table. I don't care. As long as I find it enjoyable, that's enough. Damn it. My beloved dog was also a victim of dog thieves. If given the chance, I'd hit harder than the streamer. In Hang Chung died. I watched the entire live stream. Seeing Pan Hong's two beloved dogs bound by leashes, looking so miserable yet joyfully barking at Pan Hong, filled her with both sorrow and emotion. Then, upon witnessing the boiling water in the pot and Li Quan's unsavory visage, a wave of unbridled fury surged within her. Perhaps it was due to her own love for dogs, but her disdain for this man, named Li Quan, reached its peak, wishing she could leap through the screen and slap him twice. Just as she entertained thoughts of punishing the dog thief, Pan Hong wasted no time and launched into action. A series of combos rendered the dog thief utterly defenseless, while he simultaneously berated him. Chung Dai was exhilarated, her emotional investment peaking. Just as Pan Hong executed the war tread and Li Quan teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the sounds of engines roared outside the dog meat restaurant. Moments later, several personnel from the Animal Protection Bureau stormed into the establishment. Leading them was the burly director Guo Haisheng, who pointed a finger at Li Quan. Subdue that scoundrel. Xiao Yu, Xiao Lu, investigate inside. As the command was issued, the Animal Protection Bureau personnel sprang into action, bringing Li Quan before the director. Upon seeing the Bureau's uniforms, Li Quan was on the verge of tears, his bruised face crying out, "Officer, you finally arrived. This man, he crashed his car into my establishment and started hitting me. If you hadn't come, you would have beaten me to death. I don't know him. He must be a robber. You need to stand up for me. Hey, why are you arresting me? You should be arresting him. No, you got the wrong person. I'm the victim here." As Li Quan was handcuffed and brought before a burly middle-aged man, he still sought to slander Pan Hong. Pan Hong sneered coldly before moving to rescue the handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus. Retrieving scissors from the counter, he swiftly cut the leashes binding the two dogs. They immediately whined in distress and leapt into Pan Hong's embrace. Meanwhile, the interrogation of Li Quan commenced in earnest. You claim not to know Pan Hong, that you are strangers? Chapter 41. Do you acknowledge this as your water tank? Oh, officer, I am in such a dire predicament. I was merely at home, enjoying a little drink, savoring hot pot, and singing merrily, when suddenly this ruthless bandit attacked me. Officer, you must seek justice on my behalf. I do not even know this person. He trespassed into my home. You must hurry and apprehend him. Stop. Do not address me as officer. Director Guo, slightly irritated, cleared his ears and said, I am from the Animal Protection Bureau, not the police station. Now, tell me, you just claimed you do not know Pan Hong. That you are strangers, correct? Yes. Li Quan nudda vigorously. Did you two have any grievances in the past? Upon hearing this, Li Quan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No. Director Guo then produced his phone, tapped a few times, and showed it to Li Quan with a stern expression. This person in the video is you, isn't it? Do you think just because I'm older, I do not go online? As an experienced detective, Guo Haisheng had already conducted background checks and was fully aware of the relationship and disputes between Li Quan and Pan Hong. Li Quan anxiously took the phone. The video displayed a clip from his live stream in Pan Hong's broadcast room earlier that day. The latter half of the video featured a humorous edit that had everyone from the Animal Protection Bureau struggling to suppress their laughter. Li Quan's face turned a deep shade of green. This. But he cannot hit me. What gives him the right? Do you know who reported this case? Director Guo asked, observing the indignation on Li Quan's face. This question left Li Quan momentarily speechless. Just as his shock began to dissipate, he recalled that his recent troubles involved only Pan Hong. Could it be? Indeed, it was I who reported the case. After calming down the handsome man and the ferocious beast, Pan Hong approached Li Quan for confrontation. He is the one who cried wolf. He hit me. He even drove his car into my dog meat restaurant. It is all his fault. Faced with Li Quan's accusations, Pan Hong chuckled. Special circumstances require special handling, and I have already informed the comrades at the Animal Protection Bureau. If I had not crashed into the dog meat restaurant and swiftly subdued you, wouldn't my dog have ended up in your belly? Moreover, my Spanish Mastiff was stolen by dog thieves. How did it end up in your dog meat restaurant? Can you claim that the origins of this Spanish Mastiff are clear? This line of questioning rendered Li Quan speechless. Just then, the two Animal Protection Bureau personnel, who had gone to investigate the dog meat restaurant, returned. Director, there are currently 12 dogs in the meat restaurant. None of them are meat dogs. A few resemble the missing pets we have in our database. Upon hearing this, Pan Hong immediately sneered, while Li Quan broke into a cold sweat. As the saying goes, those who do not commit wrongful act have nothing to fear from ghosts knocking on their doors. To enhance the profits of his dog meat restaurant, Li Quan had secret dealings with several local dog thieves. At that moment, Liuzi stood nearby with the live streaming equipment, unnoticed by anyone. This interrogation process was being broadcasted to tens of thousands of viewers online. Wow, why does this person look so familiar? Isn't he the one who flaunted his wealth in the live stream earlier today? No way, it really is him. Unable to show off wealth, he resorted to stealing the host dog in a fit of rage? How shameless! This man operates a dog meat restaurant filled with pet dogs. He must be a habitual offender. Where there is no trade, there is no slaughter. Those who buy dogs are even more despicable than those who steal them. Indeed, even if I bought dogs from dog thieves, so what? Unable to deny it any longer, Li Quan decided to embrace his fate. Even if I did, what of it? Is this such a grave crime? What dog meat restaurant hasn't engaged in such activities? I'm not the only one. Even if I bought dogs, does that give Pan Hong the right to crash my establishment and beat me? If you take me away, he should be taken too. I will sue him. Upon hearing this, Pan Hong felt a jolt of concern. His burgeoning streaming career could be severely impacted by a lawsuit. However, at that moment, woof woof woof, woof woof woof, the handsome dog suddenly began barking, running towards the backyard, turning back every few steps. This scene captured the attention of everyone in the dog meat restaurant. They were perplexed as to why the usually calm Rottweiler was barking frantically. Yet, Pan Hong understood the dog's intentions. Follow me quickly. There's something back there. Pan Hong furrowed his brow and turned to Director Gua. Director, this is my dog that I have raised since childhood. It seems to be guiding us to the backyard. Oh, is there something in the backyard? Director Gua was intrigued, though he stole a glance at Li Quan and noticed no signs of guilt or anxiety in his expression. While he held little hope, he followed Pan Hong and the dog to the backyard. Huh, you have already checked all the dogs in the backyard. I admit those dogs were purchased from dog thieves. What's the need for further investigation? Just hurry up and arrest both of us, Li Quan said nonchalantly, then added with a hint of bitterness, Humph, my crime of buying stolen dogs is minor, but his assault is significant. Pan Hong and several others followed the dog to the backyard and entered a cluttered storage room. In front of a dilapidated water tank, the handsome dog stopped and circled it several times. It seemed there was something inside. Pan Hong focused intently on the water tank. Open it. Director Gua stepped forward, instructing two personnel to lift the tank's lid, then took out a flashlight to peer inside. At a glance, his pupils constricted, and he froze in place. Bah! What is there to see in a broken water tank? Li Quan Skufa. This filthy place is so dirty. I've never even come here before. If it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't have known there was a water tank here. What, did you find treasure? However, Pan Hong noticed the unease in Director Gua's expression and hurriedly leaned in for a closer look. At first glance, he too was rendered speechless. The exterior of the water tank appeared filthy, yet inside, it was remarkably pristine, cleaner than a household refrigerator, with layers of cling film covering its contents. Among the items, Pan Hong recognized only two, a pair of bear paws and a set of deer antlers. My goodness, Pan Hong's heart sank. Dog meat is already pricier than other meats. In a generally impoverished small county, how could one profit from running a dog meat restaurant? However, Pan Hong now suspected he understood how Li Quan's establishment was making money. This is outrageous. Poaching wild animals. Li Quan, come over here and see what is inside. Director Guo's expression was grave as he yanked Li Quan closer. Initially unconcerned, Li Quan's mind went blank upon seeing the contents of the water tank, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. No, this is not mine. I swear this is not mine. Who put these things in my water tank? This is a deliberate attempt to frame me. Li Quan was nearly terrified to the point of losing control. Do you acknowledge this as your water tank? Director Guo immediately shouted in a commanding tone, then waved his hand, instructing, take them away. Return to the bureau. At that moment, outside the dog meat restaurant, a car had just arrived, only to hastily turn around and flee. Chapter 42. Masterful Canine Techniques and 3 Mischievous Hounds to my astonishment. It appears that Li Quan not only indulges in the theft of dogs, but audaciously engages in the capture of wildlife as well. That disdainful expression earlier truly led me to believe that the water tank was devoid of anything. Goodness gracious! I initially thought the moniker Dog World Detective was merely a playful jest, yet it seems the host genuinely embodies that title. Impressive, truly impressive. I am utterly captivated. Simultaneously, a crisp chime echoed in Pan Hong's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Reward: copper skin and iron bones, masterful human techniques. Ding! A new system task has been updated. Successfully tame 3 ferocious dogs sent by fans. Current progress: 03. Task reward: 1 Ford Raptor pickup truck, veterinary skill LV1. In an instant, Pan Hong felt invigorated, as if a surge of vitality coursed through his being. He sensed an overwhelming strength enveloping him, with his muscles taut and firm. So this is what it means to possess copper skin and iron bones along with masterful human techniques. Quite a delightful sensation. As for the new task of taming 3 fierce dogs sent by fans, this aligns perfectly with my intentions to grow my follower count. The swiftest way to achieve this is not through live streaming, but rather by creating short videos. After all, the audience for live broadcasts is limited, while the viewership for short videos is vast. Almost every user on the Douya app is there to indulge in brief video content. As a dog trainer, the subject of my videos will naturally revolve around taming ferocious canines. The pickup truck is a bonus, and the veterinary skill, well, that is quite beneficial too. Should any of the dogs at the kennel fall ill, I won't need to rely on others for treatment. At that moment, a notification chimed, and Pan Hong received a private message from the Fat Bo couple. Dear host, Fat Bo has just boarded the pet transport train. Since we live in the north, it should arrive by tomorrow noon at the latest. Please ensure you train our dog well. Upon reading the message, Pan Hong's eyes lit up. Moreover, apart from the Fat Bo couple, there were over 30 fans who had expressed interest in sending their dogs for training after Pan Hong promised to provide such services during the live stream. He assured them that payment would only be collected upon successful training, and if he failed, he would gift them a well-trained puppy. However, Pan Hong knew he could not accept all requests. His kennel was still in its infancy and could not accommodate such a large influx of dogs. As his aim was to attract more followers, he decided to select a few with compelling stories to showcase. In a serendipitous moment, Pan Hong noticed a fan with a husky avatar. Upon opening the private message, he encountered the owner's plea. Host, please save my child. My husky has become uncontrollable. Its name is Lulu. Initially, it only howled at night, but now it guards its food and cage fiercely, even growling at anyone who approaches. If I come near, it bares its teeth and bites. Accompanying the message was a video of the owner's injured hand, bloodied from the dog's bites. Ah, the husky. It appears spirited and pure. Lulu, is it? What a delightful coincidence that it shares a name with my live stream ID. This must be fate. Pan Hong sent a friend request to Lulu's owner. His choice was deliberate. Not only did he feel a connection, but huskies are renowned for their entertaining antics. A quick search on Douya reveals that a significant portion of humorous dog videos features huskies, whether it's destroying furniture or engaging in mischief. They're the stars of the show. Next, he sought another candidate to complete his trio. He soon discovered a plump corgi. This breed has inexplicably surged in popularity within the pet community, with half of the dog owners in his neighborhood seemingly owning one. This also meant that many owners had suffered the trials of managing a corgi's antics. Pan Hong decisively opened the private message from the corgi's owner. Hello, host. I'm a Chinese expatriate living in the UK. My corgi's name is Rodunzi. This dog is ferocious, having bitten several of my neighbors. It appears gentle at times, but suddenly turns aggressive. Recently, I've noticed its gaze has changed, and I often hear it growling ominously. I fear it may bite me next. Can I send it to you? After reading the introduction, Pan Hong nodded in satisfaction. So it appears gentle, yet can be unexpectedly vicious. What a stark contrast in temperament. This will certainly make for explosive content. He sent a friend request to Rodunzi's owner. With Liulium and Rodunzi selected, he was ready to finalize his trio with Fat Bo. Having organized his upcoming tasks, Pan Hong called over Liulium and turned his gaze to his live stream. At that moment, the stream's popularity had surpassed 400,000, and his follower count reached 560,000. Pan Hong nodded with satisfaction, cleared his throat, and summarized, "Thank you all for joining my live stream at this late hour. I did not expect such a large turnout for an impromptu session. Although the evening was fraught with danger, I am relieved that my two beloved dogs were rescued. As for Liulium, I never imagined he would be involved in poaching. His fate is well-deserved." As he spoke, the audience flooded the chat with supportive comments. The host is right. We must unite against dog thieves. I suppose I played the role of a cyber hero tonight. Liulium is truly despicable. The dogs he harmed number far beyond one. Watching the host give him a thrashing was exhilarating. I thought the host was scripting the drama. But who could craft such intense scenarios? I'm following now. Seeing the flood of supportive comments, Pan Hong smiled slightly. Thank you all for your encouragement. In appreciation of your enthusiasm, I've decided to distribute all the earnings from this live stream as a benefit to you. Despite the stream's brief duration, it garnered significant traffic, amassing over 100,000 in gifts. Pan Hong waved his hand grandly, directing all earnings into a welfare fund. Not merely a lucky draw, but direct cash distribution. The live stream erupted in excitement, with messages flooding the screen. The host is generous. You're amazing, Pan Hong. I love you, Pan Hong. With that matter concluded, and riding the wave of heightened popularity, Pan Hong continued, as a dog training host, I must focus on my core responsibilities. Therefore, I wish to announce that tomorrow at noon, I will host a live training session featuring Fat Bo. Upon hearing this, the seasoned viewers from the previous stream immediately recognized the significance. Isn't that the same dog that injured its owners in the last stream? It's arriving at the kennel so soon? Yes, I've been eagerly anticipating the host's training of Fat Bo, especially after seeing how it bit its owners. I made a reservation. Please don't go easy on it. Give it a thorough training. Will we finally witness the host training dogs live? I'm so excited. Dear family, as the saying goes, the mountains remain green and the waters flow forever. I have one last announcement to make. Let us conclude. Chapter 43 at this moment. Fat Bo was on his way, and the live stream was turned off. Pan Hong glanced at the handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus. Gentlemen, let's go home, she said softly, waving her hand. Upon hearing her voice, the Tyrannosaurus leaped with joy, like a child weighing over 200 pounds, grinning and bouncing around Pan Hong. However, the handsome man displayed a much colder demeanor, silently climbing into the back seat of the car. He then nestled dejectedly in the back, quietly licking his wounds. He's blaming me. No, it's the original owner. Through eavesdropping on thoughts, Pan Hong quickly discerned the handsome man's current psychological state. The Tyrannosaurus had been stolen by dog thieves. Thus, from the Tyrannosaurus's perspective, Pan Hong was undoubtedly the hero who rescued it from the den of evil, which made it exceedingly enthusiastic. The handsome man, however, was different. He was sold by the original owner under pressure from Liulium. As a dog, he could not comprehend the original owner's predicament at that time. From his viewpoint, he only knew that his longtime companion had abandoned him. Although he was now back by his owner's side, there remained an undeniable knot in his heart. Pan Hong sighed helplessly. He could not traverse time to mend the handsome man's past traumas. Nonetheless, as a being who inherited the original owner's memories and body, he bore the responsibility of caring for the handsome man until the day he passed away. Moreover, he sensed that although the handsome man was temporarily indifferent towards him, his heart did not entirely reject him. Besides, the handsome man was an exceptionally clever dog. If he could bridge the rift between them, the handsome man would undoubtedly become Pan Hong's right-hand companion in the dog arena. With these thoughts in mind, Pan Hong departed from the dog meat restaurant and began driving home. The G-Class vehicle was indeed robust. After enduring a fierce collision, only a few scratches marred its paint. Its exterior appeared slightly disheveled, yet its internal performance remained unscathed. Pan Hong swiftly exited the dog meat restaurant and turned around, preparing to head home. However, just as he was about to accelerate, the Tyrannosaurus and the handsome man suddenly seemed to spot something and began barking excitedly in a particular direction. Pan Hong, puzzled, turned his gaze in the same direction. In the center of the road, a small dark shadow was struggling to move. It was a living creature. Pan Hong slammed the brakes, bringing the G-Class to a halt before the shadow. The swirling dust caused the shadow to close its eyes. What was happening? Pan Hong hurriedly opened the car door, intending to get out and investigate. However, as soon as the door swung open, the Tyrannosaurus and the handsome man bolted out like wild dogs. The two dogs circled the shadow excitedly. What on earth was going on? Pan Hong observed in astonishment. As he approached to get a closer look, he realized that the shadow was, in fact, a small French bulldog. The little bulldog was entirely black, and although it was filthy, it still shone under the car's headlights. Its head was solid and wide, with strong, upright ears. Its appearance was undoubtedly top-notch. However, Pan Hong soon furrowed his brow. As a third-generation dog caretaker, he keenly sensed that the little bulldog had issues with its hind legs. Moreover, judging by its peculiar sitting posture, the problem seemed quite significant. The three of them appeared to know each other and seemed to share a good rapport. Pan Hong, puzzled, activated his skill to listen in on the thoughts of the three dogs. Tyrannosaurus, woo-woo, Dogu, you're still alive? You actually survived. The three of us are still here. Woo-woo, I'm so happy. Handsome man, Dogu, how have you survived these days? That day, you risked everything for us to steal dog food. Both Tyrannosaurus, and I thought we would never see you again. Little bulldog Dozi. It's a long story indeed. How did you all escape? Handsome man, our owner saved us, the one standing beside the car. He is a good person. He will surely take you in. The three dogs conversed for quite some time. Given that communication between young dogs was relatively simple, even with the ability to eavesdrop on their thoughts, Pan Hong exerted considerable effort to piece together the story of the three dogs. It turned out that the French bulldog, named Dozi, was also stolen by dog thieves and sold to Liulium. Noticing Dozi's superior appearance, Liulium chose not to use it as a meat dog, but instead kept it in a cage with the handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus. To tame these three exceptionally well-bred dogs, Liulium often withheld food from them to deplete their willpower. The handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus, being large dogs with significant appetites, quickly became dizzy from hunger. However, Dozi, due to its small stature, managed to squeeze through a gap at the back of the cage. The handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus thought Dozi had escaped, but little did they know, Dozi had not fled. Instead, it had sneaked into Liulium's room to steal dog food and return to the cage. Although the stolen food was scant, it was sufficient for the handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus to sustain themselves. Had it not been for Dozi's courageous efforts to riskily procure food, they might have perished from hunger long ago. The handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus were deeply moved by Dozi's loyalty and accepted him as their elder brother. Unfortunately, Dozi's thievery was ultimately discovered by Liulium, who cruelly broke Dozi's leg and cast it out of the dog meat restaurant to fend for itself. This was one reason why the handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus harbored such resentment towards Liulium. The bond among these three dogs had grown to the point of life and death camaraderie. Pan Hong could not help but feel touched by their experiences. As he stepped forward, Dozi looked at him with a hint of timidity, yet its big, watery eyes were filled with pity. The Tyrannosaurus hurried over to show affection, its massive frame wagging like a tambourine. Although the handsome man did not exhibit such fervor, he gazed at Pan Hong with hope. Pan Hong smiled gently and picked up Dozi. Do you know the handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus? Are you their friend? If they're friends of mine, then you are naturally my friend as well. Come, let's go home together. He then placed Do Z into the warm G-Class vehicle. Upon seeing Pan Hong's decision to take Do Z in, both the Tyrannosaurus and the handsome man were ecstatic and hopped into the car joyfully. Instead of heading straight home, Pan Hong first visited a pet clinic to attend to the injuries of the three dogs. While they received treatment, he began to reflect on the events of the evening. The conclusion of tonight's experience was undoubtedly favorable, yet the process had been fraught with peril. Earlier that afternoon, Pan Hong had dealt a harsh blow to Li Quan's face, and in retaliation, Li Quan had decided to unleash his fury upon the handsome man and the Tyrannosaurus. As a result of a series of unfortunate coincidences, the hidden secrets of their dog meat restaurant had been uncovered. It was indeed a tale of uncanny twists. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. With this thought, Pan Hong suddenly realized he had overlooked something critical. He replayed the events of the evening in his mind. Li Jianjun. I almost forgot about that old scoundrel. This old rogue initially sought to manipulate me into opening an online channel for him, presenting himself as a figure of authority. Now, with such a significant incident occurring in his dog meat restaurant, he is yet to make an appearance. When Li Quan saw the wild game in the fish tank, he appeared utterly oblivious, which did not seem like an act. If Li Quan was genuinely unaware of this matter, then the mastermind behind it. Do-do-do-do. At that moment, Pan Hong's phone rang. The caller ID displayed a number associated with the Animal Protection Bureau. Pan Hong answered the call. Hello? Is this Pan Hong? We've met before. I'm Gua Haisheng. Director Gua, I have a situation I wish to report to you. Wait a moment. Let me finish speaking. Gua Haisheng interrupted Pan Hong, stating, we have clarified that this matter is only tangentially related to Li Quan, but is significantly connected to his father, Li Jianjun. Currently, Li Jianjun is missing, and a wanted notice has been issued. As a participant in this incident, you must pay special attention to your safety. Confirming his suspicions, Pan Hong sighed in relief, understood. After hanging up the phone, there was no trace of fear in his tone. After all, he had just completed a system task, acquiring both resilience and the pinnacle of human physical prowess. He had yet to engage in actual combat and found himself rather anticipating Li Jianjun's retaliation. At that moment, the veterinarian at the pet clinic had also concluded the examination of Sango. The Rottweiler and the Spanish Mastiff were somewhat malnourished, but had no significant injuries. They simply required a good rest at home. However, the condition of the little French bulldog was quite severe, as its hind legs appeared to be completely paralyzed, with no hope for recovery. Upon hearing this, Pan Hong nodded, though he had anticipated it. Nevertheless, thinking of Duzi's brave act of stealing dog food for a friend, he felt a pang of regret. Why do good dogs not receive good fortune in return? Sigh. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Pan Hong abruptly lifted his head. Oh no, I almost forgot. The next system task. The reward is, indeed, medical skills. The veterinary medicine in the real world is limited, and if it cannot heal, so be it. Yet, the medical skills granted by the system might just be capable of treating Duzi's paralysis. With this in mind, Pan Hong eagerly hoped that Fat Bo, Liulium, and Rodunzi would arrive at the park soon. Meanwhile, on a pet transport train, a large white Alaskan Malamute was tilting its head, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a fierce expression. At this moment, Fat Bo was en route. Chapter 44. The Northern Dog King. As Pan Hong tended to Sango's injuries and prepared for rest, another live stream titled Northern Dog King was underway. A rugged middle-aged man, sporting stubble, emulated Pan Hong's approach to dog training in his broadcast. The Northern Dog King, a dog kennel owner himself, often filmed short videos showcasing his training methods. His brash yet effective techniques garnered him a substantial following of 500,000 fans, including many devoted supporters. The sudden surge in Pan Hong's popularity stirred a competitive spirit within him, prompting his debut livestream. Wow, the Dog King is live. I thought you only did videos. Finally seeing the Dog King. I followed your method, and now my dog is so well-behaved, it doesn't even dare lift its head when I approach. Ha, true. My neighbor's dog used to bark incessantly, but after I followed your advice and fed it some treats, it's silent now. Let's support the Dog King. The comments section buzzed with sporadic updates, as the Dog King responded intermittently. Yet, he felt a twinge of discontent. The audience was disappointingly sparse. with only a couple of hundred viewers tuning in for his first live stream. In stark contrast to the newcomer Pan Hong, who had only recently begun streaming. It felt like a drop in the ocean. Despite having invested 5 years to amass his followers, Pan Hong achieved the same feat in merely 2 to 3 days. The comparison filled the Dog King with envy and resentment. He had anticipated this outcome, knowing that Pan Hong had ignited interest in dog training streams, monopolizing the traffic in this niche. Choosing to start his live stream after Pan Hong's session, he was initially pleased to see over 8,000 viewers. However, shortly after, Pan Hong resumed his broadcast, siphoning away all his viewers until only a scant 40 remained. By the time Pan Hong concluded, the Dog King's audience barely climbed back to 200, mostly comprising his loyal fans. As a veteran in the dog training video sphere, he felt overwhelmed by frustration. At that moment, a comment caught his attention. "Lemon Brother, I heard a dog trainer named Pan Hong gained fame through live streaming. Is the Dog King trying to follow in his footsteps?" This comment ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. How dare they suggest such a thing? He had dedicated over 20 years to dog training and had built his reputation over 5 years of content creation. He was the true pioneer of this field, not Pan Hong. Unable to contain his emotions, he lashed out at the unsuspecting commenter. His loyal followers quickly rallied to his defense. The Dog King is right. He has been in this game for years, while Pan Hong was probably still in diapers when he started, always supporting the Dog King. After all these years, he remains the best. The Dog King is the true king of dog training. Pan Hong is merely a flash in the pan. The commenter's ID, Lemon Brother, was read aloud, and fearing the backlash from the Dog King's followers, he hastily apologized. "Dog King, I meant no offense." But the Northern Dog King only grew more emboldened. "No need to apologize. It's normal to be deceived by capital. Just remember to keep your eyes open next time." This remark prompted puzzled inquiries in the comment section. What? Capital? Is Pan Hong backed by capital? Of course, the Northern Dog King replied with a knowing smirk. Just look at how rapidly he gained popularity. His account was established only 2 to 3 days ago, and he's already amassed so many followers. This must be the result of buying followers. And his content? It seems too outrageous to be genuine. Clearly, everything is scripted. With such rapid growth, can anyone deny the influence of capital behind him? He scoffed. I doubt Pan Hong is even a legitimate dog trainer. Anyone can read a script. It doesn't take a professional. Wow, the Dog King makes a valid point. I was wondering how Pan Hong became so popular so quickly. It seems capital is at play. I nearly fell victim to the capitalists. Thankfully, the Dog King warned us. Dog King, as the leading figure in dog training on Dia, we cannot allow this clown to disrupt our community. Indeed, Dog King. Just moments ago, Pan Hong's stream revealed a border collie exposing its owner's infidelity. Such nonsense. Exactly. This person is a cancer in our community. We need to mobilize the dog army to expose him. The Northern Dog King, fueled by envy and frustration, declared, "All right, I heard Pan Hong will be training an Alaskan Malamute named Fat Bo tomorrow. I've already seen the clips. I bet my career that Fat Bo is a vicious dog. It has already caused harm to its owners, and I believe anyone watching can see that. Such a dog deserves to be euthanized." Yet, Pan Hong, under the guise of a dog trainer, portrays himself as a savior, encouraging the owners to keep such a dangerous animal. Tomorrow, while Pan Hong streams, I will gather the dog army to expose his hypocrisy. Yes, the Dog King is formidable. Let us rectify the unethical practices in dog training. We stand with the Northern Dog King. Tomorrow, we will show capital what the dog army is capable of. Xing Daorong, a fellow villager of Pan Hong, chimed in. I live just an hour away from Pan Hong's kennel. How about I infiltrate it tomorrow and live stream for our dog army? The Northern Dog King seized on this idea. Excellent. I appoint you, Xing Daorong, as our chief commander. All members of the dog army heed my call. When Pan Hong goes live, we shall do the same. Together, we will expose his true nature. All right, stream ended. Chapter 45. Meal the next day, at dawn. A faint line of light appeared on the horizon, while the moon still hung, somewhat obscured, in the sky. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of machinery echoed from the backyard to the front. At that moment, Both the handsome dog and Tyrannosaurus instinctively lifted their heads. Simultaneously, two growling sounds resonated from the doghouse. Tyrannosaurus even drooled. The sound was all too familiar to the two dogs. It was Pan Hong preparing their breakfast with the bone grinder. "Handsome, it's our master making us breakfast. Let us go, let us go. Perhaps we can snag some scraps to eat," Tyrannosaurus exclaimed, bouncing out of the doghouse, not forgetting to call back to Handsome. Handsome sniffed the air, hesitated for a moment, then laid back down in the doghouse. "What's wrong, Handsome? Haven't we always done this?" Tyrannosaurus tilted its head. "You used to lead me in stealing scraps. And with a little charm towards the master, we might get to eat meat early. Have you forgotten? All you think about is food." Handsome shot a fierce glare at Tyrannosaurus. "If you want to go, go. I'm not hungry." "Really? Really? Your stomach is growling. You misheard. You're really growling. Keep barking, and I might make you howl." Tyrannosaurus shrank its neck. Although it was larger than Handsome, its fighting ability was somewhat lacking. Just then, Doozy was also awakened by their chatter. "HM, Handsome, are you hungry?" "No, not at all, Doozy. Your stomach is growling." "Handsome." Doozy was somewhat bewildered. This was clearly Handsome's former home, yet it seemed a bit reserved, especially in front of Pan Hong, appearing somewhat neglected, unlike the silly Tyrannosaurus. At that moment, a waft of chicken aroma mixed with the scent of dog food wafted from the backyard. Doozy sniffed eagerly, and its stomach began to growl as well. "Ha ha ha, Doozy. You're hungry too. Don't worry, I'll be right back." After barking, Tyrannosaurus dashed towards the backyard like a wild dog. At this time, Pan Hong was tossing packages of chicken frames into the bone grinder. While doing so, he suddenly perked up, glancing towards the gate out of the corner of his eye, unable to suppress a smile. This silly creature must have forgotten its breed. As a Spanish Mastiff, Tyrannosaurus stood nearly 70 centimeters tall and weighed close to 200 pounds, a true giant dog. Yet at this moment, this enormous beast was crouched at the gate, attempting to sneak a peek at Pan Hong while lying flat on the ground, drool pooling beneath it. The contrast was striking. Pan Hong saw through its little scheme and pretended not to notice, casually nudging a fallen chicken frame with his foot towards the gate. The moment Tyrannosaurus spotted the chicken frame, it instantly lost composure, eyes wide with excitement. Its massive body lunged forward, swiftly snatching the chicken frame and bolting away, only to collide with the gate with a loud bang. Pan Hong couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. I can't bear to watch. However, he felt a deep fondness for the silly Tyrannosaurus. Amidst that affection, he felt a twinge of disappointment, seeing only Tyrannosaurus's silhouette. Previously, whenever there were scraps to steal, Handsome had always joined Tyrannosaurus. With his agile form, Handsome could stealthily swipe chicken frames from right under Pan Hong's nose, causing Pan Hong considerable headaches. But now, Handsome was absent. Pan Hong sighed. "Ah, I still miss those days of outsmarting each other." "Doozy, Handsome, look what I brought you." Tyrannosaurus darted back into the front yard, racing to their doghouse. "I just engaged in a battle of wits with the master. I stealthily maneuvered, and we fought 300 rounds. That is how I managed to steal food for you too. How about that?" It proudly shook its large mouth, glistening with grease. "Like a trophy. Where's the food?" "I don't see any." Doozy, whose stomach was growling, eagerly glanced behind Tyrannosaurus. "Doozy, how can you not see it? I isn't it right in my mouth. Wait. Where's my chicken frame?" Handsome could no longer contain himself and mercilessly retorted, "You foolish giant. You must have been spotted by the master the moment you approached." "Handsome, you're slandering me. I'm quite nimble, you know." Tyrannosaurus protested defiantly. "Doozy, I really did steal a chicken frame in the blink of an eye. I distinctly remember only taking a small bite. How could it be gone?" "Handsome." "Doozy." Just then, Pan Hong appeared with a cart, bringing the enticing aroma of chicken bone dog food to the front yard. The moment the scent wafted in, not only Handsome, Tyrannosaurus, and Doozy, but also the 3 golden retrievers, the maple leaf border collie, and the Caucasian puppy in the nearby cage, became excited, bouncing around in their enclosure. "It's mealtime." Pan Hong lined up 8 dog bowls in a row. The delicious aroma proved irresistible. Tyrannosaurus was the first to pounce, devouring its food voraciously. Handsome displayed less enthusiasm, but being a dog, He could not resist the temptation of food either and began to eat from one of the bowls, wagging his tail. Doozy struggled, using its front legs to slowly maneuver towards a bowl. Despite the tantalizing scent, it was agonizing to wait. However, recalling the harsh days at the dog meat restaurant and considering its disabled hind legs, it felt grateful to have any food at all. At that moment, a warm hand lifted Doozy effortlessly and placed it right in front of the food bowl. Doozy froze, suddenly turning to see Pan Hong's smiling face. In that instant, a wave of warmth surged from within, enveloping its entire being. Although this was merely a simple gesture for Pan Hong, for Doozy, a little French bulldog who had endured much hardship, it was undeniably a moment of recognition, fully accepting Pan Hong as its master. Go ahead and eat, huh? Tyrannosaurus. You finished so quickly? That's not yours. Unbeknownst to Pan Hong, Tyrannosaurus had already devoured its portion and was about to snatch food from the golden retriever. Pan Hong quickly intervened. He had ensured that Tyrannosaurus's food supply was ample, using the largest bowl available. However, Tyrannosaurus had suffered greatly and been hungry for too long. If allowed unlimited access to food, it would surely overindulge. Thus, Pan Hong hurriedly sent Tyrannosaurus away. Tyrannosaurus looked reluctant, but in front of Pan Hong, it could only obediently lower its head and lie down. At that moment, Pan Hong noticed Handsome had also left the bowl, turning to retreat into the doghouse. Hey, Handsome, you finished? Why don't you eat a bit more? Tyrannosaurus. Pan Hong saw that Handsome had not finished the food he had prepared with care, leaving a bowl half full. Handsome was still in the recovery period. Not eating properly was not an option. However, it seemed that Handsome did not hear and burrowed into the doghouse to sleep. Then, Pan Hong caught sight of the eager expression in Tyrannosaurus's eyes. With a sigh, Pan Hong resignedly handed the handsome man's dog bowl to the Tyrannosaurus. The creature began to munch contentedly once more. It was only after the three dogs had finished their meal that Pan Hong released the golden retriever, border collie, and Caucasian puppy. Being still young and in the process of training, it was imperative to instill in them a sense of rules and hierarchy. Allowing the handsome man's dogs to finish first before permitting the others to eat was an integral part of their training. As Pan Hong focused on training the young dogs to eat properly while preventing food-guarding behaviors in the front yard, a smartphone camera lens slowly rose above the backyard wall. Chapter 46. The Assembly, the Rhythm Brothers. The vanguard is in position. I set off at 5 o'clock and drove for an hour. Finally, I arrived in the early morning. Indeed, brothers, I am Xing Darong, and here is the infamous dog training ground of Pan Hong. My current location should be in his backyard, within a WeChat group named the Northern Dog King Support Team. A member with the ID Xing Darong shared a video and tagged all members. In an instant, the group erupted with excitement. Wow, Xinggu, you truly are remarkable. I thought you were just boasting, but you actually went. Impressive, impressive, truly worthy of being the Vanguard General. Wait, you really went? Such initiative? Xing Darong replied, of course. After last night's broadcast, the Dog King personally sought me out to discuss the matter regarding Pan Hong today. We agreed in the group yesterday that we would follow the Dog King to reveal Pan Hong's true nature. I, the Vanguard Xing Darong, am already in position. We are all true loyal fans chosen by the Dog King, so let us not embarrass ourselves. Upon hearing this, the other members of the group responded enthusiastically. Tom, the Vanguard is so fierce. We certainly cannot back down, right? It's just a new streamer, isn't it? Although the hype is high, he is merely a nouveau riche. Indeed, recently Duya often creates idols, with hot topics appearing out of nowhere. The person above is correct, and these internet celebrities share a common trait. They possess no real skill and are entirely propelled by capital and traffic. Exactly, we must rectify this unhealthy trend in Duya. At that moment, the group leader, the Northern Dog King, took notice of the messages in the group. He had not slept all night, waiting for this fan named Xing Darong to find Pan Hong's dog training ground. Last night, he had come to understand that to rise rapidly in fame, one must ride the coattails of others. The quickest way to connect with trending internet celebrities was, of course, to form a coalition, debunk falsehoods, and create a rhythm. Thus, he decided to take a gamble. He would expose Pan Hong, orchestrate a coalition against the scripted internet celebrity, and generate a significant rhythm. If successful, he would seize all the heat and traffic from Pan Hong's live stream and ascend to the pinnacle of his life. Seeing his loyal fans rallying in blind support, he suddenly felt emboldened. He sent a voice message, "Xing Lao Xiong, well done. I will start the live stream immediately, and you connect with me. Sync your footage to our live stream." The other brothers in the group hurriedly entered the live stream, ready to follow the script they had discussed last night to unveil Pan Hong's false facade. "Everyone, let us take action." After sending the voice message, Xing Daorong was the first to reply, "Received." His enthusiasm stemmed from being a fan of the Northern Dog King, from the promise of a monetary reward after the event, and from the potential for personal fame. He could seize this opportunity to launch his own stream and reap the benefits of the digital age. Thus, he promptly entered the Northern Dog King's live stream and initiated a connection request. As soon as he entered, he excitedly exclaimed, "Dog King, I'm here. Shoo, don't shout, or Pan Hong will hear us." "Oh, well, then I'll keep it down." Realizing that there might be a wall between him and Pan Hong, he quickly lowered his voice. "Dog King, what should we do next?" "Don't rush. Let me check the online audience," the Dog King said, noting that his fans had mostly arrived. He then opened Dojia's recharge channel and invested several thousand yuan into his live stream. Although it pained him somewhat, he deemed it worthwhile. Soon, with the system's streaming support, a wave of viewers flooded into the live stream, bringing the online count to over 7,000. Why are people still awake at this hour? Oh my heavens, what is going on here? Northern Dog King? What kind of streamer is this? Is this a live dog training session like that Pan Hong? Training dogs early in the morning? Is the streamer out of their mind? Does the streamer even know how to entertain? Why the long face this early? A mute streamer, not saying a word. I'm out of here. Observing the comments from new viewers, the Dog King nearly lost his composure. Initially, he intended to maintain an air of mystery, but it turned out that the viewers at this hour were quite candid and unfiltered. Their dissatisfaction was evident as they began to voice their criticisms. Hastily, the Dog King declared, "Brothers, you may not know me yet, so allow me to introduce myself. I am the Northern Dog King, a dog trainer who has been posting videos on Douya for 5 years, accumulating 500,000 followers. In this niche field of dog training, I am undoubtedly a leading figure. Originally, I planned to retire and enjoy life, but recent events in the dog training community have compelled me to take action. Thus, I initiated this live stream to address the rampant misconduct within the current dog training world." Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream began to show some interest. A few even clicked on the Northern Dog King's profile. Oh, he really does have 500,000 followers. With Pan Hong emerging, the dog training scene has become quite popular. I wonder what the streamer means by misconduct. Stop stalling and get to the point. I need to catch up on my sleep. With all this commotion, the streamer wouldn't he be calling out Pan Hong? Would he? Calling out Pan Hong? I've never liked that guy. Streamer, please take him down. Noticing that fewer viewers were criticizing him, and that his fans had successfully shifted the topic to Pan Hong, he seized the moment, his expression turning serious. Indeed, as some righteous individuals in the live stream have pointed out, today, I am targeting none other than the trending streamer, Pan Hong. Why am I calling out Pan Hong? Because he is nothing but a complete fraud. He is not a dog trainer at all, merely an actor following a script. Today, I will expose him. And even if I face censorship from Capital, even if I must exit the internet, I fear nothing. As these words left his lips, the Dog King's fans erupted in cheers. Long live the Dog King. The Dog King is incredible. The dog training industry relies on the Dog King. Simultaneously, the live stream exploded with comments. Wow, the streamer is truly calling out Pan Hong. Is this just for clout? Is he targeting whoever is trending to gain black-red traffic? You say Pan Hong is scripted. Where's your evidence? ISN T Pan Hong S entire act scripted? The underfed border collie, the live infidelity captures, the confrontations with stubborn breeds, all seem scripted. Exactly. And in such a niche field, if it suddenly becomes popular, there must be capital behind it. Indeed, and Pan Hong is clearly unprofessional. Just look at that Fat Bo from last night. Who couldn't see that it was a vicious dog? Yet Pan Hong still advised the couple to keep it. A complete disaster for the dog training community. The person above, while your points may hold some truth, they remain mere speculation. We must speak with evidence. Exactly. You can't just slander someone and expect them to defend themselves. Pan Hong's refusal to euthanize Fat Bo was an attempt to train him personally. Please don't misinterpret. What an extraordinary streamer this is, surrounded by an equally remarkable group of supporters in a live broadcast room. I wonder, how much is a single comment worth? Perhaps I could also earn a little something from this endeavor. Observing that, apart from the fans I had arranged, the majority of netizens in the live stream remained skeptical of my claims. I was even met with direct insults from those displaying banners of Pan Hong's fandom. A smirk appeared at the corner of the Dog King's mouth as he gestured grandly. "Where is the valiant General Xing Dao?" Immediate response came from Xing Dao, present. "Report your location for the viewers in the live stream." "Yes, I am currently beside Pan Hong's dog arena. Just beyond this wall lies the backyard of Pan Hong's establishment." Upon hearing this, the cacophony of doubt within the live stream began to diminish significantly. What? Did the streamer truly send someone to Pan Hong's dog arena? I thought it was merely bravado to gain attention, but they're genuinely out there. Now, I must reconsider. The streamer is indeed serious. Xing Dao ascertained the situation inside. Without further ado, the Dog King commanded Xing Dao to investigate. However, being a dog arena, concerns about being bitten prompted Xing Dao to retrieve an extended selfie stick, extending his phone over the wall. Subsequently, the view of Pan Hong's backyard emerged within the Dog King's live stream. Upon witnessing this, the Dog King rose in excitement, exclaiming, "Look, I told you so. There isn't a single dog in sight. Ha ha ha. This is nothing but a sham dog arena, merely a location for Pan Hong to film videos." To those in the live stream who displayed Pan Hong's fan banners, what do you have to say now? Speak up, detractors. Chapter 47. Speak my name and startle you hello? Is this Boss Chin? You're delivering the dogs, right? That's splendid. I'm at home right now. I'm free this morning. Fat Bo should arrive around noon, so just bring the dogs over whenever you can. At this moment, the person on the phone with Pan Hong was none other than the elderly Chun, who had sold Pan Hong a Caucasian puppy and a red meteor border collie the day before the dog market. Chun was renowned for his exceptional dog breeding skills, and his kennel housed numerous dogs of remarkable quality. However, due to unfavorable market conditions, many of them remained unsold, accumulating into dozens. With Pan Hong willing to purchase, Chun was eager to part with his pups. Surveying his now empty kennel, which once bustled with dozens of dogs and 5 or 6 employees, Chun felt a pang of nostalgia. The kennel had since closed down, leaving the spacious yard desolate. Yet, this situation was about to change. Pan Hong took a deep breath, preparing to tidy up the dog bowls in anticipation of Chin's delivery. Just then, he noticed a slight movement in his ear and furrowed his brow. His exceptional human agility heightened his senses beyond the ordinary. A mere tilt of his head revealed a mobile phone camera peering through the gate, accompanied by faint voices from behind it. Someone was lurking. Another dog thief? Who was there? Pan Hong called out, striding toward the source of the noise, then suddenly bellowed. The shout startled the figure behind the gate, who promptly fled towards the backyard. "Shuage Baolong." Pan Hong hurriedly glanced towards the dog kennel. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, both Shuage and Baolong had sensed the disturbance. Shuage dashed forward like an arrow, leaving a blur in his wake, while Baolong followed closely, his imposing figure and menacing snarl striking fear. Soon enough, Pan Hong heard screams and pleas for mercy emanating from the backyard dog. "Help! Help me, please!" Setting down the dog bowls, Pan Hong leisurely made his way to the backyard, where he found a slightly plump middle-aged man trembling and pressed against the wall. Shuage and Baolong flanked him, baring their teeth and pinning him in a corner. "Who are you?" Pan Hong asked, frowning. The man's cowardice suggested he was not a typical dog thief, as they usually exuded an air of fearlessness around dogs. This man, however, appeared on the verge of soiling himself. "How dare you, Pan Hong? You'd unleash your dogs on me? Do you know who I am?" The man, Xing Dao, found some courage now that the dogs had calmed down. "Oh, and who might you be?" Pan Hong scoffed. Speak my name, and it will terrify you. I am a #1 fan of the Northern Dog King, the Vanguard General, Xing Dao. You're insane, Shuage Baolong." Pan Hong rolled his eyes and called to his dogs. Instantly, they understood and approached with bared teeth, emitting low growls as they advanced towards Xing Dao. Xing Dao was immediately struck with fear. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he shouted, "Defunct! You wouldn't dare let the dogs bite me. I'm live streaming right now, and over 8,000 viewers are watching. This is all evidence of your crime." Pan Hong tilted his head, glancing at the phone in Xing Daorong's hand, then looked at him as if he were a fool. "Are you implying that you're live streaming with over 8,000 viewers?" "Exactly. How do you like that, Pan Hong? Are you afraid now?" "So, what you're saying is that you trespassed into my private residence without my consent and secretly filmed my kennel, all of which is being broadcast live, with over 8,000 witnesses to your criminal acts?" Xing Daorong, huh? At this revelation, Xing Daorong was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the viewers in the Northern Dog King's live stream erupted in laughter. Pan Hong is truly something else. His thought process is so unique. Pan Hong has been clever since childhood, right? Ha ha ha. I didn't even realize until Pan Hong pointed it out. This guy just climbed over the wall and secretly filmed the interior of the dog kennel. He's clearly violating public safety laws. The best part is he broadcast it live, so there's no need for Uncle Hat to find evidence. Did he just get countered right off the bat? The plot twist is too rapid. Seeing the viewers in his live stream rallying in support of Pan Hong, the Northern Dog King cursed under his breath. He quickly spoke up, "Xing Daorong, turn on the speaker. I want to confront Pan Hong directly." Upon hearing the Dog King's command, Xing Daorong snapped back to reality. "Right, Pan Hong, you may be sharp-tongued, but I want to engage with you further. Just so you know, I am the #1 fan of the Northern Dog King, and I am here today on his behalf to expose your kennel's fraud." Pan Hong had anticipated that this coward would have someone backing him up. He waved dismissively. "All right, I want to hit you. After all, I need to consider your master. Stop dawdling and let your master out." "You." Xing Daorong felt insulted, but had no evidence to counter. The Dog King felt similarly slighted, but, again, had no proof. The speaker was activated. The Northern Dog King cleared his throat, fixating his gaze on Pan Hong, and spoke sternly. "Pan Hong, you should know who I am. As a dog training influencer with 500,000 followers, I may not be familiar with other fields, but I am well known in the niche of dog training. Even if you're merely an actor, you ought to have done some homework before stepping into this role." To his astonishment, Pan Hong retorted, "Who are you?" "The Northern Dog King. You don't even recognize me? I suppose you're not cut out to be an actor after all. Let me tell you, before you emerged, I was the leader in the dog training niche on Douya. Understand? And today, I'm here to expose you. As a kennel owner and dog trainer, I aim to reveal your true nature. Look at your kennel. There are hardly any dogs. Is this even a kennel? I think it should be called the Pan Hong script and film base." Just as the Dog King finished his tirade, Chun, the elderly man, arrived at the front yard, calling out, Boss Pan, are you here? I've brought the dogs you requested. Where should I place them?" Pan Hong turned around. "Bring them all to the backyard." "All right." Before long, several young men arrived, carrying cages filled with dogs to the backyard. As an experienced dog trainer, the Dog King immediately recognized the quality of the dogs. Each one was exceptional, with several even reaching show quality. Such fine specimens of dogs could only come from a skilled breeder, and he knew that there were hardly any like them in his own kennel. In a matter of minutes, dozens of dogs had been transported in cages. The Northern Dog King's jaw dropped, wide enough to fit an egg. Chapter 48. The Abundance of Nasal Hair. Wow. How did so many dogs suddenly arrive? Now, this resembles a proper dog venue. Brothers, as the owner of a pet shop, I can assure you that these dogs possess exceptional quality. Oh my, that little Pomeranian is so adorable. Can I reserve it, dear host? That Czech wolf is so handsome. I'm smitten. How can I purchase it? I want that maple red golden retriever. Nobody else better try to snatch it. Is there a possibility that the host is merely here to expose Pan Hong's dog facility, not to sell dogs? As he realized he was on the brink of becoming Pan Hong's sales anchor, the Dog King spoke up again. Pan Hong, this doesn't prove anything. I am here to expose your facility, not just the dogs. The main event of today's expos is your dog training skills. I am confident that what you demonstrated in your previous live stream was merely scripted. Did you not claim last night that the dog, named Fat Bo, had a bad temperament for specific reasons? Based on my years of dog training experience, Fat Bo is simply a neurotic creature, inherently volatile. Such a dog deserves to be euthanized. And you, who pride yourself on 3 generations of dog breeding, cannot even discern this. It speaks volumes of your incompetence. Outrageous. At this juncture, the Dog King paused before continuing. Aren't you supposed to train Fat Bo today? Very well. My assistant Xing Daorong will live stream the entire process. I find it hard to believe you can tame that mad dog. With these words, the Dog King's fans immediately rallied. The Dog King is right. We all witnessed yesterday's live stream, where Fat Bo bit both its owners. If that isn't a vicious dog, then what is? Such a dog deserves to be euthanized. Indeed, while the Dog King's popularity may not surpass Pan Hong's, he has genuinely garnered attention through his dog training videos, showcasing his skills. Unlike Pan Hong, Fat Bo is undoubtedly untamable. Mark my words. Faced with the Dog King's relentless pressure, Pan Hong remained unfazed. All right, since you wish to observe, feel free. However, I have one condition. Huh? The Dog King frowned. What condition? It's quite simple. Profit and risk are always proportional, Pan Hong replied leisurely. My viewership is currently among the highest on Dia, and today's live stream of training Fat Bo has generated considerable anticipation. With such momentum, attracting over 10,000 viewers to your stream will be effortless. You think you can just watch without any cost? Although your appearance is less than pleasing, your expectations are quite lofty. A sense of foreboding crept into the Dog King's heart, yet he could find no fault in Pan Hong's words. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. This is a principle universally acknowledged. What do you propose? Quite simply, you claimed I cannot tame Fat Bo, correct? Pan Hong's lips curled into a smile. If I succeed today in taming Fat Bo, what will you do? Otherwise, you should consider withdrawing from the internet. At these words, the Dog King fell silent. He had intended to leverage Pan Hong's popularity, but had not anticipated such a hefty price. For a moment, he could not even bring himself to meet Pan Hong's gaze. Ha, what a cowardly Dog King. Pan Hong is absolutely right. With his immense viewership, why should he allow you to live stream beside him? Since you've come to expose him, you must bear the consequences of your failure. Withdraw from the internet. If you can't handle it, then just leave the internet. Pan Hong hasn't even done anything yet and has already scared you like this. You should just go home and sleep. Aren't Expo's hosts supposed to be tough? Why is this one so cowardly? As the comments in the live stream chat turned scornful, the Dog King clenched his teeth and declared, Fine, if you can tame Fat Bo, I shall deactivate my account. However, if you fail, then you must also withdraw. Very well. Pan Hong readily agreed. Having listened to Fat Bo's inner thoughts, confidence surged within him. Without hesitation, he accepted the wager. Now, let us proceed to fetch the dog. Meanwhile, approximately 40 kilometers from Pan Hong's town, a long-distance bus traveled along a bumpy road. Supervisor Han, are you all right? Wang Zhen, an assistant from the Huanyu Guild, observed the discomfort of Han Xiangyo, who was squirming on the hard seat, and asked with concern, Fine. Han Xiangyo waved his hand dismissively. How much longer until we arrive? This place is so remote. Not long now. About an hour, Wang Zhen replied. An hour. Han Xiangyo felt a sense of despair. As a city white-collar worker, he had underestimated the toll of 3 hours on a rural bus with hard seats. Initially, he had planned to send Wang Zhen alone to sign with Pan Hong. However, upon receiving this month's bills, mortgage, car loan, and his precarious job, he gritted his teeth and resolved to sign with Pan Hong in person. Thus, he ended up sharing the hard seat with Wang Zhen. Just then, his phone beneath him rang. He quickly pulled it out, realizing it was a video call from his boss. Adjusting his posture, he hastily answered. Han Xiangyo, where are you? Why aren't you at the company? His portly boss began. We're holding an emergency meeting. The other 4 supervisors are here, yet we can't find you anywhere. What have you been up to? Oh, is that a shaky video? Is Supervisor Han on a long-distance bus? Where are you going with such poor roads? Don't let it hurt your posterior. A snarky female voice chimed in. It's like this, boss. Han Xiangyo ignored the snide remarks and explained quickly. I'm currently in Dongbei province. Our studio is preparing to sign a male streamer. Oh, what streamer? Is it imperative for Supervisor Han to sign, personally? The snarky voice interjected again. Supervisor Han must have signed quite a few big streamers by now. Han Xianfu. Enough banter. The big boss interrupted their teasing. Don't delay the meeting. Han Xiangyo, this meeting isn't particularly related to your studio, so you can participate online. Han Xiangyo. Meanwhile, on the way to the pet shipping center, a lively tune played. Hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah, hey, abundant nasal hair, as the vehicle sped towards its destination. Chapter 49. The first encounter with Fat Bo. How delightful this is. The lively music resonates perfectly. At long last, the broadcast has commenced. Defunct. I have awaited your arrival for so long. Are we finally going to engage with Fat Bo? This must be the first fierce dog the host is facing. I am filled with anticipation. After last night's stream, I rewatched the clips of Fat Bo's broadcast, how the owner was bitten so terribly. The more I watched, the angrier I became. The host must properly handle it today. Wait, who is that in the back seat with a phone making noise? Is that a new recruit of Pan Hong? What new recruit? You newcomers are unaware. That person is a fan of a prominent pet influencer, claiming that Pan Hong is fabricating a script and is here to expose the truth. What? Someone is challenging Pan Hong. Indeed, it was reported this morning. If you're not aware, you can search the Douya video section for a blogger called the Northern Dog King, who directly challenged Pan Hong. He even sent his fans to confront Pan Hong in real life, almost getting Pan Hong in trouble. Yes, that's the fool in the back with the phone. What? Did I miss something? Brothers, I must catch up on the drama. No way. Following the legendary pet influencer Yu Chun, is there yet another person betting against Pan Hong? And with the highest stakes of deleting accounts and retreating from the internet, this is going to be entertaining. The fighting blogger, the Northern Dog King, is streaming right now. Brothers, I'm going to go and scold him. However, I find a Northern Dog King's analysis rather accurate. Pan Hong's rise to fame was sudden, and the scripted nature of the content is quite evident, making it difficult not to suspect if there's capital behind the scenes pushing this narrative. Could this be another instance of Douya creating a sensation? I couldn't care less. I surf the internet purely for amusement. Whether there's capital involved or not, that's none of my business. I support Pan Hong. As he set off to retrieve the dog, upbeat music played. Pan Hong also opened his live streaming room. Instantly, tens of thousands flooded in, causing the Northern Dog King to feel envious. The newcomers, through the grapevine, quickly learned of the bet between Pan Hong and the Northern Dog King. Viewers began to take sides. Some supported Pan Hong, others sided with the Dog King, and some provided a balanced perspective amidst the chaos. The live chat became a cacophony of opinions. Simultaneously, a large number of viewers flocked into the Northern Dog King's stream, causing his online count to surge past 10,000. The Dog King, with excitement evident in his flushed neck, shouted, "Brothers, trust me, this Pan Hong is definitely an actor. He is merely a tool wielded by capital to exploit the unsuspecting. Let us rally against this improper trend in the internet." Yet for Pan Hong, the Northern Dog King's challenge was merely a minor diversion. As a dog training host, his focus must remain on training dogs and not be swayed. Thus, after clearing his throat, Pan Hong addressed his audience. "Brothers, let us refrain from discussing the wager with the Northern Dog King. The truth will eventually surface. Time will reveal all answers. Until then, all speculation and debate are futile. Do not be led astray. We are dog training hosts, and the content of this stream is about training dogs. So I hope everyone can redirect their attention to topics related to dog training." Upon hearing this, the number of viewers discussing the bet in the live chat significantly diminished. The host is so composed, entirely unlike that hyperactive fellow next door. Seriously, the bet involves deleting accounts and retreating from the internet. Is the host really so unconcerned? Brothers, Pan Hong has stated he doesn't wish to be influenced by external narratives, and we are here to see how he handles Fat Bo. Let us not lose focus. Exactly. The Dog King is clearly here to ride the wave and stir the pot. Do not let him mislead you. Do you think a dog that has bitten its owner like that can still be saved? In the past, I would have supported putting Fat Bo to sleep. But now, I choose to believe in Pan Hong's abilities. After all, the canine detective is not just a name. 10 years of experience as a dog owner has taught me. Look at Fat Bo's size. It is already an adult dog. The temperament of an adult dog is mostly formed, and changing its aggressive nature is, frankly speaking, more challenging than ascending to the heavens. While I believe in Pan Hong's abilities, The previous comments are indeed valid. Personality issues cannot be altered overnight. As the streams of Pan Hong and the Dog King unfolded, they gradually diverged into two distinct atmospheres. The Dog King's side was filled with heightened emotions, with viewers debating whether Pan Hong's success was scripted and whether he truly possessed training skills. Meanwhile, Pan Hong's stream exuded tranquility, as viewers engaged in thoughtful discussions about Fat Bo. Soon, Dage halted the energetic driving. "All right, brothers, let us get out." Hitoe, opening the car door, he unleashed an atomic breath. Pan Hong proceeded towards the pet transport center. "Bro, where's Fat Bo? Where's Fat Bo?" "Oh, Hongga, you finally made it." A man in a transport center uniform approached Pan Hong with a distressed expression. Since Pan Hong would frequently utilize pet transport, he had familiarized himself with the staff, who all recognized him. "What s with that expression when I arrive?" "Ah, Honggu, is the creature you sent truly a dog?" "It is pure evil." The staff member rolled up his sleeve, revealing 3 deep red marks. "See this? I'm wearing reinforced bite-proof gloves, and it nearly punctured through them. In all my years of pet transport, I've never encountered such a vicious dog." "Hey, that's just because you aren't skilled enough. Did you try touching its neck?" Pan Hong patted his shoulder. "Where's Fat Bo? I haven't seen it." "Right here." The staff member walked over to a large black cloth and then pulled it aside. Beneath the cloth lay a massive cage made of rebar. Inside, a robust and fluffy Alaskan Malamute lay panting. It was indeed Fat Bo. As the black cloth was lifted, Fat Bo suddenly reacted violently, its fur bristling, charging against the cage while baring its teeth at the onlookers outside. The cage rattled ominously, startling even Pan Hong. "Oh my goodness, this is something indeed," Pan Hong exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Fat Bo Chapter 50. "The philosopher of the canine world, oh my heavens, what on earth was that? It nearly made my heart leap from my chest. Goodness, I was genuinely startled just now. This hefty fellow is far more ferocious than yesterday. That countenance is utterly menacing. Undoubtedly a vicious dog. Haha, I wonder how Pan Hong intends to train it. What is there to train? Just put it down humanely." At this moment, Pan Hong's livestream had already attracted over 100,000 viewers, all taken aback by the intimidating presence of the hefty canine. In contrast, the Northern Dog King's livestream erupted with laughter. "I told you so. This hefty fellow is a bona fide menace. How could Pan Hong possibly train such a dog? Haha, uvet triumphed. Prepare to exit the online realm, Pan Hong." The Northern Dog King exclaimed with fervor, as if he had drained all of Pan Hong's substantial viewership. Yet, in Pan Hong's eyes, there was only exhilaration. He understood that the dog's volatile temperament stemmed not from its character, but from chronic pain in its neck. Curiosity piqued within him regarding the source of this discomfort. Regrettably, the dog's abundant fur concealed any visible ailments. However, Pan Hong was unperturbed. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Come now, let us load it up." Upon uttering these words, none of the attendees dared to move. "Go on," Pan Hong urged the pet transport center staff, who promptly shook their heads vigorously as if in a frantic dance. "Must I do everything?" Pan Hong sighed, rolling up his sleeves to lift the cage. The staff gasped in horror and hastily donned thick gloves. "No, Brother Hong, you must wear gloves." Before he could finish, Pan Hong had already approached the cage. Ignoring the malevolent glare of the dog, he placed his hands upon it. Woof, woof, woof. In the next instant, the hefty dog lunged, baring its teeth and aiming for Pan Hong's hand. Pan Hong quickly withdrew, but it was too late. He cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. "Ouch! What is wrong with you? I told you to wear gloves." This scene horrified the staff, who rushed to assess Pan Hong's injury. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned by Pan Hong's actions. What just happened? Did Pan Hong get bitten by the dog? Is this a dog trainer? How unprofessional to offer his hand to a vicious dog. Is he doomed before he even begins? Xing Daorong remarked, "This is too pathetic. A dog trainer getting bitten?" I knew Pan Hong was a fraud. The Dog King chimed in, "Pan Hong, you're overly confident. Hurry and get a rabies shot. Don't disgrace the profession of dog training." "Oh wait, you're not even a dog trainer. You're merely an actor, albeit a rather competent one. Brother Hong, are you all right? Let me take you to the hospital for a rabies shot." Seeing the dog bite Pan Hong's hand, the staff displayed urgency and attempted to pull him away. Yet before they could finish, Pan Hong stood up with a sly grin, completely unharmed. "Brother Hong, you're unscathed?" The staff quickly examined Pan Hong's hand, finding not a single mark. "Really? I distinctly saw the dog bite." Pan Hong confidently patted the staff member's shoulder. "Young man, you still have much to learn. I've raised dogs for 3 generations. I can't be bitten by one, but I was certain that the hefty dog bit your hand." The staff insisted. Pan Hong smiled slightly. "No, what you saw was not my hand, but merely an afterimage. I'm too swift for you to comprehend." He then showcased his hands to the livestream audience. "See? No bite marks. Just as I withdrew in time. The dog ended up biting the iron cage instead. If you don't believe me, take a look." Viewers quickly turned their attention to the hefty dog, which had lost its earlier fierceness, its jaw quivering as it clearly had bitten something exceedingly hard. It must have hurt its teeth. Indeed, when dealing with a vicious dog, one must strike hard. Xing Daorong pondered. "What? It didn't bite?" The Dog King remarked nonchalantly. "Pan Hong, let us don 2 layers of gloves and carry the cage to my vehicle. Once we return to the dog park, I shall thoroughly examine it." As they loaded the hefty dog into the car, the G-Class sped towards the dog park. In the spacious back seat, Xing Daorong felt a twinge of unease. "Dog King, given the current state of the hefty dog, do you think Pan Hong truly managed to intimidate it?" In the live stream, the Dog King appeared unperturbed. "What do you know? I have trained dogs for 2 decades. I'm well aware. This dog merely has a volatile temperament. Under pressure, it might retreat, but that is only temporary. Trust me, once we arrive at the dog park and release it, its true nature will emerge." Upon hearing this, Xing Daorong nodded in understanding. I see. Then I shall not worry." In the front seat, Pan Hong rolled his eyes at their loud plotting. Soon, they arrived at the dog park. Pan Hong leaped from the vehicle and opened the trunk, observing the hefty dog with a somewhat dazed expression. Curious, he tuned into its thoughts. "It hurts. It's unbearable. Why must life constrict my throat? Why is this world so suffocating for dogs? What is the meaning of my existence? The pain is endless. Is this truly my fate? I can hardly endure it. Help! I can't breathe." At that moment, upon spotting Pan Hong, the dog instantly regained its alertness and ferocity, baring its teeth once more. "Oh, you fancy yourself a philosopher now." Pan Hong chuckled at this revelation. Under prolonged suffering, even a dog began to contemplate the essence of existence. Chapter 51. I was once a good dog. Hey, come here. Upon seeing Fat Bo baring its teeth once again, Pan Hong's gaze shifted towards Xing Daorong. "Me? Is it me?" Xing Daorong was taken aback. "Not your mother, you." Pan Hong shot him a glance. "Come help me get Fat Bo down." "Huh? I don't dare." The sight of Fat Bo's massive frame and its menacing expression left Xing Daorong pale with fear. "Coward," Pan Hong mocked him, recalling the earlier scheming they had done in the car. At that moment, Lu Zi, who was responsible for guarding, rushed over. "Handsome Balong," and Duzi also gathered to witness the commotion. Pan Hong donned Lu Zi with 2 layers of bite-proof gloves, and together they prepared to bring Fat Bo down from the car. "Is there a new colleague?" Duzi tilted his head in inquiry. "Not a colleague, but a visitor with ill intent," Handsome replied gravely. "This one's tough. Should we have a word with it?" Ba Long and Handsome, seasoned veterans of the dog yard, immediately recognized that this Alaskan was not a new colleague, but a vicious dog in need of training. Previously, Pan Hong had often employed the 2 of them to subdue the arrogance of such ill-tempered canines. "One of you is sufficient. I'll head back first." Handsome glanced at Pan Hong and then sleepily wandered off. "Hey, Handsome, don't you usually enjoy dealing with vicious dogs?" "Right now, I prefer sleeping." Handsome nestled into the doghouse. At this point, Duzi looked at Ba Long and asked, "Is this our usual work?" "Indeed, Duzi. My and Handsome's primary duties involve 2 aspects: maintaining order in the dog yard and assisting the owner in taming vicious dogs, suppressing their arrogance," Ba Long explained, not noticing Duzi's serious demeanor. "When it comes to these vile canines, you needn't show mercy. Each one bears a criminal record. In human terms, they're all serious offenders." Upon hearing this, Duzi nodded thoughtfully. "All right, brothers, Fat Bo is ready. Let us commence the training." Setting up the live stream, Pan Hong officially began today as broadcast. "Finally about to start? Hurry up. Make sure to teach this vicious dog a lesson. I've disliked it for a long time. Regardless of the outcome, it has bitten its owner. It must face some punishment. Support, support. Northern Dog King, reiterating my stance. Fat Bo has behavioral issues that are ingrained. Pan Hong cannot train it. Just wait for it to be retired from the net. Pan Hong disregarded the viewer's urgings and the Dog King's provocations, maintaining a calm demeanor. Step 1. Let us get out of the cage. Subsequently, Pan Hong approached the cage, holding a collar, and opened the door. The moment the cage swung open, Fat Bo instinctively became aggressive. Seizing the opportunity, Pan Hong lunged for Fat Bo's neck with the collar. However, Fat Bo was remarkably agile, raising its front paw to swat the collar away. Oh, you got some fight in you. Pan Hong gritted her teeth and attempted again, but this time Fat Bo opened its massive jaws, biting down hard on the collar and thrashing its head from side to side, nearly toppling Pan Hong. Ouch! My temper. I can't hold back any longer. Pan Hong, feeling the pressure, glanced around for a suitable tool, but found none, so she tossed the collar onto the ground and leaped directly into the cage. In front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, Pan Hong boldly jumped into the cage containing the vicious dog. She then extended her right arm, grasping Fat Bo's snout, and executed a body slam, pinning the vicious dog to the ground. Fat Bo was taken aback, its expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Yet, as it attempted to resist, it found itself firmly held down, unable to move. It could not help but question the course of its canine existence. Meanwhile, the comment section of the live stream fell into an eerie silence, only to be broken by a single comment. Wow. Then the barrage of comments erupted. What the heck? What am I witnessing? Wait, dude, are you superhuman? You just jumped in like that? This is absolutely insane. My goodness, to subdue 100 pounds of vicious dog with bare hands? Is this even reasonable? Is this science? Is this still a human being? Not only the viewers in the live stream, but even the Northern Dog King, with 2 decades of dog training experience, was nearly rendered speechless by Pan Hong's display. 100-pound raging Alaskan? Just like that, effortlessly pinned down, having trained dogs for 20 years. The Northern Dog King's understanding was forcefully challenged by Pan Hong's actions. On the other side, witnessing Pan Hong's maneuvers, Ba Long rushed to the cage and barked at Fat Bo. Duzzy mimicked him, baring his teeth. Handsome, peeking out of the doghouse, made a low rumbling sound, casting a worried glance toward Pan Hong. What is it going to be? Do you yield, huh? I'm asking you, Fat Bo. Do you yield? Fat Bo felt discomfort around its neck, which triggered its rebellious instincts. Although firmly restrained by Pan Hong, it continued to emit low growls. Bring me the collar. Lu Zi passed the collar, and Pan Hong successfully fitted it around Fat Bo's neck, finally dragging the dog out of the cage. However, once outside, with its neck already uncomfortable and now fitted with a collar, Fat Bo erupted in fury, lunging at Pan Hong's thigh. Fortunately, Pan Hong reacted swiftly, evading the attack with a leap. Ba Long, quick on his feet, leaped in front of Pan Hong, shielding her. Pan Hong felt a wave of satisfaction at Ba Long's rapid response. Yet more astonishing was Duzzy, the small French bulldog, limping over to within half a meter of Fat Bo and baring its teeth. The comical contrast between the massive white Alaskan and the petite black French bulldog was striking. Fat Bo, upon seeing the much larger Ba Long, felt intimidated, but turning around, it was momentarily taken aback by the small dog's defiance. Fat Bo froze for a moment. Its expression transformed into one of aggression, as if to say, "Why don't you back down?" Duzzy, puffing out his chest, declared, "Because I'm not afraid." "Why not afraid?" "My mind is steady." "Why is your mind steady?" "My lower limbs are paralyzed." Fat Bo, you're asking for trouble. With that, Fat Bo charged at Duzzy. However, before it could act, the experienced Ba Long had already leaped into action, tackling Fat Bo aside. Pan Hong wasted no time, moving forward to press down on Fat Bo's head. Once again, the duo of human and dog firmly restrained Fat Bo. The dog, still refusing to yield, struggled violently, letting out a mournful howl. Why? Why does everyone treat me this way? Breathing has become a struggle. What has life brought me? How did I become what I am today? With no means to move, Fat Bo began to reflect on its canine existence. Recalling a time when it was a lively and cheerful puppy, cherished by its owner. However, as time passed and its physique expanded, fate inexplicably tightened its grip around its throat, rendering it breathless. Its once lively and cheerful demeanor transformed into that of a surly and irascible beast. Perhaps this is simply my destiny. A tear cascaded from Fat Bo's eye, and it ceased to struggle, allowing Pan Hong to touch the sensitive nerves around its neck. Then, it heard Pan Hong exclaim a vulgarity. What the hell? Why such a thin rope tied around its neck? Chapter 52. The leather chain choking the throat. Oh my heavens. I beheld a taut leather strap tightly encircling Fat Bo's neck, so deeply embedded that it had even pierced the flesh. Pan Hong was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. At last, he comprehended why Fat Bo constantly lamented the pain in his neck, exclaiming that fate had its grip on his throat. Who could endure such a plight? Fat Bo's suffering pierced Pan Hong's heart, compelling him to rush before the live camera, fervently gesturing. Where are Fat Bo's owners? I know you are both in the live stream, so come on and join in. Hurry, for I have finally discerned the reason behind Fat Bo's irritable temperament. Upon hearing Pan Hong's words, the viewers in the live chat began to inquire. What? Have you already uncovered the cause of Fat Bo's irritability? Do share. Truly the detective of the canine realm. Yet, knowing the cause of his temperament, what could be done? Such character flaws are not easily amended. Please reveal the answer. Don't wait for those two owners. Indeed, why is Fat Bo so irritable? We ought to be forewarned, as the comments urged him to divulge the truth. Pan Hong remained unfazed, for the thought of Fat Bo's tribulations ignited a desire within him to chastise those two negligent dog owners. If he were to reveal the answer prematurely, those two would likely hesitate to join the stream. Meanwhile, in another live stream, the Northern Dog King proclaimed, "Do not be deceived by Pan Hong. Fat Bo's irritability stems from personality, and personality is significantly influenced by one's environment." I suspect Pan Hong insists on connecting with the dog's owners to shift the blame for Fat Bo's temperament onto them, thereby concealing his own lack of professional dog training expertise. The Northern Dog King, believing he had unraveled Pan Hong's intentions, adopted an air of superiority. Back in Pan Hong's stream, under the insistence of Pan Hong to wait for the dog owners, a man and woman ultimately submitted their request to join the stream. Pan Hong promptly accepted. Have you already discovered the reason for Fat Bo's irritability? Is it treatable? The female owner inquired as she entered the discussion. If it cannot be trained in a short time, as we previously discussed, perhaps you could send us an Alaskan puppy instead, she continued, with the male owner nodding in agreement. Pan Hong was momentarily amused by this scene. So, you wish to abandon Fat Bo? You find him unsatisfactory? Upon hearing Pan Hong's sarcastic inquiry, the female owner became irate. What do you mean by that? We provide for him daily, yet he has bitten us both. Why should we continue to care for him? Do we owe him something? The male owner concurred, saying, exactly. My wife and I have decided we no longer want Fat Bo. Just as you suggested, please send us a well-trained Alaskan puppy, but it must be of decent quality, at least comparable to Fat Bo. As these words reached Pan Hong's ears, he nearly exploded with anger. Forcing a smile through gritted teeth, you are truly resolute in your decision to abandon Fat Bo? Yes, we have made our decision, they affirmed. Well then, I shall extend my gratitude to you on behalf of Fat Bo. With that, Pan Hong's demeanor turned cold. The tens of thousands in the live stream perceive his animosity towards the dog owners, expressing their confusion. What has happened to the host? His words seem laced with disdain. I noticed too. He appears to mock these two owners for wanting to abandon Fat Bo. Yet, given how Fat Bo has bitten them both, I too would choose not to keep him. What is going on? Indeed, could it be that the host plans to place the blame for Fat Bo's temperament solely on his owners, as the Dog King suggested? It is clear Fat Bo is a vicious dog. What is there to debate? I cannot fathom the host's sudden shift in attitude. Will he truly defend the vicious creature? As the viewers continued to voice their skepticism, Pan Hong remained undeterred, his gaze fixed upon the two dog owners. Very well. You choose not to keep him. Splendid. However, today I must ensure you understand precisely why Fat Bo displays such volatility. Go ahead, the female owner retorted nonchalantly. Panhonk inhaled deeply, striving to quell the storm of emotions within, and gestured, "Come, let the camera focus on me." As the camera shifted, the live stream revealed Fat Bo's despondent expression. Firstly, observe how long Fat Bo's fur has grown. It has caused his skin to develop rashes. Have you never considered giving him a trim? Panhonk chastised. The female owner quickly countered, "Long hair is more impressive. It gives him a certain charisma." Panhong shot back, "An Alaskan is a sled dog, accustomed to frigid climates. Do you not comprehend the nature of our weather? Why would you leave his fur so long?" The female owner fell silent. At that moment, the male owner interjected, "But this does not directly relate to Fat Bo's temperament or his biting. Many Alaskans have long fur and do not behave in such a manner." Panhong could only smile in disbelief. Witnessing Panhong's unusual demeanor, the viewers grew restless. Why does it feel like Panhong is defending Fat Bo? Could it be he genuinely wishes to exonerate the biting beast? Surely not. I am perplexed. The plot has twisted unexpectedly. Just moments ago, Panhong was wrestling with Fat Bo, nearly bitten himself. How has he shifted to speaking in favor of Fat Bo? Has the host succumbed to a savior complex? In the live stream, nearly all viewers, including high-tier fans, sided with the dog owners, leaving Panhong feeling isolated. Yet he remained unfazed. "What are you laughing at?" Seeing Panhong's derisive smile, the male owner felt insulted. Panhong did not respond directly, instead beckoning, "Come, let us bring the camera even closer." "Yes, closer still. Do not fear. Fat Bo is in a melancholy state and will not bite. Now, let everyone witness what lies upon Fat Bo's neck." Panhong invited the viewers to observe as he drew the camera nearer, focusing on Fat Bo's neck. Then he extended his hands, gently parting the thick fur around Fat Bo's neck. To the astonishment of the audience, they were met with a shocking sight. A slender black leather strap was tightly constricting Fat Bo's neck, with a portion embedded into the flesh. The entire circumference of his neck was a ghastly shade of red and purple, swollen beyond belief. Such a tragic sight. As the realization settled in, the tens of thousands of viewers fell silent. Even the normally boisterous northern dog King stood in stunned silence, mouth agape, as if petrified. "Now, I trust you all comprehend the true cause of Fat Bo's irritability," Panhong declared, baring his teeth in a grimace. "Fat Bo is not at fault. His volatile temperament is the result of these two fools. I am utterly exasperated by being subjected to this incessant pressure. Who could possibly maintain their composure under such circumstances? And where are those two dog owners? A word from them would be appreciated." Chapter 53. King Nailer, Fat Wave Support Club. The case has been cracked. Fat Wave's irritable temperament is a result of being choked by its owner. What on earth was the owner thinking, tying such a large dog with such a thin rope? With such a tight grip, Fat Wave must be struggling to breathe. I recognize that leather leash. My own Teddy uses one just like it, albeit with some elasticity. I am familiar with this brand, known for making supplies for small to medium-sized dogs. Fat Wave is already considered quite large among Alaskans. Moreover, this leash is filthy and worn, stained with dried blood, clearly indicating it has not been replaced in ages. Who knows how long Fat Wave has endured this torment? Despite being choked for so long, Fat Wave still possesses considerable strength. Someone upstairs remarked that one cannot dismiss the fact that Fat Wave engages in anaerobic training daily, hence its impressive strength. The humor in this notion elicited laughter from the audience as they pondered the absurdity of the situation. When Panhong showcased the leather leash around Fat Wave's neck to the viewers, the tide turned dramatically. After all, a dog of such size with a rope so thin around its neck is akin to hanging. The hundreds of thousands of viewers who had just criticized Panhong were suddenly filled with sympathy for Fat Wave. The two dog owners participating in the live stream were now utterly stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, the female owner expressing confusion, while the male owner asked, "Why is there a rope around Fat Wave's neck? I don't recall us ever tying it up." "Neither do I," the female owner replied, looking aggrieved. "Perhaps. I might have tied it once when we first brought it home as a puppy, but since then." As she spoke, a realization dawned upon her. Suddenly, she halted, covering her mouth with her hands, panic evident in her eyes. The male owner, too, grasped the implication, incredulously asking, "You didn't forget to untie it, did you?" Faced with her husband's inquiry, the woman seemed paralyzed, unable to utter a word. After a long pause, she murmured, I. You can't blame me entirely. Fat Wave's fur was so long, and the leash was so thin. How could I have seen it clearly?" The exchange between the two dog owners left the audience of over 100,000 viewers in disbelief. What on earth are they saying? This is utterly ridiculous. They tied Fat Wave up since it was a puppy? Judging by its size now, it must be 3 or 4 years old. This is absurd beyond comprehension. Fat Wave seemed to express its plight, wondering how it had endured such treatment over the years. The viewers empathized, recognizing the torment it must have faced. The audience soon turned their attention to Fat Wave's current expression. It lay on the ground, completely subdued by the pressure from the Tyrannosaurus and Pan Hong, devoid of any energy. Its tongue lolled out, eyes vacant, as if life had drained it of all vitality. The spectacle was heart-wrenching, with tears pooling in its eyes. Fat Wave, with its exemplary appearance, was further enhanced by the desolation in its eyes, creating an indescribable sense of heartbreak. The atmosphere in the live stream was thick with sorrow. Look at Fat Wave's expression. It's devastating. Is it despair? It's a life exchanged for its suffering. Look at the tears glistening in its deep-set eyes. My heart aches. Expressions of sympathy flooded the comments. In a matter of minutes, a support group for Fat Wave was established. As the viewers heard the female owner attempting to deflect blame onto Fat Wave's long fur, anger erupted in the comment section. How dare you? You're still making excuses. Fat Wave is practically the king of nailer now. Is this really Fat Wave's fault? The long fur is because you never took it for grooming. Unbelievable. This world is filled with individuals masquerading as normal people. Realizing the backlash against her, the female owner broke down. What do you mean by this? You're defending a dog? Have you forgotten how Fat Wave has bitten us? She displayed photos of the injuries they had sustained, but the audience remained unmoved, responding with a chorus of "You deserved it." The male owner then spoke up, "Enough. My wife is in tears. Show some decency." But this only fueled the outrage further. What? She cried? What about Fat Wave? It has been choked for 3 years. Fat Wave has endured in silence for 3 years, and she feels wronged. As the audience grew increasingly agitated, fearing a potential escalation, Pan Hong swiftly intervened. You two dog owners should refrain from speaking. The truth is evident. You have neglected Fat Wave, allowing it to deteriorate to this state. Don't deny it any longer. With that, Pan Hong turned to Fat Wave, sighing in sympathy. Then, under the anticipation of hundreds of thousands, she produced a pair of scissors and approached Fat Wave's neck. Chapter 54. The unraveling of the golden cord. At this moment, Fat Bo remained oblivious to the happenings in the live broadcast room. It was merely a dog with a unique understanding of fate and the essence of its existence. After silently contending with its dismal destiny for 3 long years, it succumbed to despair. If life meant suffering, then let me return whence I came. Let end. I am exhausted. It is said that the air in heaven is sweet and fragrant. Therefore, when it saw Pan Hong approaching with scissors in hand, Fat Bo made no attempt to resist or react. Instead, it felt an odd sense of relief as it quietly closed its eyes, allowing tears to flow freely. Soon after, it felt a tightening around its neck, a familiar suffocating sensation burning through it. In the past, any soul daring to touch that sensitive spot on its neck would have faced its wrath. Yet this time, it remained motionless. Then came the cold touch of the scissors, awakening an uncontrollable fear of death within. Its massive body trembled, but still it did not resist. It was all right. It would be over soon. Fat Bo was not afraid. Soon, it would ascend to heaven. With gritted teeth, it encouraged itself in silent monologue. At last, with a sharp snap, a sting pierced its neck, swiftly followed by a release it had not experienced in ages, a wondrous sensation. It felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from its heart, as if the sword of Damocles hanging over it had suddenly vanished, unshackling it from fate's cruel grip. Am I already dead? Realizing the possibility of its own demise, Fat Bo's taut nerves began to unwind like a receding tide. Its limbs grew weak, and its body felt light, as if its very soul had been elevated. The release around its neck compelled it to draw a breath, followed by a contented sigh. Indeed, the air in heaven is sweet and fragrant. The corners of Fat Bo's mouth began to curl upwards, a visage of serene bliss. Almost immediately, it felt a warm hand gently caressing its furry head. In that instant, an electric sensation coursed through its body, igniting a tingling warmth that relaxed every muscle and bone. It had heard tales of a canine deity in heaven that grants every puppy's wishes, a final refuge for all dogs. Have I arrived here? With a heart full of anticipation, Fat Bo slowly opened its eyes and was met with a sight that left it utterly stunned, as if petrified. Before it stood Pan Hong, her face radiant with a smile. Yet, due to her somewhat rough appearance and the bloodied scissors in her grasp, her smile appeared sinister in Fat Bo's eyes. What on earth? Is this truly the dog deity? No, wait. Has Pan Hong come to heaven? A sudden tightening gripped Fat Bo's heart. Then it tilted its head. Were the heavenly sights? This was still the Pan Hong compound. Beside it, the Tyrannosaurus looked on menacingly, and Duzzy bared its teeth. Pan Hong still held the scissors, and Xing Daorong was still filming. Everything was as it had been before it closed its eyes. The only difference lay in the burden lifted from its neck and the newfound freedom to breathe deeply. A chilly breeze swept through, instantly sharpening Fat Bo's awareness. What? I'm not dead? Why am I not dead? No, death would bring liberation. If I am not dead, how can I be free? Is this heaven? Is Pan Hong the dog deity? Fat Bo's philosophical mind could not comprehend. No, this is not heaven. I'm still alive. Then why do I feel liberated? Fat Bo racked its brain for answers, then tilted its head and caught sight of a discarded black leather leash on the ground. It was thin, dirty, and old, stained with blood and clinging white fur, as if carelessly cast aside. However, the moment Fat Bo laid eyes on the leash, it felt as though struck by lightning, plunging into a void of weightlessness, rendered speechless. In an instant, long-buried memories surged forth. 3 years ago, it was but a small dog. One day, its owner had adorned it with a decorative leash. Yet, as its fur grew long, the leash was soon hidden away, forgotten even by itself. As Fat Bo grew larger, the leash tightened ever more painfully around its neck. Fragments of memory flashed before its mind. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon it. There is no such thing as fate. There is no philosophy. All that exists is a leash, a negligent owner, and a life shackled by that very leash. Who has rescued me? Fat Bo gazed at the severed leash, then at Pan Hong wielding the scissors. It recalled how Pan Hong had approached with the scissors, followed by the sharp snap. The golden cord has been unraveled. The jade lock has been broken. It was you, Pan Hong, my savior, my dog deity. With trembling resolve, Fat Bo rose to its feet, lifted its head, closed its eyes, and savored Pan Hong's gentle caress. As Fat Bo stood before Pan Hong, the Tyrannosaurus attempted to intervene, only to be halted by a mere glance from Pan Hong. Possessing the ability to hear the thoughts of dogs, Pan Hong understood that Fat Bo had undergone a transformation. As Fat Bo stood tall, the viewers in the live broadcast room held their breath. After all, Fat Bo's fierce demeanor and impressive record remained vivid in their minds. Yet, the tender scene that unfolded next brought smiles of joy to all. Fat Bo stood serenely, its once turbulent spirit now calm, its white fur dancing gracefully in the breeze. Its eyes shone with clarity and brightness, ears perked up, lips curled in a gentle smile, and tail swaying in the wind, instantly healing the hearts of countless viewers. Wow, this is so. I cannot find the words to express the current scene. Tears of emotion streaming down. Fat Bo has suffered so much. But after all this, it will surely live happily. Suddenly reminded of a poem from Water Margin. In life, I have not cultivated good deeds, only relished in bloodshed and fire. Suddenly, the golden cord is unraveled. The jade lock is broken. The tides of Qiandang River rise. Today, I finally know who I am. Let's congratulate Fat Bo on its rebirth. Congratulations to Fat Bo on its rebirth. Congratulations, Fat Bo. With Fat Bo's healing, the live broadcast room reached a staggering heat of 1 million. The number of online viewers soared to an astonishing 60,000 plus. Grand gifts like Carnival and Do You Know? One flooded the screen without restraint. Pan Hong continued to stroke Fat Bo's fluffy head, beaming with delight. Chapter 55. Introducing the little assistant. It's your turn, gentlemen. Let us assess Fat Bo's current condition. With a gentle rub on Fat Bo's large head, Pan Hong announced to the live stream. He then turned to Fat Bo and commanded sit. At that instant, Fat Bo, with a playful flick of his tongue, obediently plopped down onto the ground. Good. Now shake hands. Upon hearing the command, Fat Bo swiftly raised his right paw and placed it on Pan Hong's hand. Excellent. Splendid. Can you bow for the new year? Pan Hong promptly rewarded him with a treat, continuing to issue commands. However, he did not expect Fat Bo to master the more challenging actions immediately. To his surprise, upon hearing the request, Fat Bo raised both paws and stood on his hind legs, performing a delightful bow with his front limbs pressed together, his mouth agape and tongue out, radiating joy. What a transformation! It's hard to believe that this adorable Alaskan was once a vicious dog that bit its owner just a day prior. Fat Bo is remarkably well behaved. His temperament is so gentle. It's astonishing that the original owner could raise such a gentle dog in that manner. After 3 years of harsh treatment, anyone would be irritable. Pan Hong truly rescued Fat Bo. The thought that the original owner even considered euthanizing him sends shivers down my spine. Indeed, had it not been for Pan Hong, we would have been deceived by the dog owner into believing Fat Bo was a thoroughbred menace. Some dogs come to receive discipline, while others come to enjoy life. After the assessment, Pan Hong addressed the live stream. Brothers, the evaluation is complete. Fat Bo is perfectly fine, utterly unrelated to the negligence of his previous owner. He paused, his expression shifting before continuing. It appears the 2 dog owners have exited the chat. I do not know if you're listening, but I have something to convey. According to our original agreement, should I successfully train Fat Bo, I would send him back to you, and you would cover my pet transport and training fees. However, I have changed my mind. I no longer require the transport and training fees. You will not be receiving Fat Bo. You have no right to keep him. I shall care for Fat Bo from now on. If you disagree, feel free to take me to court. I have claimed Fat Bo for myself. Pan Hong boldly declared, retaining Fat Bo at the dog park. After all, an individual unfit to care for a dog would only harm it. Furthermore, Fat Bo was now aware of the reasons behind his grim fate. Should he be sent back, it was likely he would seek revenge, potentially biting someone again. Thus, Pan Hong disregarded his prior agreement with the 2 owners, choosing instead to secure Fat Bo's future. In the comment section, viewers did not criticize Pan Hong for his change of heart. Rather, they expressed unanimous support. Good. It was about time. Those 2 are utterly unworthy of dog ownership. Indeed, there is no honor to be found with such individuals. The thin leather strap around Fat Bo's neck was nothing short of abuse. I just checked. Those 2 dog owners first disabled private messaging and have now deleted their accounts, likely too ashamed to return online. Fat Bo, I've finally escaped the dungeon. Please don't send me back. Fat Bo, everyone here is wonderful, and they speak so kindly. I absolutely adore it here. Congratulations to Fat Bo on finding a home in the park. Pan Hong led Fat Bo to a clean doghouse. It seemed as though Fat Bo intuitively understood that this was his new home, eagerly burrowing inside, joy radiating from his face. At this moment, Pan Hong glanced at the nearby Tyrannosaurus and Duzzy. Notably, Duzzy, despite being small and having paralyzed hind legs, had bravely charged at Fat Bo when he was in a ferocious state, even facing the towering Tyrannosaurus without hesitation. Pan Hong recalled how Duzzy had forfeited his chance to escape a Liulium's dog meat restaurant to steal food for the handsome fellow and Tyrannosaurus. A small but fiercely loyal figure had firmly established itself in Pan Hong's heart. He scooped Duzzy up and introduced him to the live stream audience. Brothers, allow me to present our new hero at the dog park, Duzzy. I rescued Duzzy from the dog meat restaurant last night. I believe you all are familiar with Tyrannosaurus and Handsome. These 3 share an unbreakable bond. Since they are my dog's comrades, I shall care for Duzzy for life. From now on, he will be our little assistant in the live stream. Though his hind legs are paralyzed, the chances of recovery seem slim, which is quite unfortunate. After Pan Hong's introduction, viewers immediately recognized Duzzy. I remember now. This is the little one that charged forward to protect Pan Hong when Fat Bo tried to bite him. Yes, I recall. One was Tyrannosaurus, and the other was Doozy. Haha, I even took a screenshot of that moment. Let me show you. A viewer shared a paid comment, posting the screenshot of the live stream. In it, Fat Bo appeared menacing, poised to pounce, while Tyrannosaurus stood protectively in front of Pan Hong. On the ground, a small black, limping French bulldog had boldly charged forward, baring its teeth at the much larger Alaskan. Wow, this little bulldog is so loyal to its owner. Impressive Doji daring to confront Fat Bo. He must have been terrified for Pan Hong. Joking aside, Doozy has faced life and death at the dog meat restaurant. With a broken leg, he still found someone willing to adopt him. This is what true loyalty means. Not Doozy, call him Dogu. Our little assistant is simply adorable. With those big, watery eyes, it's a pity about his limp. Hey, everyone forget about the little assistant for a moment. Look at Xing Daorong. He seems ready to make a run for it. Suddenly, someone mentioned Xing Daorong in the comments, prompting the audience to recall that there was a dog trainer attempting to expose Pan Hong during the assessment of Fat Bo. The thrilling training process had captivated hundreds of thousands of viewers to the extent that they had forgotten about him. Thankfully, a sharp-eyed viewer noticed Xing Daorong discreetly putting away his phone, preparing to flee, and quickly typed a warning in the comments. Naturally, Pan Hong also noticed Xing Daorong's actions. Turning his head, he smirked at him. Hey, brother, having finished with Fat Bo, it's your turn next. Chapter 56. Emotions like a roller coaster upon noticing Pan Hong gazing in his direction. Xing Daorong felt an immediate surge of panic and was about to flee. However, as he turned, he found himself confronted by a menacing Tyrannosaurus behind him, its body hunched low, teeth bared, growling ominously, with a gaze that seemed ready to pounce and tear him apart. Turning back to Pan Hong, his legs trembled and tears nearly welled in his eyes. How could it be that losing a bet would lead to such dire consequences? With the beast looming, Pan Hong showed no concern for his potential escape, casually crossing his arms and observing him. Brother Xing Daorong swallowed hard, his face contorted in dismay. He had just witnessed the Tyrannosaurus's formidable prowess. It was akin to child's play when it came to tormenting him. Furthermore, he was fully aware that his position was untenable from the outset. Thus, he capitulated. Brother, I was wrong today. Is that not enough? I apologize. I would even apologize to the entire internet. Oh, and what exactly did you err in? Pan Hong inquired with interest, adding a gentle reminder. Do not forget that you trespassed into my private residence and invaded my privacy. At this, Xing Daorong's face fell further. Today had truly been a disastrous affair for him. Not only had he failed to expose Pan Hong, but his aspirations of becoming a prominent broadcaster had been ruthlessly shattered. If Pan Hong were to pursue the matter, he could very well find himself in a precarious situation. Xing Daorong's mind raced. I was wrong. His eyes darted around as if suddenly struck by an epiphany. I was merely blinded by greed. Yes, I was misled by that Northern Dog King. No, wait. Northern Dog grandson. It was he who deceived me. Just last night, he taunted you in his own streaming session, claiming you lacked any dog training skills and were merely an actor playing a role, asserting that you had backing from investors. Then, he privately messaged me, offering me money and promising to collaborate with me if I followed his instructions to expose you today. In no time, Xing Daorong had divulged everything he knew. Though Pan Hong cared little for these two petty internet clowns, he felt compelled to hold them accountable. Pan Hong was not one to be trifled with. He seized Xing Daorong's phone and directed his attention to the Northern Dog King in the live stream. So, you're the Northern Dog King, are you? Very well. As per our wager, I will train Fat Bo well, and you will withdraw from the internet. Now is the time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. Inside the live stream, the Northern Dog King appeared dazed. Initially, upon witnessing Pan Hong's desolate dog training grounds and Fat Bo's frenzied demeanor, he felt confident of victory. He had been wildly stirring the pot in the live chat, even going so far as to leave paid comments in Pan Hong's stream to provoke him. His behavior could only be described as exuberantly boisterous, akin to popping champagne. However, when Pan Hong zoomed in the camera, parting Fat Bo's dense fur to reveal the horrifying scars left by a tight collar, his heart sank. Suddenly, he comprehended the source of Fat Bo's volatile temperament. What kind of dog owner permits such cruelty? How could you bind an Alaskan with such a thin chain? It's as if you wanted to choke the poor creature to death. He could not contain himself, launching into a tirade against Fat Bo's owners. Yet, this outrage stemmed not from compassion for Fat Bo, but rather from the realization that he was likely to lose the bet. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope lingered in his mind. After all, Fat Bo had endured this torment for 3 long years, enough time to irrevocably alter a dog's character. Much like an elephant bound to a stake in its youth, even with the strength to break free in adulthood, it would not attempt to escape. Thus, even if Fat Bo were liberated, his aggressive nature had already been formed, leaving Pan Hong with little chance of training him effectively. In this scenario, the worst outcome would merely be a draw, saving him from having to withdraw from the internet. What he did not anticipate, however, was that Fat Bo's capacity for understanding surpassed his expectations. The moment the restraints were removed, Fat Bo underwent a transformation from a fierce, irritable dog to a docile, obedient companion. He complied with every command Pan Hong issued. At that moment, the Dog King felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. "Hey, wake up, Dog King." Pan Hong clapped his hands twice, jolting the Dog King from his stupor. "It's time for you to withdraw from the internet." Withdraw from the internet, the Dog King mumbled, disbelief etched on his face. Just yesterday, he had been a prominent dog training influencer with 500,000 followers. Today, he was to exit the digital realm? He could hardly fathom it. He then glanced at the live chat. Withdraw. Haha. This dog grandson has shot himself in the foot. He was trying to expose others, but ended up as a clown. If you're out of options, you might as well bite down on a lighter or pick a bad day to leave. Even a bad day could turn into a good one. Keep jumping. Guarantee you just dancing with glee? Speak. They say rivals are enemies, but I see this dog grandson is merely envious of Pan Hong's massive following, desperate to ride on his coattails, only to be ignored, leading to a frantic attempt at negative publicity. Brothers, let us report him. Let us also report the top supporter of the dog grandson. Top supporter. Just moments ago, while reveling in his supposed victory, the Dog King had not only defamed Pan Hong, but had also insulted Pan Hong's followers, labeling them as foolish, sycophants, and brainless. Yet now, as the tides had turned, the previously oppressed fans rallied behind Pan Hong, unleashing a torrent of outrage upon the Dog King. The Dog King faltered under the onslaught. He pulled out his phone to check his fan group, only to discover that his supporters were now fervently backing Pan Hong, even going so far as to insult him. The group name had shifted from Dog Army to Pan Army, and some individuals were even discussing reporting him collectively. In that moment, the Dog King was utterly defeated. Feeling abandoned by even his staunchest supporters, he resolved to embrace the chaos. After all publicity was good publicity. What difference did it make if it was red, white, or black? His expression twisted into a snarl as he glared at Pan Hong, declaring, "Pan Hong, you claim I have lost. Huh, I refuse to acknowledge it. I have not lost, because all of this is your script. Indeed, it is all your script. Fat Bo is merely your hired actor. He is not a dog, but a costume, with a person controlling it from within, and your fans are simply bought. The supporters are nothing but your pawns." Ha! Avoiding the storm? Unbelievable. Do you even hear what you're saying? At this stage, you're still spreading rumors. Fat Bo is a costume? You're really reaching here. So, Pan Hong, a popular streamer, deliberately set a trap for a washed-up short video creator. Is that it? And you still refuse to admit defeat. I've never seen such a clownish streamer in my life. Initially, there was a palpable disdain, and now the fans could no longer tolerate it. They banded together and stormed into the Northern Dog King's live stream, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. However, upon witnessing the skyrocketing online viewer count and the surging popularity of the stream, the Dog King, having long since resigned himself to his fate, chose to disregard the onslaught of insults. Regardless of whether the attention was positive or negative, his objective for the day had been achieved. He had truly become a sensation. As for withdrawing from the internet, a verbal wager. Anyone who believes that is a fool. He would not retreat, but rather continue to provoke and irritate the masses online, reveling in the notoriety. Who could possibly hold him accountable? Not even Pan Hong. While he was basking in the glory of his soaring viewer count, A sudden wail of sirens pierced the air outside Pan Hong's dog facility. Moments later, several uniformed officers marched in with military precision, one of whom held an honorary certificate. The appearance of these officers left the live stream audience bewildered, unsure of what was unfolding. Xing Darong, cowering in a corner, trembled in fear, and the Dog King's manic revelry came to an abrupt halt. Pan Hong, too, was perplexed until he recognized a familiar figure, Director Gua Haisheng of the Animal Protection Bureau. With warmth radiating from his demeanor, Gua approached Pan Hong and extended his hand. "Mr. Pan, greetings. Is what is happening?" Pan Hong inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "Oh, it's quite the story," Gua replied, his face beaming. "Due to your report yesterday, our bureau, in conjunction with the police department, successfully dismantled the city's largest wildlife smuggling ring this morning. Consequently, we have decided to confer upon you the title of honorary citizen. Here is your certificate." Realization dawned on Pan Hong as he accepted the honor, bowing respectfully to the officer. "Hello, Captain Liu." "Excellent." Captain Liu patted Pan Hong on the shoulder. "Thanks to you, little Pan. Should you encounter any issues in the future, remember to reach out to the police for assistance." Though this was merely a customary expression, no one took it seriously, until now. "Hey, Captain Liu, what a coincidence." Pan Hong chuckled. "This morning, a little thief illegally trespassed into my dog facility and was snapping photos with his phone. How should we handle that?" At this, Xing Darong crumpled to the ground in shock. "Oh, such a thing occurred?" Captain Liu had not anticipated this twist, but fortunately, it was a minor issue they could address swiftly. "Did you capture him? Is there any evidence?" he inquired. "Yes, he is right over there in the corner." And as for evidence, Pan Hong grinned. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream are all witnesses, and the entire broadcast serves as documentation. Upon hearing this, Captain Liu was momentarily taken aback. It was only through Pan Hong's explanation that he understood. The thief had been live streaming his unlawful actions throughout the entire incident. Moreover, Pan Hong continued, this thief is not acting alone. He is merely a pawn in a larger scheme. Indeed, the mastermind behind it is also in the live stream, orchestrating not only the illegal intrusion into my facility, but also launching a campaign of slander against my reputation to hundreds of thousands online. Captain Liu, how should we address this? As soon as he uttered these words, the live stream erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. The Northern Dog King appeared as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his demeanor instantly charred and disheveled. If he were to open his mouth, he would undoubtedly spew forth a cloud of dark resentment. Today had been a roller coaster of emotions for him, soaring high only to plummet back down. He had once thought himself victorious in undermining Pan Hong, basking in his arrogance. But now, having failed the wager, he faced an unpredictable fate. He had reveled in the notoriety, but now all he could wish for was a song titled Chilling. In stark contrast to the petrified Dog King, the comment section was alive with laughter and applause. "Aha, splendid. The light of justice shines. The righteous path illuminates the earth." Laughing my heart out, the Dog King orchestrated others to invade Pan Hong's facility and malign him, all of which was captured in the live stream replay. Is this self-sabotage or what? Though it may not be a grave crime, as a public figure, being apprehended live in front of hundreds of thousands is bound to lead to his downfall. I reckon all platforms will banish such a notorious streamer. Can't stop laughing. Dog King, care to say something? You claimed you wouldn't withdraw from the internet. What now? Let us give a resounding applause as we bid farewell to the Dog King's online presence. Amidst the frenzy of comments, the Northern Dog King sat in his live stream, his face ashen. Suddenly, his computer screen went black, replaced by a few lines of text. This live stream is suspected of violating regulations. The streamer is currently undergoing remedial actions. We recommend similar streamers for your viewing pleasure. Pan Hong loves dogs and is currently live streaming. Come join us. Northern Dog King, Chapter 57. Greetings for the new year. After a brief negotiation with Captain Liu and Director Gua, a case was swiftly established due to the overwhelming strength of the evidence chain. Xing Darong was promptly apprehended. Meanwhile, the notorious Dog King of the North, the Haishan County Police Department, had already alerted the local authorities to expedite his capture. Although the consequence of this incident might only entail a fine and a few days of state custody, as a social media influencer and a public figure, one must bear a greater burden of public scrutiny than an ordinary individual. Once entangled with the law, the prospect of continuing to thrive on the internet becomes utterly impossible. Through a simple conversation with Captain Liu, Pan Hong learned that Li Quan's father, Li Jianjun, was merely a minor leader within a wildlife crime syndicate and was still at large. This revelation left Pan Hong with a tinge of regret. After bidding farewell to the police and animal protection staff, Pan Hong received a call from Supervisor Han of the Universal Association and soon stepped out. Once the commotion subsided, peace seemingly returned to Pan Hong's dog breeding facility. However, in the backyard, a dog named Bao Long approached a handsome dog with a gossip-laden expression, exclaiming, "You missed quite the spectacle. That intimidating Alaskan we just received. Do you know why it was sent here?" The handsome dog had not lingered in the front yard, opting instead to survey the newly arrived dogs in the back. Deep down, it still harbored some resentment regarding Pan Hong's decision to sell it. Though it recognized Pan Hong as its owner, working alongside her inevitably reminded it of that fateful night, causing a sense of unease akin to walking on thin ice. Nonetheless, the handsome dog was still curious about Pan Hong's situation, inquiring, "So what about Fat Bo? Wasn't it known for its temper and tendency to bite?" Bao Long responded with an expression of "You'll never guess. You wouldn't believe the reason behind Fat Bo's rage." The handsome dog, growing impatient, shot Bao Long an irritable glance. "Let me explain." Bao Long surrendered eagerly. It had a very thin, small leather chain tied around its neck. "I noticed that the same type of chain is now around the necks of these pups." It added, "That chain must have been on Fat Bo for 2 or 3 years. This revelation stunned the seasoned handsome dog, who exclaimed, "Such a thin rope? For 2 or 3 years? That's akin to being tethered like a kite for all that time." Previously, while working with Pan Hong to train aggressive dogs, the handsome dog had experienced the pain of such restraint and found it unbearable. Yet, Fat Bo had endured it for 3 whole years. What immense fortitude that required. "Indeed, if it were me, I would have long since sought my mother," Bao Long lamented. But to be fair, Fat Bo was indeed aggressive at first. The owner struggled mightily to pull it from its cage, only for it to lunge at the owner, nearly biting them. "Huh?" The handsome dog's expression darkened. "It attempted to bite the owner?" "Not quite, but it came dangerously close," Bao Long recounted, still shaken by the memory. "The owner was too close when it suddenly lashed out. Its ferocious face and frenzied demeanor were terrifying. Luckily, the owner was quick enough to evade it. Otherwise, what happened next?" The handsome dog inquired, recalling Pan Hong's fearless attempt to handle Fat Bo alone, initially believing it to be weak. However, after hearing Bao Long's account, it realized that a dog capable of instilling fear in a giant breed like Bao Long must possess significant strength. "Rest assured, my friend," Bao Long replied, brimming with pride. Just as Fat Bo was about to unleash its fury, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. And I, Bao Long, seized the moment. Launching myself into action, whether in madness or calm, I executed a decisive move that subdued Fat Bo. As the saying goes, speed is the essence of martial arts. The moment Fat Bo let out a few grunts, it instantly lost its temper and submitted to my control. As Bao Long recounted its heroic exploits, it became increasingly enraptured by its own narrative, its body vibrating with excitement, its chest puffed up high. The handsome dog had grown accustomed to Bao Long's boastful nature and merely rolled its eyes, thinking, "If I gave you a pen, you might just become a dog author." "Speak properly," the handsome dog interjected, maintaining a stoic demeanor. "Really, you don't believe me, do you? I could ask Dogu for confirmation." Wait, no need for that," Bao Long said, suddenly crestfallen. However, it soon brightened, adding, "By the way, although today marks Doji's first day at the facility, I can assure you that the owner has fully accepted him." When Fat Bo lunged at the owner, not only did I respond, but Dogu also rushed in, barking and leaping closer than I did, within mere steps. Fat Bo was momentarily stunned by Doji's presence, allowing me to seize the opportunity to take control. After absorbing the entirety of the tale, the handsome dog felt an unsettling apprehension. As the owner, Pan Hong could never be allowed to be bitten, nor could Do Ge, the dog who had saved her. Even if no harm had come to either of them, the mere fact that Fat Bo had almost bitten them was intolerable. The handsome dog looked at Bao Long and said, "I am fatigued. You shall take over the patrol from here." Noticing Bao Long's confusion, the handsome dog strode purposefully into the front yard. Upon entering, it spotted an Alaskan joyfully frolicking about, chasing butterflies in the yard. A stark contrast to the fierce creature it had encountered previously. With a grim expression, the handsome dog approached. "So you were Fat Bo, huh?" Fat Bo turned its head, sensing the handsome dog's aggression, but seeing that the Rottweiler was a head smaller, it replied bravely, "Yes, I am Fat Bo. And you are?" "I'm a handsome dog," it retorted, the third in command of this facility. Third in command? Fat Bo paused, still unfamiliar with the hierarchy of the facility. After some thought, it reasoned, Pan Hong must be the leader, and Bao Long is second in command, right? No, Bao Long is actually fourth. Then who is second? The handsome dog gestured toward the little assistant sleeping in its dog bed. "You mean that little black-nosed pup named Dozy?" Fat Bo Liulium. "If it were truly the second in command, then I suppose I would be your leader from now on. You should call him Do Ge." The handsome dog replied, its expression darkening. "You nearly bit both the owner and Do Ge, didn't you?" "Hey, it was all a misunderstanding. I was being choked." Fat Bo waved it off casually. "I ask you again, did you almost bite the owner and Do Ge? And if I did, I apologized, and it was unintentional. Are you planning to take action against me?" Sensing the handsome dog's rising aggression, Fat Bo stood tall, unfazed, and looked down upon it with a defiant gaze. 10 minutes later, in the doghouse, Dozy groggily opened his eyes. He beheld the disheveled and plump Fat Bo, who was kneeling with his hind legs on the ground, his front paws clasped together, bowing in a rhythmic manner to celebrate the new year. With utmost reverence, he exclaimed, "Happy New Year, Do Ge! Happy New Year, Do Ge!" Chapter 58. The Pursuit of Profit. "Hello? May I ask if you're Mr. Pan?" "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in purchasing insurance." No, I'm not here to sell insurance. I'm not changing my package." Let me take over." "Ahem, Mr. Pan, I am Han Xianyo, the director of the Huanyu Guild." "Oh, I don't recognize you." After a brief silence, fearing that Pan Hong would hang up, Han Xianyo hurriedly added, "Mr. Pan, I've been following your live broadcast for quite some time. Your rapid rise on the internet has left professionals like us in awe. I wanted to inquire if your live streaming is currently operational." Pan Hong almost hung up, but felt a flicker of interest upon hearing about live streaming operations. Despite his current popularity, he was still a novice streamer and lacked understanding of complex traffic operations. So he replied, "Yes." "I often invest in Doja for my streams." "No, that's not." Han Xiaoyo was taken aback by Pan Hong's manner of speaking, feeling as if he were being toyed with like a dog. "Mr. Pan, that is not what we call operations. Our Huanyu Guild specializes in live streaming operations. I would like to introduce you to our operational methods and the advantages of collaboration. Would you have some time to discuss? Even if we do not form a partnership, it would be beneficial for us to exchange insights as colleagues." Pan Hong thought it over. After all, there was nothing to lose, and he asked, "You are the director?" "Yes. Similar to a cyber CAF director?" Han Xianfu. "Mr. Pan seems to be unfamiliar with our company structure. We at Huanyu Guild manage 5 studios, with all streamers signed under these studios, each led by a director. You could say I am among the top 6 in the company." Pan Hong understood and nodded. "So, you are the youngest among the 5 directors?" "Han Xianyo, we are on the same level. I am currently at the Binhai Hotel on the 2nd floor of Haiyuan County. Shall we have lunch together?" After finishing the call, Pan Hong stepped out, while Fat Bo was left bewildered by the handsome man. An hour later, Deji stopped at the Binhai Hotel in Haiyuan County. The hotel was exquisitely decorated, quiet, and ideal for discussions. Pan Hong picked up his bag and walked into a private room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he saw a middle-aged gentleman dressed in a suit and another man who appeared to be clad in insurance attire. Both had seen Pan Hong's streams and recognized him immediately. As they noticed his arrival, both hastily stood to greet him, albeit their gait seemed somewhat peculiar, as if they had just undergone a medical procedure. "Mr. Pan, hello. I'm Han Xianhu. I am Wang Zhen. Apologies for being a bit late, gentlemen." Pan Hong shook hands with both of them. All right, let us sit. After speaking, he confidently strode to the innermost part of the room, placing his bag on a nearby chair, adopting a formal demeanor. The two exchanged bewildered glances, clearly taken aback by Pan Hong's presence. Please have a seat, gentlemen. Pan Hong gestured again. Only then did they sit, still in a daze. Pan Hong nodded in satisfaction and began. Good. For the first question, please briefly introduce yourselves so I can gain a general understanding of who you are. As soon as Pan Hong voiced this, Han Xiangyo and Wang Zhen suddenly felt an uncanny familiarity with the surrounding environment and atmosphere. They exchanged glances, communicating silently. Han Xiangyo, this scene feels strangely reminiscent, and for some reason, I suddenly feel a bit anxious. Wang Zhen, could he be interviewing us? His words sound like those of an HR. Han Xiangyo, no wonder I feel an inexplicable tension. Wang Zhen, Director, fear not. This is my forte. Wang Zhen cleared his throat, adjusted his suit, straightened his posture, and forced a smile. Esteemed interviewer. I mean Mr. Pan, allow me to introduce myself. I graduated from the Bar Dance Academy, majoring in internet operations. In my previous work experience, I have 3 years of expertise in data analysis and traffic operations, including participation in the operations of popular Doja influencers Lu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Dehan. I am passionate about operational work and hope to further develop my skills at your esteemed company while contributing my expertise to the team. My working style emphasizes planning and execution. I prefer to create detailed plans before work and maintain efficient communication during execution to generate greater value for the company. Furthermore, I am adept at converting pressure into motivation, working diligently and without complaint, and Wang Zhen's enthusiasm escalated, prompting Han Xiangyo to cough discreetly, interrupting him. Is this really an interview? Han Xiangyo, Wang, why don't you go ahead and order some dishes? But I haven't finished my introduction. Fine. Wang Zhen reluctantly got up, walked to the entrance, suddenly bent down to pick up a piece of paper from the floor, tossed it into the trash, and turned to wink at Han Xiangyo and Pan Hong. Han Xiangyo couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. Thank goodness I came in person. I hope you find this amusing, Mr. Pan. Han Xiangyo chuckled awkwardly. As a streamer, let us officially begin. I assume you have some familiarity with our Huanyu Guild? Yes. I know a bit, Pan Hong nodded. Your guild has 5 studios, correct? You are one of the directors. Han Xiangyo, didn't I just tell you this? I wonder how much you actually know about me. Pan Hong seized the initiative. Han Xiangyo pondered for a moment and replied, you are a natural in the internet domain. Your streaming style is unique, and your personal flair is difficult for others to replicate. In the realm of dog training, the specialization is profound without professional dog trainers. It is nearly impossible for others to engage successfully. In major cities, pet ownership has become a trend, and the industries surrounding pets are burgeoning. Yet they still fail to fill the market void. In our internet sector, the pet niche has remained steady, neither too hot nor too cold. And there are currently no remarkable short video influencers or streamers. After all, pets are not humans. And coordinating them for videos and live streams is a challenge that many do not know how to tackle until your emergence. Therefore, Mr. Pan, your prospects are exceedingly bright. Pan Hong couldn't help but applaud. It was evident that Han Xiangyo had conducted thorough research. If I were to join your guild, what benefits would I gain? Pan Hong continued to inquire. There are numerous advantages. Han Xiangyo shifted in his seat, leaning forward to explain. Firstly, if you sign with us at Huanyu, I can offer you the highest grade A contract. We will establish a dedicated operational team for you, providing training, branding, event planning, and traffic attraction. Additionally, we can standardize the management of your live stream clips. You may not be aware, but several editing channels with hundreds of thousands of followers have emerged by editing your streams, saving several nearly bankrupt editing companies. A substantial opportunity awaits. Moreover, our company employs professional video editors, allowing you to concentrate on the streaming aspect while we handle the video editing tasks. As Han Xiangyo paused momentarily, he added, Mr. Pan, the online world is quite intricate. It may be challenging for you to navigate alone. How about we collaborate to manage it together? Naturally, our guild would take a modest commission for our efforts, which seems only reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Pan Hong nodded in agreement. effectively deciding to have Han Xiangyo oversee her operations. Just then, Wang Zhen returned to urge the serving of dishes. Han Xiangyo quickly said, "Xiao Wang, bring the contract." However, at that moment, Pan Hong raised her hand to halt the two. "Wait a moment, I never said I wanted to sign a contract." Han Xiangyo was taken aback. "Huh, weren't you quite agreeable just now?" "Indeed, I am quite agreeable, and I genuinely wish for you to manage my operations." "Then you should sign a contract with our guild. If you don't sign, why would we manage your operations?" "Because I will be paying you." Upon hearing this, Han Xiangyo was momentarily stunned. You would pay me? "If I am employing you, naturally I would pay you," Pan Hong replied, her expression one of unshakable certainty. Beside them, the newly arrived Wang Zhen looked bewildered and turned to Han Xiangyo. "What is going on here, Supervisor Han? Did you really succeed in the interview?" Han Xiangyo was perplexed. At this point, Pan Hong no longer held back and candidly stated, "Let me be straightforward with you. I am inherently free-spirited and unbound. Signing a contract? That is out of the question. However, I am indeed interested in forming a team to assist me with operations. Moreover, this could be beneficial for you as well. Being a studio supervisor and one of the top 6 in the Huanyu Guild, personally traveling to this remote county suggests that your situation within the company may not be ideal." As she spoke, a server arrived with the dishes, prompting Pan Hong to call out, "Please bring us 2 cushions to sit on." At this, both Han Xiangyo and Wang Zhen shifted uncomfortably. The discomfort from sitting on a hard seat for 3 hours seemed to intensify. After a moment's hesitation, Han Xiangyo reluctantly confessed, "To be honest, my studio in the Huanyu Guild is indeed facing some difficulties. I previously served as the CEO in another guild, but when the owner fled, the company was acquired by Huanyu, and I brought my original team along to form a studio here. After all, we are outsiders." His expression grew somber at this point. Wang Zhen felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm fine, but my former subordinates are struggling more and more. Many have resigned. I feel I have let them down. Isn't it reasonable to help them earn some extra income?" Pan Hong chuckled upon hearing this. "Consider this. If I were to sign a contract, it would be you working, yet most of the profits would go to the Huanyu company. Instead, why not allow me to directly commission you for this work? After all, I am the only one handling operations, and working outside of my regular hours isn't illegal. Is it? The legal framework here differs from that of the original Earth. Work outside of regular hours is relatively flexible, and competition contracts are more lenient. As long as company secrets are not disclosed and original company interests are not harmed, it is permissible to take on additional work during off hours." Ancien Hu hesitated. At that moment, Wang Zhen nudged him and whispered, "Supervisor, I want to do it." "Why?" "The cost of living in the capital is exorbitant, and I'm still an outsider. Do you know the situations of others? They are all in similar straits. A few have even prepared resignation letters. Why didn't you say this sooner?" Half an hour later, after a satisfying meal, Pan Hong escorted them to the station. Standing in the brisk wind, Han Xiangyo and Wang Zhen felt somewhat disoriented. "Si avant," Han Xianhu remarqued. Do you think we traveled thousands of miles only to find ourselves a side job? Well, but the pay is quite substantial. Earning money, after all, is worth braving the cold." Chapter 59. The complaining fat wave. After the interviews with Han Xiangyo and Wang Zhen, Pan Hong drove towards the dog park, humming a cheerful tune, feeling rather elated. Having concluded the discussion regarding collaboration with Han Xiangyo, he glanced at his account. After a morning of live streaming, he had gained a staggering 500,000 followers. Coupled with the existing 500,000, he had now become a blogger with 1 million followers. No, it was more than that. He was the fastest streamer in the history of Dia to reach 1 million followers. The speed at which his followers increased was almost beyond belief. Even for Pan Hong himself, it seemed that the incident with Fat Wave had indeed left a small shockwave among netizens. He then opened the trending list on Douya. The top search was, "The Legendary Life of Nai Lu Wang, Fat Wave." The second was, "Let us welcome the legendary Fat Wave, who dazzles upon the stage." In the comments section, apart from those lamenting for Fat Wave, a heated debate ensued regarding whether the fault lay with the dog that bit or the person it bit. Naturally, during this process, Fat Wave's notoriety soared. Pan Hong estimated that if he were to create a separate account for Fat Wave, The follower count would quickly surpass his own. Next, he explored the pet section. Apart from Fat Wave, there was the valiant, limping French bulldog defending its owner. The Northern Dog King, who was invited for tea after failing to debunk a fake, and Pan Hong, who barehandedly managed a fierce dog. Each had made it to the trending list. Various marketing accounts sprang into action, already editing clips of the well-received segments from Pan Hong's live stream while it was still ongoing, garnering immense online popularity. Indeed, Han Xiangyo was correct. Live stream editing was indeed a lucrative endeavor. With these thoughts in mind, Pan Hong soon arrived at the dog park. However, as soon as he stepped out of the car, he was startled by a dirty, gray-faced Alaskan Malamute charging towards him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Fat Wave. Seeing Fat Wave in such a disheveled state, with an expression of grievance on its face, Pan Hong furrowed his brow. Could it be that the dog thieves had returned? Fat Wave, what happened? Who bullied you? Fat Wave, with a woeful face, lunged at Pan Hong's legs, rubbing its furry head against Pan Hong's pant leg before bursting into tears. Wah wah wah. Master, someone is bullying me. There are bad dogs in this dog park. Hearing Fat Wave's thoughts, Pan Hong felt relieved. As long as it wasn't the dog thieves again, he could manage. He then looked at Fat Wave, asking who hit you. Was it Tyrannosaurus or Handsome? Currently, the only two dogs capable of overpowering Fat Wave in the park were those two. He suspected it was Tyrannosaurus because the two had fought earlier that morning, leading to some animosity. As soon as he left, if the two dogs exchanged glances, a conflict could easily arise. Fat Wave, of course, could not comprehend Pan Hong's inquiry, but even without being asked, it insisted on leading Pan Hong to seek justice for itself. What did I do to deserve this? I have reformed. I was in the yard, playfully chasing butterflies and singing when suddenly a black dog pounced on me. Woe is me. I even paid my New Year respects for half an hour. I am so miserable. Upon hearing Fat Wave's thoughts, Pan Hong was taken aback. What was this New Year respect nonsense? Wait a moment, black dog? Did Handsome accost you? Pan Hong found Fat Wave's thoughts somewhat incredulous. After all, Handsome was the most composed and obedient dog he had ever trained. Thus, he had reason to suspect that perhaps Fat Wave had provoked Handsome first. So, Pan Hong inquired of Fat Wave, "Did you provoke Handsome?" However, while Pan Hong could eavesdrop on the dog's thoughts, the dogs could not grasp Pan Hong's meaning. Fat Wave simply continued to lament. Consequently, Pan Hong led Fat Wave into the living room and accessed the dog park as surveillance. Sure enough, he saw Handsome approaching Fat Wave, the two dogs barking at each other before engaging in a scuffle. Moreover, it was Handsome who initiated the confrontation. Unfortunately, video footage could not capture thoughts, and Pan Hong remained oblivious to the precise cause of the altercation. Hey, Handsome, you weren't here when Fat Wave was being pounced on this morning. Now that Fat Wave has reformed, why are you doing this? Pan Hong, not wanting to dwell on it too much, took Fat Wave and headed toward the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, he indeed saw Handsome patrolling the dog park with an air of authority. Handsome immediately spotted Pan Hong and Fat Wave. Upon seeing Pan Hong's stern expression, it lowered its head, clearly feeling guilty. Handsome, did you do this? Pan Hong pointed at Fat Wave, his demeanor serious. Handsome remained silent, merely glancing at Fat Wave. Just that one glance was enough to terrify Fat Wave, which quickly hid behind Pan Hong's legs, daring only to peek out with its head. Handsome still did not reply to Pan Hong, but did it express any thoughts, turning to leave? Wait, don't go. Pan Hong quickly called out to it. As the owner of all the dogs in the park, even though he had raised Handsome since it was a pup and understood the grievances it held from being sold, he could not afford to lose his authority in front of the other dogs. Do you admit it was you who harmed Fat Wave? Handsome halted, tilting its head and adopting a posture that seemed to say, so what? Pan Hong was immediately incensed, producing a chain and stating sternly, Handsome, I know you resent me for selling you, but that does not excuse your violation of the park's rules. Fighting is prohibited in the park, and you are aware of that. Violating the rules means punishment. You will be confined for the afternoon. With that, he fastened the end of the chain around Handsome's neck, securing it in a metal cage. Handsome sulked into the cage, leaving Pan Hong with a solitary figure. Pan Hong felt quite helpless. He did not believe Handsome would attack Fat Wave without cause, yet Handsome had not uttered a single thought. He was utterly bewildered by the situation and could only confine Handsome based on Fat Wave's claims. Back inside, Pan Hong pondered the matter further and began to sense something amiss. He knew Handsome all too well, and it was a clever dog, fully aware of the park's regulations. Why would it suddenly pounce on Fat Wave? He rewatched the surveillance footage, discovering two details he had missed. Firstly, during the encounter with Fat Wave, Handsome deliberately avoided targeting Fat Wave's neck. Moreover, most of the time, it employed positional dominance rather than direct biting. As for Fat Wave's disheveled state, it had merely rolled around on the ground, sustaining no actual injuries. Then, Pan Hong witnessed Handsome leading Fat Wave to Dowdu's doghouse after their scuffle, where it began to pay respects to the sleeping Dowdu. Ah, so that is what paying respects means. Pan Hong suddenly understood. This incident was related to Dowdu as well. Perhaps he should ask Dowdu. Chapter 60. The weather today is quite pleasant. Upon learning that the handsome dog was confined, Tyrannosaurus rushed to the front yard to find Doozy after his attempts to communicate had proven fruitless. Doozy, the handsome one, is locked up by the master. I tried to ask him, but he wouldn't say a word. Do you know what happened? Doozy nodded. Yes, this afternoon, the handsome one gave Fabwa a good beating. What? Tyrannosaurus was taken aback. The dog arena forbids random fights. No wonder, but what grievance could the handsome one possibly have with Fabwa? There shouldn't be any. With a face full of indignation, Tyrannosaurus declared, there must be some wicked dog stirring trouble. Fabwa is now part of our dog arena family. Who is it that dares to sow discord among us? If I find out, I will surely skin it alive. Sighing, Doozy replied, I don't know who it is, but someone told the handsome one that Fabwa nearly bit the master and me today. The handsome one got angry and went after Fabwa. Do you know who told the handsome one? Doozy glanced at Tyrannosaurus. The weather is quite nice today. Isn't it? Tyrannosaurus said, his lips twitching as he looked up at the sky. Yes, it's perfect for wandering the world. Farewell, Doozy. I shall set sail today. Doozy, Pan Hong, who had been eavesdropping, remarked, so as you said it, right? Doozy stared at Tyrannosaurus with a look of disbelief akin to that of a cartoon character. You said it because it asked you? What could I do? It asked. And I am but a straightforward dog, incapable of overthinking. Tyrannosaurus wore an expression of grievance and continued. Then let us persuade him to soften up to the master and act a bit coy. Wouldn't he that's all the issue? Act coy. The handsome one? Doozy shook his head vigorously. To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. We shouldn't complicate matters further. In the backyard of the dog arena, having discerned the entire situation, Pan Hong unfastened the handsome one's chain. After freeing him, he gazed at the handsome one's silhouette, momentarily at a loss for words. What could he possibly say to a dog? This thought made Pan Hong chuckle at his own musings. Although he had gained the ability to overhear the dog's thoughts, it did not change the fact that they remained dogs. The inherent differences between two species made it impossible to communicate as freely as humans do. Handsome one, Pan Hong called out twice. The handsome one let out a couple of heavy breaths, but offered no response. Why are you so temperamental? Technically, it wasn't I who purchased you. It was the original owner of this body. And now, I am your savior. He continued. As for the original owner, they had their reasons for selling you. After all, you endured suffering alongside them. And that Li Quan was quite the smooth talker. As he spoke, Pan Hong suddenly paused. Never mind. You can't understand human words. If you want to sulk, go ahead. I'll just take care of you until you grow old. With that, Pan Hong chose not to dwell on the handsome one any longer and turned to prepare for his live stream that evening. Inside the iron cage, sensing Pan Hong's departure, the handsome one glanced back. It wasn't until Pan Hong's figure vanished from sight that he lowered his head once more. At that moment, as a dog, he yearned to draw closer to his master, Pan Hong. Yet his proud nature, ingrained since childhood, forbade him from doing so. The memory of being sold to a dog meat restaurant resurfaced whenever he saw Pan Hong, instilling in him a profound sense of fear, which made him shy away from meeting Pan Hong's gaze. Two conflicting emotions gripped him, one pulling him forward and the other dragging him back, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. On the other hand, Pan Hong's mental state was far simpler than that of dog. After all, it was the original owner who sold the handsome one to the dog meat restaurant. What connection did that have to him, Pan Hong? As evening approached, Pan Hong prepared food for the dogs at the arena. Responding to the fervent calls of his online followers, he gathered his spirits and began the live stream once again. As the broadcast commenced, the overwhelming popularity of Fat Bo and the King of Nailer caused an influx of over 100,000 viewers into the stream. Is this the live stream where they trained Fat Bo? Haha, I nearly died laughing at the clips from the marketing account this afternoon featuring the King of Nailer. Fat Bo, is it funny? I exchanged my life for it. Where's Fat Bo? We want to see Fat Bo. Where's our precious Fat Bo? At this moment, Pan Hong cleared his throat and cheerfully addressed the audience. Brothers, long time no see. I calculated, and we just met this afternoon. All right, before we officially start the live stream, let me update you all on the events that transpired today. You all know Fat Bo, right? He is quite temperamental, all due to the 2 dog owners who held him back. So I want to be sending Fat Bo back. From now on, he'll be a part of Pan Hong's dog arena. Furthermore, I am instituting a new rule. We previously discussed that if a vicious dog is sent to me and I cannot train it, I would send back a similarly bred puppy. However, given the events with Fat Bo, I must declare, if the dog has no issues and it's purely the owner's fault, I shall keep this dog. I cannot send it back to suffer alongside you. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream erupted in applause. Well said, host. Fat Bo should definitely not be sent back. Those 2 owners don't deserve such a good dog like Fat Bo. Support. Some of these dog owners can barely manage their own lives, let alone take care of a dog. Some dogs are sent for rehabilitation, while others are sent to enjoy life. Host, where's Fat Bo? Bring him out to show us. Seeing the viewers clamoring to see Fat Bo, Pan Hong was not indulgent. Fat Bo has just arrived at the dog arena and is still unfamiliar with the environment, but he will be showcased in the future. For today, let us have my little assistant come out for some interaction. With that, Pan Hong stepped out to bring in his little assistant. Assistant, come here and bark a couple of times to entertain everyone. As soon as he said this, the comments section of the live stream exploded. Little assistant, will I have good luck this year? Little assistant, tell me, will I have good luck this year? Assistant, will I have good fortune and love this year? Little assistant, woof, woof, woof. The comments erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere became lively. At this moment, Pan Hong placed the little assistant on the table and announced, brothers, tonight we will continue our live stream by connecting with you to showcase the dogs. Additionally, there's one more thing. Following Fat Bo, a new vicious dog will arrive at the dog arena tomorrow afternoon. A Siberian Husky named Liulium. Tonight, we'll have a preliminary interview with it to see what it's all about. All right, brothers, if anyone has any issues with their dogs, now is the time to connect. Chapter 61. Fond of licking me, Pan Hong had arranged a preliminary interview with the owner of Dog 66 for this evening. Listening in on the thoughts of this fierce canine would aid her in formulating a training plan ahead of time. However, with an hour still remaining before their scheduled meeting, Pan Hong decided to engage with her fans through a live broadcast, evaluating dogs online before finally addressing Dog 66. Brothers, if any of your dogs are experiencing issues, now is the time to speak up. Don't miss out. Urge the comment section. The viewers encouraged her. Hurry up. I prepared dinner. Why isn't anyone serving up the dishes? I want to see the show. Those who wish to join, quickly. Come on, I want to see the girl. Oh wait, I mean the dog. Are they afraid the host will discern their shortcomings as dog owners, hence their hesitation to join? Don't be shy. The host is very gentle. Just look at her kind face. Indeed, she radiates a pure, maternal heart. Amidst the frenzied discussions in the comments, a connection request soon appeared on the screen. Pan Hong clicked to accept. Hello there, beautiful. Hello, hello. On the other end, a lovely young woman appeared on camera, her eyes sparkling and voice soft, instantly capturing the hearts of many viewers. My goodness, is that my first love? Who has diabetes and woke the person above? My wife could never be your first love. Do you want to adopt another dog, sister? You can take me. I'll be your dog. Must it be so shameless? Sister, look at me. I'm a bargain. Pan Hong shook her head in disbelief at the comments. Young lady, ignore those people in the comments. Let us focus on our conversation. The girl playfully flashed an okay sign, and Pan Hong inquired, so, are you really not considering getting another dog? The girl replied, what? Haha, just joking. Pan Hong chuckled and asked, what issues does your dog have? Please tell me. The girl turned her camera down, revealing a shiny-coated golden retriever nestled at her feet, its head resting against her ankle. occasionally licking her with its tongue, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Oh my, such lovely feet. For heaven's sake, stop with the flattery. Sister, you truly don't plan on getting another? I can do everything that dog can do. So, you enjoy a dog that licks? What coincidence, I do too. Ha! Look at that golden retriever-esque expression of pure bliss. I suspect the dog has a foot fetish. Just yesterday, I sent off a pica, and now here is a foot fetishist? I vehemently disagree with the previous two. A foot fetish is a perfectly normal inclination. How can it be labeled as a fetish? Exactly. When we mention feet, we aren't genuinely interested. We merely wish to know the paths you've walked. Oh dear, it's not what you think. Observing the comments from a crowd of oddballs, the young woman quickly tucked her feet beneath the golden retriever's belly and clarified, "My dog has no issues. I simply have a question I'd like the host to address." "Sure," Pan Hong nodded with a smile. "Go on." The girl continued. "It's just that he is very clingy, which I quite enjoy. He loves to lick me, and I also find it quite pleasant. It feels nice. So I wanted to ask, what does it signify when a dog licks its owner? Is there any danger involved?" After the girl finished her inquiry, Pan Hong nodded with amusement. Relieved to encounter a sensible person, she explained, "The licking behavior of dogs expresses friendliness and submission. It indicates that you've trained your dog well. He loves you and genuinely considers you his owner. As for dangers, it's best to avoid letting him lick your face." "What? Why is that?" The girl widened her innocent eyes. "I adore it when he licks my face. It tickles and feels delightful." Pan Hong cleared her throat, opting not to answer directly. Instead, she asked, "Does your dog socialize often?" "Yes. He is quite lively and has many dog friends in the neighborhood." Pan Hong suddenly wore a mischievous smile, somewhat taken aback. "Then you must have observed what these dogs do when they meet old friends, right?" "I have. They immediately lick each other's behinds. Ha! Perhaps that is their social etiquette." The girl laughed heartily. Pan Hong wore a mysterious grin, gazing at her. The girl sensed an odd shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her expression changed. She incredulously wiped her face and quietly asked, "Host, are you implying that he licks his friends' behinds outside and then comes home to lick my face?" "Huh? That can't be true." "Haha, I assure you it is. Unless your dog is capable of rinsing its mouth." Upon hearing this, the girl's laughter abruptly ceased. "Ha! Now it's my turn to laugh. It is well known that laughter does not vanish. It merely shifts. Oh no, my dog loves to lick my family. I'm the only one who feels uncomfortable, and doesn't he allow it? I've decided to keep this secret. Oh, my dog licks me too. So, does that mean he licked poop outside and then licked me at home? Isn't that akin to feeding me dog poop? I'm ready to fight you. I'm eating right now. The sky is falling. This is disastrous. Young lady, do you have any other questions?" Pan Hong stifled a laugh and raised an eyebrow. I no longer dare to ask." The girl surrendered. "All right, let us take a picture." Pan Hong laughed heartily, forming a peace sign. With a click, the girl blushed and exited the live stream. "Okay, everyone, the first guest's question has been resolved. Does anyone else have queries? Now is the time to jump in. At 8 o'clock, we'll connect with the owner of dog 66, and after that, we'll conclude the broadcast, so please don't hesitate." Not long after Pan Hong finished speaking, another connection request arrived. She clicked to accept. "Hello there, beautiful. Oh wait, handsome." Having encountered many female guests, Pan Hong instinctively assumed the next participant was another woman. To her surprise, a male dog owner appeared. "Hello, host. My dog truly has issues." "What problems?" "He guards his food, and he bites." Chapter 62, Training the Spoiled Pooch. Wait a moment, my friend. Upon hearing the phrase protecting food, Pan Hong felt a wave of apprehension. He promptly interrupted the man, his demeanor turning serious as he inquired, "Let me confirm. Your dog is well fed, correct?" The man chuckled, having seen Pan Hong's live broadcasts and aware of the legend of the Hunger King. Of course. I feed it ample amounts." Once again, the issue of food protection has got Pan Hong all worked up. The comment section chimed in. From now on, whenever there's a food-protecting dog, the host must inquire if the dog is well fed. Indeed, the story of the Hunger King has left an indelible mark on the host's psyche. Another comment read, "The Hunger King will forever reside in our hearts. Haha. All right, my friend, lead me to your dog," Pan Hong said. He watched as the man fetched a stick and approached the dog cage on the balcony. Inside, a small, snow-white Samoyed curiously surveyed its surroundings, exuding an air of innocence. Judging by its size and condition, it appeared to be around 7 or 8 months old. "What an adorable little Samoyed!" exclaimed a viewer. "So cute. Can this little Samoyed bite? I can't believe it." Another commented, "Don't be so definitive. Have you forgotten the Hunger King and the Endurance King? They initially seemed harmless, but when provoked, they could terrify you. Bring a bowl of dog food." At this, the man took out a dog bowl, filled it with generous handfuls of kibble, and placed it in the cage. The little Samoyed perked up at the sight of food, eagerly leaning over the bowl to eat. Though not with great speed. Compared to the Hunger King from that day, it was like night and day, based on the owner's feeding amounts and the dog's eating pace. "It's clear it's not starving. Now go ahead and touch its food bowl," Pan Hong instructed. "All right." The man approached the Samoyed with the stick. However, as the stick came within 20 to 30 centimeters of the bowl, the Samoyed suddenly transformed, its body tensing up, baring its teeth, and barking ferociously. The owner instinctively recoiled. A hint of trepidation in his voice. "See, this is how it behaves." The comment section was ablaze with reactions. "I can't believe I was deceived by this little Samoyed's appearance. Is it really that fierce? It feels like it could rival the Hunger King. Impressive. Let us see if the host can uncover the truth." While the owner and viewers expressed their opinions, Pan Hong, a professional dog trainer, discerned something different. Although the Samoyed was barking and showing its teeth, its ears were pinned back, its tail tucked between its legs, and its eyes reflected fear as it gazed at the stick in its owner's hand. Without needing to read its thoughts, Pan Hong understood the dog's predicament. This is not merely a case of food protection. It's clearly a response to stress. With a serious expression, he asked, "My friend, tell me truthfully, have you struck it with a stick before?" The owner's surprise was palpable, as if questioning how Pan Hong knew. He eventually admitted, "Yes, just yesterday afternoon. I was feeding it and patted its head a couple of times. It bit me in return. If it grows larger, that bite could really hurt. So, I gave it a beating to teach it a lesson." "Isn't that what you always say?" Pan Hong chuckled helplessly. He had indeed mentioned using rewards and punishments to help dogs discern right from wrong. However, the specifics of implementation varied from person to person. "My friend, you believe it's wrong for the dog to guard its food, correct?" "Of course, that's a universally accepted notion," the man replied, puzzled. "That's a human perspective, not a canine one." Pan Hong patiently elaborated. "In the animal kingdom, food guarding is a natural behavior. Thus, while it is instinctual for dogs to protect their food, living with humans necessitates training them not to do so. You see, your little Samoyed is still too young to understand that guarding food is inappropriate. We merely need to apply slight correction, coupled with rewards, until it learns. At its age, directly hitting it with a stick will only cause it stress." Upon hearing Pan Hong's detailed explanation, the owner nodded thoughtfully. Pan Hong continued, "For a dog aged 4 or 5 years that bites when guarding its food, a firmer approach may be warranted, but your pup is still a baby in a learning phase. You must never hit it at this stage, understood?" As he finished speaking, the comment section erupted. "I knew it. The host is a pure-hearted saint. So warm-hearted, I love it. I've learned so much, truly a professional dog trainer. Punishment is justified, but one must exercise restraint. I'm in tears. I still remember when I accidentally set a pile of firewood ablaze, and my mother hit me hard. Do you know the psychological trauma of that for a child?" After absorbing Pan Hong's insights, the owner appeared to agree, nodding before asking, "So, what should I do?" "Come, I will teach you." Observing that the owner was not arguing, Pan Hong felt a wave of relief and directed, "Bring out along with its food bowl." Following Pan Hong's instructions, the man led the little Samoyed out. Seeing its bowl, the Samoyed eagerly approached and began to eat again. "Now, take the bowl away." At this, the man quickly attempted to nudge the bowl with a stick. Unsurprisingly, the little Samoyed reacted with barking and growling once more. "Look at it. Why is it still acting this way? Buddy, could you please toss that stick away?" Pan Hong exclaimed, "How can it not react when you swing a stick around? Quickly, throw it away and use your hands to pick up the bowl." The man nodded. "All right, I'll go get some gloves." Moments later, he returned to the live stream. "Now, go ahead and take the bowl." Pan Hong continued to guide. "If it guards its food, gently tug on the leash and give the command to sit. Do you understand?" The man nodded. holding the leash in one hand and reaching for the bowl with the other. This time, the little Samoyed's response was much more subdued. It did not bark but emitted soft whines, indicating it was indeed guarding its food. See? Following Pan Hong's instructions, the man tugged on the leash. Upon hearing the command and feeling the pressure around its neck, the dog stopped eating and sat down. However, before the owner could issue the command to eat, the little Samoyed couldn't resist and moved forward to munch again. Tug it back, let it sit. Without the command to eat, it must not be allowed to eat. The man pulled the little Samoyed back once more. This time, although its eyes remained glued to the bowl, its body stayed still, sitting obediently. The owner was filled with excitement. Wow, host, you're amazing. It actually sat still. Pan Hong nodded. Good. Now, let it eat. After a couple of bites, take the bowl away and have it sit again. The man now obediently follows Pan Hong's commands. Whatever she instructs, he dutifully complies. When she moves the dog bowl away and issues the command to sit once more, the little Samoyed promptly settles down again, appearing quite well behaved. As the owner distances the dog bowl, the dog ceases its throat-grumbling behavior. Remarkably, this little Samoyed is indeed quite clever, grasping the commands with ease. Pan Hong gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "My friend, you possess a remarkable talent for dog training." She swiftly praises both the dog and its owner, eliciting a proud smile from the owner. Wow, a miracle worker, curing the ailment with a mere touch. I feel incredibly empowered right now. Someone bring me a dog. I shall commence training. Ha, it seems the host has not only trained the dog, but has inadvertently trained the owner as well. Ha ha, that man looks positively elated from Pan Hong's compliments. Pan Hong, oh, just a simple task. The host is extraordinary. All right, my friend, we'll leave it at this for today. In the coming days, we will reinforce this method a few more times, and it will be virtually flawless, she concludes. Thank you, esteemed host, the male owner responds before exiting the live chat. After bidding farewell to the man, Pan Hong glances at the clock and announces, "Brothers, there's still half an hour left. Is there anyone else who wishes to join the chat? Time is of the essence." This time, Pan Hong does not wait long. Perhaps due to the current high engagement in the live stream, with many viewers present. 2 more requests to join the chat come in swiftly. The first user to apply is from Dia, ID Chengdu Little Spirit. Perhaps another beauty. With this thought, Pan Hong clicks the accept button. Chapter 63. Spoiled into an older brother. Hello, May. Handsome. The connection was successful. Pan Hong, upon seeing the ID of the person, assumed they were yet another pretty girl. However, she spoke too soon. The individual who appeared in the live stream was a round-faced, fair-skinned, slightly plump young man. Just as Pan Hong was about to address him as handsome guy, she paused, noticing something slightly off about his demeanor and gaze. How should she address him? Buddy, she tentatively smiled. Oh dear, was the host just about to call me a beauty? The young man shyly closed his eyes for a moment and said, "Just call me Xiao Ling." In the live chat, "Wow, is this guy serious?" Haha. I realized he was no ordinary person the moment I saw his ID. As soon as I saw Chengdu, I sensed something was off. This is a guy, right? Ugh, his speech is quite unpleasant. Don't be rude. He has a standard appearance and is considered a beauty in the circle. Let me reiterate. Those with beards are the older sisters, and those without are the younger sisters. Also, Linger, I've already sent you a private message. Please accept it. Big brother is waiting. Pan Hong was oblivious to the comments in the chat, having no prior experience with such interactions. Upholding her professionalism, she quickly said, "Well then, buddy, let's take a look at your dog." "Sure, host." Come here, the young man called out twice. Soon, a light yellow Labrador emerged from the bedroom, enthusiastically leaping onto the young man, its paws resting on his shoulders. The young man seemed unfazed, wearing a loving expression as he playfully kissed the Labrador's face. He then turned to the live stream, saying, "Host, this is my dog, a Labrador. Her name is because she's so adorable. We also call her Mingy." Buddy, please refrain from using terms I don't understand. Pan Hong sensed he had made a joke, but chose not to delve into it, hastily interjecting. "Quickly tell me about your dog's issues." "All right." The young man nodded. "Actually, he is usually very well behaved, and our relationship is not that of owner and pet. We're more like friends. I have never bullied her as her master, and she is generally obedient, except for one problem. She keeps urinating all over the house. Moreover, there's a peculiar pattern to it. She only urinates a little bit at a time, and after finishing, she moves to another spot to do the same. Ultimately, the entire house ends up marked, and this has happened several times now. Host, what could be the reason for this? As the young man described his dog's predicament, the comments section erupted in laughter. This dog must be doing it on purpose. How cheeky. I have a question. How does the dog hold back its urine? Sometimes my dog also urinates indoors. I thought I had it tough, but apparently there's someone worse off, haha. This dog is truly remarkable. It can urinate, but only a little at a time. It would be better to rename it Urine-Heavy Labrador. Genius. This dog must be abnormal. Could the host explain its behavior? Don't worry. The host is a canine detective and will surely uncover the reason. Either the dog has a urinary issue, or it's just a weirdo. What other logical explanation could there be? In truth, from the interaction between the young man and the Labrador, Pan Hong had already discerned the issue. Hearing him describe their relationship as one of friendship rather than owner and pet, she began to understand the reason behind the dog's indiscriminate urination. Buddy, let me analyze this for you. To start, the conclusion is that your approach to interacting with your dog is problematic, which has led her to develop an unusual perception compared to typical dogs. Pan Hong sipped some water and continued at the young man's urging. I noticed that the dog came out of the bedroom. What is she doing in there? The young man replied without hesitation, sleeping. On the bed in the bedroom? Not her dog bed. Yes, he doesn't like her dog bed. All right. Pan Hong rubbed her forehead. How do you usually feed her? Do you feed her at set times and quantities? The young man hesitated before replying no. I prepare her food for the day in the morning, and if she's hungry at other times, I give her some snacks. Upon hearing this, Pan Hong laughed. No, buddy. That's not how you raise a dog. You're raising a live ancestor. At this remark, the young man's expression froze. Comments flooded in. The host is spot on. Raising a dog is like raising an ancestor, letting it do as it pleases. Exactly. Clearly no pressure has been put on the dog. If mine urinated indoors, I would have given it a good scolding. As a 10-year veteran of dog ownership, I genuinely advise everyone not to feed their dogs casually. You must maintain control over their food distribution, or else they become unmanageable. But I don't see a problem. Isn't being kind to your dog a good thing? Dogs are our friends, and some in the live chat seem overly controlling. Perhaps some people don't truly love dogs. They just seek to satisfy their need for control. What are you talking about? A dog is a dog. I keep dogs for their emotional value. Why should I spoil them? Seeing that some in the comments supported him, the young man retorted, Host, I believe you're mistaken. I genuinely love my dog, which is why I treat her this way. I don't want to be her master. I just want to be her good friend. To this declaration, Pan Hong felt exasperated. Yet, maintaining her professional demeanor, she explained, Buddy, when you called your dog over, did you notice how she pressed her paws against your shoulders and leaned down? And then you kissed her. What's wrong with that? We play like this all the time. The young man replied, looking puzzled. Play? That's how you perceive it. In the dog's world, when she presses her body against you, she is asserting dominance. Your gesture of kissing and licking is, from her perspective, a sign of submission. Look, now you're sitting on the couch. And where is your dog? She's perched on the backrest, looking down at you. Thus, what you perceive as playful interaction is, in her eyes, your act of submission. After these words, the young man fell silent, then opened his phone's browser to search for explanations about dog behavior. Discovering that it matched exactly what Pan Hong had said. Seeing that the young man had begun to comprehend, Pan Hong posed another question. Let me ask you, when you walk your dog, do you choose the route? The young man thought for a moment and nodded. No, I just hold the leash. And wherever she wants to go, I follow. Enough, buddy, you don't need to say more. Pan Hong wore a knowing expression in this Labrador's perception. She is the older sibling in the household, while you're merely a younger brother. Therefore, this home naturally belongs to her, which explains why she marks her territory by urinating everywhere. Upon hearing this, the young man was suddenly enlightened. Oh, so that's the reason. In the comments, the canine detective strikes again, truly deserving of the title. Host, you're amazing. I wonder why the dog only urinated a little each time. Turns out she sees herself as the boss, marking her territory. In a live stream, the man pondered over Pan Hong's words, his expression reflecting a sense of melancholy as he addressed the host. Does that mean I cannot be friends with E? Pan Hong sighed. offering reassurance, my friend. Friendship is a reciprocal bond. If you consider me a friend, I must likewise regard you as one. Only then can we truly be friends. If I acknowledge you as a friend, yet you view me merely as a subordinate, can that still be called friendship? The man grimaced. So, am I destined not to be friends with E? Observing his despondency over a mere dog, Pan Hong felt an urge to scold him, but ultimately refrained. Did you see the young lady who just spoke, the one whose dog constantly licks her? He inquired. The man nodded with a smile. Yes, it was quite heartwarming. Indeed, it was. Pan Hong agreed. Thus, it is unnecessary to insist on being friends with a dog. A healthy master-servant relationship is the best home for a dog. Moreover, when your dog marks its territory, it is essentially a form of protection, safeguarding both its domain and you. At this, the man's eyes brightened. Right? I recall one time when I took E out, and a Shiba Inu barked at me, seemingly intent on biting. E dashed forward and scared the Shiba Inu away. Ever since, whenever other dogs approach me, the E rushes back to my side, fearful of me being bullied. The man spoke with enchantment about his daily interactions with his dog. In the comments, bad news. The dog has mistaken itself for my big brother. Good news. It's a good big brother. I must say, even though the dog has misidentified itself as the big brother, it truly has taken on the responsibilities of one. What a good dog. When you treat a dog as a dog, it will find true happiness. Indeed, wanting to be friends with a dog is merely a one-sided wish on our part, akin to how your parents claim to act for your benefit while neglecting your actual needs. Host, how can I change my relationship with thee? The man inquired. Pan Hong contemplated briefly before responding. My friend, can you adopt a more assertive demeanor? I meant in terms of personality. Oh, that seems rather difficult. The man chuckled awkwardly. I've never been an assertive person. I prefer being passive. I can tell. Pan Hong smirked. There's another option. Find a more dominant boyfriend. Upon hearing this, the man's face flushed, and he giggled. Hee. Within these 10 minutes of chatting, several bold individuals have already added me. Oh, wait. Pan Hong quickly interjected. Don't get my live stream banned. All right, I wish you happiness. Goodbye. He concluded the connection. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Glancing at the message, Pan Hong turned to the live stream. Brothers, there's another request to connect. But we received a message from the 66 owner. Therefore, we shall first interview 66 to ascertain their character before proceeding with that fan's connection. Please refrain from submitting new requests. After these two, we will conclude for the day. Now, let us await 66. Chapter 64. Treating oneself as a king. If you don't understand, ask. Who is 66? I haven't seen it, but it has already become a legend in the martial world. I forgot when the host mentioned it, but it seems to be a husky, the second vicious dog destined for the dog training center after Fat Bo. I hope this time it's truly a fierce dog, and not some abstract creation of an outrageous pet owner. Is there finally a new dog entering the training center? I'm eagerly looking forward to it. I still can't forget Fat Bo. Can't forget the tattoo on it. As the viewers in the live stream discussed, a connection request from the owner of 66 popped up. The ID belonged to 60SIXS owner. Pan Hong clicked to accept. A woman with long, wavy hair appeared on the screen. Hello, beautiful. Pan Hong greeted. Hi, host. I'm currently at the pet shipping center. In 10 minutes, 66 will be sent on its way. That sounds ominous. Pan Hong interrupted. What do you mean by sending 66 on its way? It's supposed to be a new beginning. Have you seen the video of Fat Bo? The owner asked. Yes, I have, she replied eagerly. It made me laugh so hard. Fat Bo was truly unfortunate. Well, what I primarily want to say is, Pan Hong's expression grew serious. Your 66 wouldn't be in a situation like Fat Bo's, would it? If I find out that the issues stem from you, I may have to keep this dog. Upon hearing this, the owner quickly shook her head. Don't worry, host. I absolutely do not abuse dogs. I may have spoiled my dog a bit too much, which could have led to its stubbornness and increased aggression. Here, let me show you a photo from when it bit my hand while guarding its food. The owner opened her phone's photo gallery, revealing an image of her beautifully manicured nails marred by several deep wounds on her index and middle fingers. It even ruined my manicure, she exclaimed. This is unacceptable. And there's more, host, she continued. It has bitten me before and even injured 2 passersby, costing me over $10,000 in medical bills. Its aggression towards other dogs is also concerning. I'm afraid to walk it around other dogs. Whenever it sees another dog, it tries to assert dominance, and eventually, it bites. With all that, I've spent over $20,000 already. Do you think 66 has violent tendencies? I feel like I can't keep it anymore. As the owner finished speaking, the live chat erupted. Wow, this dog is fierce. It attacks not only its owner, but also passersby and other dogs. It's indiscriminate violence. You've spent over $20,000? How can you still keep it? It's a total money pit. Selling it wouldn't even cover the expenses. While it does sound like a vicious dog, after the Fat Bo incident, I hesitate to condemn it before the host evaluates it. This one must surely be a fierce dog. The owner seems quite normal. Having listened to the owner recount 60 SIXS exploits, Pan Hong had a clearer understanding of the situation. You mentioned spoiling your dog too much. Did you see the previous live stream? I did, the owner nodded. It was after watching that live stream that I realized my excessive indulgence. So you don't have a fixed feeding schedule, and you give food casually, allowing behaviors like jumping on the bed. Exactly, she confirmed. It has become accustomed to these behaviors, lacking discipline and obedience. Pan Hong offered his assessment and then said, "All right, let us take a look at the dog." "Sure," the owner replied, walking to a dog crate. Inside the crate, a black and white husky with piercing blue eyes stared ferociously at the camera, baring its teeth without any pretense of friendliness. Wow, aren't husky eyes supposed to be innocent and foolish? This one feels different. That gaze is fierce. It seems filled with malice, resembling a wild beast rather than a pet. Just looking at it terrifies me. How could anyone keep such a dog at home? Goodness, this dog isn't even pretending. At least Fat Bo didn't show its teeth right away. This husky's ferocity seems innate. It's likely its primal instincts were awakened after tasting blood. As viewers chimed in with their opinions, suddenly, 66 lifted its head and howled at the sky. Though its howl was not melodious and had a few cracks, it startled Pan Hong. What on earth is that? Is that a wolf? Pan Hong turned to the owner. Are you sure this is a purebred husky? You didn't rescue it from the wild, did you? The owner quickly shook her head. I bought it from a kennel. I brought it home when it was 2 months old. Pan Hong nodded, then turned his attention back to 66's menacing gaze. He could ascertain that even the most aggressive pet dogs, like the initial Fat Bo, lacked such a ferocious demeanor. Interesting, Pan Hong mused, tuning into 66's thoughts. 66, let me out. I am the Wolf King. I am the free Wolf King. How dare you confine me here? Are you planning a rebellion? Once I get out, I will surely deal with you harshly. You will be ousted from a pack. Let me out. Wait, it truly believes itself to be a wolf, Pan Hong thought, momentarily taken aback. He then turned to the owner. Your dog has a significant issue. The previous guest's dog saw itself as the boss, but yours sees itself as a king. You aren't even a subordinate, merely a subject. So, let me ask you this. Has your dog ever encountered a wolf? This question left not only the owner stunned, but also the viewers in the live stream. What does the host mean? Is this husky not a husky, but a wolf instead? Given the husky's demeanor and actions, it's plausible. Could this be a hybrid of a husky and a wolf? If that is the case, does it even need training? After all, the host is just a dog trainer. Well, if you ask that way, I suppose it has had some exposure. The owner hesitantly replied. What? It has indeed encountered wolves. Pan Hong was taken aback. Here's the story, the owner explained. When I brought it home at 2 months old, it was quite timid, and since huskies are large dogs, I got it for a sense of security. However, it was very fearful. To build its confidence, I constantly played documentaries of wolf packs and covered its crate with wolf images. Eventually, its confidence grew, but now it's become too bold, and I can't control it. As the owner finished speaking, the comments flooded in. You want it to become a wolf? But now that it has, you're unhappy. Isn't this a testament to the importance of the home environment? If I put up posters of Tsinghua and Peking University by my son's bed, would he become a scholar? This training seems unnecessary. Let's just use scallions, ginger, and garlic. The Siberian Husky is a breed that bears a closer resemblance to wolves than others. However, the Huskies available in the pet market have been selectively bred to the point of losing their original characteristics, making it unlikely for the owner to acquire a purebred husky. If all else fails, perhaps we should return it to nature, letting it mingle with wolf packs and spread its tails. Pan Hong has come to understand the formation of the 66 personality. Growing up under the influence of wolf culture, coupled with an overly indulgent owner, this dog naturally interprets such affection as a form of submission. Consequently, it believes itself to be the king of wolves. Enough said. Just send it over. Pan Hong waved his hand dismissively. This creature, having lingered too long in its ivory tower, truly believes it is a wolf king. Bring it to my dog training ground, and let it witness the true perils of the world. Chapter 65. Did the dog steal its food? All right, dear host, I shall dispatch it immediately, and it should arrive at your dog park by tomorrow afternoon. The girl concluded her message, disconnecting from the live stream. Yet discussions surrounding the matter of the dog, designated as 66, continued unabated in the chat room. Although dogs are descended from wolves, it has been thousands of years. Is it really plausible for a dog to revert to perceiving itself as a wolf? That is debatable. As a dog trainer myself, I am unsure how the host deduces that this husky possesses wolf-like traits, but I can assure you, it is the most ferocious dog I have ever encountered. Indeed, take the dogs previously showcased. They exhibited food-guarding behaviors and were reactive to sticks, but there was always a trigger. Even the hefty one did not bite immediately. However, this 66, it was aggressive from the outset. Absolutely, it exhibited a fierce demeanor throughout, quite terrifying. If the host can tame such a vicious creature, I shall be genuinely impressed. I look forward to seeing how the host manages 66 tomorrow. After concluding the session with 66, the live stream was expected to wrap up. However, as there remained one more connection request, Pan Hong announced, "Brothers, I have another connection request here. Once we complete this, today's live stream will come to an end, and everyone can disperse. Now, let us welcome our final guest." With a click, Pan Hong accepted the connection. The screen revealed a girl with an innocent and somewhat youthful appearance. "Dear Lady You." Never mind. This young lady must still be a minor. Let us keep the comments respectful, folks. Ahem. While I may have a penchant for beauty, I am a reasonable person. I know my limits. May I ask how old you are? Pan Hong inquired, his demeanor softening at the sight of her. "I'm 15, she replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "I have a schnauzer at home named Huan Huan, and I wish to ask you something." "Go ahead, dear," Pan Hong encouraged. Feeling fatigued after such a lengthy stream, let us address the dog-related issue directly. All right. She nodded earnestly, her expression turning somber. "You see, my Huan Huan, it steals dog food." Taken aback by her statement, Pan Hong responded with intrigue. "Well, it likely steals because it is hungry. Perhaps you should feed it a bit more." "That's not it, host." She shook her head vehemently. "When I feed it, it refuses to eat. It only sneaks to its bowl when we are asleep at night." This revelation left Pan Hong bewildered, and the audience shared in his confusion. What does that mean? The owner watches it not eat, yet it insists on sneaking food? This defies logic. Why would it choose to steal food if it can simply eat? How peculiar. Is it possible that this dog has a penchant for stealing food? It refuses to eat unless it steals? Perhaps this dog was a thief in its past life. It must crave the thrill of stealing. Pan Hong found the situation quite absurd as well. "Young lady, you seem trustworthy. I hope you're not pulling my leg. I assure you, I speak the truth," she replied earnestly. For some reason, it suddenly stopped eating dog food about a week ago, but every night, the food in its bowl diminishes. Pan Hong, intrigued, probed further. "Does it not get hungry during the day? And has it grown distant from you since this began?" "Yes," she affirmed. "It has become less affectionate. When it sees me, it acts as if I'm a stranger." Recognizing her sincerity, Pan Hong speculated that she was not fabricating tales for amusement. Yet, without further insight into the schnauzer's behavior, he suggested, "Bring the dog over. I shall observe the situation." "Of course, host." Shortly after, she returned with a schnauzer in her arms. However, the dog exhibited little affection towards her, even attempting to push her away with its paws, displaying signs of resistance and detachment. Pan Hong was all too familiar with such expressions. Was it possible that the girl had inadvertently caused this schnauzer lasting emotional distress? With that thought lingering, he began to tune into the dog's inner thoughts. "Schnauzer, let me go. I refuse to be close to you. I want fish. I want fish." If you don't give me fish, I won't eat. But I'm so hungry and crave dog food. No, I cannot yield. If I refuse food, my owner will surely give me fish. If you don't provide fish, I shall starve. But eating at night doesn't count upon hearing the schnauzer's inner monologue. Pan Hong finally understood. The dog had likely discovered a new delight, fresh fish, about a week prior, and had become fixated on it, refusing the provided dog food out of spite towards its owner. Tell me, he inquired, now grasping the situation, a week ago, did it consume anything other than dog food, particularly meat? The girl tilted her head in contemplation. Oh, indeed. About a week ago, my father took a long vacation and went fishing daily, and the fish he caught were fed to Huan Huan. Was it delighted by this feast? Pan Hong probed further. Why, yes. How did you know? She exclaimed. I heard from a marketing account that you were a dog whisperer, able to communicate with dogs. Surely that cannot be true. Pan Hong was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts racing. Would his secret be exposed? Yet, he quickly dismissed the concern, recognizing that marketing accounts often spread rumors with little evidence. Clearing his throat, he stated, Do not heed those marketing accounts. I have raised dogs across 3 generations, with knowledge passed down from my great-grandfather. But I digress. To return to the matter at hand, your dog-esque temperament is rather proud. It harbors discontent without clear expression, choosing instead to sulk and resist until you uncover the cause. The girl paused, bewildered. Are you suggesting it is displeased with me? But why? Indeed, Pan Hong confirmed with a nod. Allow me to explain further. Chapter 66. The tsundere, a week ago, you offer it fresh fish, intending merely to let it savor a new delicacy. However, it mistakenly believed the fish should become its daily staple. Consequently, when your father's long holiday concluded and fishing ceased, it found itself bereft of fresh fish. Being a dog, it was oblivious to these circumstances and assumed you were deliberately withholding food. Thus, it resorted to sulking, employing a hunger strike as a means of protest. Of course, a dog-esque nature compels it to seek sustenance, and despite its rebellious spirit, it ultimately succumbed to the allure of dog food. Though its resolve was not unwavering, its attitude remained steadfast. Even while consuming dog food, it felt compelled to do so in secrecy, harboring a sense of estrangement from you. Pan Hong's explanation elicited a wave of laughter in the comments. What? Even dogs can exhibit tsundere traits? What a paradoxical quiebra determinat ietin decisiva. Surely it cannot be unaware that its owner has already witnessed its covert indulgence through surveillance. Show it the footage. I'm curious to see how its tsundere dog reacts when exposed. No wonder it resorts to stealing its food. I thought it was merely a gluttonous dog. But it seems it's just indulging in its own antics. Not just dogs, my ex-girlfriend was also at tsundere. She would make me guess why she was upset, throwing tantrums for no reason, acting like a drama queen, exactly like this dog. What should I do then? The girl implored anxiously. It's always sulking at me. But how can I communicate with the dog? Will it remain this way forever? My dear, I understand your urgency, but let us not rush, Pan Hong interjected. This is not your fault. Your dog is merely causing trouble for the sake of it. I assure you, addressing its food thievery is quite simple. First, you must comprehend why it dares to sulk over fish. It is entirely unaware of the value of its dog food. Remember this. Feed it at fixed times and in precise quantities. If it refuses to eat, remove the food after 5 minutes. There will be no opportunity to steal. Make it realize that if it does not eat promptly, all food will vanish. Pausing briefly, Pan Hong predicted, due to its temperament, this dog may initially resist you. But do not relent. Let it feel hunger. After a day without food, it will understand the labor behind each morsel. The girl nodded thoughtfully, taking in his words. The comments section echoed sentiments of agreement. The host is absolutely right. To deal with its tsundere, one must be heartless. If it shows indifference, you must be even more unyielding. Indeed, my ex-girlfriend was at tsundere too, ignoring my messages and evading questions. I decided to stop contacting her for a week, and she came running back to me. Alas, she never changed, which is why I ended things. I also froze out my ex for half a year, and now he has married just like me. My boyfriend is a stubborn tsundere, and I had to confront him directly to cure his stubbornness. Sister, please share the strategy for confronting stubbornness. I truly need it. Now, do you understand what to do? Pan Hong inquired. Yes, I get it, the girl replied, her comprehension evident. If it refuses to eat, then it shall never eat again, forcing it to retreat and thus altering its demeanor. Encouraged by her insight, Pan Hong gave her a thumbs up. You've got the right idea, sister. All right, I understand. So I'll take my leave now and remove the dog food. She waved goodbye and disconnected from the call. As the final call concluded, Pan Hong exhaled in relief, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He turned to the audience. Brothers, we shall conclude here for today. Tomorrow at noon, I will be live streaming regarding 66. However, 66 is not like Fat Bo. You merely need to release its chains. But 66, its chains are within the heart. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that it will be tamed in a day. In any case, stay tuned. Beyond, all right, brothers, I can't hold on any longer. We'll stop for today. This time, the comment section did not plead for him to stay, but rather flooded with a single refrain. Host, you've forgotten something. Host, you've forgotten something. Host, you've overlooked the most crucial matter. Host, seeing the barrage of comments, Pan Hong suddenly remembered. Oh, I truly forgot the most important thing. With a flourish, he declared, There's one last thing. He promptly ended the live stream, plunging the chat room into silence. Sundra, how should one truly address it? This last schnauzer reminded him of his handsome acquaintance. The handsome one clearly exhibited Sundra traits as well. Pan Hong sensed that despite the affection in his heart, the handsome one chose to sulk and resist. Furthermore, the complexity of the handsome one's emotional barriers was far more intricate than those of the mischievous schnauzer. Pan Hong felt a sense of helplessness. Today marked the highest number of fans he had engaged with since starting his live streams. The surge in popularity and followers coincided with the burgeoning pet industry in large cities, where most pet owners remained oblivious to proper dog care. In the future, he anticipated even more individuals seeking his guidance. Perhaps it was time to recruit some new help at the pet center with this thought in mind. Pan Hong exited the designated streaming room. Upon reaching the front yard, he began tidying the dog bowls. In his haste to prepare dinner for the dogs before the stream, he had left the area in disarray. As he approached the front yard, he noticed that one of the bowls remained untouched. This bowl was positioned prominently, clearly designated for the handsome one. The handsome one didn't eat dinner? Pan Hong furrowed his brows and called out to the handsome one's doghouse, receiving no response. He peered inside, only to find it empty. A sense of dread settled in his heart. Where had the handsome one gone? Recalling the events of the afternoon, when the handsome one had nearly been bitten by Fat Bo while defending him in doozy, Pan Hong had confined the handsome one. After clarifying the situation, he had released him from the cage. Pan Hong hurried to the backyard, where he discovered the handsome one sitting forlornly in a dog cage, facing away from him, seemingly unmoved. Damn it, Pan Hong felt a surge of frustration. You're just a dog, sulking this much? I merely wronged you a little. I thought I had already released your chains. You remained cooped up all afternoon and night. Fine. If you prefer to stay there, then stay. I shall not cater to you. Fueled by anger, Pan Hong turned on his heel and stormed back to the front yard, kicking the handsome one's bowl with a resounding clang. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Just don't sneak over and steal food while I'm asleep. With a heavy heart, Pan Hong returned to his bedroom, brimming with vexation. In the backyard, he sensed Pan Hong's arrival and departure, followed by the sound of a clatter. A flicker of vulnerability emerged within the handsome man's heart. Chapter 67. No retreat upon hearing a loud crash from the front courtyard. The handsome dog felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, his body instinctively tensing. He had spent the entire afternoon and now the evening languishing in this cage, sulking over his grievances with Pan Hong. The incident with Fat Bo was merely a pretext. The true source of his resentment lay in the moment Pan Hong had sold him to the dog thief, Liulium. Yet, even after being sold to a butcher, he still recognized Pan Hong as his master and had not sought to re-establish loyalty elsewhere. He clung to the hope that his master would rescue him. Days turned into a blur of longing and despair. Perhaps he had indeed been abandoned. Despite this, he maintained his proud demeanor, vowing never to submit to the dog thief. Until that fateful day when Pan Hong, driving her G-Class, burst into the butcher's shop just as he was about to meet his grim fate. She fiercely confronted the thief and liberated both him and the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus. In that moment, he thought he was dreaming. All pride evaporated as he poured out his heart, weeping and nuzzling into Pan Hong's embrace, recounting his harrowing experiences, returning to the familiar dog yard, reuniting with his beloved master. He believed that everything would revert to the way it once was. However, once the initial emotions settled, his haughty nature resurfaced. He recalled that night when Pan Hong had treated him to his favorite roast chicken and fried fish, even cradling him in her arms for the night. Yet, the following morning, he found himself unceremoniously placed back into the hands of the dog thief. This incident became a thorn, deeply embedded in his simple and direct heart. For a creature that coexists with humans, being forsaken by one's master marked the onset of profound sorrow. Faced with Pan Hong, he began to dread the possibility of abandonment once more. This fear fostered avoidance. He could no longer confront her directly, and instead chose to silently serve her from the shadows. Thus, when he witnessed Fat Bo baring his teeth, every muscle in his body coiled, ready to spring into action. Only when he saw Pan Hong confronting Fat Bo barehanded did he relax, believing the bully to be merely a paper tiger. However, he soon learned from Tyrannosaurus that Fat Bo had nearly bitten Pan Hong and Do Ge. With Tyrannosaurus's penchant for exaggeration, coupled with the worry gnawing at his heart, he envisioned scenarios where Fat Bo might inflict grievous harm on his master. Determined to act, the handsome dog marched to the front yard and dealt with Fat Bo, careful not to cause any injury, merely subduing him. Yet, upon Pan Hong's return, Fat Bo squealed on him, resulting in his confinement. Even though his master released him shortly thereafter, he remained unsatisfied. What do I have to be dissatisfied? He pondered. Fat Bo seems to have genuinely changed. My actions were perhaps unjustified. Tyrannosaurus suggested that he simply charmed Pan Hong with affectionate whines. Yet, he scoffed at the notion, recognizing that it would be easier to end his own life than to submit to such a triviality. Recognizing his misstep, he yearned to humble himself before Pan Hong. But the emotional barrier remained insurmountable. Thus, he wrestled with his thoughts throughout the day, even skipping dinner. It was only when Pan Hong came and went, inadvertently kicking over his food bowl, that the dam broke. The clattering sound pierced through his defenses like a sword, igniting a tempest of emotions. Shock, trembling, restlessness, guilt. Impulsiveness. The noise unleashed a flood of pent-up feelings, forcing him to confront the depths of his heart. He loved his master, deeply, profoundly. With a tear in the facade of pride, he rose and stepped out of the cage. One hesitant step after another, he approached Pan Hong's bedroom door, only to find the light extinguished, signaling that she had retired for the night. A flicker of desolation crossed his eyes as he lay down before the door, motionless. Unbeknownst to him, Pan Hong was not in her room. She had just stepped out, heading who knows where. The cold night breeze swept through the yard, where Tyrannosaurus, curled up in his doghouse, observed the statue-like figure of the handsome dog and turned to Do Ge. What's wrong with the handsome one? Why isn't he returning to the house? Do Ge glanced at him, waiting for his master. What's the matter? Does he think he can join her on the bed? Does he forget that we're just dogs? Be quiet, but the master is already asleep. What good is it to wait at the door? I'll go coax him back. Don't. Do Ge stopped Tyrannosaurus. The master just left. She might return soon. Before Do Ge's words could settle, the main gate of the dog yard creaked open. The handsome dog's head shot up, all four paws standing as he gazed toward the figure at the door. His tail began to wag uncontrollably as he recognized the approaching silhouette. It was his master. On the other side, Pan Hong paused upon seeing the handsome dog guarding her door, momentarily taken aback before a chuckle escaped her lips. The handsome dog wagged his tail joyfully, lowering his body and stretching his front legs, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Then he suddenly noticed the two plastic bags in Pan Hong's hands. The enticing aroma wafted toward him, causing his body to quiver with anticipation. Inside were the roast chicken and fried fish he once adored. Memories flooded his mind, and fear crept back in, compelling him to flee. Yet, Pan Hong approached and scooped him up, carrying him into the house. The handsome dog struggled momentarily, but she was far too strong, holding him tightly, rendering him immobile. Once inside, Pan Hong locked the door and placed him on the bed, promptly unveiling the roast chicken and tossing it in front of him. However, the sight of it sent him recoiling to the corner in terror. Recognizing his fear, Pan Hong tore off a chicken leg and took a bite before offering it to him. With nowhere left to retreat, the handsome dog gazed into Pan Hong's eyes, emotions swelling once more. Without a second thought, he sank his teeth into the chicken leg, juices bursting forth in a fragrant explosion. "Ah, this is more like it," Pan Hong mused, gently stroking his glossy fur, a smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Tyrannosaurus could hardly contain himself as the mouth-watering scent of roast chicken and fried fish wafted through the air. Unable to resist, he made a move to leave from his doghouse. Dozy interjected, "You want some? If you go now, the handsome one might just devour you." Tyrannosaurus halted mid-leap, his front paws suspended in the air, reflecting a moment of awkwardness. He then turned to Dozy. "Do you really underestimate my strength? Am I afraid of him?" After saying this, he swallowed hard and cautiously extended his paw. But just as he stepped out, he accidentally landed in a small puddle. Alas, the water is too frigid. I shall return to my nest. Being. Chapter 68. Relationships faded. The rising sun, the gentle sunlight, filtered through the window, casting an orange glow upon Pan Hong's forehead. Warm and somewhat damp. Startled, Pan Hong opened her eyes to find a large black dog lying beside her, licking her forehead. "Oh, my handsome, you're awake so early. You didn't lick any other dogs behinds yesterday, did you?" The handsome dog leapt off the bed, joyfully trotting to the door and spinning in circles. "All right, open the door. Let us get to work." Pan Hong stretched lazily before opening the door, leading the handsome dog to the backyard. The first order of business in the morning was to prepare breakfast for the dogs at the kennel. The previous morning, Old Chun had delivered a bunch of puppies. Fortunately, after meeting Han Xianyo in the afternoon, Pan Hong had purchased a new supply of dog food and chicken bones. Otherwise, today would have posed a significant problem. Upon arriving at the backyard, she moved the dog food and chicken bones over. As she opened the packaging, the enticing aroma wafted through the yard. The puppies in their cages perked up, their ears erect, noses twitching, and they began to whimper excitedly. A few particularly lively ones even started banging against their cages, barking eagerly at Pan Hong. "Go, handsome," Pan Hong gestured to the dog. Understanding immediately, the handsome dog scanned the area and zeroed in on a lively Shiba Inu that was jumping the highest. Ears perked, body crouched, mouth closed yet emitting a low growl. Its eyes fixed intently on the little Shiba Inu. Gradually, it inched closer to its target. Initially, the little Shiba Inu was full of energy, its front paws resting on the cage, hind legs bouncing, barking enthusiastically. However, it quickly sensed that something was amiss, as an ominous air seemed to be encroaching upon it. Its gaze shifted, locking onto the handsome dog's piercing eyes. In an instant, it flattened its ears, lowered its head almost to its neck, and sat quietly in its cage, appearing exceedingly obedient. Then, with a guilty expression, it peeked up again, only to find the handsome dog still watching intently. Instantly, it began a flurry of feigned actions, first looking up at the sky, then scratching its fur with its paws, and finally sneaking a glance. Ultimately, it surrendered completely, tucking its tail between its legs and exposing its vulnerable belly. Only then did the handsome dog divert its attention to the other active pups. The remaining puppies, having never witnessed such a display, fell silent, obediently awaiting Pan Hong to prepare their breakfast. Guarding their food began early, as the handsome dog was quite pleased with the puppy's behavior, declaring this to be the best batch it had ever guided. Turning its head, it spotted a large figure trying to conceal itself behind the yard gate. The handsome dog immediately wore a look of exasperation, deeming this to be the worst group of students it had ever encountered. Bai Long, hiding at the entrance, called out softly to the handsome dog. Previously, during such moments, the handsome dog would pretend not to see Bai Long, allowing it to sneak in for a bite, sometimes even providing cover. This time, however, the handsome dog chose to ignore it. Bai Long, peeking out, mistakenly thought the handsome dog was still granting it permission as before. Seizing the opportunity while the handsome dog had its back turned, Bai Long stealthily approached the bag filled with chicken bones. All the dogs in the yard noticed Bai Long's large figure, eagerly watching, as if hoping for a miracle to unfold. Just as it was about to reach the bag, the tantalizing aroma of chicken bones nearly overwhelming its senses, two stern growls echoed through the yard. Suddenly, a swift black figure, like a bolt of lightning, pounced and pinned the hefty Bai Long down. "Handsome, it's me, Bai Long," it whimpered. Despite their usually amicable relationship, the handsome dog radiated an intimidating aura, causing Bai Long to feel intimidated. "Get lost," the handsome dog growled, fixing its intense gaze on Bai Long until it reluctantly departed, sulking towards the front yard. Even the large Spanish Mastiff was subdued by the handsome dog's presence. Among the puppies, a few that had seemed restless moments ago now sat quietly, their mischief quelled. The backyard settled into an orderly calm. Meanwhile, in the front yard, Bai Long, feeling aggrieved, flopped into its doghouse, whimpering sorrowfully. "What's wrong with you?" Dozy inquired. Intrigued. "Boo-hoo, Dogu, the handsome dog has betrayed me. It bullies me. Our bond has faded. It no longer loves me." "What have you done?" Dozy asked. Perceptively. I just did what I always do, sneaking a little snack. It used to allow me to," Bai Long lamented. "Well, things have changed now." Dozy replied. Bai Long pondered this, looking at Dozy. "Dogu, you understand a lot. Explain it to me." The handsome dog has just reconciled with its owner, so it's working harder than ever and won't tolerate any stealing. Besides, those little pups are watching. If they follow your example, how will the handsome dog maintain its authority over them? Bai Long nodded, contemplating the words, yet still feeling wronged. Just then, the handsome dog appeared in the front yard, carrying a plastic bag as it approached Bai Long's doghouse. Recalling the earlier incident, Bai Long instinctively shrank back into its den. But when the aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, "Handsome, is this for me?" Bai Long's eyes sparkled. "Just some leftovers from yesterday," came a reply. "Huh, I knew the handsome dog loved me most." Without hesitation, Bai Long lunged at the offering, devouring it greedily, mouth dripping with juices. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Mo at Mengjia Pet Hospital, the once crowded clinic of the star veterinarian Yu Chun had seen a significant decline in visitors since his live-streaming encounter with Pan Hong. Nevertheless, as a former celebrity veterinarian, he still attracted a fair number of patients. Despite being ridiculed online, his performance remained respectable among his peers. Yet, with his pride, he found it unacceptable, feeling humiliated to have fallen from the top of his profession, with hundreds of thousands of followers, to a mediocre standing and even contemplating withdrawal from the online world. The psychological toll was immense, especially as he sensed the judgmental glances and whispered comments from his colleagues. The resentment towards the little streamer, Pan Hong, festered within him, intensifying day by day. Yet in just a few short days, Pan Hong had created one remarkable scene after another through her live streaming, particularly after successfully training the fierce dog Fat Bo, which had skyrocketed her follower count, surpassing his former peak. Each time he overheard the clinic staff discussing this rising pet influencer, he felt as if they were mocking him, leading him closer to a state of paranoia. At that moment, two soft knocks interrupted his thoughts. A nurse stood at the door. "Dr. Yu, here are the 3 new pet assistants for our hospital. I brought their resumes." Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yu Chun reluctantly accepted the resumes. Unlike humans, pets could be unpredictable, especially those spoiled by their owners. Hence, assistance from pet aides was essential during treatment. Previously, as the most accomplished and dynamic doctor in the hospital, he had been assigned the most experienced pet assistants. However, since the livestream incident, his performance had declined. His capable assistants have all been replaced. For the past few days, he has been treating patients alone, and just yesterday, he narrowly avoided being bitten on the finger by a malevolent Pomeranian. It was only moments ago that he was assigned 3 new pet assistants. However, the newcomers at the hospital appear to be fresh graduates, inexperienced and somewhat naive. At this moment, the 3 pet assistants have entered the examination room. Yu Chun glanced up to see 2 youthful nurses and a dark-skinned, slightly plump male assistant who seemed to be in his late 30s. Yu Chun furrowed his brow, seemingly surprised that one of his assistants was of a more mature age. He then opened the last resume. Name, Zhang Xiaowei. Age, 23. Upon reading this, Yuchen couldn't help but look up again. 23? I would believe it if you told me he was 43. Continuing to read, Yuchen's body stiffened, and his pupils dilated. Place of origin, Haikou County, Dongbei Province. Work experience, worked for 3 years at a rural dog training facility, possessing extensive dog training experience. Chapter 69I, Fat Bo, am neither competitive nor aggressive, and 66 is currently en route. Dongbei Province? A dog training facility in a rural town? Is this not akin to the sort of establishment associated with that Pan Hong? The other two assistants, albeit inexperienced and seemingly naive, at least possess formal training, having graduated from a specialized program in pet care. In stark contrast, Zhang Xiaohe is a complete self-taught novice. Though Yu Chun had never considered that Zhang Xiaohe might be acquainted with Pan Hong, he naturally redirected his disdain for Pan Hong towards this rural dog trainer from Dongbei. Ah, how fortuitous that you have fallen into my hands. Let me observe the true capabilities of you self-taught trainers. Contemplating this, he raised his gaze to the trio. You three shall remain here henceforth. I shall elucidate my rules, encompassing work hours and various cautions, particularly my unique regulations. Very well, what are your names? You at the door, Zhang Xiaohe, go downstairs to the CAF and procure a Spanish latte for me. Half sugar, less ice. Did you hear me? Zhang Xiaohe, huh? Having just heard Yuchen outline the rules, he felt that navigating this bustling city's pet hospital was a formidable challenge. Arriving by 7 each morning to feed the animals, remaining on call for 24 hours, contrasted starkly with the carefree existence he had experienced at Pan Hong's facility. The decline of rural dog training establishments is an undeniable trend. His brother Pan Hong's own facility had gone bankrupt, leaving him to seek alternative paths. To his surprise, the assistants at this veterinary clinic were not merely tasked with training dogs. They were also responsible for serving the doctors, fetching tea and water. What? Spanish latte, half sugar, less ice. Did you not hear or comprehend? Yuchen's expression soured immediately. I understand. I'll go right away, right away. Zhang Xiaohe grinned sheepishly. What about you two? Yuchen inquired of the other two pet assistants. Huh? We would like iced Americanos. The two young assistants responded in unison, somewhat taken aback. Very well, Xiaohe, please bring 2 cups for your colleagues as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohe was on the verge of exploding. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to concede. Fine. I will go immediately. Meanwhile, at Pan Hong's dog facility, after feeding the puppies and identifying a few exhibiting food aggression, Pan Hong set off in his luxurious G-Class towards the pet transport center. With the increasing number of dogs at the facility, it was time to hire additional staff, he mused. Once he departed, the atmosphere at Pan Hong's facility seemed to return to tranquility. Or was it, at that moment, the hefty Fat Bo was leisurely inhaling the fresh air in the front yard. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous presence behind him. Turning around, he met the glimmering dark eyes of a handsome dog. Wait, handsome one, did we not come to an understanding? I have truly changed. I no longer bite. I had no choices in the past, but now I aspire to be a good dog. If you continue to harass me without cause, I shall inform our owner upon their return. Fat Bo retreated slowly, yet no matter how he pleaded, the handsome dog remained silent. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Seeking an escape, he turned only to find a massive white dog approaching, even larger than himself. Brother Baolong, why are you here too? I was wrong. I shall never complain again. The sheer size of Baolong intimidated Fat Bo, and he lacked the courage to provoke him. Then, turning around, he saw the limping Duzi blocking his path. With a grimace, perhaps it would be best to avoid conflict. Provoking Duzi would inevitably lead to a combined assault from the handsome one and Baolong. Thus, Fat Bo, wearing a face of grievance, suddenly raised his front paws. Brother Duzi, look at those two. They are bullying me. Duzi shook his head. No, we three merely wish to discuss a matter with you. What? Fat Bo was taken aback. What matter? The owner has adopted you. Unlike the puppies, you are now an official member of the facility, destined to live here for life. The handsome one spoke. Therefore, as the newcomer, you must find your place. We are here to assist you in that endeavor. Upon hearing that the 3 dogs were not there to trouble him, Fat Bo finally felt relieved and inquired, "How do I find my place?" "It is quite simple." The handsome one explained, "Defeat Baolong, and you shall become the 4th rank in the facility. Defeat me, and you shall rise to the 3rd rank." Doozy added, "Should you simultaneously defeat both me and Baolong, you shall claim the 2nd rank. Our owner holds the top position. I trust you have no objections to this? Now, choose your challenge." After the handsome one's words, Fat Bo's expression fell. Was this not still a challenge against me? What difference does it make? I would prefer a swift resolution instead. Have you been watching me? The handsome one tilted his head in inquiry. No, that is not the case. Then that means you choose me, Baolong interjected, shaking his fluffy white coat. No, please allow me to speak. Fat Bo hastily interrupted the 2 dogs. Then, feeling a wave of emotion, he began to whimper. "You 3 have no idea of the hardships I, Fat Bo, have endured in my early life. For 3 long years, I was tethered by a leather leash, suffocating. For 3 years, I yearned for the freedom to breathe fresh air without restraint. Now, I can inhale deeply whenever I wish, or take shallow breaths at my leisure. I can even hold my breath for fun when I'm idle. Truly, I feel as though I have entered paradise. I harbor no ambitions for the position of dog leader. I simply wish to enjoy my golden years at the facility. From now on, our owner shall remain the leader. Doozy the 2nd, the handsome one the 3rd, Baolong the 4th, and I shall be the 5th. Baolong posed a question, but what if another dog arrives? Then I shall be the 6th. What if 10 more dogs were to come? Then I would become the 16th. Dogs are inherently hierarchical social creatures. The trio found it difficult to comprehend Fat Bo's lack of ambition. Nevertheless, Fat Bo appeared sincere in his sentiments. Thus, the handsome one declared, "Very well, henceforth, let our past grievances be resolved. You may assume your position as the 5th. With that, the handsome one turned and sauntered towards the backyard. "However, you may soon find yourself as the 6th, Baolong interjected. "I just saw our owner leave with an empty crate. Perhaps we will soon welcome a new colleague." At this very moment, 66 was aboard the pet transport train, soon to arrive at the Pet Transport Center. Chapter 70. The Legend of 66 in the Jianghu. "All right. I appreciate your help, Master. As for the medical expenses, well, I suppose I should discuss it with the manager." Sure, you're right. I shall hang up for now. We can converse later." After ending the call, a middle-aged staff member at the Pet Transportation Center exhaled deeply, his expression reflecting a degree of perplexity. "What is troubling you, Lao Lu? You look like a withered gourd. Did your wife run off with someone?" A plump woman of similar age teased nearby. "Go away. I'm already stressed enough." Lao Lu waved his hand dismissively, his brows furrowed. "You know that Pan Hong, right? Of course, the one who has been trending on Dia recently. Our internet celebrity from Haiyuan County." Upon mentioning Pan Hong, the woman's interest peaked. "It's a pity. I took leave the last time he visited. Otherwise, I could have witnessed the infamous Nai Lu Wang Fat Bo in person. You will have a chance soon." Lao Lu rolled his eyes. "Another vicious dog belonging to Pan Hong is about to arrive at our transportation center." "Oh, I know about that. I watched the live stream last night. It's a husky named 66, right?" The woman initially expressed excitement, but soon her demeanor shifted to seriousness. "However, this husky appears rather ferocious. Based on my years of experience with pets, I can say it's even more menacing than Nai Lu in his aggressive state." "Indeed." Lao Lu nodded in agreement. When it was dispatched, it already bit 2 staff members on the other end, and 60SIXS owner had to pay over 3,000 in compensation. Upon its arrival here, it immediately bit 2 more, one of our personnel and the driver delivering the dog. Just now, a call came through demanding compensation for medical expenses, threatening that if we refuse, he won't take it to the hospital, and we might all be bitten by rabid dogs. "Ha ha!" The woman burst into laughter, delighting in his misfortune. "Deputy Manager Liu, you may as well take your time with this. I must return to work. And when 66 arrives, do be careful not to get bitten. If you do, the manager certainly won't cover your medical bills." With that, she returned to her tasks, leaving Lao Lu with a furrowed brow. Although 66 had yet to arrive, tales of its notoriety had already spread throughout the Jianghu. Lao Lu then turned to a younger male colleague, his eyes lighting up as he beckoned. "Xiao Wang, come here." "Lugo, what can I do for you?" The young employee, named Xiao Wang, hurried over with enthusiasm. Xiao Wang, you've been with our pet transportation center for quite some time now. Haven to you? Yes. It's been nearly half a year. Good. Are you free at the moment? Yes, I'm not busy. Excellent. Lao Lu clapped Xiao Wang on the shoulder. You handled Pan Hong's dog last time, so I'm assigning you to receive another of his dogs. Huh? Xiao Wang's face instantly stiffened, the image of a ferocious, snarling husky flashing through his mind. His thoughts raced, and he looked at Lao Lu, asking, Deputy Manager Lu, what was your previous statement? I said, you'll handle Pan Hong's dog again. No, I made your previous statement. The one before that. Lao Lu pondered for a moment. Are you free now? Not free. You little rascal. Lao Lu's face darkened. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Oh, Lu, guh. Xiao Wang wore a look of despair. The story of 66 has already spread throughout our pet transportation center. We all watched yesterday's live stream. Even the most experienced Master Wang took leave today on purpose. He mentioned that 66 has a wild gaze. He specializes in pet transport, not in handling beasts. Moreover, I've heard that 66 has a history of biting people. And during this transport alone, it has already bitten several individuals, and with deadly intent. This daunting task is too much, if it comes to it. Should we just say we lack manpower, and ask the driver for help in getting it inside? Upon hearing Xiao Wang's suggestion, Lao Lu's expression grew darker. The driver has already been bitten and is now pursuing me for medical expenses. Xiao Wang fell silent. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Shen. All of you come here. You've all been with our pet transportation center for quite a while, right? Are you available now? All right, I have a task for you. What previous statement? There was no previous statement. Just say whether you'll do it or not. Fine. So you're entrusting a bone to a rookie, huh? Just as Deputy Manager Liu was earnestly trying to persuade his staff, a tall, imposing man in a suit approached, frowning and clearing his throat with a heavy cough. What are you all doing huddled together, not working? At this, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads, greeting the manager. Lao Lu, what is going on? The newcomer was none other than the manager of the pet transportation center, who usually didn't frequent the center, leaving most affairs to Lao Lu. Manager, it's like this. Lao Lu quickly explained, we're preparing for the arrival of a vicious dog and discussing how to transport it from the truck. The manager paused, then let out a laugh. Are you all joking with me? In 3 generations of pet transportation, I've never encountered a dog that was so difficult to handle. You all can't manage it, huh? Fine, I'll do it myself. Manager, Lao Lu interjected, this dog has already bitten several people, including the driver transporting it. He is asking us for medical expenses. Medical expenses? What do they amount to? The manager waved dismissively. In 3 generations of pet transport, although I've been out of the front line for many years, this dog has truly ignited my competitive spirit. Wait until it arrives, and you'll see how I handle it. Manager, Xiao Wang interjected cautiously. That dog can hardly be called a dog anymore. It's said to possess wolf-like traits and believes itself to be a wolf king. At this, the manager scoffed again. Please, a dog is just a dog. It can't actually become a wolf. I know that Pan Hong. He is an internet celebrity, and for the sake of entertainment, he surely exaggerates and performs ostentatiously. Just because he claims the dog has wolf-like tendencies doesn't make it true. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of an engine roared outside. Moments latte. A man strode in confidently. It was none other than Pan Hong. Pangu, why are you here so early? 66 hasn't been delivered yet, Xiao Wang greeted, recognizing him. Oh, as for 66, respect is due. I've come early because I believe no one here can manage it, Pan Hong stated plainly, a smirk on his lips. He scanned the pet transportation center staff and continued, you all should sit tight. When 66 arrives, I can handle it alone. You should just watch from the sidelines. I've raised dogs for 3 generations. My experience is vast. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression soured. Hold on, buddy. Who do you think you're looking down upon? I handle pet transport just like you. Although your dog breeding establishment has extensive interactions with dogs, we are equally proficient. That dog named 66, is it? Soon, 66 will arrive, and I shall personally demonstrate to you the true essence of a 3rd-generation transport's worth. Prepare to witness the unparalleled quality that it embodies. Chapter 71. Dog, you were playing with Firepan Hong lingered at the pet shipping center. engaging in conversation with the store manager for a while. Both were individuals of genuine character and quickly found common ground. Brother, handling that 66 is no easy feat. I'll need your assistance later, Pan Hong stated. No, no, no. The manager replied nonchalantly, I've been in this business for 3 generations. How could I possibly struggle with a single husky? Just watch closely, my friend. All right, Pan Hong conceded, choosing not to argue. Instead, he retrieved his live streaming equipment. May I start a live broadcast? Absolutely. The manager, having learned from the earlier conversation that Pan Hong streams attracted at least tens of thousands of viewers, eagerly agreed. Let your hundreds of thousands of followers witness how I handle that 66. To be honest, I've been experimenting with live streaming myself, hoping to become a bit of an internet celebrity. Perhaps I could ride on your coattails this time. That is perfectly fine, Pan Hong nodded generously. Soon after, Pan Hong initiated the live stream. Within mere minutes of a notification, the online viewers surpassed 10,000. First, sofa, front row selling peanuts, sunflower seeds, and mineral water. I've been waiting all morning, brother. Finally, you're live. Is the 66 here? Where's the 66? Oh, I recognize this place. ISNT, this the pet shipping center where we picked up Fat Bo last time? Looks like we're here to fetch the 66 this time. Last time, the host jumped into the cage barehanded to subdue Fat Bo. Can he do it again with the 66? Don't do that. Fat Bo, no matter how fierce, is still just a dog. But the 66 considers itself a wolf king. Jumping in, there is risking life and limb. The 66 is undoubtedly wild. Observing the discussions in the chat, Pan Hong realized that the audience was eagerly anticipating his direct confrontation with the 66. However, the boss always makes the final entrance. With a smirk, Pan Hong pulled the manager closer. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce a new hero. This is Manager Huang of the Pet Shipping Center, a veteran of 3 generations. Soon, he will assist in loading the 66 onto the vehicle. We'll return to the dog facility and deal with the 66. What? Another new hero? The manager himself will deliver it to the vehicle, Pan Hong. You've really made it. Of course, Pan Hong is now a hot internet sensation. Regardless of who it is, I just want to see the host handle the 66. So, let us hurry and load the dog onto the vehicle. Hold on, it won't be that easy. Have you all forgotten about Fat Bo? Loading Fat Bo onto the vehicle was no simple task, and this 66 seems even more challenging. The comment above makes a valid point. I wonder how strong this new hero is and if it can handle the current meta. Looks quite hefty. This new hero doesn't seem impressive at all. Upon seeing the doubts expressed in the comments, Manager Huang, known for his fiery temper, became agitated. Who are you calling unimpressive? I've been in this business for 3 generations. You little black-hearted critics, just wait and see. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of an engine echoed through the air. Through the glass doors, they could see a large truck parked at the entrance of a shipping center. A driver, with his left arm bandaged, jumped down from the cab. The 66 has arrived. Pan Hong, Manager Huang, and the staff of the shipping center immediately set aside their tasks and collectively stepped outside to greet it. Old Liu led the driver inside to discuss the medical expenses. Pan Hong aimed his live streaming device at the truck's rear doors. All right, brothers. We are about to meet the 66 once again. He turned to Manager Huang. Come on, my friend, let the show begin. Hearing this, and noticing that the online audience had surpassed 100,000 viewers, Manager Huang felt invigorated. He rolled up his sleeves and approached the truck, slowly opening the rear door. Inside the spacious truck bed was a single dog cage. The bars of the cage were robust, reminiscent of those used in zoos to contain tigers. Inside lay a husky, its gaze devoid of the typical innocence associated with its breed, instead emanating a chilling coldness. As soon as the door swung open, the 66 sprang to its feet. Its sharp fangs bared, some blood still visible on them. Its eyes emanated a palpable aura of menace, fixating on Manager Huang. Perhaps I should take over, Pan Hong suggested gently. No, I said I would handle this, Manager Huang interjected, raising a hand to stop him. He then addressed the 66 dog. You have successfully captured my attention. True to his lineage as a third-generation manager, despite the initial jolt of fear upon meeting the 66's gaze, Manager Huang quickly composed himself. revealing no sign of trepidation. However, the ferocity of the 66 startled the surrounding staff. Wow, seeing it live is far more intense than watching it on the stream. The 66 has clearly been awakened to its primal instincts. I can guarantee you this dog is no longer merely a dog. Go for it, manager. Can he handle it? She'll keep it down. If the manager hears that you doubt him, he'll insist on demonstrating his capabilities. Manager Huang climbed onto the truck, donned 2 layers of bite-proof gloves, and cautiously approached the cage, testing the waters with a tentative wave of his hand. The 66, without hesitation, lunged forward, almost biting Manager Huang's fingers. The clang of the iron cage echoed loudly. While Manager Huang initially felt unfazed, the wild intensity in the 66's eyes as it lunged left him momentarily unsettled. Everything's fine. Don't come to assist me. I've got this, he said, waving off Pan Hong and the others. He looked back at the 66. Dog, you're playing with fire. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Huang twisted his neck a couple of times and confidently moved closer once more. Although the previous encounter had been perilous, he now had a clearer understanding of the husky's strengths and weaknesses. His initial probe had revealed that the 66, despite its ferocity, was rather simple-minded, a testament to its inherent nature. This time, he extended his hand with caution, inching closer while the 66, having just collided with the cage, seemed momentarily dazed and refrained from attacking. It merely glared menacingly at Manager Huang's hands. Ah, little buddy, that's right, calm down for me, Manager Huang soothed, continuing his approach. Yet, he remained vigilant, ready to retract his hands should the need arise. At that moment, Pan Hong discerned the 66's true intent and quickly called out, Manager Huang, watch your legs. Before the warning could fully register, the 66 lunged like a wild dog, targeting Manager Huang's thigh. The manager focused entirely on his hands, only half retracted them when he noticed the 66 springing forward. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger. In a panic, he stumbled back, narrowly avoiding the 66's deadly bite. However, the 66 clamped down on his Chelsea boot with unyielding tenacity. No, do not touch my Chelsea. It hurts so much. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and come my rescue. Chapter 72. The Fury of Incompetence. Oh, dear brother, your dog possesses a wicked nature. Indeed, I had forewarned you. Chelsea has even bitten me through my leather shoes, leaving my foot bloodied. Alas, what a tragedy. This is your dog, and look at these medical expenses. Why are you all standing around like fools? If we don't rush him to the hospital, Manager Huang might succumb to rabies and turn on you. Manager Huang. The employees of the shipping center, not daring to delay, hurriedly lifted Manager Huang and shoved him into the vehicle, then pressed the accelerator towards the hospital. As they witnessed Manager Huang's disheveled retreat, the live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha, what a farce. What is this third-rate pet shipping business? Encountering our 66 is a complete waste. Manager Huang has set out for battle only to meet his demise. Manager Huang, I haven't even activated my account yet, and I'm already forced to withdraw from the internet. Confirmed, 66 is no longer just a husky. He has learned the art of war. Feigning an attack, I saw 66's gaze fixated on Manager Huang's hands. I thought he would strike there, but instead, he launched a surprise assault below. That was truly perilous. Thankfully, Manager Huang reacted swiftly. A bite on the thigh would surely result in a chunk of flesh lost. If Chelsea has already been bitten off and blood drawn through leather shoes, imagine the consequences had it been a bite to the thigh. I must say, I have only heard tales of 66's ferocity. Witnessing it firsthand is nothing short of terrifying. I wonder if Pansy will succeed in training him this time. In our village, a dog like this would have been swiftly dealt with using garlic and scallions. Aren't you afraid of contracting rabies from this beast? Manager Huang is also at risk. Ultimately, it all comes down to our Pansy. This dog, can Pansy truly handle it barehanded? Boss Pan, look at this. Old Liu observed 66, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With the boastful manager, Huang gone, no one in the entire pet shipping center dared to take on this task. No worries, Deputy Manager Liu, leave it to me. Saying this, Pan Hong rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront 66. However, he suddenly noticed all the staff staring at him intently, eager to see how he would handle 66. Come on, come here, little human, and I shall devour you. 66 glared ferociously at Pan Hong. Undoubtedly, if Pan Hong approached the cage, 66 would launch a fierce attack. With so many watching, if I charge in, my invulnerable nature would be exposed. The thought of being taken away for human scientific research if his supposedly indestructible nature were revealed made Pan Hong abandon his plan to confront 66 in front of the crowd. Instead, he exaggeratedly approached the cage, posturing to incite 66's wildness and combativeness, and then cheekily retreated. 66, ready for a showdown, found itself toyed with and left bewildered. The dignity of the Wolf King stirred within it, and it bellowed. Come at me. Face me in battle. Come on. Good. This dog is excellent. How wicked indeed. Pan Hong turned his back, completely ignoring it. However, let us not rush. First, we shall transport it back to the dog facility, and then we will settle the score. He then looked at old Liu. Deputy Manager Liu, please find a long stick to insert into the cage. We shall lift 66 out as if we were carrying a burden, understood? Upon hearing this, old Liu's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. He promptly instructed others to find a long stick. Meanwhile, the eager fans anticipating Pan Hong confronting 66 with bare hands began to boo. Boo Pansy has chickened out. Didn't Fat Bo lift the cage with his bare hands? Now he has to resort to a stick? Pansy has truly stooped low today. Indeed, look at 66's arrogant demeanor. He should have been taught a lesson upon first meeting. I couldn't bear it. Could it be that Pansy is truly frightened of 66? Seeing the comments in the live stream, Pan Hong merely smiled. He felt no need to explain. The final outcome would speak for itself. Before long, old Liu produced a steel pipe from somewhere. Pan Hong took the stick and inserted it into the cage. 66 lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the steel pipe, the sharp teeth scraping, creating a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. However fierce 66 may be, even the mightiest Wolf King could not bite through steel. Thus, regardless of its ferocity, Pan Hong ignored its attempts to bite and pushed the steel pipe through to the other side of the cage. Then, several employees of the shipping center stepped forward, lifting the cage as if it were a burden. Feeling itself being lifted, 66 immediately sensed its territory being violated. It bared its teeth and growled fiercely at Pan Hong and the staff, attempting to charge against the cage. Yet, against human ingenuity, all struggles were futile. The sensation of having immense strength with nowhere to unleash it filled it with impotent rage. Soon, Pan Hong and the employees had successfully placed the cage containing 66 into his vehicle. Brothers, mission accomplished. Pan Hong clapped his hands, ready to depart. At that moment, old Liu approached. Boss Pan, do you truly intend to train this dog? He glanced at 66 in the vehicle, which was now howling frantically at Pan Hong. I've been in the pet shipping business for over a decade. No one can tame a dog like this. You might as well take it to a pet hospital to check for rabies. In response, Pan Hong smiled and shook his head. 66 shows no signs of rabies. It is merely suffering from a delusion of grandeur, believing itself to be a wolf king, living in a fantasy world. However, in the face of harsh reality, every illusion shall be shattered. Deputy Manager Liu, just watch as I dismantle its worldview. With that, he started the vehicle, disregarding 66's frantic howls from the trunk, and sped towards the dog facility. After Pan Hong left, the staff of the shipping center gathered around. Liu, do you think that dog can really be trained? With such wildness, what is there to train? Just release it back into nature. Even if it is a husky, it cannot survive in the wild as a wolf. Letting a husky join a pack of wolves, what could it possibly achieve? It would merely cause chaos. You all needn't speculate here. Old Liu waved his hand. Isn't Pan Hong live streaming? Just watch his broadcast, and you'll see. Chapter 73, here comes the wolf pack. Release me. I am the Wolf King. I am the Wolf King. Awoo, you human servant. I shall surely tear you apart. Woof, 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 woof. Pan Hong, seated in the front, drove while listening to the rants of 66. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of amusement. A 2-year-old dog, just entering its prime. so brimming with confidence. Yet one could understand, for 66 had previously lived in the city. City dogs are often pampered pets, rarely possessing formidable fighting abilities. In that environment, the wild instincts of 66 were unleashed, akin to a cheat code. Even though it wasn't the largest in stature, it fought fiercely, becoming virtually unbeatable. Alas, it would soon be taken to the dog training facility to witness the stark difference between pet dogs and professional guard dogs. As they listened to 66's incessant growls, Pan Hong swiftly returned to the dog facility, driving straight to the backyard. With the help of Liulium, they lifted 66 down using a stretcher. Once placed in a new environment, 66 intended to continue its fierce demeanor. However, upon stepping out of the vehicle and witnessing the scene at the dog facility, it paused momentarily. The puppies there had already undergone significant training, so they were not all confined to cages. With noon approaching, most of the dogs were gathered in the backyard, awaiting their lunch. A quick glance revealed over a dozen dogs congregated together. Seeing so many dogs in one place, an unusual excitement flickered in 66's eyes. This is a wolf pack. Ha ha, have I arrived at a wolf pack? Wolf pups, your king has come to greet you. Before 66 could finish, it felt an uncomfortable sensation around its neck. Turning its head, it discovered that Pan Hong had taken advantage of its momentary distraction to slip a noose around it. Just as it was about to retaliate, it saw the door to the iron cage swing open and lunged at Pan Hong, the human servant who had provoked it repeatedly. Unfortunately, Pan Hong's noose was specially designed, and with his superior physical condition, 66 could not get close enough. Another wave of impotent fury surged through it as Pan Hong secured it to a wooden post. All right, brothers, 66 has been brought in, Pan Hong announced to the live stream. However, it's already noon. Let's first conduct a simple test of 66's bite force and allow it to acclimate to the environment of the dog facility. We will formally train it this afternoon. With that, Pan Hong picked up a stick and slowly approached 66. In an instant, 66 lunged forward, clamping its jaws onto the wooden stick. The sheer force nearly caused the stick to slip from Pan Hong's grip. My goodness, what a fierce one you are, Pan Hong exclaimed, yanking the stick from 66's mouth. The once smooth wood was now riddled with bite marks, splinters flying everywhere. Now, let's test its food-guarding instincts. He then brought over a dog bowl filled with kibble. However, before Pan Hong could place the food down, 66 was already barking at him. Well, no need to test this one, Pan Hong shrugged. Brothers, this dog is unlike typical aggressive canines. Some dogs guard their crates, others guard their food, and some, like Fat Bo, cannot have their necks touched. But 66, it seems to be sensitive towards humans. The moment anyone approaches, it bares its teeth and prepares to attack. If you do anything it perceives as an offense, it will retaliate. Why is that? It sees itself as the king and its owner as the servant. Everyone has seen historical dramas. If the eunuchs and palace maids do not serve the emperor properly, they could very well lose their heads. Thus, our training process is quite straightforward. We must re-establish the hierarchy between humans and dogs. All right, I'll go prepare lunch for the dogs now. Let 66 familiarize itself with the new environment for a while, he concluded, stepping away from the camera. Yet, the live stream remained active. This 66 truly has a fierce bite. Pan Hong must be feeling the pressure. He doesn't dare to train it directly and needs to think carefully about his approach. I bet $2 that 66 will be impossible to train. Just give its original owner a young husky instead. At this moment, as Pan Hong disappeared from view, 66 calmed down, surveying the environment of the dog facility. All small wolves. It seems the title of Wolf King belongs to me alone. This is far too easy, how dull. However, the human servant dared to tie me here. These outside human servants have no respect compared to my original master. Once I break free from these chains, the first to pay will be him. Though 66 was bound to a wooden post, it held its head high, surveying the young dogs in the facility, already considering itself the king among them. Until a white Alaskan Malamute pranced into the backyard. It was Fat Bo. Fat Bo was significantly larger than 66, and the surrounding puppies scattered in fear. Moreover, Fat Bo noticed 66, but merely glanced at it before losing interest. A formidable opponent. 66 instantly felt a sense of urgency. Soon, a larger Spanish Mastiff entered the backyard. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the Mastiff, 66 instinctively took a step back. What is happening? Am I feeling a flicker of fear? Impossible. I am the Wolf King. I fear nothing. So what if it is larger than me? I have triumphed before. Just as the thought crossed its mind, a handsome figure entered the backyard. Seeing that the newcomer was of similar size, 66 regained its confidence. Excellent, excellent. I thought this wolf pack was composed solely of small wolves, which would be utterly unchallenging. This is a welcome development. After all, the path to becoming a wolf king is undoubtedly fraught with thorns. In the next moment, Pan Hong returned, pushing a cart laden with the dog's lunch. Upon seeing Pan Hong, all the dogs in the facility wagged their tails eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Even Fat Bo and the Mastiff happily surrounded Pan Hong. This scene left 66 utterly dumbfounded. What? My strongest competitors for the title of Wolf King have succumbed to a human servant? How spineless. Clearly, the position of Wolf King is rightfully mine. This wolf pack requires a true king to reign over them. Chapter 74. The Wolf King Contest. After feeding the dogs at the kennel their lunch, Pan Hong, weary of cooking, decided to take Liulium out for a meal. In the live stream, what is happening? The host just left us to go eat? This is outrageous. I've seen live streams where people sleep, but never one where they just abandon it. But it's probably for the best, given the state of 66. Unlike Fat Bo, it's not something that can be trained in a day or two. The dogs in the yard are quite lovely too. It's rather soothing to watch. Wow, that little blackback corgi in the yard is adorable and looks so well behaved. I want to adopt it. Can I adopt one of the puppies here? I really have my eye on one. Yes. Just take a screenshot of the dog you like and message the host. Well, if the host is gone, what is there to see in the yard? I'll take my leave too. Pan, remember to kick me when you get back. Though Pan Hong had departed, the live stream remained open. However, the number of online viewers plummeted from over 100,000 to just over 10,000. After all, there was little entertainment to be found. As soon as Pan Hong left, the dogs in the yard erupted into joyful chaos. Shui Gu and Bao Long returned to their den in the front yard, while the puppies in the back, free from Pan Hong and Shui Gu's supervision, rolled and raced around gleefully. In a corner, 66 suddenly stood tall, puffing out its chest in a commanding stance. All right, everyone be quiet. I have an announcement. Upon hearing 66's bark, the other puppies froze momentarily, turning to see the source of the sound, only to find a husky. They collectively sighed in relief, thinking, why did it suddenly get quiet? I thought Schweiger was here. Let us continue. 66 observed the pandemonium before it, struggling to contain its irritation. When a few puppies began a play fight in front of it, 66 could no longer hold back. Its gaze fixated on a corgi and a Shiba Inu engaged in their playful tussle. With a sudden burst of speed, 66 lunged forward like a streak of black lightning. The two small pups barely had time to react before they were pinned to the ground. The corgi struggled, but found 66's weight akin to a mountain, impossible to escape. Glancing up, it was met with 66's fierce gaze, which seemed to promise a savage intent. Instantly petrified, it stammered, What are you going to do? The Shiba Inu, equally terrified by 66's intense stare, succumbed to primal fear, wetting itself in fright. In the yard, the other dogs, witnessing 66's sudden aggression, halted their chatter and play, turning their attention towards the commotion in the live stream. What the heck is 66 going berserk? 66 is starting trouble. Quick, summon Pan Hong. Where's Pan? Someone's bullying your pup. Come quick. Yes, let them fight. This is the kind of drama we need. Don't incite trouble. You know 66's track record. It once bit someone so hard they bled. If it really goes for those puppies, the consequences could be dire. You're right. Stop the jokes. Those two dogs are genuinely at risk. Call for Pan Hong. Ji Chao, the dog trainer, chimed in. Everyone don't worry. I'm a dog trainer who studies canine behavior. 66's aggressive stance is more of a deterrent than a vicious attack. It may have triggered its territorial instincts. Oh, I see. But that is still quite dangerous. Let us hope Pan finishes eating quickly and can rein in 66. 66, satisfied with the sudden silence, surveyed the yard as all the dogs stared at it in astonishment. It proudly declared, "You are all far too noisy just now. As a wolf, one must remain cold-blooded and vigilant at all times. This is my first lesson as the Wolf King. Do you all understand?" The dogs exchanged confused glances, not fully grasping the message. A bold golden retriever finally piped up, We're dogs, not wolves. And besides, fights aren't allowed in the kennel. We'll get in trouble." 66 scoffed at the remark. "I, 66 the Great, fear no one. It appears this pack already has a Wolf King. However, it matters not. Summon it. Tell it that I, 66 the Great, challenge its position. If it dares not come, then the title of Wolf King shall be mine." At that moment, a butterfly fluttered from the front yard into the back, followed by a large white dog joyfully bounding after it. Upon noticing, 66 narrowed its eyes, and with a swift motion, struck the butterfly down. "What are you doing?" Fat Bo, the large dog, glared at 66 with discontent. Oi, you think you're the boss here?" 66 met his gaze, a smirk forming, eyes glinting with challenge. "I want to challenge you and become the new leader here. Understand?" Upon hearing this, Fat Bo, who had just experienced a shift in hierarchy that morning, quickly comprehended 66's intentions. "If you want to be the boss, go challenge Shui Gu or Bao Long. Why bother with me? I'm not one to vie for position." However, upon seeing the butterfly beneath 66's paw, Fat Bo had a sudden idea and boldly declared, "As long as you let my friend go, I'll gladly relinquish my position to you." "Friend?" 66 looked at the now distant corgi and the terrified Shiba Inu, puzzled. "I've already released them. I meant the one under your paw." 66 looked down to see the butterfly struggling beneath its paw. The creature, seemingly injured, flapped its wings frantically. Just as 66 lifted its paw, the butterfly soared back into the air. Fat Bo immediately brightened and resumed his pursuit of the butterfly. 66 was left in disbelief, watching Fat Bo frolic after the butterfly like a fool. "Is this truly the Wolf King? I was ready for a showdown, and now you're chasing butterflies?" As Fat Bo bounded farther away, 66 grew agitated, straining against its leash. "Come back. I'm challenging you. Take this seriously." Fat Bo turned back casually. "No need. I'm giving you my position." "What? You're saying you don't want a title of Wolf King and are just handing it to me? Would you forsake beauty for power? What kind of Wolf King are you?" "I'm just old 5. Fat Bo appeared puzzled. "All right, now old 5 is you, and I'm old 6. I'm not one to fight for position." 66's expression stiffened, as if turned to stone. It felt as though it had been toyed with once more. In a live stream, what has happened? I thought 66 and Fat Bo were about to fight. Ji Chow, the dog trainer. "Indeed, you're not mistaken. I'm the trainer you just saw." 66 was certainly provoking Fat Bo, and I too believe the confrontation was imminent. But who would have thought Fat Bo? Ha ha, in Fat Bo's eyes, there are only butterflies. Fortunately, Fat Bo has improved. Otherwise, a temperamental Alaskan would likely be overmatched by 66. Moreover, 66's recent provocations might be a challenge to the authority of the pack leader, aiming to replace Fat Bo as the new alpha. Alpha? But isn't Fat Bo the alpha here? Shouldn't it be the handsome one? It seems 66 has mistaken the wrong dog. So you mean if the handsome one shows up later, they might actually fight? Most likely. As the live stream buzzed with excitement, in the front yard, Fat Bo had long forgotten about his diminished status. Joyfully, he chased after butterflies. In an unfortunate mishap, he collided with Tyrannosaurus. Oblivious, Tyrannosaurus stumbled slightly and shot an annoyed glare at Fat Bo. "Fifth, what are you doing?" "Ah, fourth brother. I was just looking for you," Fat Bo replied, a sheepish expression on his face. "Looking for me for what? Are you feeling slighted as the fifth? Want to challenge my position as the fourth?" "Ah, no, fourth brother, I am now the sixth." With a chuckle, Fat Bo felt no shame. The Alaskan that just arrived this afternoon? I relinquished the fifth position to him, haha. However, he doesn't seem too satisfied, claiming he wants to be the Wolf King, to be the leader. Upon hearing this, the handsome one narrowed his pupils, his voice deepening. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. Just go see for yourself." Hee hee. "Anyway, I'm the sixth, so I'll go back to chasing butterflies now." Changing the subject, Fat Bo dashed off. Meanwhile, Tyrannosaurus strode confidently toward the backyard. Upon entering, he spotted a dazed husky standing in the open space. That bewildered look in its eyes. Surely, it was a purebred Alaskan? Oi, I heard you want to be the leader. Tyrannosaurus called out to it. Hearing the call, 66 snapped out of its stupor. Upon observing Tyrannosaurus's massive form, 66 realized why Fat Bo was unconcerned about his status. Generally, if the alpha wolf is formidable beyond challenge, the adult wolves in the pack would not dare entertain such thoughts. With the hope of becoming the alpha extinguished, they would inevitably lapse into complacency, merely chasing butterflies. However, 66 was evidently an ambitious and idealistic dog. Sensing the hostility radiating from Tyrannosaurus, 66 immediately perked up its ears and bared its fangs, displaying an intimidating demeanor. Indeed, you must be the alpha wolf here. Upon being addressed as the alpha, Tyrannosaurus perked up, adopting an enigmatic tone. Young one, if you wish to be the alpha, you must first defeat me. Only then will you have the opportunity to challenge the alpha. The latter part eluded 66, who understood only that to become the alpha, it must conquer the imposing wolf before it. Although Tyrannosaurus was considerably larger, 66 felt no fear, having previously encountered dogs of greater size. As long as it showcased its fangs and exhibited its wild nature, the fear would inevitably flicker in its opponent's eyes. Size, after all, was merely a facade. With this thought, 66 displayed its fangs, eyes wide with ferocity. This tactic might intimidate the city's pet dogs. Yet, against Tyrannosaurus, who had long been accustomed to fierce canines, it was utterly ineffective. Instead, it ignited Tyrannosaurus's competitive spirit as it growled in readiness to unleash its own fury. At that moment, in the live stream, what is happening? Are they about to fight? Where's the trainer? Someone explain. Ji Chow, the dog trainer. I'm here. Yes, 66 and Tyrannosaurus are already in battle stances. A confrontation is imminent. One side boasts the advantage in size, while the other exudes raw ferocity. Who will claim the throne of the alpha? I, Ji Chow, shall continue to narrate this epic clash. Now I declare the alpha showdown. Round 1 officially begins. This trainer, known as Ji Chow, was quite the entertainer, seizing the opportunity to commentate as the two dogs prepared to engage in battle, especially with Pan Hong absent from the stream. With his announcement, the atmosphere in the live stream surged. The news of the alpha showdown spread rapidly, and soon, the online audience swelled to over 100,000. What just happened? What occurred in those 30 minutes I was away? Is there a recap? I'm in urgent need. What is going on? ISNT Pan still absent? Who kicked me out? Pan is absent, but 66 is about to put on a show for us. Haha, allow me to summarize. 66, a newcomer to the dog park, immediately unleashed its alpha potential, aiming to dominate Pan Hong's domain. Thus, it began challenging Tyrannosaurus South, standing in the park. Oh, so that's the premise of the alpha showdown. However, Tyrannosaurus's position must be inferior to the handsome one, right? Shouldn't T66 challenge the handsome one to become the alpha? It seems 66 aims to conquer all the dogs in the park from the bottom up. Let's not even mention the puppies. 66 was just about to take on Fat Bo. Such is the nature of the alpha. I'm rooting for 66. Go 66. What is 66? The young and fearless, unafraid of tigers. How can it fear such a massive creature as Tyrannosaurus? Indeed, no Alaskan can surpass a Spanish Mastiff. Not at all. Though 66 is smaller, it possesses untamed spirit. Exactly. The bold fear nothing, and the reckless fear the desperate. 66's wildness is a trait unmatched by other dogs. Keep in mind, 66 is no ordinary dog. It is a wolf. No matter how powerful a dog, it cannot eclipse a wolf. Oh no, when Pan returns, he'll find that 66 has become the king of the park. Pan, the sky has fallen. How can my home be ransacked while I stepped out for a meal? The reversal of fate. Ha! The entertainment value is off the charts. I support 66 in becoming the king. Quick look, they are about to clash. Chapter 75. Round 1, we can observe that both competitors have completed their pre-fight warm-ups. The battle appears to be on the verge of erupting. Contestant 66 fixates intently on the Tyrannosaurus, its cold, bloodthirsty gaze akin to a glimmering dagger, poised to pierce the heart of its adversary. Such a glare sends shivers down my spine, even from behind the screen. Now, let us turn our attention to the opposing contestant, the Tyrannosaurus. In the face of 60SX's intimidating stare, the Tyrannosaurus exhibits no signs of retreat or fear. With its massive frame and weight that far surpasses that of its opponent, it radiates an air of immense confidence. The intimidation tactics seem to have faltered. 66 appears somewhat disheartened. However, upon noticing the condescending gaze of the towering Tyrannosaurus, 60SX's pride ignites fiercely. It refuses to yield. It is resolute, lowering its body. It seems poised for a sudden charge. Seeing the fierce glare directed towards it, the Tyrannosaurus remained unyielding, unlike the previous canines that had shown fear. Instead, it gazed calmly at its opponent. This enraged 66, feeling it had not received the respect befitting a wolf king. Thus, it bent its hind legs, preparing to deliver a lesson to the Tyrannosaurus. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up the dust from the ground. The Tyrannosaurus, facing this wind, squinted slightly as the dust cloud obscured its vision. Now is the moment. With a mighty roar, 66 seized the opportunity and charged forward. Ha ha! Even the heavens are aiding me. What can you do now? With a crash, the dust settled. The Tyrannosaurus opened its eyes, glancing at its slightly swollen chest, then turning to 66, who was shaking its head in bewilderment. It seems something just collided with me. Could have been you, my friend. Upon hearing this, 66, whose mind was in disarray from the impact, nearly spat blood. Oh dear, come again. Unwilling to concede, 66 gathered its spirits once more. This time, it bared its fangs and lunged ferociously at the Tyrannosaurus. However, the Tyrannosaurus merely leaped upward, its colossal form overshadowing 66, making no unnecessary movements. It descended, applying overwhelming pressure. 66 found itself immobilized, yelping in distress. How do you like that? Have you submitted? The Tyrannosaurus inquired. Not a chance. I will not yield. 66 had never endured such humiliation. Utilizing its long snout, it tilted its head and fiercely clamped down on the Tyrannosaurus's foot. The Tyrannosaurus winced in pain, disregarding everything else, and seized 66 by the fur on its neck, flinging it away. Upon impact, a large patch of skin was exposed on 60SX's neck. With its temper now fully ignited due to the bite, the Tyrannosaurus wasted no time. It charged forward with a ferocious collision against 60SX's chest. At the moment of impact, 66 felt as if it were staring into the abyss. Meanwhile, the live commentary was unfolding in real time. The battle is about to commence. We see 66 making the first move, executing a powerful headbutt. The Tyrannosaurus seems to be in peril, yet it appears unscathed. Truly, it is as solid as a rock, responding to change with unyielding strength. 66 feels as though its brains are being scrambled. 66, clearly undeterred, launches another assault, this time aiming for the Tyrannosaurus's vulnerable areas. How ruthless. Yet, the Tyrannosaurus leaps and easily counters 60SX's attack, delivering a crushing blow. 66 is utterly suppressed. The Tyrannosaurus has concluded the match. Let us congratulate. Wait. 66 refuses to concede, seizing the opportunity to ambush and latch onto the Tyrannosaurus's paw. The Tyrannosaurus appears to be genuinely enraged. My goodness, it has flung 66 far away, creating a beautiful arc in the air. How swift! Before 66 can react, the Tyrannosaurus strikes again with a powerful charge, akin to 60SX's headbutt. But what will be the outcome? Another graceful arc in the air. Is the Tyrannosaurus not going to relent? I had thought 66 to be the agile one, and the Tyrannosaurus the powerhouse. But it seems the Tyrannosaurus, with its sheer size and strength, is equally swift. Once again, the Tyrannosaurus charges, and I wonder how 66 will respond. 66. Brother, don't charge. You concede. You concede? 66 feels as if it will soon face its demise. In the presence of absolute power, even the dignity of the Wolf King must bow. The Tyrannosaurus skidded to a halt before 66. Do you truly concede? Indeed, I yield. Good. In the spirit of the arena, let's leave it at that. The Tyrannosaurus displayed an air of superiority. Acknowledging 60's submission, it prepared to depart. Watching the Tyrannosaurus stride away with an air of triumph, 66, though defeated, found its long-held pride still flickering within. Struggling to rise, it called out to the Tyrannosaurus, "Oi, while I may not be able to best you now, you merely possess a physical advantage. I will grow stronger. One day, I shall defeat you. For now, I may acknowledge you as the Wolf King, but I am merely second best. However, mark my words, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the humble wolf." Upon finishing, 66 felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. Though it had faced defeat, it did so with dignity. Deep down, it firmly believed that it was destined to be the Wolf King. Yet, the path to such a title was fraught with trials and tribulations. Nevertheless, these challenges were merely stepping stones in its journey. After all, the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon those destined for greatness, first testing their resolve and fortitude. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus turned its head back, speaking nonchalantly. "No, you are mistaken." "What do you mean?" 66, incensed, retorted. "You do not believe that one day I will defeat you? What arrogance!" "No, what I mean is," the Tyrannosaurus continued with a hint of solemnity, "I'm not a Wolf King. I am merely the fourth in this canine arena, and you are not the second. You are the fifth." 66. The Tyrannosaurus's words struck like lightning, leaving 66 in utter disbelief. "What? After all this battling, I am still the fifth? You must be joking. Is it not true, my friend? You are indeed the fifth. I, however, am merely the fourth. In this arena, there are others who surpass me." 66, incredulous, asked, "Are there truly others stronger than you?" The Tyrannosaurus nodded calmly. "Indeed, there are. In the Panhong Dog Arena, there are several who match my strength, totaling 4, all formidable heroes in the current version. As long as you could defeat us 4, becoming the leader will pose no issue. However, you may have already encountered them during lunch. For instance, there is the distinguished Rottweiler known as Handsome." At this, 66 paused, contemplating. It indeed recalled a commanding black Rottweiler among the pack during lunch. Yet, upon further reflection, it realized that the Rottweiler did not appear significantly larger than itself. "Are you suggesting that he is your superior?" "Close enough. And, if I defeat him, you will submit to me?" "Absolutely." "Haha, very well. Your ability to defeat me merely stems from your advantage in size. I, at 66, am an invincible entity within the same weight class." With newfound confidence, 66 declared, "Bring it forth. I shall challenge it. The throne of the Wolf King is destined to be mine today." Chapter 76. Round 2. As the audience in the live broadcast eagerly watched, we observed the moment when Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to engage with King 66. In a gesture recognized in the canine realm as a sign of submission, King 66 rolled over, exposing his belly. This indicated that our King 66 had succumbed. Let us extend our congratulations to Tyrannosaurus Rex for triumphing in the first round of the Wolf King Championship. Upon witnessing Tyrannosaurus Rex pinning King 66 down, the commentator declared the victor. The live chat erupted. "Come on, King 66. Rise and continue fighting. 66. My dear 66. Aren't you the Wolf King? How could you have lost? What a sham. Don't be disheartened. Did you genuinely believe a husky could prevail over a Spanish Mastiff? Even a real wolf would find it difficult to contend with the might of Tyrannosaurus Rex. It must be said, the mere fact that King 66 dared to face off against a Spanish Mastiff is commendable, but as for victory, that's merely wishful thinking. However, this is a blessing in disguise. Perhaps after being thoroughly bested by Tyrannosaurus Rex, 66 will gain a clearer perspective on reality and cease his reckless behavior towards other pets. Now I understand why Panhong tossed 66 into the backyard and left. It seems she intended for the handsome Tyrannosaurus Rex to temper 66's arrogance. Indeed, It makes sense. I wondered why the host had not appeared. Now I see. Tyrannosaurus rex can indeed curb 66 arrogance. But to be frank, I believe the reason the handsome one holds the top position is not solely due to his strength, but rather his closer relationship with Panhong. Other dogs, like Tyrannosaurus rex, yield to him out of fear of Panhong. Absolutely. As previously mentioned, the hierarchy among dogs is often influenced by their owner's attitudes. Tyrannosaurus rex's victory over 66 is largely attributed to his sheer size. After all, a mere insect cannot shake a great tree. But the handsome one, isn't he of a similar stature to 66? Indeed, 66 has awakened his primal instincts. I came across a video from 60SAXS owner stating that he was undefeated in past fights. Thus, among dogs of similar size, 66 should be invincible. I eagerly anticipate the handsome one facing off against 66. Perhaps our King 66 could regain some confidence. Are you saying that the husky in the backyard was pinned down and thoroughly defeated by you? Observing the exuberant Tyrannosaurus rex recounting his valor, the handsome one appeared skeptical. Do you truly believe that your physique can surpass mine? I have faith that you can best it, but are you suggesting that it surrendered to you without a fight? That it begged for mercy before you even laid a paw on it? Indeed. And now it threatens to challenge me? Yes, Tyrannosaurus rex nodded. Is this correct? The handsome one regarded him with disbelief. It is true. It has indeed tasked me with delivering a message, seeking to challenge you and usurp your position. Tyrannosaurus rex wore an expression akin to I must be lying. I am a dog. However, dear one, that husky seems boisterous, yet in reality, it lacks substance. It appears to be one of those city dogs, puffed up with unwarranted confidence. I nearly knocked it out cold, and yet it continues to bluster. Just a moment. Do not simply overpower it. Allow it to showcase its abilities fully, and then defeat it when it is at its most confident. Only then will it accept its defeat. Understood. I shall coax it into the fight. The handsome one appeared exasperated. Then lead the way. Let me witness the true nature of this husky. Soon, under the guidance of Tyrannosaurus rex, the handsome one arrived before King 66 in the backyard. Hey, I heard you wish to challenge me. The handsome one addressed 66. Upon hearing this, 66 raised his gaze, first assessing the imposing Tyrannosaurus rex, and then turning to the similarly sized Rottweiler. Confidence surged within him. Firstly, I do not respond to hey. You may refer to me as King 66. Secondly, I understand your status surpasses that of Tyrannosaurus rex. The handsome one nodded. Huh, how amusing. 66 chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. He then turned to the handsome one. I am unaware of the schemes you employed to best Tyrannosaurus rex. But now you face me. I shall afford you no opportunity for treachery. Your status is mine to claim. The handsome one cast a glance at Tyrannosaurus rex, questioning the latter's sanity. Tyrannosaurus rex returned the look, affirming, did I not tell you? Quite the loudmouth, utterly unyielding. The handsome one, not one for idle threats, turned back to 66 and stated, you are injured. Come seek me out once you have healed. No need, 66 retorted. I have previously vanquished all challengers, even those larger than myself. Tyrannosaurus rex is merely an exception. However, our sizes are comparable, and dealing with you will be a trivial matter. In response to 60SAXS provocation, the handsome one remained unfazed, shaking his head. If that is the case, then let us proceed. At this moment, the live chat buzzed with excitement. Look, the handsome one seems to have arrived. Goodness, it truly is him. He approaches 66 directly. Is a confrontation imminent? Is there a dog translator? I wish to know what they are discussing. Uncertain of their conversation, yet the tension is palpable, particularly from 66, whose expression and tone seem to suggest provocation. In a live broadcast, the dog trainer observed the postures of 66 and the handsome one with keen interest, and then energetically typed, Brothers, I did not anticipate our reunion would be so swift. Indeed, you have guessed correctly. The handsome one has come to accept King 60SAXS challenge. The two dogs have already exchanged verbal barbs before the match. Now, while the competitors warm up, allow me to introduce the participants of the second round of the Wolf King Championship. On one side, we have the well-known King 66, an awakened husky who, after experiencing defeat against larger canines, has returned to the arena. This time, facing an opponent of equal size in the Rottweiler. Will he redeem himself and regain his confidence? Or will he depart in shame, reminiscing about his past glories? Now, let us turn our attention to the other contender, Rottweiler Handsome. As a canine of higher status than Tyrannosaurus rex, he has always been shrouded in mystery. Is his esteemed position in the canine world a result of his own prowess, or the favoritism of Pan Hong? In the upcoming battle, 66 versus Handsome, the answers to these two enigmas shall be revealed simultaneously. The grand battle is about to commence. Chapter 77. The defeated eat dust. Are you certain you wish to challenge me while injured? Observing 66, with its fangs bared and tail held high, poised for action, the handsome one remained as steadfast as a mountain, yet could not resist offering a warning. Ha! That is not an injury. It is a medal upon the king's body. 66 narrowed its eyes momentarily, casting a glance at the observing Tyrannosaurus. Hey, big guy, watch closely as I defeat your elder brother. Don't forget your promise afterward. The Tyrannosaurus exchanged glances with the handsome one. It seemed to envision the moment it triumphed over the Rottweiler before it. The entire wolf pack roaring in celebration of its kingship, with the Tyrannosaurus bowing before it. At this moment, 66 was invigorated, cruelly licking its own fangs, then lunging forward. Its forelimbs were about to rest on the shoulders of the handsome one, while its teeth aimed viciously at the handsome one's throat. Yet in that instant of 66's attack, the handsome one's gaze sharpened with an intensity that was striking. However, it did not retaliate directly. Instead, it deftly evaded 66's fangs with a swift head movement, and then retreated, causing 66 to miss its mark. Although the handsome one emerged unscathed, viewers in the live stream perceived the first round as a clear advantage for 66, rendering the handsome one somewhat disheveled. On the other side, 66 quickly adjusted its form after the failed strike, its expression turning grave. Such speed, it must be an agile wolf. However, what can agility accomplish in the face of overwhelming strength? With a cunning glint in its eyes, 66 altered its strategy this time, opting not to charge directly. Instead, it approached slowly, baring its teeth in a menacing display. When only half a meter apart from the handsome one, it lunged once more. At this proximity, the handsome one failed to evade. Struck by 66, it staggered back, nearly losing its footing. Seizing the moment, 66 clamped its jaws around the handsome one's nape, and soon the two dogs were entangled in a fierce struggle. The scene became chaotic, with 66 occasionally dominating while the handsome one skillfully dodged 66's onslaught, even managing to mount 66 on several occasions. Their relentless attacks transformed the arena into a whirlwind of dust, startling the birds from the trees. Witnessing such an intense clash, the fans in the live stream held their breath. Ji Chao, the dog trainer, exclaimed, "Wow, this is utterly exhilarating." Although 66 has faced defeat, it does not wallow in despair. From its sharp attacks, one cannot tell that it has just endured a setback. No, at this moment, its spirit transcends that of a mere dog. It is a true wolf king. As for the handsome one, as the top dog in the arena, the handsome one appears somewhat beleaguered, continuously on the defensive, with only a few counterattacks to momentarily suppress 66, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. Had it not been for the handsome one's remarkable agility, this battle might have already concluded. Is the top dog of the Pan Hong dog arena about to be usurped? In the live stream, wow, watching these two dogs fight has me utterly exhilarated. Pan Hong, help out. Your place is about to be stolen. Haha, when Pan Hong gets home, 66 will have become the king of the arena. It will turn into 66 loves Pan Hong. Go 66. Forever the Wolf King. Indeed, 66 is the invincible existence of its kind. May I point out that the handsome one has hardly launched any attacks throughout? The tedious game should come to an end. In just 2 short minutes, 66 had executed over a dozen attacks. Each time, it felt confident in suppressing its opponent. Yet, for reasons unknown, it could not achieve a decisive victory. The handsome one stood before 66 like an indomitable cockroach, appearing somewhat ragged, yet exuding an air of calmness even more pronounced than that of 66. Frustrated, 66 resolved to end the contest. Once more, baring its teeth with a fierce expression, it crept closer to the handsome one until their noses nearly touched. This time, I shall see how you evade. I will unleash my ultimate strike. Let us settle this in one decisive blow. The Wolf King shall be I, 66. With that, it let out a fierce howl and lunged forward, teeth aiming for the handsome one's throat. At that moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in the handsome one's eyes, like a protagonist in a fantastical tale achieving a breakthrough in the heat of battle. The entire demeanor of the handsome one seemed to undergo a transformation. No more pretense. I shall reveal my true self. Just as 66's sharp fangs were about to sink into its throat, the handsome one suddenly lifted its forelimbs, seizing 66's head with surprising strength. Then, with a powerful twist, it slammed 66 down to the ground. In the astonished gaze of over 100,000 viewers in the live stream, and under the amused eyes of the Tyrannosaurus, 66 was hurled to the ground with a resounding thud. The defeated now tasted dust. Is this truly your strongest strike? The handsome one looked down at the struggling 66. You have lost. With your capabilities, perhaps you should challenge Fat Bo instead. Oh, right, Fat Bo is old Liu. You need not bother with that. At that moment, in the live stream, Ji Chao exclaimed. The handsome one began poorly, made numerous blunders, was caught in a fierce struggle, and ultimately faced defeat. Any victory statements from the handsome one? Huh, what has happened? Did anyone see what transpired moments ago? How did 66 get thrown? And the handsome one appears entirely unscathed. My goodness, is this the true essence of martial prowess, where speed prevails? Could it be that the handsome one had been concealing its strength, only revealing it when 66 unleashed its strongest strike? I must review the replay. In the live stream, has King 66 been defeated again? No, my King 66. I refuse to believe it. Stand up, 66. You are the Wolf King who has awakened its primal instincts. I will send you a massive rocket. Ha! It seems 66's dream of being a Wolf King is shattered. Having bullied pet dogs in the city, it has finally learned its place in reality. No, our King 66 shall never concede. As the audience fervently debated in the live stream, 66, feeling the intense pain radiating from its back, was engulfed in disbelief. Just moments ago, it had unleashed its most powerful strike, feeling victory was within its grasp. Yet now, it found its head firmly clamped in midair. A surge of brute force coursed through its body, causing it to lose balance and spin 180 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. How have I lost? Raising its head to meet the indifferent gaze of the handsome one. Memories of the battle flooded back. Throughout the encounter, the handsome one had hardly moved its jaw. It had primarily evaded and occasionally used its position to impose pressure, ultimately finishing with a simple takedown using its forelimbs. 66's pride endured a catastrophic blow. The entirety of the dog fell silent, ensnared in profound self-doubt. Is this truly the essence of a wolf pack? It dawned on 66 just how feeble its strength was within this hierarchy. Wait, so you're the Wolf King here? 66 gazed up at the handsome figure, her expression a blend of reluctance and curiosity. The handsome one glanced at her and replied, No, I am merely the third in line. There are two above me. According to tradition, I should introduce you to Dogo. Upon uttering this, he suddenly noticed that the little assistant had also appeared in the backyard, seated beside the Tyrannosaurus, engrossed in the spectacle. Upon hearing that there were two wolves even more formidable than the handsome one, a wave of despair washed over 66. Who are those two? Which one is Dogo? The handsome one gestured with his chin towards the Tyrannosaurus and Do-Z, saying, The one beside the Tyrannosaurus is Dogo, and the leader of the dog arena is our master, the very human who brought you here. You are to address him as master from now on. At this revelation, 66 was momentarily taken aback. She turned a glance at Do-Z, incredulously asking, You mean that little one is actually the second in command, superior to both you and the Tyrannosaurus? Indeed, but you should refer to him as Dogo. Huh, what a jest. If I were to defeat him, would I not usurp his position? Upon hearing this, the handsome one's gaze sharpened with intensity. The condition for challenging Dogu is that you must simultaneously defeat both me and the Tyrannosaurus. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Faced with the handsome one's piercing stare and the imposing figure of the Tyrannosaurus, 66 swallowed hard, skepticism etched on her face. He is so diminutive. Why do you all submit to him? Am I truly inferior to him? Because we share a bond forged through life and death, the handsome one said, closing his eyes and shaking his head. The world is not merely about conflict. It is about the intricacies of canine relationships. Your fixation on achieving dominance through violence is not a commendable pursuit. 66, growing agitated at his words, countered, do you not yearn to break free from these shackles and attain true liberty? The handsome one paused, momentarily perplexed by the unfamiliar term. What is freedom? Freedom. Freedom. Is the world beyond these walls? With an earnest gaze, 66 revealed her innermost thoughts. Let me share a secret. This chain cannot confine me, and this wall is mere child's play. I could leave at any moment. Yet, witnessing you, my kind, languishing beneath the yoke of a human servant, I suddenly find myself reluctant to depart alone. I wish to awaken you. I seek to ignite your primal instincts. Join me in returning to the plains, to form a true pack, to become a genuinely free wolf. Do you not desire this? At her fervent words, the handsome one tilted his head, seemingly lost in contemplation. He then looked up at 66 and replied, but I am a dog, and so are you. 66 fell silent. Chapter 78. Confrontation suddenly recalling something. 66 lifted its head to gaze at the handsome figure before it. Wait, you just mentioned who the boss here is? My master, Pan Hong. The very one who brought you here, came the reply. Just him. A spark of realization ignited within 66. It acknowledged that it could not contend with the Tyrannosaurus and the handsome one. However, a mere human, it could not help but reminisce about its brief yet glorious canine life. In its memory, humans were merely subservient beings, catering to its every need, cleaning up after it, and providing sustenance. Moreover, it was not just itself. Other dogs also had a couple of these human servants by their sides. Should a servant dare to anger the Wolf King, they would naturally face retribution. In 60SIXS recollection, humans were a notably timid species. The moment it bared its teeth and assumed a fierce demeanor, no human would dare to stand firm. Throughout its journey to the dog arena, it had bitten numerous humans. Only the last one, a certain manager Huang, seemed to possess some courage, yet even he fell victim to its bite. As for Pan Hong, he appeared to be nothing more than a loudmouth, never daring to approach the cage, ultimately resorting to cautiously lifting himself with a stick. Clearly, he was a soft target. Such a feeble creature was the Wolf King of this pack. 66 found it hard to believe, yet simultaneously, it felt a surge of confidence. If it could defeat Pan Hong directly, it would ascend to the position of Wolf King. This way, it could lead all the wolves back to the grasslands and establish its own empire. There was still hope. The fire of determination reignited in 60SX's eyes. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Pan Hong had just slurped up a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles. Upon checking his phone and opening the live stream, he was momentarily dazzled. What the heck, bro? What on earth is happening? In just the time it took to eat a meal, how did the online viewer count skyrocket to over 500,000? This makes no sense. Pan Hong initially thought he had entered the wrong live stream. Yet upon recognizing the familiar dog arena in the live footage and his own ID, he realized it was indeed his stream. No way. During my time in the live stream, the viewer count should have been much lower. How come just by showing a few dogs, it could draw so many viewers? As he navigated to the gift page, he exclaimed, "Who sent all these rockets? Who are they for? I'm not even in the stream. Forget it from now on. I might as well just count my money at home instead of live streaming." Then he glanced at the comments section. The Wolf King competition has ended. 66 lost twice. What a pity. What pity. The Tyrannosaurus and the handsome one are the top fighters of Pan Hong's dog arena. 60SIX's loss is justified. After all, having stayed in the city for too long, the rural dogs are not easily provoked. 66 may have lost to humans, but it dared to confront the Spanish Mastiff. I would be intimidated too if I faced such a large dog. 66 is forever the Wolf King in my heart. The Wolf King never submits. Indeed, although 66 lost twice, did you see it yield? Truly a dog that evokes the wild spirit of the Wolf King. All right. Life boils down to two words: defiance. Pan Hong thinks he can tame it. Good luck with that. What? The Wolf King competition? What kind of nonsense is this? Pan Hong began to understand the surge in viewer interest. He clicked on the replay of the stream, playing it at triple speed. So many viewers are here to watch the dogs fight. While I was away, 66 thought it could stir up trouble and claim dominance in my dog arena. Not a chance. It dared to challenge the Tyrannosaurus? Impressive. 66 has some spirit. Another challenge against the handsome one. Well, the handsome one is a dog king I trained personally. You have no idea of its power. Now you understand the harshness of the outside world, don't you? I wonder if 66 still has that confidence of the Wolf King after being trounced by the Tyrannosaurus and the handsome one. He then closed the replay and turned his attention to 66, who lay on the ground in disarray. Let me hear. Are you feeling submissive now? Pan Hong activated a skill to eavesdrop on 60 SXS thoughts. 66. Bite Pan Hong to death. I want to bite Pan Hong to death. Pan Hong. Upon hearing 60 SXS thoughts, Pan Hong was bewildered. Wait, bro. It was the Tyrannosaurus and the handsome one who took you down? What does that have to do with me? Why do you want to bite me to death? He continued to eavesdrop on 60 SXS thoughts and suddenly understood. So you still harbor ambitions of being the Wolf King? Knowing I am the master of this dog arena, you wish to usurp my position? It seems you are looking for another round of defeat. What? You aspire to be the Wolf King and lead the dogs in my arena back to the grasslands? Bro, do you really think the other side of the wall is freedom? Surviving outside this arena for 3 months would be impressive for you. Pan Hong wiped his mouth, settled the bill, and drove toward the dog arena. Upon arrival, he headed straight to the backyard to find 66. First, he made an appearance in the live stream. At that moment, the viewer count had dropped again due to the conclusion of the Wolf King competition. However, as soon as Pan Hong appeared in the dog arena, the numbers began to rise rapidly. Wow, Pan Hong is here. Host, you finally arrived. Did you know 66 almost took over your place? Thanks to the Tyrannosaurus and the handsome one, or else the host would have been dethroned. 66 is too entertaining. Who kicked me? Is 66 going for another match? No, it's Pan Hong who has arrived. Then why kick me? I don't watch unless it's 66. Pan Hong. Goodness, is this my live stream or 60 SIXS? He thought, exhaling. He then unleashed an atomic breath followed by an exaggerated gesture of the great wilderness prison sky finger. Bro, I just had a meal, and what the heck happened? I heard 66 is trying to turn the tables. It truly thinks it can dominate my dog arena. But, hey, I watched the replay. The Tyrannosaurus and the handsome one have already taught a lesson. Now, I wonder if it still possesses that delusion of being the Wolf King. With that, he dramatically danced towards 66. Upon spotting Pan Hong, 66 immediately stood up, baring its teeth in a challenge. Its hind legs bent, ready to spring forth. You have finally arrived, human servant. Once I defeat you, I shall be the Wolf King here. With unwavering focus, 66's gaze locked on a Pan Hong, and it cruelly licked its tongue. Still quite arrogant, are we? Pan Hong halted at a certain distance, and, at that moment, 66 lunged at him like a ravenous wolf. However, just as its sharp teeth were about to make contact with Pan Hong, a sharp pain shot through its neck, halting its advance. It turned out the length of the chain had reached its limit. Woof! Whiff, 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 whiff. 66 frantically bared its teeth, just 5 centimeters away from Pan Hong. Pan Hong, smiling, gently patted its head before turning to face the live stream, his expression suddenly transforming into one of cruelty. All right, you've already been taken down twice. Still daring to bare your teeth at me? Let me interpret your psyche for everyone. What is going on with 66? It has longed to be the Wolf King since childhood, nearly driving itself mad, treating the dogs in my arena as its wolf pack. Everyone knows that to become the king of the wolves, one must vanquish the reigning monarch. Just now, it mistook the Tyrannosaurus and the handsome figure for the king of this realm, which led to the so-called royal competition among wolves. However, it has now realized that neither the Tyrannosaurus nor the handsome figure holds that title. It is I, Pansy, who truly reigns. Therefore, it now seeks to eliminate me and usurp my position. I have raised dogs for 3 generations, and this is the only one that has ever attempted to dethrone me. How can this be tolerated? This cannot be tolerated. Let's confront it. Chapter 79. What? The head coach is warming up. As the live stream began to fill with viewers, Pan Hong turned decisively, rolled up his sleeves, and strode confidently towards 66, displaying no hint of trepidation. 66, fixated on Pan Hong, was wary. Having witnessed Pan Hong's cunning before, it refrained from lunging directly at him this time. Instead, it lay on the ground, tongue lolling out, feigning a state of exhaustion while calculating Pan Hong's distance with its sidelong glance. Oh, what a crafty creature, pretending to be dormant to lure the enemy. Noticing 60SX's non-threatening demeanor, Pan Hong couldn't help but scoff internally at the wolf's fade. While it yearned to sink its teeth into him, it maintained an air of indifference. This 66 not only possessed the wildness of a wolf, but also its slyness. As Pan Hong inched closer, the handsome dog beside him suddenly perked up, clearly sensing the hidden aggression simmering beneath 60SX's calm exterior. However, Pan Hong waved his hand, signaling the handsome dog to remain seated. In the live stream, the audience buzzed with excitement. What? The head coach is warming up. Could it be that Pan Hong, as the owner of the dog training center, will participate in the Wolf King Championship? This is utterly unbelievable. Moreover, we noticed that Pan Hong isn't using any protective gear, not even bite-resistant gloves. This reminds me of the time the host jumped into a dog cage alone, single-handedly subduing the formidable Fat Bo Wong. Could it be that Pan Hong intends to create another classic moment, going into battle barehanded? But this time, his opponent is the formidable 66. Though Tyrannosaurus and Handsome Dog are large and sturdy, if Pan Hong, a human hero, were to be bitten by 66, the consequences would be unimaginable. The viewers continue to express their astonishment. Is Pan Hong really that fearless? He is not wearing any protective gear. As a fellow dog trainer, I am genuinely in awe of the host. Wait, don't get too carried away, host. If you get hurt, who will take care of us? Seriously, you're going to confront that husky? I genuinely fear it could be the end for you. Just look at how it attacked Tyrannosaurus and Handsome Dog, always aiming for the throat and knowing how to strike from multiple angles. Will we ever see you again, Pansy? Please, take care of yourself. Without you, how will I survive? Closer, just a bit closer. Closer still, cunning human servant. I do not know what means you have employed to subjugate my kind. This time, I shall rescue them. At this distance, you cannot escape. Listening to 60SX's thoughts and observing the barely contained ferocity in its expression, Pan Hong's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued to approach leisurely. The entire dog training center was eerily still. Even the slightest breeze seemed absent. When Pan Hong was approximately 1 meter away from 66, he noticed a sudden spark of intensity in the narrowed eyes of the wolf. In an instant, 66 sprang to its feet, muscles coiling as it lunged toward Pan Hong with a vicious snarl, its fangs aimed directly at his throat. The movement was fluid and swift, as if choreographed. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly dormant 66 had launched itself into the air, its lethal intent unmistakable. In that moment, as 66 initiated its attack, Tyrannosaurus was still processing the situation, while Handsome Dog darted forward like a streak of black lightning. However, it was still several meters away from Pan Hong, while 66 was already within striking distance. The audience in the live stream gasped, momentarily forgetting to breathe. They had assumed Pan Hong was merely there to intimidate 66, to create some dramatic effect. Little did they know, this time he was serious. The title of Wolf King was within 60SX's grasp. In 60SX's pupils, Pan Hong's face loomed larger, as if it were mere inches away. Just as 66 believed it was destined to claim the title of Wolf King, it suddenly felt an abrupt constriction around its neck, as if a golden band had tightened around its throat. The force of its leap continued forward, but its neck was held fast in midair, causing its body to flip upright. A violent sensation of suffocation followed. Handsome Dog halted mid-stride, staring in disbelief at Pan Hong's hand gripping 60SX's throat, rendering the wolf utterly bewildered. Watching 66 flail helplessly in the air, Tyrannosaurus's eyes widened, realizing this was a true martial arts master at work. The tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream watched in astonishment as the once ferocious 66 struggled fruitlessly against the immovable Pan Hong. The sudden twist of events left them utterly stunned. Meanwhile, in Haiyuan County, at the First People's Hospital, Director Huang, who had just received a rabies vaccination and had his foot bandaged and suspended, was groaning in discomfort. "Director, are you all right? We came to see you," several employees, led by old Liu, called out from outside the ward. Director Huang quickly covered his face with his hands. "Oh dear, what are you all doing here? I thought I told you not to come." Old Liu, eager to console him, replied, "Director Huang, with such serious injuries, how could we not come and check on you?" To his surprise, this remark only agitated Director Huang further. "What serious injuries? Who said I was seriously hurt? Are you a doctor? I've dealt with all manner of dogs in my 3 generations of pet transportation. Today, I simply let my guard down, understand?" Old Liu quickly realized the truth. Indeed, Director Huang had sustained significant injuries, a fact evident to all present. Unable to lie, he adjusted his approach to offer comfort. "Director Huang, this incident truly isn't your fault. You know our veteran, Master Huang? He used to run a dog training center and has been with our pet transport center for 6 or 7 years. He is someone who never backs down from a challenge. Yet, upon hearing that 66 was coming today, he took leave out of fear of tarnishing his reputation. Why? Because that 66 is a beast that has tasted human blood, awakened its primal instincts. Not only you and Master Huang, but even Pan Hong, who boasts about how many dogs he has trained, is a loss against 66. Upon hearing this, Director Huang's expression softened as he looked to the others for confirmation. Really? The group nodded vigorously. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Director Huang nodded. Indeed, that husky named 66 is beyond even Pan Hong's abilities to train. Seeing Director Huang's mood improve, old Liu seized the moment, saying, "Director, you mustn't doubt it. Pan Hong is currently live streaming his training session with 66. Why don't we take out our phones and watch together?" Director Huang's interest peaked at the thought of witnessing Pan Hong, who had boldly boasted earlier that day, possibly facing a challenge. If Pan Hong, too, found himself at a loss against 66, it would level the playing field. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Come, bring my trifold large-screen phone. Let us all watch together and see how 66 takes on Pan Hong." Before long, someone retrieved his phone. With a flourish, Director Huang opened his trifold device, launched the Douyin app, and entered Pan Hong's live stream, just in time to see him approaching 66. Suddenly, 66 launched a lethal strike at Pan Hong. Pan Hong raised his arm, intercepting 66's body, which was then instantaneously obliterated. Manager Huang, old Liu, the crowd. A moment of silence ensued. Old Liu turned to Manager Huang, giving a thumbs up. "Manager, your phone is remarkable. It folds thrice, and no matter how it bends, it maintains its elegance." Chapter 80. The relentless Wolf King awakens from its dream. The thunderous roar of 2 cannons evokes the bond between master and servant. The live stream erupted with a flurry of exclamations. "What the heck? What has happened? This is unbelievable." As an adult husky, 66 must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds. It's nearly impossible for an average person to lift it. This is no ordinary feat. You must possess superhuman strength. Remember, 66 was abruptly halted mid-leap. There's inertia and impact to consider. How terrifying. "Ji Chao, as a dog trainer, please enlighten us." Ji Chao responded, "Do not speak. As a fellow trainer, I am utterly bewildered. In its presence, I feel like a novice. Can training dogs truly be executed in such a manner? What have I been doing all this time?" At this moment, several seconds had passed since 66 initiated its attack. It finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Here it was, a defiant Wolf King, now effortlessly lifted by a mere human with a single hand. Its eyes were filled with disbelief, and it struggled frantically, yet that hand clamped around its neck like a vice. The more it fought, the more it found itself gasping for breath. In a state of denial, it continued its desperate thrashing until it nearly lost consciousness from lack of oxygen. Only then did it feel the pressure ease, and it collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Looking up at the figure of Pan Hong, it still yearned to bite, but lacked the strength to move. In that moment, its entire worldview as a wolf collapsed. From a young age, for the sake of its dream of becoming the Wolf King, 66 had fought valiantly. As a ruler, none dared challenge its authority. Those who displeased it were swiftly dealt with. Even its most loyal human servant could not escape its wrath if it felt its dominance was infringed upon. Alas, the urban jungle was too fragmented for true wolf packs to form. Upon arriving at Pan Hong's dog training facility, witnessing numerous wolves cohabitating, its aspirations swelled beyond measure. Yet, these wolves regarded themselves as mere dogs, submissive to a human servant. It resolved to defeat that cunning human, liberate all the wolves, and lead them over the high walls in pursuit of genuine freedom. This thought surged to its peak as it launched a lethal strike towards Pan Hong. However, in the next instant, the flame of its dreams was extinguished by Pan Hong's hand. It felt defiant and resentful, yet utterly powerless. 66. Do you still consider yourself the Wolf King? Pan Hong flashed a wide grin, noticing 66's evident fatigue. In response to Pan Hong's provocation, 66 merely huffed in indignation. Still unyielding, are we? Pan Hong seized 66's ear and mounted it, addressing the live stream. How do you feel now? Are you still defiant? Still claim the title of Wolf King? Being mounted is a display of submission in canine behavior. Though aware it could not outmatch Pan Hong, the ingrained notion of pride surged within, culminating in a deep sense of shame as it faced human dominance. Reflexively, it bared its fangs. The livestream viewers erupted with enthusiasm. Long live King 66. Never yield. I'm brought to tears. 66 remains defiant, truly worthy of being a Wolf King. Though defeated, it shall remain honorable. In my heart, 66 is still the Wolf King. I see an indomitable spirit in this husky. Meanwhile, my own foolish dog only knows how to wreak havoc. How can the disparity between dogs be so vast? Forever voicing support for King 66. Observing the fervent support flooding the comments, Pan Hong retorted, "For those lamenting for 66, would you like me to send it to your home?" "Oh no, I just realized my husky is actually quite adorable." Gazing back at the snarling 66, Pan Hong remarked, "Still snarling, are we? Even at this juncture, you still aspire to be the Wolf King?" Pan Hong swiftly delivered 3 swift strikes to 66's muzzle, just enough to leave it bewildered without causing harm. Instantly, 66 ceased its show of defiance. "There you see, all is well now." Pan Hong beamed with satisfaction. The live stream buzzed with comments. "A miracle worker. The remedy is effective. The host is truly a healer. Next time my girlfriend snarls, I'll try 3 strikes too." "Hey, don't. I was just joking." "Haha. Give it a shot, and you might regret it." At that moment, a live connection suddenly appeared in the stream. Pan Hong recognized it as 66's owner and promptly accepted the call. "Hello, nail artist. You're here." The young woman replied, "I just want to see how 66 is faring under training. It's nothing serious, just a bit of discipline. You're not too harsh, are you?" With a sigh, she continued, "Alas, I've spoiled 66 so much that unless it faces some hardship, it won't change its ways. As long as the host can rectify it, these are mere trifles." Pan Hong immediately gave her a thumbs up. "You're quite understanding. Now 66. Look up and see who this is. Do you recognize them?" Pan Hong waved his hand in front of 66. Upon lifting its gaze, it spotted its human servant and instinctively bared its fangs. "Oh, still showing your teeth, are we?" Pan Hong, irritated, promptly delivered 2 more strikes to 66, maintaining the same gentle force. Instantly, 66's arrogance dissipated, and it ceased its display of defiance. "How does that feel, young lady? Are you satisfied?" Pan Hong grinned widely. "Ha ha, very much so." The young woman mirrored his satisfaction. However, Pan Hong suddenly shifted tones. Although 66's confidence as a Wolf King has been significantly diminished, it has awakened its wild instincts. To return to a pet-like state, it will require time to adjust. You see, its previous worldview has shattered, and it is currently in the process of reconstructing a new perspective. Thus, it will need to remain at the training facility for a while longer before I can send it back to you. The young woman nodded earnestly. "All right, I trust you. Host, Meanwhile, in the live stream, a chorus of 60 success devoted followers began to lament. Please don't undo the wild spirit you've ignited in 66, Pan Hong. Oh no, is my King 66 going to disappear? I refuse to believe that. King 66 is an indomitable spirit and will never yield to Pan Hong's tyranny. Rise, King 66. Return, King 66, my proudest belief. The Wolf King so vividly etched in my memory. Tears flow unbidden. Pan Hong. Chapter 81. The King of Escaped Falsehoods, all of it. This world is certainly not as it appears. No, I am the Wolf King. I ought to be the Wolf King. Why? Why? I cannot discern. Observing 66, who lay on the ground engulfed in despair, Pan Hong could only shake his head in resignation. This 66 was obstinate to a fault, a true embodiment of stubbornness. From a young age, it had lived within the confines of its self-constructed world of the Wolf King, steadfast in its beliefs until now, self-brainwashing at its finest, tricking not only its companions but itself as well. Now, having departed from an environment that indulged and pampered it, it found itself in Pan Hong's dog training facility. The shock of the real world delivered a devastating blow to its previously held worldview. The indifference of Fat Bo, the enormity of the Tyrannosaurus, the disdain of the handsome man, and the position occupied by the diminutive Doozy, especially when confronted by Pan Hong, a human. It felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and despair. Each incident replayed in its mind like demons, whispering the unreality of this world. Its past experiences clashed with the present reality like two magnets of the same polarity, forever repelling each other, never to coexist. 60's worldview was indeed in utter disarray. I'm a dog, and so are you. At that moment, a sudden phrase from the handsome man echoed in its ears, causing its expression to freeze, as though it had been petrified. I am a dog? I'm just a dog? This thought inexplicably surged within 60's mind. In the next instant, alarms blared within its consciousness, and it shook its head vigorously. No, I'm not a dog. I'm a wolf. A wolf destined to become the Wolf King. Everything here is a lie. Yes, all of it is false. I am the Wolf King. I should be on the prairie. I should not remain here. Beyond that wall lies freedom. I must escape. Having closed the live stream, Pan Hong noted that 66 had endured several fierce battles, though not gravely injured. It bore a few scrapes with blood seeping through. He went inside to fetch some medicine. Upon emerging, he was astonished to find 66 lying quite obediently on the ground, its face devoid of the previous anguish. Its eyes sparkled with vitality, and it wore a pensive expression. Could it be that 66, like Fat Bo, had achieved its own enlightenment? Pan Hong felt a surge of joy and eagerly leaned in to listen to 60's thoughts. The iron chains binding me are wrapped around a tree stump, but that stump is not secure. Give me time, and I can dig it out. The courtyard wall is too high to climb over. The gate is tightly shut, but the nearby storeroom is unlocked. I can first hide in the storeroom, and when the gate opens, I will dash out like lightning. No one can stop me. Good, the plan is feasible. It's settled. I shall escape tonight. Why does Pan Hong look at me with such a strange expression? He doesn't think he has tamed me, does he? He cannot believe that a mere wall could confine me. The great King 66. Surely not, surely not. Cunning human, I concede your strength, but tonight I shall set sail, and we shall never meet again. Moreover, Pan Hong, remember this. As long as you cannot find me, I, the great King 66, shall forever be above you. I am the Wolf King whom you will never tame. Believing 66 had reformed, and while eavesdropping on its thoughts, Pan Hong mused, Not my friend. You have been tormented 3 times over, yet you still cannot discern reality. You still think you are the invincible Wolf King. I am genuinely at a loss. What on earth is going on in that little head of yours? Pan Hong was truly perplexed. He then set aside the disinfectant, ointments, and other supplies, walking to the storeroom door, locking it with a decisive click. 66. With the door shut, 66's escape plan was abruptly interrupted. Its expression turned serious. Cunning human. How cautious you are. Well, you have successfully ignited my competitive spirit. Do you think you can trap me with this facade? Impossible. Some wolves are destined to remain unconfined. For every strand of my fur gleams with the light of freedom. Beyond that wall lies the real world, a prairie filled with freedom and hope. Although the wall here is high, there's a tree by the west wall, its branches extending beyond the wall. With several cages nearby, I can first climb on the cages, then leap onto the tree and escape along the branches. Pan Hong, even if you shut the door, you cannot contain me. Then, Pan Hong began to move the cages from beneath the tree, fetched a ladder and a chainsaw, and proceeded to prune the excess branches from a large tree. 66. Once the branches were pruned, Pan Hong turned to 66. My friend, stop dreaming. Do you really think the world beyond the wall is a free prairie? You are merely a Siberian husky. If you escape and become a stray, I'd be surprised if you survived 3 months. Calm your restless heart. Return home. Return home. Please? Regrettably, Pan Hong could only perceive 60 SXS thoughts unidirectionally and could not accurately convey his words to it. 66 remained steadfast in its belief that this place was illusory, and the world beyond the wall was the true reality. Pan Hong felt helpless in response. With the ointment in hand, Pan Hong approached 66 and squatted down. Instantly, 66 perked up its ears, retreating slightly, unsure of Pan Hong's intentions. Come here. I'm going to treat your wounds. Pan Hong grasped 66's foreleg and pulled it closer. Startled, 66 instinctively bit down on Pan Hong's hand, nearly dislodging its teeth. Truly, it was a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a kind heart. Pan Hong spat at it, then poured disinfectant over 60 SIXS wounds, commencing the application of medicine. As a relatively intelligent dog, 66 understood that Pan Hong's actions were intended to heal it, and that Pan Hong bore no malice towards it. Thus, it ceased its struggles. However, the vigilance in its eyes remained undiminished. Suddenly so kind to me? Cunning human, you intend to keep me here by this means. Umph. Your excessive kindness only fuels my desire to escape. Pan Hong. Having finished applying the ointment, Pan Hong suddenly heard a rumbling from 66's stomach. Hungry? Are we 66? Very well. Wait here. I shall prepare something for you to eat. Stay calm and do not think of running away. Pan Hong patted 66's head, tidied up the medicine, and made his way towards the house. 10 minutes later, Pan Hong emerged with a bowl filled with dog food. Upon opening the door and taking a look, he was instantly stunned. What the hell? Where is 66? He found that the iron chain binding the tree stump had been dug out, and 66's figure had vanished without a trace. Chapter 82. Two heroes. Pan Hong's heart tightened as she hurried back indoors to review the surveillance footage. The playback, at triple speed, revealed that just 10 minutes prior, 66 had commenced a fervent digging at the wooden stakes as soon as she left. In less than 5 minutes, it had indeed managed to unearth one. Subsequently, 66, dragging a chain, darted toward a corner of the wall, where the surveillance cameras could not capture its actions, abruptly cutting off the footage. Goodness, you are truly remarkable, Paul only exclaimed. She rushed out to the corner where 66 had vanished, only to find it half stuck in a dog hole, thrashing its limbs in midair. With each vigorous struggle, the bricks and stones around the hole began to loosen ominously, suggesting that it would soon escape. Oh dear, 66! 66! Pan Hong exclaimed as she swiftly approached and pulled 66 from the hole. Since the dog breeding facility had closed down, she had neglected the infrastructure of the premises for quite some time and had not even noticed the hole had appeared in that corner. It was astonishing that 66, a newcomer, had discovered it. Truly, a master of escape. Just as 66 was on the brink of a successful breakout, it was seized in the very last moment, inciting furious resistance as it clawed and bit at Pan Hong. Why must you be so stubborn? I even prepare dog food for you. She protested. What are you so eager to find outside? Who is out there? You are just a dog. If you go out, you'll end up as a stray. Do you understand what it means to be a stray dog? 66 was oblivious to her words, merely kicking its legs frantically, its eyes filled with a wild intensity, demanding, "Put me down. Let me go. I must escape. The mere fact that you're trying to stop me indicates that freedom exists beyond that wall. Release me. Your efforts are in vain. Once I 66 the Great set my mind to something, Not even 8 horses can pull me back. Pang Hong realized that the primary issue with 66 was its vivid imagination. Initially, it fancied itself a wolf king. Pang Hong had intended to shatter this unrealistic dream with reality. Yet 66 had concocted a scenario where the world inside the facility was false, and only beyond the walls lay true freedom, magically patching its wolf king fantasy. Thus, it became singularly focused on escaping, undeterred by her interventions. From noon until now, Pang Hong had thwarted 60 SIX's escape attempts 3 times. Yet, each foiled endeavor only deepened 66's resolve, creating a perfect loop. Given this situation, it seemed that only by allowing 66 to experience the harshness of the outside world firsthand would it find peace. Observing 60 SIX's obstinacy, Pang Hong gritted her teeth and made a firm decision. Within her controllable limits, she would deliberately let 66 escape, allowing it to experience life beyond the confines. Perhaps only through this exposure to the stark realities of the outside world could its worldview truly be reshaped. All right then, let us return for dinner, she concluded, grabbing 66 by the scruff of its neck and tethering it back to a nearby cage, tossing its food bowl aside. Eat up, you'll need your strength for escaping. Indeed, 66 was hungry and quickly transformed its frustration into appetite, devouring its meal voraciously. That night, under the cover of darkness and a gusty wind, the dog breeding facility was shrouded in silence as the lights were extinguished, enveloping the area in pitch black. Yet beneath this tranquility, a certain agitation seemed to lurk both inside and outside the walls. Outside the facility, 3 faint sparks flickered in the night. Suddenly, one extinguished, and a male voice emerged. Jianjun, is this the dog breeding facility run by Pang Hong? A lower voice responded, Fatty, keep your voice down. Indeed, this is that Pang Hong's place. Damn it, it's this brat who has caused us so much trouble. Another raspy voice growled, filled with malice. Jianjun, let us go in now and deal with him. As he spoke, a glint of silver flashed in his hand, a dagger reflecting the moonlight. Skinny, have you become accustomed to the wilderness? Always talking about killing. Li Jianjun frowned. Had it not been for Pang Hong, our business would not have been disrupted, and we wouldn't be wanted by the police now. What kind of smoke is this? It's terrible. The skinny man's eyes twitched in agitation. Tonight, we must not let Pang Hong off easily. At this, Li Jianjun took a long drag from his cigarette, narrowing his eyes. We are here to seek profits. However, Pang Hong sent my son Li Quan to prison, ruined my business, while he enjoys a life of luxury, thriving. We were once the local heroes, but now we are in such dire straits because of him. Even if I don't take his life, I will ensure he suffers. With that, he crushed the cigarette but underfoot. Hey, you haven't finished smoking. What a waste. The first speaker, Fatty, quickly picked up the butt, taking a few hurried puffs before it extinguished. That's all you're capable of, Li Jianjun chided. Once we kidnap Pang Hong, you can smoke whatever you like. He can even lend you his big G. I roughly calculated. Just from the past few days of streaming, he must have earned at least a few million. At this, both the skinny man and Fatty were momentarily stunned. Wait, is it really that profitable to be an internet celebrity? Then we should stream too. You think you can? Do you possess the talent he has? Li Jianjun slapat fati. Listen, the money Pang Hong has earned in these few days surpasses what we've made in 2 years risking our lives. Once we pull off this job, we'll no longer have to worry about food and drink. This is all debt owed to us by Pang Hong, understand? The 3 exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement. Let us proceed as planned, Li Jianjun declared, rising to approach the facility's rear wall. The skinny man extinguished his cigarette and stood up, kicking Fatty, who was still smoking. Hurry up. Get to work. All right, I'm coming. Li Jianjun kept watch, while Fatty assumed a stance at the base of the wall. The skinny man climbed onto Fatty's shoulders. Skinny, you go first and scout the situation. Be cautious. There are many dogs inside. If the pack is disturbed, it will spell disaster. Brother Jianjun, I understand. The skinny man confidently poked half his head over the wall. Just as the 3 heroes were preparing to scale the wall into the dog breeding facility, another hero within was enacting its own plan to escape. Chapter 83. The Great Escape. As the night grew deep, The dogs in the kennel had succumbed to slumber. Among them, 66 lay in his den, having devised a new escape plan, biding his time for action, while Pan Hong feigned sleep in the room, ever observant of 66's movements. Although Pan Hong had resolved to let 66 escape intentionally, curiosity gnawed at him regarding the methods 66 would employ. Despite the profound darkness, the surveillance system in the compound possessed infrared night vision, rendering the scene as bright as day on the screen. Every movement of 66 was within Pan Hong's purview. Oblivious to the transparency of his actions and thoughts before Pan Hong, 66 wore a confident expression. Humph, cunning humans. They think they can confine me, King 66. That is utterly impossible. Do they believe a mere iron chain and a wall can hold me? Ha, little do they know, after 3 battles today, the chain around my neck has already loosened. Just give me a few minutes, and I shall break free. And you, while sawing branches during the day, forgot to remove the ladder. Ha ha ha, a flaw in your meticulous planning. Pan, remember I, 66, shall always stand above you. Listening intently to these thoughts on the monitor, Pan Hong was taken aback. Without hesitation, 66 began to wriggle free from the chains that were old and rusted, having already been weakened by his earlier skirmishes. In mere minutes, he had liberated himself. Without a moment's pause, 66 dashed to the wall where the ladder stood, adjusting its angle with great effort before he had it positioned just right. The entire operation was seamless, as if rehearsed countless times in 66's mind, making no significant noise that would rouse the other dogs in the backyard. With the ladder now properly angled, 66 cast a final glance at the tranquil kennel, inhaling deeply as an inexplicable surge of strength surged within him, as if the longed-for freedom of the grasslands beckoned just beyond reach. All he had to do was ascend the ladder. All he had to do was scale the wall. He envisioned returning to the prairie, forming a wolf pack, and forging the glorious legacy of a wolf king. Overcome with excitement, he trembled, his eyes gleaming as he climbed the ladder step by step. With a dismissive smirk, he took one last look at the compound. The false world could never imprison the true wolf king. The escape plan I, 66, devised shall remain undetected. Turning swiftly, he was startled to see half a head peeking over the wall, eyes gleaming with mischief. The moment froze as man and dog exchanged a glance under the cloak of night. A chill breeze swept by, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. The lean figure, upon spotting the Siberian husky on the ladder, was momentarily bewildered. 66, too, was taken aback. Could it be that Pan had discovered his escape once more? Would he fail again? No, that was impossible. I must get out. Recovering first, 66 bared his fangs, leaping from the ladder and clawing at the forehead of the tall figure. A startled cry erupted as the lean figure lost his balance and toppled backward. Without hesitation, 66 clambered onto the wall and, with a powerful kick, propelled himself beyond the confines of the enclosure. Upon landing smoothly, he did not pause to survey his surroundings, but, fueled by exhilaration, sprinted in a singular direction, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping darkness. The escape, a resounding success. Ouch, that hurt. What the hell? The lean figure groaned, having been struck on the forehead by 66's paw and then crashing to the ground. Despite his robust physique, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed. What happened? What happened? A compagnon, Li Jianjun, inquirit urgently. Damn it, that Pan Hong must have been prepared. What did that shadow darting away just now even mean? The plump one added, his face reflecting sheer terror. No, it's not that. The lean one grasped Li Jianjun's arm. It wasn't Pan Hong, and it certainly wasn't a ghost. It was a Siberian husky. Li Jianjun, the plump one. Never mind, the plan can still proceed. The lean one rose, 3 claw marks now visible on his forehead. Just now, a husky wearing a round collar escaped from the kennel. What a stroke of bad luck. To have collided with it. Are you sure it wasn't Pan Hong? Li Jianjun pressed. Absolutely sure. All right, let us proceed as planned. This time, you watch the perimeter while I scout inside. The plump one adopted a defensive stance, while Li Jianjun clambered onto his shoulders. They then cautiously peered toward the kennel. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing 66 vault over the high wall, Pan Hong activated a location tracking application on his phone. The screen displayed a map of the vicinity, marked with a red dot. This was the tracker he had previously affixed to 60 SIXS collar. Moreover, the tracker possessed a recording function, allowing Pan Hong not only to pinpoint 60 SIXS location, but also to observe his movements. 66. Oh, 66, you think you can escape my grasp? You are sorely mistaken. A smirk played upon Pan Hong's lips. The red that was darting swiftly northward. Without delay, Pan Hong set off in pursuit of 66, opting to tread quietly rather than drive, knowing the noise might attract unwanted attention. With the superior agility and endurance bestowed upon him by the system, he could easily outpace 66. Upon reaching the spot where 66 had scaled the wall, Pan Hong required no ladder. He leapt effortlessly, kicking off a nearby tree trunk to propel himself over the wall. With a resounding thud, he landed atop the wall. Did I just kick something? He dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the chase. Checking the tracker once more, Pan Hong descended the wall and sprinted in the direction 66 had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, below the wall, 3 figures stood huddled, covering their mouths. Brother Jian, who just went by? The plump one murmured, feeling the night was decidedly eerie. It was Pan Hong, Li Jianjun replied, his face marked with half a shoe print, grimacing at the unexpected impact. Wait, Brother Jian, why did you cover my mouth? I could have gone after him. The lean one exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. I thought Pan Hong might be on guard. I was worried that there might be cops hiding in the kennel. Li Jianjun explained through clenched teeth. But it seems he didn't notice us. He just ran out. To chase that escaping husky? What should we do now? What do you mean, what should we do? Li Jianjun glared at the two. Get in the car. We're going after him. Chapter 84. The fantastical drift of 66. 1. The wind of freedom. The air of liberation. I, King 66, have finally emerged. Under the cover of night, a striking black and white husky, brimming with excitement, galloped along the edge of a quaint town. Having escaped from the Pan Hong dog park, it sprinted eastward, swiftly arriving at a secluded grove on the outskirts of the sparsely populated village. Observing the surroundings, 60 SXS conviction grew stronger. Previously in the city, it had attempted to run away several times, but no matter how far it went, the sights were always dominated by towering buildings and bustling streets. There was no vast wilderness or open plains as it had imagined, leading it to moments of self-doubt. But now, surrounded by trees and devoid of any human traces, everything appeared as it had envisioned, imbued with the wild essence of freedom. Unable to contain itself, 66 let out a few howls. Then, with a leap, it bounded through a patch of grass taller than itself. However, the scene before it caused an abrupt halt. Not far down the road, a residential area emerged, with dozens of rural-style houses scattered about, some faint lights flickering within. Staring at this sight, 66 felt momentarily bewildered. Was this not the grassland? I longed to see no humans. Disgusted, 66 shook its head, intending to change course to avoid this small village. Yet upon turning, it noticed 3 little yellow dogs sitting upright at a nearby doorstep. Instantly, 60 SXS heart stirred. Kin, how wonderful, fellow canines. Moreover, they appeared quite spirited. At the sight of the little yellow dogs, 60 SXS desire to form a pack surged once more. It straightened its posture, adopting an authoritative demeanor, and strode overconfidently. As it approached, it realized that the 3 little yellow dogs, though seemingly full of life, were struggling to stay awake. Wake up, all of you. Where's your spirit? 66 barked at them. The stern tone immediately roused the trio, who straightened up like sentinels, only to discover a strange husky before them. Not our mother, but a husky. Phew, you scared me. I thought mother had come to check on us. Be cautious. It might be a spy sent by her. Upon hearing this, the 3 little dogs assumed a serious posture, resembling miniature guardians. Good, very spirited. Seeing them stand at attention upon its arrival, 66 felt quite pleased, convinced that its aura as a wolf king was unmistakably formidable. You 3 will henceforth be my little followers. Stick with King 66, and you'll feast on meat. 66 addressed them. Did you all hear that? The three little yellow dogs exchanged confused glances, their expressions reflecting caution. One of them spoke up. "Who are you? And what brings you here?" Hearing the inquiry about its identity, 66 lifted its snout proudly. "Did you not hear me? I am King 66. From now on, you shall address me as your majesty. All right, as pups, you need not know much. Just obey my commands and follow my lead. Understood?" "Huh? Follow you? That won't do." One little yellow dog shook its head. "Mother said we must stay here to guard the humans' home. We cannot go anywhere. Otherwise, we won't get fed." 60SX's brow furrowed in confusion. "What? Humans? Who are they?" "The humans, of course." "Humans?" Upon hearing the term, 66's expression darkened, revealing a fierce glint in its eyes as it gazed at the three little dogs as if they were traitors. "You mean you're guarding this home for humans?" Although under a year old, the three little yellow dogs sensed the palpable threat in 66's gaze and huddled together in fright, whimpering for their mother. In mere moments, a large yellow dog burst forth from inside the house. "Children, I'm here. What is wrong?" The large yellow dog, clearly the mother of the three little ones, was slightly smaller than the husky, but possessed a commanding presence with its upright tail and determined face. It quickly noticed the menacing demeanor of 66. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" 66 glared at the large yellow dog, its threatening gaze unwavering. "You're their mother, I presume?" "Indeed. Are you the one who instructs them to guard this home for humans?" Education begins from a young age. 66, bewildered, growled deeply. Why do you acknowledge humans as your masters and even protect them?" Upon hearing this, the large yellow dog looked back at 66 with equal perplexity. "Do you not have a master?" "Of course not." "Ah, if you have no master, does that not make you akin to me?" 66 snapped. What do you mean? You are merely a stray dog." "Huh? Are you implying I am hungry and seeking food? You seem rather pitiable. I have half a bun here. Would you like it?" "I'm not what?" "Don't be shy. Although you lack a master, you are still a dog. As a fellow canine, sharing a morsel with you is no trouble at all." "You." Upon hearing the accusation of being a mere dog, a pitiful stray, 60SX's fury erupted, and it cursed vehemently. "You are the dog. Your entire family are dogs." 66 then noticed the peculiar looks exchanged among the family of four, the large yellow dog and the three little yellow ones. "Indeed, we are all dogs. Are you not, too?" "Oh!" 66 let out a piercing shriek. Then, glaring fiercely at the yellow dog and its pups, it declared, "I am not a dog. I am a wolf, a proud wolf king. I tell you, humans are a wicked and cunning species. You are all weak, deceived by them. You are beyond salvation. But your three children must accompany me today. I will take them to the plains. We shall form a pack and achieve true glory." Upon hearing that 66 intended to abduct her children and proclaimed itself a proud wolf king, the rural yellow dog immediately assumed a defensive stance and barked loudly towards the sky. "Oomph, you are far too small, and a female at that. You cannot possibly hinder me." Seeing the large yellow dog assume a fighting posture, 66 smirked, displaying disdain as it brazenly approached. However, before it could take many steps, following the yellow dog's barks, several other barks began to resonate throughout the village, gradually swelling into a chorus. It was as if they were responding to one another. As the barking intensified, the lights in the houses of the village flickered to life. 66 felt a sense of unease and cautiously halted in place. Before long, it spotted several dogs converging from various paths in the village, gathering in groups of 3 to 5. There were large yellow dogs, big black dogs, and canines of various colors and breeds, resembling a gang of thugs gathering ominously. "Brothers, that's the one." The large yellow dog extended its paw, indicating that it sought to entice us into betraying our master. 66 is a remarkable individual. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Observing the overwhelming numbers of the opposing dogs, it swiftly turned and fled. Not far away, beside the thicket, Pan Hong nearly succumbed to laughter at 66's predicament. Fortunately, 66 was positioned at the village's edge, quickly disappearing from sight. Otherwise, Pan Hong would have had to intervene to offer assistance. Alas, 66. When will you mature? Shaking her head, She continued in pursuit of the direction in which 66 had escaped. Chapter 85. The Enigmatic Drift of 66. Part 2. Village Chief. What is happening? Are those dog thieves back again? In the small village, the ruckus caused by 66 led to an urgent commotion. A group of villagers hastily donned their clothes and emerged from their homes, armed with sticks and pitchforks, responding to the cacophony of barking dogs that echoed around them. What is going on? Why are the dogs acting so crazily? The villagers murmured amongst themselves. At that moment, the village chief spoke up. Be cautious, everyone. Just a couple of days ago, several dogs were stolen from our village, and those despicable thieves may have returned to target us again. The villagers nodded in agreement, alerting one another to stay vigilant. Just then, a middle-aged villager pointed towards a slowly approaching van on the road outside the village. Hey, village chief, look at that van over there. Wasn't it a van that the surveillance footage showed the thieves using when they stole our dogs a few days ago? The village chief squinted into the distance and suddenly appeared serious. Wait a moment. The more I look, the more it resembles that very vehicle. Having watched the surveillance footage for an extended period, the village chief, despite the license plate being obscured, had firmly imprinted the shape of the dog thief's van in his memory. He abruptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "By heavens! It seems to be that very van. Villagers, arm yourselves and let us intercept it." Meanwhile, the trio of Li Jianjun, who were pursuing 66 and Pan Hong, had arrived at the outskirts of the village in their van. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the incessant barking of dogs and a throng of villagers rushing out, wielding shovels and sticks. "Brother Jianjun, what is going on?" the lanky one asked, intrigued. "Who knows? What are these country folk up to?" Li Jianjun replied, equally puzzled by the scene before him. The chubby one chuckled. "Are they gearing up for a fight? It certainly feels like a showdown. Should we stop and watch the spectacle?" Thus, Li Jianjun parked the van by the roadside, crossing his arms, keenly observing the unfolding drama. "Hey, Jianjun, do you think they're coming for us?" The chubby one suddenly interjected, as the villagers indeed appeared to be charging toward them. This prompted laughter from both Li Jianjun and the lanky one. "What are you talking about? We're just passing through. Why would they come after us?" But, to be fair, it does look like they might be coming for us. As the trio jested, the lanky one furrowed his brow. "Wait a minute. Didn't we pass through this village a couple of days ago?" The chubby one squinted and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, you're right. The dogs we stole a few days ago were taken from right here." A strange silence enveloped the vehicle. The lanky one glanced at the angry villagers rushing towards them, then at their surroundings, finally turning to Li Jianjun at the wheel. "Brother Jianjun, they can't possibly be coming after us, can they?" "Surely not," Li Jianjun replied, his eyes widening. "We're merely passing through. Even if they suspect we're dog thieves, how could they possibly know we would be here at this moment?" Just as they were about to dismiss their fears, a young man among the villagers hurled a large rock towards their van, striking the engine hood with a resounding thud. "What the hell? This isn't right. They are definitely coming for us," Li Jianjun exclaimed, realizing their grave predicament. "Run! Why are we still here?" At that moment, as the trio fled in panic, 66 was swiftly traversing the roads at the edge of the town, its mind racing with confusion. One thought dominated its consciousness. Beyond the walls lay freedom, the true essence of existence. Yet, the reality it faced seemed to contradict that belief. Wolves, the apex predators of the food chain, were now confronted with a troubling truth. Humans, once viewed as subservient, appeared to dominate this realm. How could it be that so many wolves outside, similar to those within Pan Hong's domain, regarded humans as masters and toiled for them? This revelation rattled 66's understanding of its existence. Throughout its life, it had perceived humans as servants, providing sustenance and companionship. Yet here, the dynamic was reversed. Humans held the power, and wolves had become mere pets. As doubt gnawed at its mind, 66 recalled the words of the large yellow dog and discerned a pivotal insight. Was it not the provision of food that compelled wolves to submit to humans? Yet, wasn't that precisely the role of a servant? If humans dared to withhold sustenance, could wolves not retaliate? With a swirl of confusion, 66 pressed onward, aimlessly running until it was abruptly jolted from its thoughts by the grumble of its stomach. Chapter 86. The fantastical drift of 66-3 at 5:30 in the morning. The dawn light began to illuminate the sky. The sun had yet to break the horizon, but a pale glow appeared in the eastern sky. As the day grew brighter, breakfast vendors had already set up their stalls along the town's roads. The aroma of congee wafted through the air, and the enticing scent of buns and fried dough filled the entire street, with steaming vapors rising like eye-catching billboards, luring the passing laborers. At that moment, 66, feeling the pangs of hunger in its belly, let out a rumble that echoed like distant thunder. Having spent the previous night foraging in the wild, this wolf king had initially intended to hunt a rabbit or a wild chicken. However, after several fruitless hours, it had found not even a feather. Thus, 66 reluctantly settled for less, reasoning that dog food or snacks would suffice. After several more hours of searching, it had yet to find even a scrap of wild dog food, not even a single vegetable leaf. Is this truly the plight of a wolf? I observed the human servants foraging with such ease, returning unscathed and laden with bounty. Why can I find nothing? 66 spiraled deeper into self-doubt. Cold and famished, its mind muddled, it curled under a tree, waiting until dawn approached. Starving, it licked the dew from the grass leaves and set out once more in search of sustenance. Unbeknownst to it, the enticing aromas had once again drawn it toward the gathering of humans. Inhaling the fragrant scents of buns, fried dough, and tofu pudding, 66 sniffed eagerly before scanning the surroundings. The delectable food was displayed prominently at the breakfast stall, where a throng of people of all shapes and sizes queued to collect their meals. Despite humans being weak in combat, their numbers were formidable, prompting 66, a renowned figure in the vicinity, to shift its gaze elsewhere. In front of the breakfast stall, several tables and stools were arranged for patrons to enjoy their meals. Slightly removed from the stall, a more secluded table housed a bald old man, leisurely sipping millet porridge. On the table lay peeled tea eggs and a few glossy meat buns and fried dough sticks. 66 swiftly locked onto its target. That old man shall be my mark. It stealthily emerged from the underbrush, crouching low, eyes fixated on the old man's movements as it crept closer. Yet, just as it approached within 10 meters of the old man, a small white terrier suddenly took notice and barked cautiously at 66. Though the little dog was only half the size of 66, it sensed the underlying hostility but dared not approach. 66 glared fiercely at it, causing the small dog to exhibit signs of trepidation. However, the barking caught the old man's attention. Upon spotting 66, he exhibited no fear. Rather, he recognized the wolf's hungry and disheveled state and tossed a piece of fried dough in its direction, cheerfully encouraging, "Here, eat up." Starving, 66 lunged for the dough, swallowing a whole. Yet, as it turned to the old man, its eyes lacked gratitude. Instead, it felt its dignity trampled by this human. I, 66, the great king, have accepted scraps from a mere human. Is this charity? With its gaze fixated on the buns and fried dough before the old man, 66 licked its lips, eyes narrowing, and without warning, bared its fangs, launching itself at the table. This sudden spectacle startled the old man, who had yet to react before 66 was upon him, seemingly ready to pounce. At that moment, a white blur sprang from the side, colliding with 60's abdomen. Taken off guard, 66 lost its balance and toppled over. The old man finally reacted, shouting about a mad dog as he scrambled to flee. 66 regained its footing, shaking its head, and turned to face the white figure that had tackled it, the very small dog that had barked moments before. Now emboldened, the little terrier stood defiantly, baring its teeth at 66. "What do you want? Have you overindulged in red beans?" 66 glared at the pup, its expression as cold as ice. "You are the one who's foolish." The small dog, undeterred, retorted fiercely, "My master kindly offered you food. Why would you attack him?" 66 paused, stunned. "That old man was your master? How can you, a mere pup, serve a human?" Confounded by the little dog's loyalty to a human, 66 could not fathom why this small creature would dare oppose it. "Do you not realize you could perish?" 60's eyes glinted with menace, attempting to intimidate the terrier. Yet the small dog remained resolute, baring its teeth defiantly. 66, unwilling to accept that this diminutive creature could truly stand against it, summoned its strength and lunged forward. Fangs bared. To its surprise, the little dog did not back down. Instead, it leapt forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with 66. Even when pinned beneath 66, the small dog fought valiantly, barking wildly and relentlessly attacking. Then, with a sudden thud, 66 felt a sharp pain in its abdomen. It leapt back, startled, only to find the old man had returned, wielding a large wooden stick and delivering a heavy blow. "Come here, chubby," the old man called, and the little dog promptly dashed behind him. "Mad dog, come over here, if you dare." The old man brandished the stick, creating a gust of wind as it swung through the air. 66, intending to charge again, felt a searing pain in its abdomen, forcing it to reconsider. Nearby, a few braver humans had gathered, drawn by the commotion. With one last glance at the tantalizing food on the table, 66 swallowed hard, feeling the weight of defeat under the triumphant gaze of the small dog. Reluctantly, it turned and retreated, tail tucked between its legs. Meanwhile, not far away, Pan Hong bit into a meat bun, noticing 66's hasty retreat, relieved that it was no longer in danger. He couldn't help but close his eyes, shaking his head in admiration. "Ah, this meat bun is truly delectable." Chapter 87. The fantastical drift of 66. For good dog. Chase away 66. The elderly gentleman gently patted the little white dog's head, his face radiating affection. The little white dog barked a few times, its tail wagging like a propeller, with a sense of pride swelling within it for having frightened off a more formidable husky. It could not help but joyfully circle around its owner. However, after only a few steps, a sudden wave of pain surged through it, its feet faltered, and it tumbled to the ground. At that moment, the old man noticed that the little white dog's leg bore injuries. Immediately, concern washed over his face as he cradled the dog, discovering that it was merely superficial wounds, which alleviated his worries. Seated with his loyal companion, the old man picked up a meat bun and offered it to the little white dog. The dog devoured it eagerly, and together, they appeared to embody warmth and harmony. From a distance, 66 watched this scene, licking its lips, feeling a pang of sorrow as it departed. The earlier images replayed in 66's mind, overwhelming it to the point of forgetting the hunger gnawing at its belly. Why, after crossing the high walls, did all its kind remain subservient to humans, coexisting with them? Why could humans effortlessly procure food while it had to exert every ounce of strength and still face hunger? Why would a little white dog sacrifice even its life for its human master? Why, indeed, are humans such feeble and fragile creatures? Then why did the old man rush back to rescue the little white dog, while it, self-proclaimed king of the prairie wolves, could not even contend with a single human? A defenseless human, armed only with a stick, could easily drive it away, even the old man. Is this the world beyond the walls? Gazing upon the human dwellings, the vehicles driven by humans, and the delectable buns and fried dough sticks held by them, accompanied by their loyal dogs, 66 felt a profound disturbance within. It was inexorably reminded of the blissful life it had before arriving at the Pan Hong district, filled with warm nests, delightful food, and engaging toys. In stark contrast to its current state of hunger and disarray, that place seemed like paradise. No, this cannot be. 66 shook its head vigorously, gritting its teeth. No, humans are too strange. I cannot comprehend. I must escape from humans. I must leave humans behind. With this resolve, 66 bore the hunger and quickened its pace towards the suburbs. However, its steps were no longer as resolute and buoyant as they had been upon leaving the district. Meanwhile, on a deserted patch of grass on the outskirts of a town, 3 individuals huddled together in a van with shattered glass and dented doors, shivering in the cold. "Damn it, why are they attacking us?" One tall, lean man exclaimed in frustration. "We were merely passing through. How could they be so certain we were dog thieves?" Hearing this complaint, a stout fellow offered a wry reminder. We do seem to be dog thieves." "Damn it, you idiot," the tall man shot back, pushing the stout one. "I didn't know we were dog thieves. I meant we were just passing by, and coincidentally at that. How could they have known we would be there?" as if they had set a trap for us in advance. And they attacked without hesitation. How can we defend against that? It's utterly sinister. Jianjun, what do you think? The tall man turned to Li Jianjun, who had a bruised left eye like a grape and a swollen right eye resembling a cherry. Forget it, brother. You shouldn't look at him. When the villagers saw the three try and flee, they disregarded everything and hurled bricks, stones, and farming tools at them. Li Jianjun, unable to duck down in the driver's seat, was bombarded by these objects, leaving him with bruises and swollen features, struggling to speak coherently. Damn it, this is outrageous. I want to report it. Seeing Li Jianjun in such a pitiful state ignited a surge of emotion in the stout man. Upon hearing this reckless statement, Li Jianjun raised his hand but couldn't muster the strength to strike back. The lean man immediately scolded the stout one. Report it? Have you forgotten our identity? That's akin to abandoning the dark for the light. No, more like walking straight into a trap. Do you understand? Confessing will lead to leniency, while resisting will invite severity. The stout man muttered something under his breath, deflating like a puncture balloon. The trio fell into a profound silence, questioning their existence, feeling as though the world was a mere illusion, everything a mirage. Until suddenly, the stout man's stomach growled. Bro, I'm hungry. I'm hungry too, hold on. I can't hold on. I still have 2 packs of instant noodles in the back. If you want some, take it yourself. I have no appetite. Is there no hot water? What do you need a bicycle for? Just eat it raw. I'm not doing that. Glancing at the half-crushed, nearly expired instant noodles, the stout man began to cry. I don't care. You were the ones who said you'd take me out to enjoy delicious food. And now, we can't even boil water for instant noodles. I'm not sticking with you guys anymore. I'm going to the police station. I want to confess. At least they have food there. As he spoke, the stout man attempted to exit the vehicle. Li Jianjun, gritting his teeth through the pain, pulled him back with difficulty, saying, Fatty, come back. What do you mean confess? Do you really think it will end well? We are involved in the poaching of wild animals. If caught, we could face the death penalty, you know? After a stern warning, Li Jianjun softened his tone. But don't worry, the 3 of us are in this together. We won't treat you unfairly. You're just hungry, right? That is simple. Don't forget we are all skilled in our craft. Upon hearing this, the stout man's eyes lit up. That's right. As dog thieves, we want tilak for food. He immediately drooled, looking at Li Jianjun. Brother Jianjun, I want dog meat hot pot, the extra spicy kind. And that husky we caught a couple of days ago tasted great. I want another husky. All right. Li Jianjun, worried that he might truly go confess, and feeling hungry himself, quickly said, Let us go, drive a bit further in, and I'll show you my culinary skills. With that, he struggled to start the battered old van, rumbling toward the location with a bit more life. Chapter 88. The fantastical drift of 66. 5. Meanwhile, 66, embroiled in an internal struggle, wandered aimlessly in the suburbs. It had just escaped the town and ventured into an uninhabited forest. However, within an hour, hunger compelled it to emerge. It suddenly realized a vital truth. Sustenance exists only where humans dwell. In the desolate wilderness, there was nothing but grass and leaves. Not long ago, it had spotted a wild rabbit sipping dew among the grass, but before it could take a step closer, the rabbit noticed it and bolted away in a flash. Despite having 4 long legs, 66 found itself unable to outrun the rabbit's short ones. The rabbit even turned back for a fleeting moment before diving into its burrow, casting a glance that seemed to mockingly regard 66 as a foolish dog. Feeling ridiculed, 66 could only simmer with impotent rage, ultimately resigning itself to its helplessness. Gradually, it began to comprehend why the dogs it had encountered since last night regarded humans as their masters. It appeared that without humans, survival was indeed a formidable challenge for them, though its heart still yearned for the dream of being a wolf king on the prairie. The grumbling of its stomach forced it to return to human habitation for sustenance. What was that tantalizing aroma of meat buns wafting through the air? Where could it possibly be? Had the hunger clouded its senses? As 66 aimlessly searched for food, it was trailed by Pan Hong, who was savoring a meat bun. Observing 66's frantic movements like a headless fly. Well, young one, Now you grasp what the world beyond the walls is like, don't you? So much for freedom and the dream of being a wolf king. Starvation awaits, and no one will care. Pan Hong shook his head, recognizing that 66 had nearly grasped the harsh realities of this world. He felt it was time for him to make his entrance. Wiping the grease from his hands, Pan Hong was about to step forth when, from a nearby alley where an old van lay parked, a series of frantic barks erupted. Having trained dogs for 3 generations, Pan Hong, even without his system's eavesdropping skills, discerned the palpable fear in those barks, which originated from a young puppy. Upon hearing the sounds, 60SX's senses sharpened immediately. Its ears perked up and its muscles tensed. More barks followed, this time laced with a plea for help. After a moment's hesitation, 66 ventured into the alley from which the cries emanated. Inside, it discovered 3 humans, a tall, gaunt individual with a cold demeanor, a lecherous, drooling fat man, and an unidentifiable figure wrapped up like a dumpling, presumably Li Jianjun. They formed a vague encirclement around a small husky puppy, which appeared to be less than a year old, anxiously whimpering in the corner. The fat man, drooling with greed, eyed the small husky. This one will make a fine feast. The tall man shot him a disapproving glare. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. At those words, the fat man rubbed his hands together and approached with a lewd grin. Hey, little pup, don't cry. No one will save you. Even if you scream your throat raw, just give in to me. As he spoke, it became evident that no one would rescue the small husky. But there was a dog. At that moment, 66 had stealthily approached the trio from behind. Being a perceptive creature, it quickly assessed the situation. These 3 humans were clearly up to no good, exuding a villainous aura that even made Pan Hong seem saintly in comparison. The small husky bore a striking resemblance to 66, igniting a spark of excitement within it. Could this be its chance to recruit its first underling? The small husky, upon spotting 66, let out a desperate bark for help. Yet, the attention of the trio remained fixated on the puppy, oblivious to the approaching 66. Just as the fat man produced a rope to ensnare the small husky, 60's gaze hardened. In an instant, it leaped forward, baring its fangs, and sank its teeth into the fat man's right ankle. Ouch! The fat man yelped, 66 having torn away a chunk of flesh, causing him to collapse in agony. What is happening? Li Jianjun and the tall man were momentarily disoriented by this sudden turn of events. One rushed to assist the fat man, while the other turned to investigate, only to find a robust husky poised for battle, blood dripping from its mouth where it had bitten the fat man. Why is there another one? The tall man's expression darkened as he approached 66, which stood its ground, baring its teeth in defiance. In that moment, both man and dog regarded each other with surprise. For 66, a dog that had awakened its primal instincts, it was rare for any human to face it without fear. Conversely, the tall man, who had spent years in the underbelly of dog theft, was accustomed to instilling terror in lesser dogs with merely a glance. Yet, the husky before him exhibited no trepidation, leaving him momentarily astonished. Nevertheless, having long shed any fear of dogs, the tall man merely regarded 66 with curiosity as he advanced. Seizing the moment, 66 bared its teeth and launched an attack, propelling itself forward with its hind legs. Though taken aback by the husky's bravery, the tall man reacted swiftly, delivering a sharp kick that struck 66's thigh. While most dogs would have fled at such a blow, 66, despite the sharp pain, propelled itself forward and, gritting its teeth against the agony, delivered a fierce bite to the tall man's calf. What the hell? This dog is insane. The tall man, who had thrived in the world of dog theft for years, was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. He retaliated with a fierce kick to 60's abdomen. Though pained, 66 withdrew only to reassess the situation. Both humans bore wounds from its attacks, and despite being outnumbered 3-1, it held its ground. Meanwhile, the small husky had taken refuge behind 66, gazing at it with admiration, as if it were a savior. After a night of hardship, 66 felt an unexpected sense of respect. Its gaze hardened, fueled by a newfound determination, entirely unaware that the trio had quietly readied their dog-catching tools. Chapter 89. The Enchanting Drift of 66. 6. Skinny. Finish it off. The rotund man grimaced in pain as a chunk of flesh was bitten from his ankle before he could indulge in the long-awaited dog meat hot pot. He couldn't help but snarl in fury. Without needing to be told, the lanky figure's eyes burned with anger. As a former dog thief and a seasoned hunter of wild animals, he never anticipated being bitten by a husky today. If this got out, how would he ever maintain his reputation in the dog-stealing underworld? With a grimace, he suppressed the pain and strode menacingly towards 66. Upon seeing the fierce demeanor of the lanky man, the little husky cowering behind 66 was instantly terrified. It pawed its 60SX's back, pleading, "Big brother, let's run. You can't take them on. There are 3 of them." In response, 66 turned to glance at it, a smirk gracing his lips. "First, I appreciate you calling me big brother, but from now on, refer to me as King 66. Secondly, a wolf king cannot back down. Lastly, I have the advantage against all 3. The little husky, bewildered, thought, "Wow, big brother, are you really that formidable?" Noticing the question marks floating above the little husky's head and the admiration in its gaze, 66 felt the moment to showcase his prowess as the wolf king had finally arrived. Adrenaline surged through him, dulling the pain of his injuries, and he felt invincible. Without hesitation, he bared his claws and fangs, letting out a fierce howl as he lunged at the lanky man. However, in that very instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 66 failed to notice that the lanky man's right hand had been concealed behind his back, waiting for the precise moment 66 lunged. A cruel smile crept across his lips as his right hand shot up, revealing a black leather strap that seemed to possess a mind of its own. Arcing through the air toward 60SX's neck. Like a constricting serpent, the strap coiled around 60SX's neck upon contact, tightening mercilessly. The lanky man twisted forcefully, sending 66 crashing to the ground with a thud. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Just 2 seconds prior, 66 had been confident in his claws and fangs. But now, he lay defeated and bewildered, unable to comprehend how the attack had unfolded. A sharp pain radiated from his neck as he struggled desperately. But the leather strap only constricted further with each movement. At that moment, a green net suddenly descended upon him. Li Jianjun had joined the fray, enveloping 66 entirely in a net crafted from fine hemp rope. It was only then that 66 realized he was in grave trouble. Struggling was futile. Resistance would only hasten his demise. Before the 3 humans and their meticulously crafted tools, even the sharpest teeth and claws held no chance of victory. So this is what true humanity is: cunning and terrifying. Big brother, I'm coming to save you." The little husky, seeing 66 ensnared, felt a rush of urgency and charged forward, attempting to gnaw at the net with its still developing teeth. Yet it was to no avail. "Little one, you must flee. My legacy as Wolf King shall be yours to uphold." 66 forcefully shoved the little husky away from the net, baring his fangs menacingly at the lanky man and Li Jianjun. The wild desperation in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of the 2 dog thieves. Seeking to avoid further injury, they opted for a safer approach, tightening the net around 66, the dog snare slowly constricting as if it would only loosen upon suffocation. 66 fought valiantly, while the little husky barked frantically. At that moment, the stout man, suppressing his pain, rose to his feet and extended his wicked hands toward the little husky. However, just then, a somewhat juvenile female voice pierced through the alley, interrupting the trio's actions. "Let go of my meow meow, you despicable dog thieves." At the sound of her voice, the 3 men and 2 dogs turned to see a girl, seemingly in her teenage years, standing at the alley's entrance, wielding a wooden stick. Though a hint of fear lingered in her demeanor, she summoned enough courage to declare, "What you're doing is illegal. Run, or I will call the police." Upon seeing the girl, both 66 and the dog thieves froze momentarily. However, the little husky, overwhelmed with emotion, dashed forward and hugged the girl's leg, much like a mistreated spouse returning to her family. The girl, noticing the little husky, beamed with joy. "Oh, meow meow, you're safe. That's wonderful. It's all Mom's fault for not keeping an eye on you." She scooped up the little husky, her face radiating affection and guilt. At this moment, The three-dog thieves grasped the situation. "Miss, this dog is yours?" The stout man assessed the girl, waving his hand dismissively. "Fine, I'll let you take your little husky and go. We've already caught 66, and as a mature husky, he will suffice for a hearty meal." They had no desire to complicate matters further. Yet, the little husky gazed up at the girl with a look of deep concern. The girl furrowed her brow slightly, and in that shared glance, both understood each other's intentions. "No, woof woof. Stealing dogs is against the law. It's wrong. Woof woof woof. I must tell you, that husky is also mine. Release him, or I will call the police." Upon hearing this, 66, though unable to comprehend the human language, sensed that this girl was standing up against the dog thieves. She was trying to save him. This girl must be the owner of the little husky. They had escaped danger, yet she chose to rescue him. For a moment, 66 was taken aback. His normally functioning brain suddenly went blank. While he could not understand the words, the dog thieves grasped the situation perfectly, seeing the girl's defiance. The stout man growled menacingly. "Little girl, do you not realize who we are? We are ruthless. What if you call the police? Even if they arrive, it will take them at least 10 minutes, while we can steal dogs in mere seconds. Little sister, hurry home with your dog, or else, haha, your dog will soon be in my belly." However, before he could finish his threatening words, a swift sound pierced the air. A stone, propelled with great force, suddenly struck him squarely on the mouth. "Ow!" he exclaimed, clutching his mouth as his boisterous threats came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 90. The Enchanted Drift of 66-7. In a narrow alley, Pan Hong was concealed behind a pile of sorghum stalks belonging to a household, quietly observing the conflict unfolding within. To his surprise, he encountered a dog thief. Had it not been for his vigilant presence, 66 would surely have met a grim fate. Though dogs are creatures of instinct, equipped with sharp claws and teeth, they were no match for the fully armed terror of a standing ape, let alone a thief wielding specialized dog-catching tools. However, these three dog thieves appeared rather dim-witted. The stout one seemed particularly foolish, while the lanky one was somewhat competent but noticeably overconfident. The third, swaddled in bandages like a zongzi, could easily be mistaken for an Egyptian mummy. One could only wonder how anyone could remain so desperate to steal dogs when their own lives were in disarray. Upon witnessing 66 manage to bite two of the bumbling thieves, Pan Hong couldn't suppress a chuckle, internally applauding 60SX's efforts. Yet, eavesdropping on 60SX's thoughts revealed the dog's desire to rescue a small husky and gather a pack to achieve greatness. Pan Hong was left speechless. Soon after, he noticed the thieves brandishing their professional dog-catching tools, prompting a serious shift in his demeanor. Realizing 66 was in dire straits, he prepared to intervene, but unexpectedly, the small husky's owner, a girl who appeared to be in junior high, arrived on the scene. Pan Hong felt compelled to act. These thieves were clearly nefarious, and while 66 could endure some hardship, the girl could not be harmed. Without hesitation, Pan Hong picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the stout thief's mouth with remarkable precision. Empowered by exceptional physical prowess, the stone struck the thief, sending him tumbling backward. Oh my God! Who on earth lacks civic responsibility? That was a blatant act of projectile assault. The stout thief coughed up blood, realizing that his front teeth had been shattered. What's happening? Li Jianjun furrowed his brow, alarmed by the sight of the blubbering thief. I don't know. Someone ambushed me and knocked out my teeth. The stout thief wailed, tears streaming down his face. We need to run, Jianjun. Shut up. At that moment, the lanky thief, furious, declared, I've been bitten. We must avenge this insult and eliminate that husky. Suddenly, another stone whistled through the air, striking the lanky thief's right hand, which clutched the dog-catching net. The impact shattered bones and left him incapacitated. With the lanky thief momentarily subdued, 66 sprang to life, thrashing about in the net, nearly toppling Li Jianjun in the process. What are you doing, you fool? Li Jianjun glared at the lanky thief. We were so close to success. Don't mess it up. In agony, the lanky thief replied, Jianjun, the stout one is right. We're being attacked with stones. Those are just two pathetic stones. What is there to fear? Brother, these aren't ordinary stones. Then what? Are they made of gold? Before Li Jianjun could finish his retort, a stone whizzed past, causing the stout and lanky thieves to cower in fear. Li Jianjun, lacking their experience, turned to investigate the sound and unwittingly caught a stone squarely on his nose, sending blood gushing forth and distorting his features. What on earth? Is that a cannonball? Quick, throw away the net. The lanky thief suddenly remembered, shouting in alarm. However, it was too late. As Li Jianjun processed the warning, a fourth stone shot forth, striking his right hand that held the net, rendering it useless. Brothers, this is outrageous. We must flee. This time, Li Jianjun took the lead and sprinted away, followed closely by the other two, who were equally frightened. With the thieves' stranglehold broken, 66 seized the opportunity to break free from the net. It then turned its attention to the fleeing trio, barking fiercely as it pursued them until they hastily escaped in a van. It appeared as though 66 had successfully scared off the trio of dog thieves. Brother, you're remarkable. You're so formidable. The small husky followed suit, admiringly exclaiming, "Did you really drive them away?" 66, aware of its own limitations, recognized that it had not been its actions, but rather the sudden barrage of stones that had frightened them off. Yet, seeing the husky's admiration, 66 smiled and nodded, declaring, "First, you must address me as King 66. Secondly, I was indeed the one who drove them away. Impressive, isn't it? Lastly, young one, you have passed my test, and I now formally invite you to join my wolf pack. Will you accept?" "Huh? A wolf pack?" The small husky's eyes widened. "Yes. You don't want to?" 66 was momentarily taken aback by the swift and resolute rejection. It could not help but inquire why not. "Don't you wish to roam the grasslands, free as a wolf?" "I don't want that." "What then?" "Of course, I want to go home with my mom." The small husky looked at 66 with sincerity, asking, "Don't you have a mother?" 66. Chapter 91. The Enchanted Drift of 66, 8. Mother? 66 was momentarily taken aback, inexplicably asking, "What is mother?" The little husky tilted its head and replied, "It's the human who just saved us. She feeds me, gives me water, plays with my toys, and has made a warm little nest for me. I love my mama the most." Upon hearing this, 66's expression froze as it murmured to itself, "She feeds you, gives you water, and plays with you. Isn't that akin to a servant?" The little husky retorted, "What servant? Without my mama, I might be a lonely stray dog shivering on the streets, dirty and without food, utterly helpless and in a pitiful state." As it spoke, the little husky scrutinized 66, suddenly falling silent. Meanwhile, 66 felt an overwhelming blow to its heart. The notions of loneliness, trembling from the cold, being filthy, not having food, being helpless, and utterly miserable surged through its mind. Goodness, is this how wretched I truly am? 66 gazed at the little husky, replaying its words in contemplation. Suddenly, a forgotten memory surfaced like a whisper from the past. It remembered its infancy, a mere pup nestled with its siblings in their mother's embrace, nursing. Yet, due to its frail and small stature, it was often pushed aside, watching its siblings greedily suckle, hoping one might finish and relinquish its spot. However, when others left the warmth of their mother, not a drop of milk remained for it. Little 66 yearned to lick the remnants of sustenance, but was shooed away by its mother's impatience. Why? Why must I always be the one to go hungry? Why is it always me? Is it because I am too weak? If only I could be as strong and formidable as they are. If only I could. In its tender heart, a seed of strength was planted. Eventually, it was taken away by humans, leaving its mother behind, journeying through various scenes, ultimately arriving at a warm urban household. Here, it encountered the wolf. In a peculiar rectangular box, images of grasslands and wolf packs frequently appeared. The sight of snarling wolves, baring their fangs and claws, galloping freely across the plains, with all other creatures fleeing in terror, deeply imprinted itself in its memory. Particularly striking was the Wolf King, a figure of supreme status. Due to its formidable prowess, all wolves bowed to its authority, akin to a sovereign of the grasslands. When the pack caught prey, they would wait for the Wolf King to feast upon the tenderest entrails before daring to approach. Ah, so that is how it is. I too shall become the Wolf King. The true Wolf King galloping across the plains. The seed gradually sprouted, extending roots in a 66's heart. In the city, the indulgence and leniency of its human owner further fueled its rampant growth. It even began to harbor an illusion that it had already become the Wolf King of this realm. At that moment, the seed of strength had taken complete root and enveloped 66's heart. Henceforth, it began to exhibit violence and a thirst for blood, identifying itself as the Wolf King. Should its dignity be challenged, be it by humans or other dogs, it would unleash a frenzied attack without exception. In the face of its crimson eyes, all beings, human or canine, yielded. It seemed like the true Wolf King. Humans, merely subservient beings beneath the might of the Wolf King. Until it was sent to the Panhong district. Until it successfully broke free, experiencing this fantastical night. It had believed that beyond the wall lay freedom. Yet now, it found itself battered, its fur filthy, and unable to procure even a warm meal. 66 suddenly recalled its past. In its urban home, it had possessed a cozy nook, endless toys, and an abundance of dog food. At the time, it seemed ordinary. But looking back, it realized that what it once had was not a matter of course, but rather a serendipitous gift of fate that had fortuitously descended upon it. Tell me, are we wolves or dogs? 66 suddenly posed the question. The little husky paused, seemingly perplexed, and replied, of course, we are dogs. A bitter smile crept across 60's lips. Perhaps I am truly not a wolf. I am merely a dog. 66 gazed at the little husky and inquired, how should a dog live? The little husky pondered for a moment and replied, I don't understand, but I will surely live alongside my mama. And with humans. Images of various humans from its life flashed through 60's mind. The first, naturally, was its human servant, the nail artist. Its initial impression of humans was derived from her. Thus, weakness and vulnerability became 60's perception of most people. It wasn't until yesterday, upon arriving at the Panhong district, that it witnessed the terrifying side of humanity for the first time. It had thought Panhong was an exception among humans. However, an elderly man wielding a wooden stick easily forced it back. 3 dog thieves armed with traps rendered it powerless. Fear and cunning gradually became synonymous with humans in 60's mind. Yet at that moment, images of the old man with a small white dog and a little girl with a little husky appeared in 60's consciousness. It seemed that humanity could not be simply reduced to the terms cunning and terrifying. Dogs could recognize humans as masters for food, and humans could also rise to defend dogs. The relationship between humans and dogs appeared to transcend the mere dynamic of master and servant. It resembled companionship. The worldview of 66 as a Wolf King began to show signs of fragmentation. Just then, a little girl dashed out from an alley. Meow meow, wait for me. Upon hearing her call, the little husky joyfully leaped into the girl's embrace, licking her face. This scene moved 66. Soon after, the little girl turned to 66, beaming with a smile, and asked, are you my Meow Meow's good friend? What is your name? Though 66 could not comprehend human speech, it sensed the girl's kindness. Where is your owner? How did you get so dirty? The girl looked around, finding no one, and suddenly seemed to realize something, her expression filled with pity. You wouldn't be a stray dog, would you? I have a packet of biscuits here. Would you like some? The girl pulled out a packet of biscuits from her backpack, opened it, and offered it to 66. Starved, 66 eagerly began to munch away. Just then, the little girl exclaimed, Hey, mister, is this husky your dog? Huh. 66, still chewing on the biscuit, turned to see a man smiling at it. Yet, that smile appeared somewhat unsettling. Goodness, Panhong is here. Instinctively, without waiting for Panhong to speak, 66 bolted away like a fish diving into the sea, disappearing into the alley, running faster than a rabbit. Panhong called out, Hey, wait, I just got here. Chapter 92, The Fantastical Drift of 66, 9, Evil, Truly Insidious Evil. Could it be that we have encountered a ghost? Beside a dilapidated van, a plump man, a slender one, and a mummy-like figure crouched against the vehicle, their gazes vacant. questioning the very essence of life. At this moment, the plump man, overwhelmed by despair, genuinely believed he had encountered a specter. While munching on dry instant noodles, he lamented his fate. Hearing his morose words, Li Jianjun was about to chastise him when a somewhat dazed voice from the tall, slender figure interrupted. Brother Jianjun, we might have genuinely run into a ghost. A particularly unfortunate one. Everything that has transpired from last night until now has been utterly bizarre. Silence, you two. Li Jianjun snapped, rapping the van door sharply, producing a resounding thud. Get a grip. Do not indulge in your superstitious nonsense. I recognize your urgency, but allow me a moment to clarify our situation. The tall, slender man turned to Li Jianjun, eager for enlightenment. All right, Brother Jianjun. You are the only one among us with a higher education. Please elucidate what exactly has transpired tonight. Fine. Li Jianjun, suppressing the pain coursing through him, pondered briefly before raising a finger. Firstly, the three of us intended to kidnap Pan Hong for ransom last night, correct? Indeed, the plump man responded with a nod. But why do we fail? Li Jianjun inquired, glancing at the pair. Because a husky suddenly dashed out of the dog park. The slender man exclaimed. I distinctly remember that the husky was wearing a round ball around its neck. It nearly knocked me unconscious. He pointed to the 4 scars adorning his head. His expression one of fury. Exactly. Li Jianjun continued, following the thread of the conversation. That very husky escaped the enclosure, and then Pan Hong sprinted past me, stepping on my face as she fled. Li Jianjun's face was aflame with indignation, and a faint shoe print was still visible upon his visage. Then we pursued them in the van. We chased them to that village. The plump man interjected. Correct, Li Jianjun affirmed. We ventured to the village solely to chase after Pan Hong and that husky, only to be assaulted by the villagers. Then we attempted to steal a dog, only to encounter a rabid husky that ambushed us. The slender man chimed in, but as he recalled the incident with 66, he suddenly froze, his expression stiffening as he regarded Li Jianjun and the plump man. What is it? Both Li Jianjun and the plump man asked in unison. The slender man, seemingly incredulous, revisited his memories and murmured. That husky was also wearing a round ball around its neck. It appears to be the same one. At his words, the 3 men collectively inhaled sharply, the atmosphere thick with tension. After 3 long minutes, Li Jianjun finally managed to speak. Are you suggesting that our failure to kidnap Pan Hong, our subsequent beating by the villagers, and the ambush we just experienced, all of these incidents involve the same husky? Indeed. It seems so, the slender man nodded. Good heavens. Are you implying that we have been toyed with by a mere dog tonight? The plump man exclaimed, struggling to accept the notion. Even Li Jianjun's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Yet, confronted with the reality, he could not refute it. Damn it, this grievance shall not go unavenged. I swear I will not rest until I have my retribution, Li Jianjun declared, rising in exasperation. Let us find that husky and exact our vengeance. The slender man, having come to a realization, recognized that all their misfortunes today were indeed the doing of that very husky. He sprang to his feet, kicking the instant noodles from the plump man's hands. Still eating? We must be on our way. Today, I shall locate that husky and settle the score for tonight's grievances. With that, he pulled the plump man along as they climbed into the van, the trio speeding off down the road. Meanwhile, 66 wandered aimlessly down the street, truly devoid of purpose, its eyes reflecting a clarity mixed with confusion. At that moment, its worldview as a wolf king had utterly shattered. There was no wolf king, nor any human servant. Where was the freedom beyond the walls? Without humans, it could scarcely find a morsel to eat. It regretted not cherishing its previous warm home and delectable kibble. Now, longing for the past, it realized that everything was irretrievable. Upon seeing Pan Hong moments ago, it had instinctively fled. Now, however, it was a solitary dog, a vagabond on the streets. 66 felt a pang of regret. Perhaps it should not have run. Even being captured and beaten would have been better than wandering about with an empty stomach. Yet now, Pan Hong was nowhere to be found. 66 continued to meander aimlessly when suddenly, a rumbling engine noise approached from behind. Instinctively, its ears perked up in alertness, turning to see the source of the sound. Its muscles tensed, and its fur bristled. A battered van was careening towards it. The windshield was shattered, and inside, 3 figures shivered in the cold. However, upon spotting 66 by the roadside, the 3 instantly forgot their chill and rushed forward with faces twisted in rage. 66 recognized them instantly. These were the 3 dog thieves from the alley just an hour prior. Before 66 could react, the van had already pulled up beside it. It swiftly sidestepped to evade capture, but the slender man in the passenger seat, wielding a dog-catching snare, lunged for 60's neck. Although the angle was poor, the rope still caught 60's leg, causing it to topple onto the roadside. The van came to a halt, and the 3 men advanced, weapons in hand, grinning maliciously. Brother Janjun, there's no mistake, it's the one. It has a round ball around its neck. The slender man hissed, his teeth clenched in fury. Wait, does that round ball have camera? Could it be recording us? The plump man speculated. At this, Li Jianjun kicked him, exasperated. Are you an idiot? Who would be so bored as to attach a camera to a dog collar? Hurry, let us finish this husky. As the 3 men approached 66, the beleaguered creature, famished and injured, felt a wave of despair wash over it. It struggled to crawl backward, but after only a few steps, it collapsed again, unable to rise. In that moment, it truly felt its isolation and vulnerability. Memories of the little white dog and the small husky surfaced in its mind. When other dogs encountered danger, they had human masters to rely upon. Yet for 66, there was no one behind it. I'm truly not a wolf. Is this how it ends for me? 66 let out a series of mournful whines, resigning itself to fate as it gazed at the 3 cruel faces approaching, despairing as it closed its eyes. Just then, a familiar voice unexpectedly rang out from behind 66. 3 men bullying a single dog? My friend, aren't you ashamed to let that get around? 66. Don't be afraid. Step back behind me. Chapter 93. The fantastical drift of 66. 10. In the face of peril, would anyone rise to my defense? With despair, 66 closed its eyes, and this thought unexpectedly surfaced in its mind. Shadows of figures began to emerge uncontrollably in its consciousness. Pan Honk. Impossible. I have known him for less than a day and have harbored thoughts of wanting to harm him. I even fled his dog kennel. He cannot possibly come to my rescue. The nail artist? She had shown me kindness, but I have hurt her. She would not come to my aid either. Suddenly, 66 realized that its arrival at Pan Hong's estate was orchestrated by the nail artist, its former owner. Clearly, she had become completely disillusioned with it. It had been abandoned. Scenes flashed through its mind like a revolving lantern. Last night's ordeal, the fights at Pan Hong's dog kennel, the pampered urban life, and the shattered dream of being a wolf king. Finally, the images settled on its earliest memory, being ruthlessly pushed aside by its siblings. Watching them feast while it remained hungry, daring only to approach when they were sated, only to be met with its mother's impatient dismissal. Mother, will you come to rescue me? The thought of its mother stirred a tempest of emotion within 66. It felt as if a long-dormant volcano erupted, shaking the very ground beneath it. 66 trembled violently. Yet, in the next moment, the image of its mother appeared before it. She looked at everyone with a scornful expression, especially at the pitiful sight of herself. After a fleeting glance at its own miserable state, she turned away without hesitation. No, why? Mom, even you must abandon me. The suppressed emotions erupted into a torrent of tears. 66 was utterly shattered. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. 3 people bullying a dog? Come on, aren't you ashamed? 66, don't be afraid. Quickly retreat behind me. Could it be? Has someone come to save me? Although it could not comprehend human speech, it recognized the name 66. For a brief moment, its mind went blank. Then its eyes widened in astonishment. Through tear-filled vision, it turned to see a human man casually tossing a stone in his hand, wearing a calm and confident smile. Pan Hong. Staring fixedly at Pan Hong's face, 66 was bewildered, thinking it must be a dream. It could never have anticipated that even its mother would forsake it, yet Pan Hong would come. Pan Hong? Among those present, another person recognized Pan Hong. Pan Hong furrowed his brow, looking at the figure before him, with a perplexed expression. You know me? I've made quite a stir. Of course I know you. Li Jianjun seethed, his teeth gritting in frustration as he gazed at Pan Hong's face. Beside him, the tall, thin man was also taken aback. What? He is Pan Hong. Li Jianjun glared at Pan Hong, his voice filled with venom. Indeed, he is the one. I would recognize him even in ashes. If it weren't for him, would we be in such dire straits? If it weren't for him, would I be here, reduced to stealing dogs? Wait, hold on. Pan Hong quickly interjected, raising a hand to halt the proceedings. Do we know each other? He glanced at the tall man, then at the foolishly plump one, finally resting his gaze on the figure resembling a mummy. Pan Hong had no recollection of them at all. Could it be that these 3 dog thieves had watched his live stream? Were they fans? That couldn't be right. When did he ever cause them such suffering? Pan Hong was utterly baffled. Stop pretending. My son Li Quan. Isn't he the one you got locked up? Li Jianjun ripped off the bandages from his face, wincing in pain, but his eyes were wide with rage. Don't you remember me? To be frank, tearing off the bandages was utterly pointless, for he was already so battered that his features were nearly unrecognizable. One, I resembled a grape, the other a cherry. His nose was crooked from Pan Hong's stone, and his face bore multiple abrasions, swollen like a pig's head. In truth, even if Li Quan's grandmother had come, she might not recognize her own grandson in such a state. Nevertheless, Pan Hong deduced his identity from the words spoken. The son was Li Quan. Thus, it must be Li Jianjun. Li Quan had been apprehended for trafficking wild animals, and later investigations revealed that the mastermind was indeed his father, Li Jianjun, who was linked to a criminal syndicate. Unfortunately, Li Jianjun had evaded capture, remaining at large ever since. No wonder he claimed to have ruined their lives. Could it be Uncle Jianjun? Pan Hong suddenly adopted a warm demeanor. Oh, it truly is you. Where have you been making your fortune lately? Li Jianjun. Uncle, I've been looking for you everywhere. Where have you been? Pan Hong feigned sincerity. You're looking for me? Of course. The police have placed a bounty